The Warring States era, the world of Hokage, and ending up in this damned Uchiha clan. It's like the universe is asking me to die all over again. Not far from the Uchiha compound, a long river wound its way along the outskirts of the clan settlement. 6-year-old Uchiha Ke sat cross-legged on the bank, pinching a few smooth, pleasingly patterned pebbles between his fingers before flicking his wrist and sending them skimming toward the water. Watching the stones skip across the surface, carving tiny trails of ripples in their wake, he could not help but vent his complaints about his tragic fate to the shimmering waves. In his previous life, he had barely lived to the age of 24 before something happened, most likely his death. Whatever the exact cause, the result was that he somehow stumbled through time and awakened in this perilous, crisis-ridden world. Worse still, he had arrived in this world at its most callous, blood-soaked age, and had even become a member of one of its most battle-mad, deranged clans. In this life, his parents had been cut down on the battlefield by members of the Hitaki clan 2 years ago. Naturally, he had become an orphan and was adopted by the current Great Elder, who was in theory his cousin. His younger blood brother Uchiha Long had been taken in by the clan leader Uchiha Taijima. Yes, Uchiha Taijima, the very man who in the Hokage world would one day be known as the father of the most awe-inspiring villain, the mastermind behind all mid-game conspiracies. The Ashura of the Shinobi world, Uchiha Madara. Of course, the so-called Ashura of the Shinobi world was now nothing more than a Chinibu brat strutting around all day with a face full of destiny and grandeur, greeting everyone he met with, "Have you trained today? Let's go to the training grounds and spar." These two lines spilled from Madara's mouth as frequently as "Have you eaten?" or "Nice weather today" had in Ke's previous life. As for how Ke and Long ended up clinging to the two most powerful pillars of authority in the current Uchiha clan, rumor had it that in the battle 2 years ago the clan leader had been ensnared by a scheme laid by the Nara clan. Ke's so-called father, a quasi-cage-level powerhouse, had chosen to stay behind and cover the retreat, sacrificing himself so that the clan leader and Great Elder could escape and preserve the greater whole. Strictly speaking, their adoption had lowered the brothers' generational standing, as their parents had been 1 generation older than both the Great Elder and the clan leader. Yet even 3 or 4-year-old Long had understood what truly mattered. Compared to securing powerful backing, trifles like seniority and generational titles were utterly insignificant. All the more so because the Great Elder, now in his 40s, had never had children of his own. Ke was his only nominal son, a late blessing in his twilight years. As a result, Ke received nearly every cultivation resource he might desire. After all, in this world, there was very little that the Uchiha could not obtain. As for Taijima's household, things were far livelier. Counting Long, there were 6 sons in total. The eldest, Uchiha Madara, was half a year younger than Ke. Long, Uchiha Izuna, and Uchiha Shien were all the same age, 3 years older than Ke. The youngest, the twins Uchiha Yu and Uchiha Ri, had just celebrated their 2nd birthday yesterday. Before crossing over, Ke had been deeply familiar with the plot of Hokage. During his own Shinibu years, he had fantasized countless times about becoming an Uchiha, awakening the Sharingan, and sweeping the world aside with Susanoo. Yet only after truly becoming an Uchiha did he realize that his former self had merely been a man who loved the idea of dragons while fearing the real thing. In this era, no matter how intimately he knew Hokage's storyline, it was of little use. The events drawn by Kishimoto would not occur for several decades yet. Most of the information preserved in his mind offered no real help in dealing with the circumstances he now faced. As for the Warring States period itself, the original work had revealed little. But from the few scenes shown in the memories of Hashirama and Madara, there was one point beyond doubt. The Warring States era was merciless to the extreme. A time of major battles every 3 days and minor skirmishes every 2, an age where mortality was terrifyingly high and average lifespans frighteningly short. Even within a colossal clan like the Uchiha, those who managed to live past 20 were few and far between. Countless so-called genius shinobi were thrown onto the battlefield barely after turning 8, only to become objects of regret spoken of in the years that followed. Those who survived were forced to descend into hell again in the next battle, the cycle repeating endlessly. Under such a backdrop, expecting to live until the main storyline began was laughable. Ke did not even know if he could survive long enough to see the founding of the village. He knew all too well how absurdly destructive the towering duel between those two monsters in the late Warring States would be. Without reaching cage-level strength, he feared that even the stray shockwave from one casual strike could erase him from existence. Madara and Hashirama would establish the village around the age of 30, at least 10 to 20 years from now. What had been troubling Ke these past few days, however, was a line Madara had once spoken in the original story. When Uchiha Madara first encountered Senju Hashirama, he had said that he had 5 younger brothers, and at that time only one remained, Uchiha Izuna. In the anime, that casual line served merely to underscore the harsh reality of the Warring States era. But upon arriving in this world, Ke could no longer treat such rare concrete information about the era lightly. Examined closely, that single sentence contained a staggering amount of information. As mentioned, counting Long's adoption, Uchiha Madara did indeed have 5 younger brothers. In an era like this, 4 of them dying would match the normal death rate. Yet when Madara met Hashirama, he was at most 7 or 8 years old, a mere year or so from now in Ke's current timeline. In other words, within this brief span, Long, Xianri, and you would all perish, a prospect that felt disturbingly strange. Never mind the 2-year-old twins for the moment. Even Long and Xian were only 3 or 4, 3 years from now, they would be just 6. Children that young were never sent to the front lines, at least not by a great clan like the Uchiha, which meant they could only die within the Uchiha compound itself, the very heart of the clan. What kind of situation then could lead to the slaughter of children within the safety of the clan's own lands? In truth, Ke did not particularly care about the precise form that disaster would take. But the children of the compound were not limited to Taijima's 5 sons. Ke himself was also one of those children. He had once believed he would at least grow peacefully until the age of 8, only then stepping onto the battlefield to truly experience the cruelty of the warring states. For now, he could still remain within the Uchiha compound, one of the few relatively safe havens in this era. Yet as he thought it through, he realized he could not even be certain of surviving the next 2 years. In the warring states era, sending children to war was commonplace, but great clans like the Uchiha generally did not dispatch those under 8 to the front lines. This world differed starkly from his former one. On Blue Star, regardless of age, anyone wielding modern firearms possessed comparable lethality. Many even believed bullets fired from a child's gun to be more terrifying, and so certain utterly depraved warlords had deliberately organized child armies. But the Hokage world was different here. A shinobi's individual prowess reigned supreme. The explosive strength of a single chunin far exceeded that of a dozen genin. The physiological structure of ninjas, coupled with the pressures of the warring states era, led to a highly formulaic growth trajectory for ninjas from major clans. Typically, they became genin by age 4 or 5 and chunin by around 8. Therefore, for these clans, unless truly facing a critical crisis, they preferred to wait a few more years for a chunin rather than send a genin to their deaths. As for waiting until they became jonin before sending them to the battlefield, don't be ridiculous. Becoming a jonin depended purely on talent. Not even 1 out of 10 chunin could achieve it. Moreover, for chunin, the battlefield was the best training ground. The life and death pressure could fully squeeze out a ninja's potential, something a training ground could never match. This is why most people from the warring states period would be considered prodigies in the peaceful era of Konoha later on. Itachi Uchiha becoming a chunin at 10 was common, and Kakashi becoming a chunin at 6 was not rare. The second and most important reason, which Ke only understood after coming to this world, was what these ninja clans were truly fighting for in this era. For the glory of the clan. To unify the Fire Country. For revenge. Yes and no. These were only part of the reasons, not the main contradiction among the clans. The fundamental contradiction that formed the root cause of 1,000 years of war was the struggle for resources, primarily population resources. Upon careful reflection, it is not difficult to realize that ninjas and their related personnel have transcended the ordinary people of this world. They are all non-productive individuals, and their numbers are not small. In the Fire Country alone, Ke had heard of dozens of ninja clans with well-known names, and more than a handful could be called major clans. As for other clans, Ke did not know. But for the Uchiha clan alone, based on the data he had secretly glimpsed on the elder's desk, there were already 6,000 to 7,000 ninjas just near the clan grounds. Adding those stationed in the west, east, and on the front lines, there were also several thousand. Counting the family's children and ordinary clan members, the total non-productive population of the Uchiha clan alone was 20,000 to 30,000. These people did not engage in production. In this world where the productivity of commoners was still scarce, merely feeding the Uchiha clan required over 100,000 commoners. But the life of a ninja was not just about mere survival. Their demands for quality of life far exceeded those of ordinary commoners, coupled with the resources consumed by years of war. The number of commoners under Uchiha control was generally maintained at around 400,000 to 500,000. Roughly calculating, adding ninjas, ordinary clan members, and clan-related personnel, both the Uchiha and Senju major clans each had tens of thousands of people. Other major clans like the Hyuga Kagaya Sarutobi, Shimura Nara Yamanaka, and Inazuka also had tens of thousands. Some well-known medium clans, though not as large, still numbered over 1,000. The total non-productive population of the entire Fire Country probably amounted to over 100,000. If calculated at a ratio of 30 commoners per ninja, the demand for commoners would be several million. After coming to this world, Ke discovered that it was completely different from what many netizens in his previous life had speculated. The size of the Naruto world was similar to Earth in his past life, though it was also possible that the world he had transmigrated to was a larger version. Therefore, despite centuries of war, the commoner population within the entire Fire Country still exceeded. However, aside from ninjas, there were also many generals and wealthy merchants among the commoners. This population of 10 million was far from enough for the major ninja clans to divide among themselves. After all, the combat expenses of ninjas were immense. It was not as if 30 commoners could support one. Of course, this calculation is not entirely accurate since ninjutsu could greatly increase productivity, so during peacetime ninjas did help with production. This also explains why the Uchiha Hyuga and Kagaya were the three biggest warmongers in the Fire Country. After all, clans like the Senju and Sarutobi had earth and water release techniques that could boost industrial and agricultural production through ninjutsu, but these three clans could not do that. The Uchiha's common lightning and fire natures were born for combat, essentially unrelated to farming, and moreover the proud Uchiha would never engage in such activities. As for the Hyuga and Kagaya's ninjutsu, they had either negative effects or destructive consequences for livelihood. While that's a bit of a digression, let's return to the main topic. The second reason why few people below Chunin and few under the age of 10 were sent to the front lines during the Warring States period was that these people were also valuable talents. A genin, no matter how weak, is still a ninja, and the clan consciousness instilled from childhood made them very loyal. They were the ideal choices to be sent to commoner territories as local tyrants overseeing tax collection and suppressing civilian uprisings. But that did not mean these people were safe. Though they might enjoy better material conditions than their clansmen back home, it also often attracted bandits or rogue ninjas to plunder their wealth and supplies. However, as long as their luck wasn't too bad, and they only encountered some genin or chunin, even if these ninjas couldn't win, they could easily escape to one of the large cities directly controlled by their clan. Those cities had a large number of Uchiha clansmen stationed there. They could go to the mission hall, post a bounty, and summon people to deal with these troubles. Generally, for this type of bounty, in addition to the reward offered by the poster, the clan would also provide a subsidy. Therefore, such commissions were more lucrative than ordinary ones, and were called urgent commissions within the clan. After all, these actions genuinely harmed the fundamental interests of the Uchiha clan. Moreover, although the Uchiha looked down on everyone except the Senju, their internal protection of their own was written into their genes. Although the fate of those rogue ninjas was basically to be hunted to death in the face of huge profits, there were always risk-takers who thought they could get lucky and escape from the Uchiha's pursuit unscathed. So for Uchiha Ke, there was only one path to survival: continuously becoming stronger. If he could grow to the level of Madara and Hashirama in the later Warring States period, he could do whatever he wanted without worry. In the end, it all comes down to strength. Ke narrowed his eyes, stood up, and after making sure no one was around, walked to the riverbank and looked at his reflection in the water. In his blood-red eyes, two Tomo were slowly rotating. It was a double Tomo Sharingan which he had awakened last week, and it was currently his only trump card he could show. He first awakened the Sharingan at the age of 2, but he had kept it hidden until last year when he revealed it. No one except himself knew the exact time he opened his eyes, and even now he was hesitating whether to conceal his double Tomo. After all, in this era, it was embarrassing to be a ninja without some hidden strength. The Sharingan, the greatest reliance of the Uchiha clan that dominated the ninja world for hundreds of years, is also a universal standard for measuring talent. In the original work, Uchiha Itachi was praised as a rare genius within his family for awakening his eyes at the age of 8. During the Warring States period, although geniuses were common, most didn't awaken their eyes until after the age of 10. Last year, Uchiha Madara awakened his Sharingan, and everyone in his family had high hopes for him, viewing him as the hope for the clan's revival. One can only say that he is indeed the reincarnation of Indra, a true talent, terrifyingly so. As for Ke, who awakened his eyes at 2 years old and achieved the double Mangekyo Sharingan by 6, one can only say that he is indeed the reincarnation of Indra, a true talent, terrifyingly so. As for Ke, who awakened his eyes at 2 years old and achieved the double Mangekyo Sharingan by 6, he dares to bet that he is likely the only one in Uchiha history. Of course, excluding the ancestor Indra, who according to legend awakened the 3-tomo Sharingan at birth. However, Ke doubts the authenticity of this story, not questioning Indra's talent. Rather, he questions the notion that one is born with a 3-tomo Sharingan, which might just be a figment of the Uchiha's imagination. It is normal for someone with Indra's genes to be born with a kaleidoscope, yet no one in the current Uchiha clan knows that there is another level above the 3-tomo. In any case, from any perspective, Uchiha Ke is indeed a true genius. It could even be said that he is a genius among geniuses. Calling him a monster might be more apt. If we only consider the strength Ke has displayed, he became a Chunin at the age of 5, even earlier than Kakashi of later generations. Perhaps due to the pressure Ke brings this world's, Uchiha Madara also became a Chunin last year. Although I don't know how old Madara was in the original work when he advanced to Chunin, it is impossible for it to be faster than in this world. What's more terrifying is that this madman is not satisfied with his training pace. Every day in the clan grounds he either eats, sleeps, or trains, or goes to the training field to spar with others. Big brother, I know you are the reincarnation of Indra, but isn't it too much to be dissatisfied with your own training speed? Having awakened the single Tomo Sharingan, you can already hold your own against ordinary Jonin. Don't say about a 5-year-old. I estimate that none of the ninja clan's children under 10 can match you. And it's one thing to push yourself. Why do you drag me along every day? Uchiha Ke continued to drift in thought, mentally complaining. Madara, this training fanatic, doesn't just have high expectations for himself. He holds all peers of the same age to very high standards, even wanting to promote his daily training plan to all the children of the Uchiha clan. Fortunately, that devilish training was far too unsuitable for general application and was stopped by his father. Unable to involve everyone, Madara only took Uchiha Ke, who could keep up with his pace, to train, frequently dragging Ke to the training field for sparring, which left Ke quite helpless. There was no choice. If he couldn't defeat Madara, Ke would be forcibly taken to the training field and beaten. If he wanted to surpass Madara, he had to keep up with, or even exceed, Madara's pace of progress, and the fastest way to improve was to seek sparring partners at the training field. Thus Ke had no choice but to agree to Madara's challenge requests every few days, but he made a stipulation: he would only accompany him for 2 matches a week. Uchiha Madara reluctantly agreed, primarily because besides Uchiha Ke, there was no one under 8 in the clan who could even remotely be his match, while those above 8 were starting to go out on missions. In the vast Uchiha clan, among the hundreds or even thousands of child ninjas, the only one who could satisfy the little clan leader's desire for a good fight was Ke. This rare gem was naturally seized by our little clan leader. Despite his dissatisfaction, Uchiha Ke still realized how much Madara contributed to his improvement. Having a peer who can progress together and spur each other on brings an unquantifiable potential driven by competitiveness. After all, even before his transmigration, he was only in his 20s and still retained some childishness. He felt that being half a year older than Uchiha Madara as his nominal cousin, he must surpass Madara in strength. Moreover, in this era, or rather in this world dominated by ninjas, becoming stronger is always, even if he is currently labeled as a genius, it is still not enough. In fact, true geniuses are those who will not be called geniuses for long. They will shed the title of genius with the fastest speed in the shortest time, becoming recognized powerhouses among the various clans of the warring states. Only false geniuses will cling to this title until the end, until they perish in battle or fade into obscurity over time. No matter how much Uchiha Ke wishes to slack off in his heart, he ultimately does not want to die inexplicably in this bizarre world. Although he currently lacks a clear goal in this world, improving his strength itself is always a correct choice. Ke was not far from the clan grounds. He arrived at the Uchiha gate after just a few steps. Oh, it's Ke. You're back, just in time. Madara has been looking for you everywhere. The guard stationed at the clan's main gate smiled at Uchiha Ke. The speaker was Uchiha Mon, an elite jonin in his early 30s. He can be considered old among ninjas in this era, so it is quite reasonable for him to call the two kids. In principle, casually entering and exiting the clan grounds is not allowed during wartime, but he had a fondness for these two children he watched grow up, so he turned a blind eye. Well, actually, from a certain perspective, he indeed turned a blind eye. It should have been 5 or 6 years ago, during the last full-scale war between the Senju and Uchiha, when he was surrounded by 5 elite jonin from the Hitaki clan, facing a nearly certain death. The Hitaki clan's coveting of the Uchiha has never ceased, and the enhancement the Sharingan provides to the Hitaki's swordsmanship is simply terrifying. 10 years ago, Hitaki Sakomo, the then clan leader, wielded the lightning release sword technique with the Freedomo Sharingan, dominating the ninja world, claiming to be on par with Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Taijima. Of course, there are so many who have had this reputation, it would be impossible to count them all. After all, the clan leaders of these two families have always been regarded as the top fighters in the Land of Fire, even in the whole world, so being involved is a tradition in the ninja world. Among those Ke has heard of are Hitaki Sakomo, Hyuga Hayashi, the head of the Inyan clan, the head of the Kagaya clan, and the head of the Sarutobi clan. Even the leaders of the Suka clan and the Nara clan from outside the Land of Fire come to ride on the coattails of fame. Nevertheless, being able to engage in such actions in this era means one considers themselves to possess strength that is not afraid of being challenged. Even if it is uncertain whether they can truly rival Hashirama and Taijima, Hitaki Sakomo can easily defeat the leaders of smaller clans. 10 years ago, the aggressively rising Hitaki clan leader often led the clan's elites to ambush isolated Uchiha ninjas. Using poison ambushes and sneak attacks, they employed every means to obtain the Sharingan. Proud as the Uchiha are, they could not tolerate such humiliation, and at that time the Hitaki's hostility even exceeded that of the Senju. They would rather give up a mine to the Kagaya clan in hopes of restraining the Senju, dispatching 80% of their clan's high-level combatants to nearly annihilate the Hitaki. To prevent the enemy from successfully obtaining the Sharingan, Uchiha Mon directly gouged out his left eye. Just as he was about to destroy his right eye, Uchiha reinforcements arrived, saving his life, but causing him to lose his left eye forever. With one Sharingan, missing, his strength significantly decreased, equating him to the level of an ordinary Jonin, and the clan leader simply waved his hand, assigning him to guard the gate. Otherwise, an elite Jonin of his age is the backbone of the clan, and it is impossible for him to have such a leisurely assignment during wartime. Where is he? They'll go find him right away. Yuzhibo Ku took a jade token from his chest, infused it with chakra, and handed it over. During wartime, the gate of the Yuzhibo clan compound required verification of credentials before granting passage for the Shinobi world, teamed with techniques of transformation and disguise. For a time, the pass was the Sharingan, but too many within the compound had not awakened their Sharingan, and there were also various subordinate Shinobi clans. This measure was abandoned after only a few decades, replaced by the current credential system. The underlying logic of this system was simple: credentials were one-tune bound to chakra. When the holder infused chakra into this jade token, slight changes occurred within it. These changes were imperceptible to ordinary people, but under the Sharingan, they were crystal clear. After confirming without doubt, Yuzhibo Man closed his remaining Sharingan, returned the credential to Yuzhibo Ku, and said, "Ban should have already arrived at the third training ground. It's Chuan and Long who are helping him look for you now." "Got it. Thank you, Uncle Man." After exchanging a few words, Ku put away the jade token and strode briskly toward home. The path was deserted, and occasionally someone greeted him, and he responded absently. In terms of sheer area, the Yuzhibo clan compound was not particularly large. It was even smaller than some commercial cities of this era, let alone the 5 great shinobi villages of later generations that rivaled first-tier cities in size. Of course, compared to the later Yuzhibo compound within Konoha village, its size was still several tens of times. After all, only Jonin and their immediate families regularly resided within the compound. Ochunin and Jinin typically lived in more peripheral areas. In fact, if not for the convenience of attending the weekly clan assembly, many Jonin probably would not have wanted to live in the compound, as housing prices in this core area of the Yuzhibo were exorbitantly high. With the shinobi's pace, a little over an hour's walk outward would provide a much better living environment. So why? Unfortunately, the clan assembly was held every Saturday, requiring all Jonin and above to attend. For those living in or near the compound, attendance was compulsory. Moreover, that workaholic Yuzhibo Tiandao scheduled every clan assembly at 7:30 am. And would talk for an entire day. No one knew where he found so many topics. Even in the current wartime, Yuzhibo Tiandao still insisted on weekly clan assemblies, with the compound elder Yuzhibo Zhuo presiding in his place while he was at the front. But now nearly all of the Yuzhibo's Jonin had been dispatched to the front lines. This assembly was only open to Jonin, and the number of Jonin still in the compound at best was only 40 or 50. This even counted those who returned to the compound for rest while being transferred between different battlefronts, as well as those who frequently left the compound to escort logistics supplies. Moreover, nearly all divisions of the Yuzhibo, the Intelligence Division, the United Front Division, and the Staff Division, were all at the front. Even the highest decision-making member left in the compound was only Yuzhibo Zhuo. Sometimes by the time Yuzhibo Zhuo received intelligence, the front had already made its judgment. In such circumstances, it was hard to see the point of holding a clan assembly in the compound. But Clan Chief Tiandao refuted him with a dismissive remark. "This is a tradition passed down for 1,000 years among the Yuzhibo." It is indeed a tradition, but in previous wartime, such clan meetings were merely perfunctory, lasting only a few minutes before adjourning. Who else demands that every meeting has a written report like you do? What report could be written in the compound's current situation? Reports on the sparring results of the clan's children. Then again, Ku and Ban seemed to have nearly reached Tokubetsu Jonin level, and even Chuanai and Long were close to becoming Chunin. Many other children were also approaching Chunin. This generation truly had the highest average talent in history. Today was another day for their sparring. They'll go take a look later, and after that I still need to receive an honored guest. Yuzhibo Zhuo sat at his desk, his pen dancing across the paper as he casually fabricated last week's meeting minutes, his mind already wandering to the training ground. "You're late." As Ku arrived at the field, a young prodigy with spiky hair had already been waiting for a long. If one ignored his youthful voice and small stature, the posture, arms crossed, chin raised, nose upturned, could vaguely hint at the shadow of someone destined to stand at the pinnacle of the world. But no matter how much he might dominate the masses in the future, right now Yuzhibo Ban was just a 6-year-old brat, and such behavior merely gave off an aura of terminal Chinibu. "We never agreed on a specific time to start. As long as it's before sunset, it's not late." Ku casually fabricated an excuse. Ban raised an eyebrow as if about to say something, clearly displeased with Ke's lackadaisical attitude. But since he was the one asking for a sparring partner, he could only snort coldly to express his displeasure. Ke was not surprised by Ban's behavior. This had become quite common. As expected, Ban would vent his dissatisfaction through their subsequent actions. Since you're here, let's begin. The Uchiha Ban, who had been standing on the platform with arms crossed looking down at the field, instantly landed. When he raised his head, his eyes were blood red, with a single tomo slowly rotating within. Fire release, great fireball technique. This guy Ban seems to be in a temper, Ke muttered softly, showing no panic at all. Without dodging, he formed hand seals with his left hand. Fire release, great fireball technique. A similarly scorching fireball erupted from Ke's mouth. The two flames collided, thunderously exploding into a cloud of searing smoke that instantly blanketed the entire training ground. In the smoke, two small figures simultaneously drew kunai from their belts, and the sharp clang of close combat echoed repeatedly. Their taijutsu was so skilled it did not seem like that of 6-year-olds. Every block and thrust was precise and ruthless as they wove through the thick smoke, leaving only blurred afterimages. Around the field, clansmen who had heard the news and gathered watched in amazement. These two at such a young age were nearly at Tokubetsu Jonin level in taijutsu alone, truly worthy of being the children of the clan chief and the head elder. However, after several exchanges, Uchiha Ke fell into a disadvantage. He had switched his kunai from a reverse grip to a forward grip, and his stance had completely turned defensive. It wasn't that his taijutsu was inferior to Ban's, but the Sharingan's enhancement in such close quarters combat was too lethal. Even if a single tomo only boosted perception, Ban could easily predict his movements. Just defending doesn't suit your style, Ke. Ban's kunai grazed past Ke's cheek as he couldn't help taunting. Where's your Sharingan? If you don't use it, you'll lose. Ban was in high spirits now. In the past, whenever he challenged Ke to a duel, Ke always made him wait a long time. And when he tried to regain the upper hand in battle, most matches ended in draws, leaving him frustrated. Though he didn't know what had gotten into Ke today, fighting without using his Sharingan at all. Still, at this moment, he was thoroughly venting his grievances, and the gloom in his heart was swept away. At the very least, he had finally gotten a good vent, and the pent-up frustration was completely gone. It's because I'm afraid that if I unlock the Tutomo, it'll scare you to death on the spot, Ke thought to himself. Uchiha Ke rolled his eyes internally. The chakra at his fingertips rippled faintly as he hesitated over whether to reveal his Tutomo Sharingan. His mind raced, thoughts flickering like lightning under the pressure of Uchiha Madara. Ke made a decision swiftly. Clang. After another clash between the two kunai, Uchiha Ke lifted his head. His pupils had turned a deep crimson, with two black tomo slowly rotating within. Unmistakably the Tutomo Sharingan. Fire-style Phoenix, Sage Fire technique. Taking advantage of the recoil from the clash, Ke leaped backward, forming hand seals with one hand, while the other reached into his ninja tool pouch to fling out multiple shuriken. He's mastered one-handed hand seals at such a young age. Uchiha Shaku, who had just arrived, narrowed his eyes at the two figures below and murmured to himself. In truth, this technique wasn't particularly rare. The endless wars had led to a high rate of amputated hands among shinobi, prompting many to learn it. Even disregarding injuries, one-handed hand seals were a practical skill in many specific situations. Still, for a 6-year-old to have mastered, it was something Uchiha Shaku, despite having lived over 40 years, had only heard of a few times. But when he saw the Onetomo and Tutomo Sharingan in the training ground, he understood. Geniuses were simply meant to defy logic. Uchiha Madara, under scrutiny, was far from calm, not because of the phoenix fire enveloping the shuriken. How could Uchiha Ke already have a Tutomo Sharingan? Madara's pride evaporated instantly, making him feel like a fool for having mocked his opponent moments ago. In a flash, he had devised a countermeasure. His body moved like a swimming dragon, evading the 7 shuriken that seemed to lock him in. Then, hurling a kunai from each hand, he knocked down the last 2 shuriken and shot a smug grin at Uchiha Ke, who ignored the triumphant expression. Instead, a faint smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Madara's heart jolted as he sensed a massive heat source rapidly approaching from behind. Before he could react, the 7 phoenix flames engulfed him. With sufficient control over chakra, the phoenix sage fire can be manipulated to alter the trajectory of the subsequent flames, Uchiha Shaku explained to the surrounding children, letting out a sigh of admiration. This level of skill is at least at the Tokubetsu Jonin rank. With the Tutomo Sharingan, even an ordinary Jonin would struggle to take him down quickly. Big brother is the strongest. He's the best. Izuna, unconvinced, pouted and voiced his dissent against the praise for Ke. In the arena, Ke did not relax his vigilance despite the successful ambush. His Tutomo Sharingan was fixed on the flames ahead, where Madara's figure dissolved with a poof into a log. Just as I thought. Ke attempted to retreat, but it was too late. Fire-style Fire Dragon technique. Uchiha Madara's calm voice came from the diagonal front. Several threads danced in the air and a vast sheet of flame ignited along the chakra strings, sealing off Ke's escape routes. Those two kunai he threw earlier, they were both tied with chakra strings, trapping me instead. He had already planned the counterattack when facing my assault. Uchiha Ke realized instantly. With a poof, Ku and the flames turned into a puff of white smoke. His voice continued from Uchiha Madara's right rear. To react in an instant like that, truly worthy of you, Madara. Clang. Another kunai clash. Madara spun like a top, using the momentum to parry Ke's strike. Likewise, that Tudamo Sharingan of yours gave me quite a start. Now you're worthy of being my opponent, Uchiha Madara. Alright, let's call it a day. Still a draw. I didn't expect you freak to improve so fast. I reckon you could take on a Tokubetsu Jonin now. Ku stretched his back, waved his hand, and prepared to leave. Their several exchanges of offense and defense had been completed in the blink of an eye. Outside the field, not only the children of the same age, but even the shinobi recuperating from the front lines were left dumbfounded. Were these two really only 6 years old? This was too outrageous. Fine. Madara clearly still wanted more, but seeing that Ke had no intention of continuing, and unwilling to bully his peers who might not even be genin level, he reluctantly left the training ground. The vacated space was quickly occupied by the children who had been watching. They each chose opponents and began. Seeing that it was still early and having nothing else to do, Ku sat down cross-legged beside the clan elder Uchiha Shaku, watching the new generation of the clan together. Madara as always stood with arms folded, staring down at the training ground with his nostrils. Izuna and Taki are already at this level. Shaku whispered in disbelief. He had long heard that this generation was the most talented in a century for the Uchiha clan. Ku and Madara were geniuses among geniuses, and the others were far above average. But most of his time was spent handling various logistical chores of the clan, leaving little room to care about the children's sparring. He only occasionally came to watch the battles between Ku and Madara. Today these two had brought him immense shock. Both Ke's Tudamo Sharingan and Madara's extraordinary battle instincts were beyond his expectations. About 2 months ago he had also watched their sparring, but back then it was merely at the level of a regular chunin. This time their exchange showed that in terms of Onionon combat, they could already be classified as Tokubetsu Jonin. But who would have thought that the greatest shock this time would come not from these two prodigies, but from the other children he had previously overlooked. Each of them was equally astonishing. The scene in the training ground was no less intense than the duel just now. In fact, it was even more spectacular. Crank techniques were everywhere, great fireball technique and dragonfire technique, flying chaotically through the air. A rough count showed that more than half possessed the strength of a genin. Keep in mind that most of these were children as young as 3 or 4 like Uchiha Izuna, yet they already matched genin in power. Moreover, some of the older ones had reached the chunin level. This batch of shinobi was the strongest he had ever seen, truly worthy of being called the golden generation of the Uchiha. Good. Uchiha Shaka laughed heartily. These children were not immediate combat power, but they represented the future. With so many geniuses, if they could grow up in a dozen years, they would be able to suppress the Senju clan completely. Although completely wiping out the Senju clan was impossible, even if not everyone fulfilled their potential, as long as the attrition rate did not exceed 1/3, this batch could produce at least 5 or 6 clan leader level powerhouses. Ku and Madara in particular had the potential to surpass the current Uchiha Taijima and reach the peak of clan leader level. By then the Uchiha clan could swallow all forces except the Senju. Indeed, in this era the Hidden Leaf Village has yet to be established. The title of Hokage has not yet emerged, and naturally there is no concept of shadow-level ninjas. Instead, the term used is clan leader level, representing a similar level of strength all above the elite jonin. The classification of elite jonin is also much more detailed than in the original work, divided into ordinary elite jonin, and quasi-clan leader level. Compared to the characters in the original work, ordinary elite jonin are roughly at the level of Kurenai Yuhi and Asuma Suratobi. Elite jonin are on par with Kakashi and Might Guy during the Land of Waves arc. As for the quasi-clan leader level, it is nearly the limit for elite jonin, essentially comparable to the shadow-level gatekeepers of later generations, such as Four-Tails Berserk Naruto Sasuke, with his newly awakened Sharingan, and Deidara, all belonging to this tier. The classification of shadow level or clan leader level is quite straightforward, divided simply into ordinary clan leader level and elite clan leader level. A typical representative of ordinary clan leader level would be Konan, Mei-Terumi, and Danzo from later generations. Currently, most clan leaders of small to medium families are at this level, with many elders from large clans also in this tier. The elite level corresponds to the 3rd Hokage and the legendary Sannin. Even within prominent clans like Senju and Uchiha, only 2 or 3 individuals reach this level, while most other clans only have their clan leaders at this rank. Uchiha Zaku was just contemplating the peak of clan leader level, which can be considered the recognized limit of ninjas comparable to tailed beasts in human form, a level that has not been seen in the ninja world for decades according to clan records. The likes of Nagato and perfect Jinchuriki from later generations are at this standard, while the current Tobirama Senju and the various first Hokages could also reach this level in the future. Currently, Uchiha Taijima and Senju Tobirama are both regarded as being infinitely close to the peak of clan leader level, but ultimately, they still fall slightly short. As for going beyond that, it is the legendary level where only mythical figures can reach as recorded, such as their ancestor Indra and the enemy Ashura from the Senju clan. It is rumored that even the strongest tailed beast, the Nine Tails, could be toyed with and ravaged by these two individuals. Of course, these levels are merely a rudimentary classification of ninja strength during the Warring States period. For Uchiha Kaku, who is well-versed in the original work, he knows that the gap between the peak of clan leader level and Indra and Ashura is not trivial. These two brothers are undoubtedly true Six Paths level powerhouses. Between the peak of clan leader level or shadow level peak, there can still fit in at least two tiers like the Warring States Madara and Hashirama and Rinnegan Madara. As for above Six Paths level, even representations in the original work are exceedingly vague, with little to reference. Logically, it should be Kagaya greater than the Six Paths brothers greater than Ashura's brothers. However, the later performances of the Sage of Six Paths are too dazzling. He could seal Kagaya just by distributing his power to Sasuke and Naruto, making it hard to determine whether the full form of Otsutsuki Kagaya or Otsutsuki Momoshiki is superior. Yet these considerations are not something he can afford to ponder at the moment. What he can see now is only the peak of shadow level. As for super shadow level, Kaku shifted his focus to the figure of Taki in the arena. Currently, the key still lies in Taka's cooperation. Tobirama Senju, this natural prodigy aside, others reaching this level either rely on tailed beasts or can only awaken the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Uchiha Kaku knows that to come to this world at this time requires a ruthless heart, but to treat a child purely as a tool to exchange eyes for oneself, he still finds it hard to make that decision. Let's see how it goes. Whether Taki can escape the calamity he faced in the original work and survive until the meeting with Madara and Hashirama is uncertain. Not to mention whether he can attain the Mangekyo Sharingan. Even if he does, he must die and leave behind a complete corpse, at least a complete pair of eyes. This is not just a matter of probability, it's too far for Uchiha Kaku, who hasn't even become an elite jonin yet. For now, it's better to keep an eye on these few years. Of course, if everything he just envisioned really happens, he wouldn't mind accepting the gifts left by his brother. Elder Zaka. The people from the Hyuga clan have arrived. A ninja suddenly appeared clad in black, half kneeling behind Uchiha Zu, and not lowering his voice at all, showing no concern for the eavesdropping Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Kaku. Seeing Elder Zaku and the dark ninja rise to head toward the meeting hall, Madara exchanged glances with Kaku. Let's go take a look. Kaku nodded in agreement, and the two quickly followed. The clan elder in front glanced back, but did not rush them, merely quickening his pace, as if he had intentionally slowed down to wait for the two. The delegation from the Hyuga clan has come to request an alliance. Generally such matters require the participation of the clan leader and the elder. However, clan leader Taijima is currently preoccupied with urgent frontline affairs, so he has assigned me to handle it. You two are the sons of the clan leader and the elder, so they can delegate speaking rights to you. It seems you both have doubts, Uchiha Zaku explained along the way, hesitating for a moment before adding, I just went to the training ground to look for you. The actions of the clan elder are quite risky. It clearly wouldn't be appropriate to bring Kaku and Madara along directly. Although the two can represent their father's words in certain situations, they are ultimately just 6-year-old children, and such a clan alliance ceremony is not an occasion they are qualified to be invited to. However, if these two children follow out of curiosity, their identities do indeed qualify them to participate in the decision-making. Had this old fox. Uchiha Kaku silently cursed in his heart, realizing that the other party was deliberately guiding him and Madara this way, clearly with ill intentions. It is highly likely that he is afraid the conditions discussed during the alliance will not meet the expectations of the other elders, bearing the brunt of the blame alone, thus bringing the two of them to share the responsibility. It seems that Madara has not noticed Uchiha Zaku's intentions, showing no change in expression. Of course, it could also be that he has noticed, but due to his personality, does not care about such matters. Kaku could only silently complain in his heart, continuing to follow along as the opportunity to participate in family decisions is scarce. This can be said to be an opportunity handed to him for free. It just so happens to allow him to learn more about the various situations of other great clans in this era. Soon the four arrived at the conference hall. There were not many people inside. Besides a Uchiha clan member responsible for receiving guests, there were only 3 members of the Hyuga clan. As for how they knew it was the Hyuga clan, the Byakugan was simply too obvious. The personnel configuration of the Hyuga delegation consisted of 2 adult ninjas leading a girl of similar age to Kaku. Hinata Hanabi. Hinata Hanabi. Ka thought his voice was low enough, but he underestimated a ninja's auditory prowess. Elder Jua shook his head. That is indeed the princess of the Hyuga clan, though her name is Hinata Chiyuki. Who intended to gloss over the incident as if nothing had happened, but the elder's voice was somewhat loud. Having caught the attention of the 3 Hyuga, he had to fabricate a random excuse. In truth, his earlier lapse was not unwarranted. The young girl before him bore an uncanny resemblance to the youthful Hinata Hanabi. It was only after uttering the name that he realized this girl was born decades earlier than Hanabi. Fortunately, this was merely a minor incident. Soon the group seated themselves at the table and delved into the main. The preceding content was rather tedious. Uchiha Madara listened intently, while Ka feigned attentiveness, nodding occasionally. After grasping the gist, he began to daydream, his mind wandering. The discussion revolved solely around exchanges of interests, none of which piqued his curiosity. Moreover, with the seasoned negotiator Uchiha Shaka present, there was no need to worry about the Uchiha suffering any losses. The sleep-inducing dialogue soon passed, and one by one agreements were signed with mutual consent. The conversation swiftly arrived at the most critical part. Regarding the front lines, Uchiha Ke pricked up his ears, his eyes refocusing on the sandable map that the Dark Ninja had just placed on the table. On the sand table, bluish-gray granules formed winding mountain ridges. Fine flags bearing the emblems of various clans trembled slightly beneath Elder Jua's fingertips. A middle-aged ninja from the Hyuga clan extended a finger, tracing along the river valley on the eastern side of the sand table. His thumb pressed down, crushing a few loose grains of sand. The Shimura clan breached our first line of defense 5 days ago. Although we promptly contracted our formation and held the offensive, the high ground on the opposite riverbank has been lost, meaning we've forfeited visual control over the downstream gorge. Ke's gaze fell upon the area marked by blue gravel at the end of the valley. He recalled hearing from Uchiha Madara that the downstream of that river was a vital water source for the Uchiha's main battlefield. If the Shimura clan reached an agreement with the Senju clan seizing control of both riverbanks and damming the upstream, the main Uchiha force stationed on the western plain facing off against the Senju would likely fall into a passive position. He cast a sidelong glance at Uchiha Madara. The latter rested his elbows on the table edge, fingers tapping lightly on the border of the sand table. His eyes glinted coldly in the candlelight, clearly having long seen through the subtext of the Hyuga ninja's words. So the Hyuga require ninja support from the Uchiha. Uchiha Shake's voice carried a measured scrutiny. He picked up a small black flag and planted it on the high ground at the southern shore of the lake. This is a river valley. Both sides are easily defended but hard to assault. Your desire to reclaim the northern shore isn't purely out of goodwill to help us control our water supply, is it? The room fell silent. The Hyuga ninja opened his mouth as if weighing his words. Just then the previously silent Hyuga, Chiyuki, suddenly raised her head. The young girl wore a moon-white kimono, its cuffs embroidered with dense clan patterns. Silver thread flowing clouds shimmered faintly in the candlelight. She had been sitting quietly beside her uncle like an exquisite porcelain doll. When she spoke, her voice was as light as a feather, yet carried unwavering conviction. Elder Jua's guess is correct. In the valley on the northern bank of the river lies a gold mine. At these words, even the ever-composed Uchiha Shaku raised an eyebrow. Chiyuki picked up a small Uchiha flag. The Shimura clan discovered this gold mine 3 years ago, but kept it hidden from everyone. Although the mine has barely been exploited, they had already prepared a full set of mining equipment inside. Her voice was soft, yet carried indisputable certainty. With a flag between her fingertips, she planted it on the northern bank of the valley. This is the mining site. If the Uchiha help us reclaim it, I can authorize a 30% share of the mine's output to be allocated to you. Ke's gaze fell upon the sand table, lost in thought. Then he heard Uchiha Madara suddenly speak, his voice colder than usual. That alone is insufficient. Madara's finger traced from the Uchiha front line to the northern bank of the river valley, pressing heavily at the intersection of red and black flags, leaving a small depression in the sand. The Shimura clan excels in fire and wind release. Occupying the high ground, they have a significant advantage attacking from above. We cannot launch a frontal assault from the valley floor alongside you. That would be no different from suicide. He paused, his gaze sweeping across the western side of the sand table, where several blue flags representing the Hashirama clan stood. If you wish to take this area, you must encircle it from the west. But from here to the northern riverbank is over 20 kilometers, and the Hashirama have always been allied with the Shimura. They will never allow us passage. In other words, to cooperate with the Hyuga, we would first need to breach at least 5 lines of defense held by the Hashirama. And you offer us only a 30% share of the mine. Uchiha Madara shook his head, his tone leaving no room for negotiation. Too little. Either grant us 70% of the mine's output and we agree to this cooperation, or dispatch sufficient troops to join us in assaulting the Hashirama positions. The choice is yours. The lead Hyuga ninja's expression shifted slightly, his grip on the teacup tightening. He had not anticipated the Uchiha making such demands. Joining forces to attack the Hashirama would inevitably split their forces. Moreover, the Hyuga clan's adversaries were not limited to the Shimura. The Sarutobi and the four families of Ino Shikacho had long coveted the fertile lands to their east. He had no doubt that if they diverted defensive personnel from the east, those four clans would activate their war machine the very next day, gradually encroaching on Hyuga territory. Yet if they conceded 70% of the mine, the Hyuga would reap negligible profits from this cooperation, possibly not even covering the losses incurred from deploying troops. Furthermore, although the speaker was the eldest son of the Uchiha clan head, Uchiha Shaku, the one with true authority, had yet to express any opinion. He hesitated, glancing at Chiyuki, but saw the young girl already furrowing her brow. The Hashirama are not only allies of the Shimura, but also vassals of the Senju. They have long declared war on the Uchiha. Moreover, if we do not push back the Shimura together, they will control over half the river's course, capable of affecting your fortress water supply at any time. Not to mention, if we are repelled by the Shimura and lose control of the riverbanks, they could tamper with the upstream, rendering you utterly defenseless against the Sanjus assault. Madara and Elder Joie exchanged glances, with the Hyuga ninja reading the threat in her words. Ku sat to the side, observing the gradually clarified deployment on the sand table, and suddenly an idea occurred to him. The silence in the room was like solidified candle wax. The Hyuga ninja's expression shifted unpredictably, while Uchiha Madara's dark pupils still held a chill. Elder Joie's fingers stroked his beard, remaining unhurried and silent. Just then Ku, who had been sitting quietly, without speaking, suddenly cleared his throat, breaking the deadlock. I want to know how the Hyuga can guarantee the Uchiha's mineral profits. His voice was not loud, but it drew everyone's attention. Joe raised an eyebrow at him, surprise flickering in his eyes, clearly not expecting Ku to say such a thing. The Hyuga ninja's expression turned even more grim. Chiyuki looked up, her pale eyes carrying a scrutinizing gaze. May I ask what insightful opinion young Master Uchiha Ke has? First, regarding the gold mine. Ke's fingertip heavily tapped the mine marker. 30% is too little and 70% would indeed be too difficult for you. I think 50% is just right. But we need to establish a camp around the mine and station a squad to ensure timely delivery of the output. After all, this place is too close to Shimura's territory, and no one can guarantee that further complications won't arise. The Uchiha's combat prowess is, I believe, well renowned. Those present were all intelligent people, and upon hearing this they naturally understood the subtext. Madara's eyes lit up, and he seemed about to say something. Uchiha Joie feigned calm, and took a sip of water, saying, What Ke said is also my thought. Let's set aside other matters for now, but we must ensure we get this share of the profits, or there's no deal. The leading Hyuga ninja immediately frowned. Allowing the Uchiha to station directly on the edge of our territory, this is rather. It's not the core area of the Hyuga clan grounds, just the mine periphery. Ku interrupted him, his fingertip tracing across the sand table, extending 2 depressions from the mine that connected to 2 existing Uchiha strongholds. Look, the mine is located at the junction of the Hyuga's northwest and the Hashirama's southeast. Our garrison can both guard the minerals and form a triangular formation with these 2 strongholds. For the Hyuga, it amounts to an extra external defense line, and we can also help repel counterattacks from Shimura and Hashirama. Why not do it? Madara's gaze followed the dashed lines, a gleam of understanding flashing in his eyes. This arrangement appeared to be merely a garrison, but in reality it formed a semi-encirclement of the Hyuga clan lands. If any change occurred in the future, the Uchiha could seize the initiative. Elder Joie nodded slightly, obviously seeing through this strategic depth. Second, regarding the defense line against the Hashirama clan, Ku continued. The Hyuga don't need to transfer their eastern main force, they just dispatch 30% of their troops to cooperate with us. You just said you worry that the Sarutobi and the Ino Shikacho for clans might take advantage. But with the Uzumaki clan watching, would they really dare to strike at you? The Uzumaki and the Senju have been on good terms for a long time. As far as the Senju are concerned, the Sarutobi and the Ino Shikacho are the enemies of their allies' enemy. Even if they really attacked us, the Uzumaki would have no reason to send troops to help us stab them in the back. The Hyuga ninja's words were not yet finished when Elder Joie interrupted. Those 4 clans are not major clans. Your eastern cities are all easy to defend and difficult to attack. If they truly want to take them, they would have to deploy their main forces. At that time, facing the rich iron mines with their back door wide open, how could the Uzumaki not be tempted? Moreover, with Princess Chiyuki here, they might not necessarily lean more toward the Senju. The leading Hyuga ninja looked at Chiyuki. If the Uzumaki were watching the east, it would indeed eliminate their worries. The young girl's fingertips lightly tapped the table, decisiveness flashing in her pale eyes, and her cool voice sounded. Stationing troops is acceptable, but the number must not exceed 30, and they shall not interfere in matters outside the mine. Naturally, elders responded. The Uchiha will only be responsible for the security of the minerals and will never overstep. As for the defense against the Hashirama, we will dispatch 30% of our eastern forces, and they can muster and depart in 10 days, Chiyuki continued. Regarding the Uzumaki, I will personally go to negotiate next week. The gold mine will give you 30% of the output settled every 3 months, and the Uchiha must also send people to help with mining. After weighing the interests, Uchiha finally smiled slightly. Agreed. But the Hyuga ninja must arrive at the battlefield within 15 days, or the agreement will be voided immediately, and the Uchiha will take the mine and the river valley alone. Rest assured, the Hyuga never break their word. Chiyuki stood up, the flowing cloud patterns on her sleeves swaying in the candlelight. Since we have reached an agreement, let's draft a supplementary contract. The Umbu ninja immediately fetched paper and brush, recording every detail agreed upon by both sides. After both parties confirmed there were no errors, they affixed their signatures. Ke sat back down, looking at Hyuga Chiyuki, before him a flicker of doubt in his eyes. He had casually mentioned that the Uzumaki clan would backstab the Sarutobi and the Ino Shikacho, but in reality, he was more inclined to agree with Hyuga Chiyuki's view. The Uzumaki would not abandon their long-standing friendly cooperation with the Senju for a few mines. What reason did Hyuga Chiyuki have to be so confident she could persuade the Uzumaki? From Elder's words, it seemed there was still much intelligence could it not know. The details of the agreement were settled, and the hospitality for the Hyuga ninjas would be arranged by Elder himself. Uchiha Madara did not wish to stay longer, and subtly gave Ku a wink. This scene naturally did not escape the notice of the elders, who found an excuse to let them return early to rest. Hyuga Chiyuki, however, remained behind. The two walked side by side out of the building as night fell. The evening breeze lifted their robes, causing them to flutter. In the distance, bonfires had been lit, dancing in the darkness, casting their elongated shadows. Hyuga Chiyuki. Ke spoke first, his tone carrying a hint of inquiry as he recalled the girl's cool and confident demeanor. The Hyuga clan has always distinguished only between the main and branch families. Oh, I've never heard of the title princess. And from Elder's words, it seems she has some connection with the Uzumaki. Madara's steps paused slightly. You actually don't know? I thought you were aware of it, which is why you brought up the Uzumaki. Her background is hardly a secret in the ninja world, though few speak of it openly. He lowered his voice with a hint of secrecy. 20 years ago, a young Hyuga Genrin encountered the then Uzumaki princess at a banquet, and they fell in love at first sight. Unfortunately, you know the traditions of the Uzumaki as well. At that time, the princess was already betrothed to Senju Butsuma, and the then Uzumaki clan head, who was over 40 and had only this one daughter, would never agree. 5 years later, when Senju Butsuma and the Uzumaki princess were preparing to marry Hyuga Genrin, who had become clan head, directly led Hyuga elites into Uzumaki territory and forcibly took the woman back. In that battle 15 years ago, Senju Butsuma and Hyuga Genrin did not decisively defeat each other, which nevertheless cemented Genrin's prestige. However, the two clans became thoroughly antagonistic. Kesai stirred at this. Bride kidnapping. And from the hands of Senju Butsuma no less. The Hyuga clan head truly had such boldness. But I never expected the princess to inherit the identity of the Uzumaki princess from her mother's side. Uchiha Madara paused for a moment and continued. Indeed, Hyuga Chiyuki not only possesses the purest bloodline of the Hyuga clan, but also carries the blood of the Uzumaki clan leader. Hyuga Genrin is indeed a figure to be reckoned with, subtly overshadowing Kagaya as the trend shifts towards the Senju and Uchiha clans, while the Uzumaki stance grows increasingly ambiguous. During these past springs, Hyuga Chiyuki would return to her clan's land with her mother for several months. After all, her mother has not been stripped of the Uzumaki surname to this day. The night was as dark as ink, and the bonfire at the entrance of the Uchiha clan outlined a hazy silhouette in the distance as the evening breeze swept through the dampness of the grass and trees, causing the garments of the two to flutter. Uchiha Kuro gazed into the distant dark forest outside the clan's territory, unconsciously rubbing the kunai at his waist. His mind lingered on Hyuga Chiyuki's complex background, being able to snatch the Uzumaki princess from the hands of the Senju Buddha. Moreover, that only daughter was willing to follow. This bloodline bond might truly become the key to sway the Uzumaki clan. It's no wonder the Uzumaki have remained neutral for the past decade. Based on the original narrative, I know the Uzumaki and Senju were supposed to be ironclad allies. Hyuga Genrin's actions have completely pushed the Senju to the opposing side. Madara's voice broke the silence, his black eyes shining remarkably in the night, infused with the unique sharpness of youth. However, it is indeed worth it. Regardless of whether he truly loves the Uzumaki princess, just the shift in the Uzumaki's attitude is enough to make it worthwhile. Not to mention that Chiyuki, who has inherited the Uzumaki bloodline, possesses insights and demeanor far surpassing that of the foolish clan members who were the result of inbreeding. As the two spoke, hurried footsteps suddenly approached, accompanied by heavy breathing as a shadow staggered and supported by the guards at the Uchiha gate rushing in from the entrance of the clan. It was an Uchiha Umbu, his black attire soaked in dark red blood with gaping wounds deep enough to see bone grotesquely exposing flesh, his face smeared with dirt mixed with blood. Even the Uchiha clan emblem embroidered on his forehead had become blurred. Upon seeing Kuro and Madara, he could only nod weakly in acknowledgement, his steps never faltering as he exerted every ounce of strength to rush towards the meeting hall from which the two had just exited. Let's go take a look. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Madara's eyes, the urge to witness the fight and the unfolding drama swiftly overshadowing the casual conversation as he exchanged a knowing glance with Kuro. Kuro, curious about this late-night urgent report, nodded in agreement, and the two hurriedly followed, slipping in. Inside, the candle flames flickered. The members of the Hyuga clan had all departed, leaving only Uchiha Zaka seated at the main position, bent over organizing the alliance agreement from earlier, the scratching sound of the pen across the parchment resonating clearly in the quiet hall. Upon seeing the blood-soaked Umbu burst in, Elder Zaku abruptly looked up, his previously relaxed brows furrowing tightly, his tone tinged with urgency. Takuji, what happened to you? The Umbu, referred to as Takuji, was a well-known figure within the clan, barely in his 20s, yet possessing Jonin-level strength, consistently responsible for intelligence transmission on the Western Front, so Zaku immediately recognized him. Takuji knelt on one knee, gasping heavily, blood continuously spilling from the corners of his mouth, his voice hoarse to the point of being nearly unrecognizable. Elder, there's been an incident on the Western Front. The Senju and Kagaya clans have secretly allied and launched an attack on our permanent fortifications. What? Elder Zaku stood up abruptly, the scrolls on the table scattering to the ground. The Senju and Kagaya. They have always kept to themselves. How could they suddenly join forces? What about the clansmen stationed there? What about Elder Do? The first two permanent fortifications have already fallen. Takuji struggled to lift his head, despair filling his eyes, blood vessels creeping across the whites of his eyes. 3 nights ago they launched a surprise attack. No one expected Kagaya to intervene. Their bone release can directly penetrate rock walls, rendering our defenses utterly ineffective. Elder Do fought against Senju Buddha and Kagaya clan leaders single-handedly to cover the clan's retreat. As their conversation unfolded, Kuro began to outline the breach of the Uchiha Western Front in his mind. Most of the Uchiha ninjas were initially engaged in battle on the front lines against the Senju. A week ago, sensing a deadlock at the front, Senju Buddha decided to withdraw some of his forces, switching from offense to defense, reallocating excess military strength to the Western Front, while secretly allying with the Kagaya clan. Kuro stood in the corner, his double Tomo Sharingan instinctively activated, silently observing Takuji's demeanor. The Western permanent fortifications were a barrier that the clan had spent years constructing, and Elder Do, a leader-level powerhouse, was stationed there. Even if the Senju launched a strong assault, it should have been able to withstand for over 10 days. How could they lose 2 defensive lines in just 3 days? Yet Takuji's wounds did not appear to be fabricated. Those gaping wounds, and the grief he expressed when mentioning Elder Do's death, did not seem like an act. Elder Zaku's expression grew increasingly grave, his fingers unconsciously stroking his beard. No wonder Senju Buddha has been inactive recently. It turns out he was plotting against the Western Front. Takuji pulled out a bloodstained scroll from his bosom and handed it forward. This is an urgent report that Elder Do gave me before his sacrifice, requesting the clan to send reinforcements immediately. If the third defensive line cannot hold, the Western Front will be lost, leaving our flanks completely exposed to the Senju. Elder Zaku stepped forward, quickly snatching the scroll, brushing off the bloodstains with his fingertips. Upon unfolding it, it was indeed in Elder Do's handwriting, sealed with the stamp of the stationed troops on the Western Front. The contents were consistent with what Takuji had said, filled with a sense of urgency. We must act quickly. Children under 8 cannot be sent with you. There are 47 Jonin and 5 elite Jonin still in the clan. Elder Zaku no longer hesitated, a decisive glint in his eyes, turning to shout outside the hall. Notify all Jonin and elite Jonin to gather at the training ground in 15 minutes. I will personally lead the support. Yes. The Uchiha gate responded promptly. Forget about the gate. You stay in the clan and quickly inform the others. Takuji, seeing this, relaxed his tensed body and quickly said, Elder Zaku, I will head back to the Western Front first. Zaku frowned at his words. You're injured so severely, as shouldn't you rest in the clan first? No, I need to quickly relay the news to Yuen. With that, Takuji turned and swiftly left, seeming lighter on his feet, perhaps due to the prospect of reinforcements. Go on. Elder Zaku waved his hand and began quickly organizing the maps and documents on the table, clearly preparing for deployment. Madara stood by clenching his fists, his eyes filled with eagerness. Elder Zaku, I want to go too. Kira's expression darkened immediately. Supporting was nonsense. Did Madara think his talent was so impressive? The most crucial thing was if he wanted to go, he should just go. Why look at me with such anticipation? Ban's voice carried the stubbornness peculiar to youth, his clenched fists bulging with veins stirred by the news of the Western Front's battles and Elder Do's death into a fierce desire for victory and bloodshed. He stared intently at Elder Zhua, his gaze even urging Ku on. Ke's face darkened further as he rolled his eyes inwardly. Was this fool truly unafraid of death? Even a clan leader-level powerhouse like Elder Do had fallen. How could two 6-year-old children go to the Western Front without being senselessly slaughtered? Moreover, doubts grew like tangled vines in his mind, feeling that this matter was shrouded in an inexplicable eeriness. The elder won't agree. Ke tugged at Ban's sleeve, lowering his voice. Ban shot him a glare, his tone laced with resentment. But the Western Front is nearly lost. We've already reached the level of special jonin. We're fully capable of helping on the front lines. More like making things worse. You can't even defeat a jonin. Are you going to challenge Chinsho Fujin alone? Ku ruthlessly exposed him. And on our first time at the battlefield, our identities would force others to waste manpower watching over us. The words struck Ban's weak spot, his face flushed red, but he couldn't retort. Elder Zhua paused in his document, sorting, looking up at the quarreling children. His gaze softened slightly, but remained resolute. Ban, Ku is right. You are the future of the Uchiha clan. Focus on training. It's far more important. When you're older, there will be plenty of opportunities to fight. Hearing Elder Zhua's dismissal, Uchiha Ban left the hall in disappointment, without a word to Ku, turning toward his. The night grew darker, a cool breeze brushing against his face, sharpening Ke's mind. Catching up in a few strides, he grabbed Ban's arm. Don't rush home just yet. There might be another fierce battle waiting for us. What? Uchiha Ban was puzzled. Ku pointed toward the clan's main gate, signaling him to listen as the Uchiha clan mobilized swiftly. Within 7 or 8 minutes, hundreds of ninjas had gathered on the training ground, their torches blazing in the night, like a sea of fire, their momentum soaring. Elder Zhua, clad in battle armor, stood at the front of the ranks and declared in a deep voice, I won't say much. Follow me and avenge Elder Do and our fallen clansmen. Avenged. Hundreds of ninjas shouted in unison, their voices shaking the clan grounds as they surged toward the gate. Ku and Ban stood at the edge of the training ground, watching the departing procession. Let's follow them. Hearing Ke's words, Ban's face lit up with surprise. Ku, you want to sneak to the front lines too? That's great. Let's go together. The front lines. Ku rolled his eyes, his dual Magatama, Sharingan, flashing red in the darkness. Not the front lines, but we are going to fight the Senju clan. Call Uncle Men first. If I'm right, just the two of us won't be enough. Tawajin. Ban paused, frowning in thought. What's wrong with him? The wounds were real, and Elder Do's handwritten letter was genuine. Uchiha Men chimed in. I also verified his identity. It's definitely Tawajin himself. That's the problem. Ke lowered his voice. First, think about it. Elder Do was a seasoned warrior. Even facing two opponents of the same level, if he couldn't win, wouldn't he at least have had a chance to retreat? Even if he covered his clansmen's withdrawal, dying in battle is abnormal. Men's brow furrowed, clearly struck by Ke's insight. That does seem odd. Second, Tawajin was badly wounded, deep gashes to the bone. He could barely stand in the hall, yet as soon as the reinforcements were dispatched, he walked away with a lighter step. Ku continued his analysis. Also, he said he was going to deliver a message to Yu Yuan, the captain of the 3rd Defense Line on the Western Front. But he didn't even go to the medical department. Carrying such severe injuries, wasn't he afraid of bleeding to death on the way? Moreover, he could have waited just a dozen minutes for the main force to depart. With his injuries, he might not even arrive faster than the reinforcements. Even if we stretch it, sending a message doesn't require him to go. Any Jonin-level Umbu could have done it. A barrage of doubts rained down, leaving Ban utterly stunned. His excitement faded, replaced by gravity. Are you saying Tawajin is a fake? Not necessarily, but something is definitely off. Ku shook his head. Uncle Min verified his identity, yet his actions are too contradictory. And his gaze at us was strange. He seemed relieved after the reinforcements were dispatched. Furthermore, your younger brothers would all be killed in the coming years. Of course, Ku kept that last thought to himself. So what do we do now? Min looked at Ku, his tone now carrying conviction, even though he was supposed to be the leader of this trio. He was thoroughly persuaded by Uchiha Ke's reasoning. Having been an Umbu himself, he had been blinded by the wartime urgency, but now with Ke's prompting, he could spot many suspicious points. Let's chase after him. Determination flashed in Ke's eyes. He left not long ago and is badly wounded. We should be able to catch up. Ban immediately perked up, gripping the kunai at his waist. Good. Let's see where he's really going and what message he's delivering. If he's up to something, we'll capture him. Don't act rashly, Min said in a low voice. Follow him first and see his destination. Ban nodded, suppressing his agitation. Exchanging a glance with Ke, they vanished in a flash, darting out of the clan grounds along Tuzhen's trail. Given his background in intelligence and assassination, men could still trace the faint signs despite Tuzhen's careful erasure of blood and footprints. But the man had left in too much haste, allowing men to follow the subtle clues. He deliberately avoided the main paths of the clan grounds, heading toward the dense forest on the west side, a direction completely opposite to the western front. He's definitely up to something. Ban cursed under his breath. The western front is northwest of the clan. He's heading southwest into the woods. Your guess was right, Ku. Ku said nothing, only quickening his pace. The forest was thick and the night deep, but in the Sharingan's vision, everything became clear. Soon the three spotted Tawajin, but they kept a great distance, using the enhanced vision of the Sharingan to observe. They deliberately maintained a safe distance, not daring to get too close. After all, a Jonin's perception was formidable. If discovered, Uncle Men could easily subdue him, but they might not be able to lure out the bigger fish behind the scenes. The night was as dark as ink, with the trees in the dense forest thriving, their intertwined branches slicing the moonlight into fragmented shards. Kuban and Uchiha Mon formed a triangular formation, their steps as light as the night birds flitting through the woods, trailing far behind their target. Uchiha Mon's single Sharingan eye slightly rotated, capturing the faint silhouette of Takuzan. Mon observed Takuzan's rhythm of steps. Although Takuzan appeared to stagger, each step was firmly planted, his breathing steady, devoid of the unsteadiness typical of an injured person, further confirming their suspicions. The three maintained their distance, following Takuzan deeper into the forest. After running for about half an hour, the dense woods suddenly opened up to reveal a small valley where a dark figure was already standing in the clearing. The figure was clad in black combat attire, a long sword strapped to his back, exuding a fierce chakra fluctuation that indicated his formidable strength. Ke's Sharingan narrowed slightly, clearly perceiving that the chakra of the opponent far exceeded that of an ordinary upper ninja, at least at the elite upper ninja level. Due to the openness ahead, the three did not leave the forest, continuing to observe from the shadows provided by Takuzan hastened forward. The fatigue and sorrow from earlier vanished from his face, replaced by a smug satisfaction as his voice drifted back intermittently. Master of the clan, new generation plan. The tall dark figure nodded in satisfaction and pulled out a sealed small box from his pocket, tossing it to Takuzan. Takuzan eagerly caught the box, opened it, and poured out a black pill, swallowing it without hesitation. Before long, the gruesome wounds on his body began to heal at a visible rate, and his complexion regained its color, the previous signs of weakness completely swept away. Ke's gaze grew colder. Although he was unaware of the specifics of their conversation, the keyword new generation confirmed his suspicions. Someone had launched an extermination campaign against the Uchiha children in recent years. He had previously suspected the cause of death for Ban's generation, and it was evident now that it was a long-planned conspiracy. Make your move. Uchiha Mon's low voice shattered the night sky. Before his words fell, his figure shot out of the forest like an arrow released from a bow, the Sharingan in his right eye locking onto the opponent's back, kunai wrapped in lightning chakra flying towards the target's vitals. Having just consumed an unknown drug, and with his injuries not fully healed, Takuzan suddenly sensed a chilling threat from behind, his expression changing drastically. Having just consumed an unknown drug, and with his injuries not fully healed, Takuzan suddenly sensed a chilling threat from behind, his expression changing drastically. Instinctively, he sidestepped Ban's kunai, grazing his shoulder and drawing a trail of blood. Ke's Sharingan flickered, accurately predicting his evasion route, and aimed for his left chest. Takuzan was an upper ninja, and both Ku and Ban were far inferior to him in individual strength, let alone the vast difference in combat experience. Even together, they could not overpower him. Thus, from the very start, they held nothing back, intent on killing him, hoping to take him down while he had yet to fully recover. Yet, even in a compromised state, Takuzan's muscle memory delivered the optimal response when ambushed. He raised his leg to knee the opponent's arm, forcing the kunai aimed at his heart to change direction. Ku, countering the move, concentrated chakra in his other hand and struck Takuzan's lower back. Puff! Takuzan spat out a mouthful of blood, stumbling forward. Although he had heard that the new generation of Uchihas produced 2 rare geniuses in a century, he still did not expect these 2 6-year-old kids to be so formidable, their cooperation flawless, as if they had fought side by side many times before. On the other side, the dark figure reacted swiftly, sensing the attack from behind. He spun around suddenly, his long sword was drawn in an instant, blocking the kunai with a resounding clang. Sparks from the metallic clash flashed briefly in the night, with the tremendous impact forcing Mon to stagger back 3 steps, an old injury to his shoulder aching painfully. Uchiha Mon. The shadow narrowed his eyes, recognizing Mon's unique eye feature, his voice low and hoarse. It's been a long time. It seems retirement hasn't diminished your strength much, but too bad you are still going to die here today. Kakashi Yamazaki. Mon recognized the figure immediately, Yamazaki, once an intelligence ninja of the Hatake clan, was known in the ninja world for his swordsmanship combined with wind ninjutsu. It was this man who had indirectly caused Mon to become one-eyed during the ambush. Yamazaki twisted his wrist, sweeping the long sword, infusing wind chakra into the blade, unleashing a half-meter-wide wind blade aimed directly at Mon's face. Mon's gaze sharpened his Sharingan, predicting the trajectory of the wind blade. As he sidestepped, he quickly threw out 5 kunai tied, with explosive tags forming hand signs at lightning speed. Fire release, Great Fire Annihilation Technique. Boom. The explosive tags detonated beside the wind blade, the shockwave neutralizing its force, thick smoke billowing as several fireballs surged out resembling dragon heads. Using the cover of the smoke, Mon moved like a phantom, circling around to Yamazaki's side, thrusting kunai that aimed straight for vital points, his single Sharingan spinning rapidly into 3 tomos. The battle in the valley escalated instantaneously, the roars of ninjutsu intertwining with the sounds of metal clashing, shattering the tranquility of the forest. Ku and Ban teamed up against Takuzan, forming a perfect suppression. Ban's attacks were exceptionally fierce, his physical skills surpassing his peers. Every swing of his kunai carried the force to split mountains and shatter stones, forcing Takuzan into a defensive position. Although his single Tomo Sharingan was not as powerful as Ke's double Tomo, it still allowed him to predict Takuzan's movements, making it difficult for Takuzan to create distance or use ninjutsu. These two little brats. Takuzan felt both astonished and angry, his heart filled with frustration. He considered his strength not weak, ranking among his peers, but now he was being forced into such a corner by 2 children. This situation couldn't continue. Uchiha Ke glanced to the side where Mon and Yamazaki's battle had reached a fever pitch, their clashes devastating everything around them, seemingly evenly matched. However, with the aid of the Sharingan, he could clearly sense that Mon's old injuries placed him at a disadvantage. He needed to quickly take down the opponent before him to provide support. Ban, do you have a quick way to take him down? Ban was evidently taken aback by Ke's question, momentarily stunned, allowing Takuzan to seize the opportunity and create distance. Little geniuses, let me teach you your first lesson. Eye-chatting during a fight is a big taboo. Takuzan quickly formed hand signs. Fire release, Great Fire Annihilation. The scorching flames surged with a violent heat wave rushing towards Ku and Ban. Ke's eyes narrowed, pulling Ban to swiftly sidestep, while simultaneously launching several shuriken aimed precisely at the core of the fireball. They'll leave this guy to you. Try to hold him off for 10 minutes while I go deal with the other side. Ku quickly left behind this statement and dashed towards the battlefield of Mon and Yamazaki. You're insane. The astonished shout of Ban was swallowed by the roar of flames as the scorching wave of heat lifted his clothing and slightly curled his hair. He had thought that Ku would come up with some clever trick to help him take down Takuzan, but he did not expect the latter to rush directly to another battlefield, leaving him to face an enemy of Jonin level alone. Seeing this, Takuzan sneered. The flames of the Great Fire technique that had just dissipated were still lingering, and he quickly formed hand seals with both hands again. Fire-style Phoenix Fire technique. Dozens of fireballs carrying sparks shot towards Ban like a meteor shower, densely blocking all his escape routes. 10 minutes, huh? Without your companion to restrain me, can you last a minute? Ban's eyes flashed with a hint of panic, which was soon entirely replaced by the stubbornness ingrained in his bones. His single Tomo Sharingan spun rapidly, the crimson Tomo leaving afterimages in his pupils, predicting the trajectory of each fireball. His footsteps shifted quickly, weaving through the gaps in the flames like a butterfly among flowers, as he threw kunai to deflect several approaching fireballs. Sparks splattered against his cheek, leaving faint burn marks, yet he remained oblivious, his gaze fixed solely on Takuzan's figure. Don't underestimate me. Ban roared, unleashing all his chakra. No longer just evading, he charged towards the remaining fireballs, channeling chakra into his kunai, forcefully splitting a path through the flames as he lunged for Takuzan's face. Takuzan's pupils narrowed. He did not expect this kid to be so bold. He sidestepped to avoid the kunai and struck towards Ban's chest. Ban had already predicted this, twisting and narrowly dodging the strike, while simultaneously elbowing Takuzan in the ribs. Takuzan grimaced in pain, surprised by the solidity of this child's taijutsu. The two were instantly entangled in combat, kunai clashing with fists and feet, making it difficult to distinguish between them. Under the pressure of life and death, Ban held firm against Takuzan's relentless assault with sheer determination. On the other side, Ku darted into the main battlefield like a bolt of black lightning. At this moment, Mon was being forced back step by Yamazaki's wind-style sword technique, an old injury on his shoulder bursting open again, blood soaking through the lining of his armor. Yamazaki's long sword danced like a raging wind, the wind-style chakra coating the blade with an invisible edge, each slash resonating with a sharp sound that tore through the air. It was evident that Mon had fallen into a disadvantageous position. Uncle Mon, to your left. Ke's low shout was like music to his ears. Yamazaki was just about to unleash wind style when he instinctively glanced to the left only to see a shadow flash past, as Ku had circled around to his blind spot. With his Sharingan locking onto Yamazaki's back, Ku gathered lightning-style chakra into his kunai, crackling with electric light. Just a petty trick. Yamazaki snorted coldly, swinging his long sword back in a fierce counter, aiming to slice Ku at the waist. But this was exactly what Ku wanted. He had already predicted Yamazaki's counterattack with his Sharingan, and with a surge of chakra, he dropped down rapidly while throwing his kunai. The kunai grazed past Yamazaki's long sword and precisely struck the pressure point on his calf. Ugh! Yamazaki's leg went numb, causing a momentary delay in his movements. It was in this fleeting moment of vulnerability that Mon seized the opportunity. He took a deep breath, the light of his single Tomo Sharingan exploding with brightness as he channeled all his chakra into the kunai. A blue light enveloped the kunai, shooting towards Yamazaki's chest like a thunderbolt. Yamazaki's expression changed drastically. Wanting to evade, he found himself unable to move due to the numbness in his calf, and could only barely turn his long sword to block. Clang! The collision of lightning and wind sliced through the air with a violent explosion of energy, forcing both men to stagger back. Yamazaki stumbled back 3 steps, a hole burned through the armor on his chest by the lightning, his skin darkening. Ku let out a low shout, quickly forming hand seals. Fire-style great fireball technique. The scorching fireball flew towards Yamazaki, whose eyes narrowed. He swung his long sword again, using wind-style chakra to split the fireball in half, but this also exposed his weakness. Mon seized the opportunity, dashing forward like a wraith with the kunai aimed at Yamazaki's wrist, forcing him to abandon his chopping motion. Ku, taking advantage of the cover, once again circled behind Yamazaki, seizing the opening to deliver a palm strike to his back, chakra surging into him. Puff! Yamazaki spat out a mouthful of blood, his chakra instantly thrown into disarray. Mon took this chance to advance, stabbing the kunai into Yamazaki's shoulder and pinning him to a large tree. Damn it! Yamazaki roared, trying to activate his final wind-style ninjutsu, but his wrist was seized painfully in the hand forming the seals. The red light of 3 Sharingan illuminated Yamazaki's pupils. This ends here. Surrender. Yamazaki's eyes flashed with madness, his lips moving, but Mon quickly grasped his chin, like lightning, forcibly extracting a pill from his mouth. You think you can poison yourself to death, you scum of the Hitaki clan? Speak. What is your true objective? Heh. Yamazaki's gaze turned fierce as he spat at Mon, who easily dodged to the side. Uchiha Mon, uninterested in wasting more words with him, struck Yamazaki's neck with a palm, knocking him unconscious, and then severed his limbs with the kunai, completely eliminating any chance of resistance. Could keep an eye on him. After saying that, he turned and charged towards the battlefield between Ban and Takuzan. The battle over there had reached a fever pitch. At this moment, Ban was in a dire situation, who, despite managing to withstand Takuzan's fierce attacks with sheer grit and the predictions of his Sharingan. However, he was still quite young, his chakra nearly exhausted, with several wounds on his body, blood dripping from his clothing. Takuzan, on the other hand, became increasingly impatient. He had not expected a 6-year-old kid to hold him off for so long. Let alone 10 minutes, it had already been 15 minutes. With Mon now coming to assist after dealing with Yamazaki, Takuzan felt even more anxious. He no longer had the intention of killing Uchiha Ban. The moment a victor emerged on the other side, yet Ban, sensing the other's intentions, became even more aggressive in his attacks, throwing himself into a reckless onslaught. Moreover, with Takuzan's mind occupied with escaping and unwilling to engage too deeply, it had become a situation where a seasoned jonin was being pressed by a mere 6-year-old child. Fire-style great fireball barrage. Wind-style vacuum sphere. Takuzan gritted his teeth, his hands rapidly forming seals as several fireballs and wind bullets erupted from his mouth, the wind fueling the flames and instantly covering everything ahead. The mixed ninjutsu required a high level of chakra control. A single misstep could lead to disastrous consequences. But the high risk naturally brought high rewards, and Takuzan's ninjutsu attack was fiercer than any before. Facing this overwhelming onslaught, Ban clearly struggled to keep up. Although his Sharingan had predicted the trajectories of the ninjutsu, he simply lacked the strength to evade. He could only barely avoid the vital points, with fireballs grazing his arms, instantly causing blisters to form. At that moment, a shadow flashed by as Mon swiftly pulled Ban behind him, forming hand seals. Earth-style Earth Flow Wall. Earth Release Earth Flow Wall. A thick earthen wall suddenly rose from the ground, forcefully blocking the impact of Takazan's mixed ninjutsu. Boom. Several fireballs crashed against the earthen wall, simultaneously producing a deafening roar, while scorching air sent fragments of stone flying, charring the vegetation within a 10-meter radius. The earth flow wall was also burned black and cracked, its surface covered in a web-like pattern, yet it remained intact, protecting the 2 individuals behind it. Ban moved to the back. Men said in a deep voice. He pushed the injured Ban to a safe area, his single Sharingan firmly locking onto Takazan. Having just gone through a fierce battle, he was in a weakened state, but still dared not relax. Ban gritted his teeth wanting to counter, but his chakra was nearly depleted. Seeing his surprise attack blocked, Takazan grew increasingly anxious. He had thought that his mixed ninjutsu would create an opening for escape, but did not expect the reinforcements on Men's side to arrive so quickly. Do you think you can keep me here like this? A fierce glint flashed into Takazan's eyes as chakra surged wildly. The air around him slightly distorted from the violent fluctuations of his chakra, as if he intended to perform some forbidden technique. Stop him! Men shouted, taking the initiative to attack, rushing forward with a kunai aimed directly at Takazan's knee. Takazan sidestepped the kunai while elbowing backward fiercely toward Men's chest, his movements quick, precise, and ruthless. The inside of the Sharingan allowed Men to react swiftly, extending his other hand to block the incoming attack, while his left foot kicked into Takazan's lower back. With a muffled bang, Takazan's body flew like a kite, with a severed string crashing into several trees. He staggered to his feet, glancing at the position where the battle had just taken place. Men, already burdened with an old shoulder injury, was further strained from the fight with Kiba, and after taking Takazan's elbow, his arm was nearly incapacitated. Meanwhile, Uchiha Ban no longer had the stamina to pursue, his thoughts flashing through his mind as he prepared to turn and flee. Just then, Ke's voice suddenly rang out, "Humph." Trying to escape. Although he was assigned to keep an eye on Kiba, there was not much to guard against when facing an Thus Ke had been observing the battle on the other side, and upon noticing Takazan's risk of escape, he had already circled to the front of his escape route. Locking onto every movement of his opponent with the Sharingan, Ke held a kunai that glinted with a chilling light. As soon as Takazan steadied himself, he saw Ke coming at him, and was startled, instinctively wanting to retreat, but was firmly entangled by men behind him. At this moment, Takazan was completely surrounded, Ke blocking the front, men pursuing from behind, and Ban lurking on the side. In this desperate situation, a hint of panic flashed in his eyes, yet he still refused to surrender. "Since you want me dead, then let's die together." Takazan roared in anger, the last remnants of chakra in his body surged, his hands swiftly forming seals, a trace of madness flashing in his eyes. The three of them felt as if they were facing a great threat, yet none wanted to retreat. If Takazan found an opportunity to escape, given their current state, they might not be able to catch up. However, nothing further happened. Takazan fell straight down as if he had suddenly died of a heart attack. "Don't try any tricks." Ban snorted coldly, not daring to let down his guard. "Damn, I actually forgot about this," Men lamented. "No need to worry, he ingested poison and is already dead." "What?" Kiba developed a type of pill that under normal circumstances causes no harm, but once infused with chakra, it becomes a poison. All of Kiba's Umbu would hold one in their mouths before undertaking a mission to ensure they could commit suicide if the mission failed, preventing them from being hypnotized and leaking information. This drug is documented in the intelligence of various clans, and the symptoms of poisoning are exactly as they are now. Following the direction of Men's finger, they looked at Takazan lying on the ground, his face covered in a web of black markings intricately intertwined. Ke's eyes lit up as he said, "Then we can take the body back. It can serve as proof that Takazan was indeed a spy for Kiba." "Yes, but..." Men stroked his chin, lost in thought. "While Takazan is indeed a spy for Kiba, it seems unlikely that he was acting on behalf of Kiba." "What do you mean, eh?" Ban, who was examining Takazan's poisoning symptoms on the ground, curiously raised his head. "Takazan is definitely a spy for Kiba. This is irrefutable evidence, but he was just a civilian Umbu. Our Uchiha Umbu are divided into two types, either clan members who can choose to join the Umbu once they reach Jonin, or civilian ninjas who are periodically taken from the territories controlled by their clan and sent to Suisun Castle for unified training. Those who become Jonin will be dispatched to their clan's territory as Umbu. If not, they will become ordinary intelligence ninjas. Takazan belongs to the latter. He was recruited among a batch 13 years ago when he was only 6 years old, and for the past 13 years he has been under the watchful eye of the clan. What could have caused him to become a spy for Kiba? Unfortunately, he has already committed suicide, making it impossible to extract any intelligence from him. Perhaps this one knows the reason. Why not hurry and interrogate him? Ke walked over to the unconscious Kiba, kicking his face to signal the other two to come over quickly. Ban took a few steps before collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath. The wounds on his body burst open again due to the exertion, blood dripping from his clothing and pooling on the ground into a small dark red puddle. 10 minutes. Ban looked at Ke with a strange expression. "I was left alive by you and faced off against a Jonin for 15 minutes. As soon as Kiba regained consciousness, he immediately noticed that all his limbs had been severed. The wounds had been roughly bandaged, and the remaining parts of his body were tied to a tree. He had been forcibly awakened by infused chakra and now had no ability to resist. Escaping or committing suicide was impossible. In fact, judging by his current state, if not for his exceptionally high physical constitution, he would have long since succumbed to death from blood loss. Even an ordinary jonin would certainly be unconscious in this situation. He never expected to fall in such a place, and even had no time to take the poison. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. Min walked up to Kiba, looking down at him with a cold glint in his single Sharingan. Speak. What is the plan of your Kiba clan? What does it have to do with the new generation? How did Takazan give? How many spies are lurking within the Uchiha? Kiba's lips, although bleeding profusely, curled into a cold smile. You will never extract any information from me. The Uchiha brats will eventually die in the clan leader's plan. You won't leak any information. The tone of Min was slightly peculiar. Under the Sharingan, do you really think you can hide any secrets? Min's single-eyed Sharingan suddenly brightened, the three tomo spinning rapidly in his crimson pupils. Chakra surged, and the illusion technique forcibly pierced through Yamazaki's mental defenses. As a dark ninja, Min was well-versed in using illusions to pry open the mouths of enemies. Especially now Yamazaki was already weak from blood loss, and under Min's unreserved assault, he was quickly hypnotized. It wasn't that Yamazaki didn't resist. The veins on his forehead bulged like worms, and the remaining chakra within him surged wildly. However, he was facing the three tomo Sharingan. Moreover, he was gravely injured, and on the verge of death, his will about to crumble. That little resistance was easily torn apart like paper. Ban sat beside a rock, enduring excruciating pain, his gaze fixed on Yamazaki's distorted face, forcing himself to pay attention to Min's interrogation, missing not a single detail in their conversation. Ke stood by Min's side. Although the Sharingan was now closed, he remained vigilant, recovering his strength while keeping an eye on the surroundings. After all, no one knew whether there were other ambushers nearby. Takuji is not compromised. Yamazaki's voice was hollow from hypnosis, his eyes vacant, as if they could extinguish at any moment. He has been cultivated as a spy by the Hitaki clan since birth. With Yamazaki's words, the Hitaki family's plan unfolded before the three. It turned out that it wasn't only after Hitaki Tsukumo became the clan leader that they set their sights on the Sharingan. The Hitaki had coveted this bloodline limit over 20 years ago. The previous Hitaki clan leader had long been planning gathering hundreds or even thousands of civilian infants within the Land of Fire, most of whom had been abandoned by their parents, with some simply having gotten lost. They brainwashed these children from a young age and secretly imprisoned them in an underground base at the border with the Land of Water, instilling in them the ideology of serving the Hitaki. The Hitaki ninjas also erased all traces of these children in the world, cultivating them to adapt to life in Uchiha territory. Once these children turned 5, the Hitaki disguised them as ordinary orphan civilians and released them into the cities of Uchiha territory, allowing them to participate in the Uchiha's Dark Ninja selection. These individuals may not have been born to be spies, but the Hitaki ninjas ensured they learned disguise and intelligence transmission from a young age, practicing how to remain tight-lipped during interrogation and how to commit suicide with poison at critical moments. The Hitaki calculated that the Uchiha would regularly recruit orphans to replenish their ninja ranks, deliberately setting this trap. Of the hundreds of children, only 10 passed the Uchiha screening and were incorporated into the training system. So Takuji is one of those 10. What are their assignments? Do they know each other's identities? Are there any specific communication codes? Ke's brows furrowed as he sorted through the key information in the intelligence. In response to Ke's questioning, Yamazaki paused for a moment, seemingly triggered by some key phrase, attempting to resist the hypnosis. Min's pressure increased sharply, but he still forcibly controlled Yamazaki's state. The 10 individuals were divided into 2 groups, with 3 of them who had better talents successfully infiltrating the Dark Ninja unit responsible for conveying core intelligence, directly reporting to the Hitaki clan leader. The other 7 were merely Chunin, acting as ordinary intelligence ninjas, remaining hidden in logistics and medical departments as undercover operatives. Takuji was one of those who infiltrated the Dark Ninjas, while the 7 pawns reported to the direct superior Hitaki Yamazaki. The orders given to these 10 individuals by the clan were also quite simple: to search for all relevant intelligence with the ultimate goal of finding an opportunity to divert the majority of the Uchiha's guarding forces and striking against all the children. These spies knew that there were other ninjas from the clan who had also infiltrated the Uchiha, but they did not know each other's identities. Ban, listening, was filled with rage, slamming his palm on the ground beside him, sending shards of stone flying. What a sinister scheme. After so many years of planning, they aim to utterly annihilate our future. The Sharingan. Ku caught the key information and immediately pressed on. What is your ultimate goal after making such a huge effort to infiltrate? The previously mentioned new generation plan is not simply about slaughtering, right? The core of the new generation plan is harvesting and plundering. In the depths of the dense forest, the air was thick with a pungent smell of blood. Hitaki Yamazaki had his limbs severed, bound to a rough tree trunk like a broken human stick. Under the pressure of Uchiha Men's single-eyed, three-tomo Sharingan, this iron-willed ninja at this moment lost focus in his eyes, spilling truths that sent chills down the spines of the three present. Plundering newborns. Ban's eyes widened in disbelief. Have they gone mad? What use is there in plunder? It's useful. Extremely useful. Men's voice was hoarse like sandpaper rubbing together. The Hitaki clan leader is obsessed with the Sharingan, yet knows that forcibly taking the eyes of adult Uchiha poses too great a risk and is prone to rejection after transplantation. We plan to hire scientific ninjas from the land of water with a hefty sum to research how to use drugs to enable transplanted Uchiha children's eyes to autonomously evolve into three-tomo Sharingan. Beasts. Ban roared, his chakra erupting, causing the surrounding grass and trees to be toppled by the shockwave. They actually dare to lay such hands on newborns. I will kill all the Hitaki scum. Takuji's intelligence was meant to draw away the Uchiha's main force. Now, apart from a few injured ninjas left behind, there are almost no guarding ninjas in the clan territory. The hypnotized Yamazaki continued to speak on his own. We have dispatched all the elite within the clan. To prevent potential risks, a raiding unit composed of 20 elite jonin has already circumvented the western defense zone 2 hours ago. Hearing this, the others felt a chill, as if their blood had frozen. 20 elite jonin. Under normal circumstances, the Uchiha, even the Uchiha clan territory from this morning, would not need to worry about this raid. Even though the clan had no elite jonin due to the war, Uchiha Zaku at the shadow level could completely crush 20 jonin. But at this moment, the Uchiha had been deceived into drawing the tiger away from the mountain and had almost no guarding ninjas left. There is one more target. Yamazaki's voice continued mechanically. According to the intelligence provided by the Senju, a Hyuga delegation is also within Uchiha's clan territory, led personally by the princess of the Hyuga and Uzumaki. The people from Senju want to take advantage of the opportunity to capture Hyugachika, or kill her, and pin the blame on the Uchiha, completely severing the possibility of an alliance between the two clans, as well as seeking revenge for the past grudge against the Hyuga. To achieve this goal, the current Grand Elder of the Hitaki clan, Hitaki Raiga, is leading the team. What time is it? Ku asked coldly, feeling his heart racing violently, not merely from fear, but from the tremors of an impending upheaval and the excitement of confronting the truth. Once Taku-Jun confirms that the main forces have departed, the ambush will commence. The agreed time is midnight. Midnight. Uchiha Ken suddenly lifted his head to gaze at the night sky, where a pale crescent moon had ascended to its zenith, the cool moonlight filtering through the leaves of the trees, casting an unspeakable air of desolation. It's almost midnight now. Uchiha Madara's face turned instantly pale, images of his smiling younger brothers flashing in his mind, along with a few younger cousins still in their cradles babbling. Damn it, we've been played. My brother is still at home. Madara unleashed a burst of chakra, shattering the rocks beneath his feet, and turned to charge back. The single tomo in his eye spun wildly, emotions surging intensely. The muffled sound of a blade severing a windpipe halted Madara's furious movements for a moment. He looked back to see Ku expressionless as he pulled out a kunai, blood gushing from Konoha Sakiki's carotid artery, splattering half of Ke's face, making him appear like a demon rising from hell under the moonlight. Ku didn't even spare the corpse a glance, calmly wiping the blood from his sleeve. That explains it. Whether it was the deaths of Uchiha Madara's brothers, or certain mysteries from the Warring States period in the original work, everything could now be explained. Uchiha Ku had always harbored a doubt. Why did the Uchiha surrender to the Senju just before the founding of Kishimoto's reasoning was simple. Uchiha Madara couldn't defeat Senju Hashirama, and when the top-tier combatants couldn't prevail, surrender was the only option. However, after arriving in this world, Ku became aware of certain issues. The answer to this matter couldn't possibly be so straightforward. The Warring States period lasted for 1,000 years, and it was inconceivable that the leaders of the Senju and Uchiha were evenly matched in every generation. Rather, it was rare to find a pure 50-50 match like Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Taijima. For most of the time, the top-tier combatants of both clans were imbalanced, yet there had never been a case where one clan completely surrendered. The reason was simple: high-level combat strength had always been relatively matched. Even if your clan leader had the upper hand, it was impossible for one person to annihilate thousands or tens of thousands of my clan. Of course, in the original work, Senju Hashirama indeed possessed that kind of strength, but having the strength doesn't mean it can be realized. Forget about tens of thousands of people. Even a few thousand pigs running around would give Senju Hashirama a headache. Let alone the Uchiha, who had a substantial foundation built over hundreds of years. That was the heritage of the clans. Even if the front line fell completely, they still had backup plans to shrink their territory, or even seal the clan retreating to develop in secret. Moreover, from Ke's current perspective, given the Uchiha's defiance and hatred towards the Senju, even if the clan leader truly led to surrender, the people beneath him would never agree. From the original work, one could actually spot strange details. Every time there was a battle, Senju Hashirama was always accompanied by many clan members, while Uchiha Madara appeared to be a solitary figure challenging the opponent alone. Now it seems the reason is simple: the Uchiha clan members of Madara's generation probably perished in this ambush, and with the Hyuga who originally leaned towards the Uchiha, certainly harboring grievances against them after losing their princess. In such circumstances, one can easily understand how difficult the Uchiha situation would be in the years to come. Could it not ponder for long, speaking in a near-cold, rational tone? Madara, Uncle Min, you are both gravely injured. Returning now would be tantamount to seeking death. You need to handle the bodies of Takujun and Yamazaki properly, and go find Elder Zhuang for reinforcements. These two corpses are the best proof we have. And what about you? Madara also calmed down. In the face of such a large-scale ambush, having their 3 extra heads wouldn't change much. What about me? Ku turned to look at Madara. Of course I'll return to support. At the very least, let those who can retreat find a chance to escape. After saying that, Ke's chakra erupted beneath him, and he transformed into a black shadow rushing back into the dense forest. Madara gritted his teeth, casting a deep glance at Ke's back, and followed closely. Uncle Min, you go find Elder Zhuang. I will return with Ku to provide assistance. Looking at the approaching Madara, Ku helplessly said, in your current condition, who do you think you can save? Not dragging anyone down would be good enough. You should just obediently stay with Uncle Min. Your presence would make Elder Zhuang more convinced. After sending Madara away, Ku swiftly traversed the forest alone, the wind howling past his ears like the cries of spirits, his mind racing. He was constructing a map of the Uchiha clan's territory in his mind. Konoha Lightning Fong at the level of clan leader, just a step away, leading 30 elite shinobi in the ambush. This is simply beyond my current capability to contend with. However, the clan territory is vast, and they couldn't possibly eliminate everyone instantly. It was nighttime now, and the children had already returned home. Their forces would surely be forced to disperse, so by sheer luck, he might only have to face the combat strength of a single elite shinobi. The rescue targets are also quite simple. Everything else can be sacrificed, but the children from the clan leader's household, as well as the welcoming pavilion where the Hyuga delegation is currently staying, must be reached. The reason is straightforward: whether others live or die doesn't matter, but Takumi and Izuna must survive, as these two involve Madara and his own future eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. As for the reason to save Hyuga Chika, it is also simple. Even with sufficient evidence proving that this ambush was the scheme of Konoha, if Hyuga Chika were to die in this attack, the fact that the Hyuga princess died in Uchiha territory would be undeniable, and the two clans would inevitably become hostile. Ke's eyes flashed with a glint. The rescue of Hyuga Chika was imperative. Even disregarding the family aspect, simply considering his own interests made it so. 10 minutes later, he crossed the last ridge. Even though he had mentally prepared himself, the sight before him still made Ke's body stiffen. The originally peaceful Uchiha territory had now transformed into a scene of carnage. Fiery flames soared into the sky, tinting half the heavens red, while thick smoke billowed upwards, obscuring the moonlight. Even from a distance, the piercing screams, the explosions of ninjutsu, and the nauseating scent of charred flesh were all unmistakably clear. Ku stared at the hellish scene, not far away, one hand stealthily reaching for his ninja tool pouch. At this moment, he had regained his calm, his gaze frighteningly composed, as if the burning below was not his clan's territory at all. Ke's silhouette, like a nimble leopard, landed silently on the branch of a giant tree at the periphery of the clan grounds under the cover of night. Drawing closer, he found the scene even more devastating than it had appeared from afar. Flames devoured the houses, and the beams crackled in the heat, drowning out the cicadas that should have been chirping. The air was thick with the stench of burnt flesh and heavy blood suffocating. This was the western side of the clan grounds where commoners and low-ranking genin lived. The once lively streets were now littered with corpses lying in all directions. The enemy numbers around 60. Only 20 are jonin, about 10 are special jonin, and the rest are chunin, widely dispersed. It seems they are quite confident, believing that with the main force of the Uchiha away, the remaining old, weak, and sick are no threat. Ku analyzed the situation calmly. Just then a scream echoed from the alley below. A masked ninja stood on the chest of an old man, his long blade skillfully piercing the old man's eye socket. Instead of killing him outright, he deftly pried out the eyeball, complete with the optic nerve. So this is the so-called material recovery. Ku raised an eyebrow. He recognized the old man, a vendor of sunbae in the clan, always kind to children. Ku calmly observed from a high point nearby, watching the old man writhe on the ground, waiting for the right moment. His eyes had turned blood red. The Hitaki ninja placed the eyeball into a glass bottle filled with liquid, patted his pouch with satisfaction, and turned to leave. Now, Without forming hand seals, without shouting, without making a sound, Ku descended like a falling leaf. At the moment the ninja turned, when his vigilance was at its lowest, Ku struck. The kunai in his hand was imbued with lightning-release chakra, faint yet enough to enhance penetration. The kunai precisely pierced the gap between the vertebrae at the back of the ninja's neck, severing the central nervous system instantly. The ninja couldn't even scream, his body going limp. Ku caught the falling body and gently laid it on the ground, avoiding any noise. The entire sequence was fluid, as if practiced 1,000 times. The Sharingan's judgment of chakra is reliable. He was indeed a special jonin, but his vigilance was too poor. He must be from the Hitaki sent to harvest Sharingan eyes. He quickly searched the corpse, retrieving a few explosive tags and a short blade. Glancing at the glass bottle, he tossed it into the nearby flames. The turbid yellow eyeball inside still trembled slightly. Don't worry, I'll send your comrades to meet you soon. Ke's figure vanished into the shadows once more. Along the way he witnessed countless horrors: a mother holding her child nailed to a wall, a genin fighting desperately only to be hacked into a pulp. He was not heartless, but he understood his limitations. Suppressing the discomfort of his modern soul, he made no stops, heading straight for his target. The clan head's mansion stood at the center of the grounds. The gate had been blown open, and several guards lay dead in pools of blood. Damn, am I too late? Ku frowned, quickening his pace. Before he even crossed the wall, he heard the sounds of battle within the courtyard. Fire release, great fireball. In the courtyard, several Uchiha special jonin, assisted by a jonin, were desperately defending the inner gate. These were the guards left by Taijima to protect the family, and almost the last force in the clan grounds. Facing them were 6 masked attackers. Don't resist futilely. Hand over the brats, and I might consider leaving you intact, sneered the leader, forming hand seals with incredible speed. Water release, water dragon bullet. A massive water dragon roared forth, crashing into the fire techniques of the Chunin, its immense force sending them flying. Ku, lightening his steps, circled around from the main gate to the side. Seeing no one watching, he quickly strode into a nearby alley. Uchiha Ku. As he expected, Izuna and Ryo were no longer in the main compound. They had escaped through a secret passage. In fact, the Uchiha clan had multiple contingency plans, including this tunnel from the clan head's house to the outside. Similar mechanisms existed in various estates within the clan. Ku now lived in the Elder's mansion, which also had an emergency exit. He knew the location of the clan head's tunnel exit because he had often played with Madara, Izuna, and Ryo in this tunnel as a child. Why are only you two here? Where are your younger brothers? Ku frowned slightly. Hai and Suki were too tired from playing this afternoon and couldn't be woken up. Jen was killed by a masked man while playing in the yard. Izuna's voice was low but trembling with rage. Are Hai and Suki okay? I heard there's an agreement among major clans not to kill children. Ryo's voice faded as he saw Ke's serious expression. Boom. A violent explosion engulfed the entire front yard, sending dust and debris flying. The 3 of them were startled. So it couldn't be avoided after all. Watching the once most splendid buildings of the clan grounds turn to ash, Ku sighed inwardly. Madara's younger brothers were likely dead, but at least Izuna, the most crucial one, and his own brother Ryo had survived. Without further delay, Ku gestured for the 2 to follow and headed west. Ryo and Izuna exchanged a glance, then cautiously followed Ku toward the edge of the clan grounds. Listen carefully. You will leave the clan grounds from the west and head northwest along the main road. Ku, while staying alert to the surroundings, gave instructions to the 2 who had lost their composure. No matter what you see, don't come back. Protect yourselves and live. Madara and Uncle Mon have already gone to find Elder Joie. You just follow the main road and wait for Elder Joie and the others to reinforce. Don't worry. These Hitaki deliberately lured away Elder Joie and the main force before acting. They know our main troops are in the northwest, so they won't dare go that way. These people are Hitaki ninjas. But wasn't the Hitaki clan almost wiped out? How do they have so many jonin? Izuna calmed down slightly and asked. You're telling us to run away. What about you? Aren't you coming with us? Your 3 younger brothers are already dead. If anything happens to you two, Madara might. They soon reached the edge of the clan grounds. Ku casually answered Izuna's question. As for me, I still have other things to do. With that, Ku looked toward a building to the east, the guest house. After bidding farewell to Quan Nai and Long, Ku did not immediately dash forward at full speed, but instead moved like a phantom, skimming along the wall's shadow. His breathing rate dropped to a minimum and his heartbeat was deliberately controlled. On the road to the reception hall, the number of corpses increased, most of whom were the family members of the Uchiha clan, with a few attackers also lying dead on the ground. There's movement up ahead. The inside of his Sharingan allowed Ku to detect fluctuations of chakra from a distance. 3 masked special jonin were surrounding a pile of rubble, releasing water jutsu into it. Do the Uchiha only hide? Come out. Beneath the rubble, a wounded Uchiha Chunin was hiding behind a broken wall, his Sharingan spinning rapidly as he sought a way to turn the tide. Without any hesitation, Ke swept past from the side and rear of the rooftop. He chose not to save the Chunin, knowing it would expose his position and entangle him in a battle against 3 special Jonin. 2 minutes later, Ke finally reached the outskirts of the reception hall. The situation here was even worse than he had anticipated. The once elegant courtyard had turned into a scorched earth with the bodies of the Hyuga branch family lying across the ground alongside a few Uchiha reception personnel. In the center of the battlefield, a suffocating aura of terrifying chakra was raging. It belonged to a tall man with silver hair wielding dual blades surrounded by violent lightning, as if the thunder god had descended. The current elder of the Hatake clan, known as Lightning Fong Hatake Rhea, is this the strength of a quasi-shadow level? Ke crouched on a beam of an uncollapsed pavilion, his double tomo Sharingan fixated below. With every swing of Rya's blade a life was taken, the physical techniques of the Hyuga clan seemed weak and powerless against his swordsmanship. How long will you continue to hide, Lady Hyuga? Rhea kicked aside the corpse of a Hyuga guard, his gaze mockingly directed towards a stone pavilion deep within the courtyard, the only remaining cover in this ruin. Hyuga Chiyuki stood there with a kunai, her face pale, yet her gaze resolute. In front of her were the last 2 injured Hyuga guards, the very same ones who had just been at the negotiating table. From the fluctuations of chakra, both were Jonin, but facing Rya's top-tier strength, they were still utterly inadequate, unable even to buy time. There's only one chance. Ke took a deep breath, pulling out all the explosive tags from his ninja tool pouch and wrapping them around a dozen shuriken, but he did not choose to directly ambush Rhea, knowing it would be tantamount to seeking death. His gaze locked onto a Hatake ninja not far behind Rhea, who was responsible for blocking the escape route. Hatake Rhea seemed quite confident in his strength, not allowing any Jonin to follow him. Only 4 Chunin accompanied him. Fire-style peony blossom claw. Seeing several fire-wrapped peonies drifting from the shadows, Rhea smiled slightly. Finally, the hidden rat dares to make a move. However, this attack was not aimed at him, but rather at the miscellaneous enemies with the sole purpose of clearing the area. Rhea clearly noticed Ke's intentions, but did not intervene, watching his subordinates being engulfed by flames. For him, their survival would only restrict his actions. In the current Uchiha territory, he was an invincible being capable of easily completing the tasks assigned by the clan leader, even without subordinates. A trivial technique. The 4 attack did not expect their elder to intervene. They disdainfully dodged the incoming peony flames. Yet hidden within these peony flames were shuriken, each tied with nearly transparent wire. Ke, concealed in the shadows, curled his lips into a cold smile and suddenly snapped his fingers. The air was filled with a few faint sounds of snapping, and those peony flames that were easily dodged did not dissipate, instead tracing strange arcs in the air. The wires connected to the shuriken tightened instantly under the chakra's conduction, forming an invisible net that completely sealed off the retreat of the 4 Chunin. What? One of the Chunin exclaimed in shock, unable to form seals for defense in time, as the spinning fire shuriken pierced his back. Boom. The explosive tags wrapped around the shuriken detonated simultaneously. Although the power was merely from a few explosive tags at such a close distance, it was enough to produce lethal damage and, more importantly, smoke. The thick smoke generated by the explosion instantly engulfed that area, obscuring everyone's vision. Ke's figure surged like a ghost into the smoke. For him, who possessed the Sharingan, this smoke was his comfort zone, not only failing to obstruct his vision, but instead providing the best cover. The 2 Hyuga guards hesitated for a moment, but did not step forward to help. Despite being able to instantly eliminate those Hatake Chunin in front of them, the most important thing for them now was to protect Lady Chiyuki. Even if they were not a match for the enemies before them, they would rather die in front of Hyuga Chiyuki. The 3 pairs of Byakugan opened simultaneously. The smoke's concealment was utterly futile against the bloodline limit, and all 3 closely monitored the unfolding battle. Over there, one surviving Chunin, clutching his injured arm, was about to warn his comrades when he saw a pair of scarlet eyes flash through the smoke. There was no complicated mental attack. It was merely a momentary distraction induced by the Sharingan's mental shock. Yet in a battle of this level, a moment can last an eternity. Puff! A kunai precisely sliced through his throat. Blood gushed forth, taking with it the words he had yet to utter. Ke did not pause for a moment, using the cover of the fallen body to roll on the ground, evading another ninja's wind blade, and threw out 3 kunai. Fire-style Great Dragon Fire technique. The flames surged along the wires Ke had previously set, and the remaining 2 ninjas, forced to dodge the kunai, crashed into the chakra line and were instantly consumed by flames. Oh! The screams echoed one after another, then abruptly ceased. In just 3 seconds, all 4 elite Hatake Chunin were dead. As the smoke gradually dispersed, Ke stood among the corpses, a few drops of blood splattered on him. He slowly raised his head, his scarlet double tomo Sharingan piercing through the bodies on the ground, locking onto the silver-haired man who had remained stationary. Hyuga Chiyuki was taken aback upon realizing that the attacker was the child she had just seen in the conference room, even younger than herself. She mused that she could have dealt with the fortune in herself, but it would never have been so clean and efficient, especially considering the attacker looked no older than 6 or 7, while she had only just become a chunin at that age. Pa pa pa. Chimu Lia softly clapped his hands, a mocking smile on his face. He showed no anger at his subordinate's instant death, instead appearing as if he had just witnessed an entertaining diversion. Manipulating shuriken and flame trajectories with chakra threads, using smoke to cast genjutsu, striking with ruthlessness and decisiveness. Truly impressive. What is your name, young Uchiha brat? Ke stood amidst the corpses, slowly raising his head, his scarlet Sharingan fixed directly on Lia. Though his heart pounded violently in his chest, he forcibly controlled his facial muscles, betraying not a trace of fear. I cannot fight. I absolutely must not fight. Ke's mind raced, cold sweat trickling down his spine. If we truly come to blows, I won't survive a single strike. Facing such a terrifying enemy hidden now is no different from suicide. Calculating the time, given Elder Sheikah's speed, he should have already returned to the clan grounds by now. Perhaps he encountered Kwana, and long on the way, causing some delay. But that's fine. If so, he will definitely prioritize coming here to check the situation. So all I need to do now is stall for time. Lia has no idea that Elder Shaku is already on his way back. Given his attitude, he might even be willing to chat with me for a bit. He glanced at Hinata Chinshue in the stone pavilion, then took a deep breath. Instead of assuming a defensive stance, he loosened his grip on the kunai and curved his lips into a contemptuous smirk. Uchiha Ke. His voice was terrifyingly steady, even carrying a hint of pity. Remember the name that sends you on your way. Oh. Lia raised an eyebrow, lowering his lightning blade slightly. Sending me on my way? With you? With me? Ke studied the burly man with amusement. Do you truly believe Elder Shaku would be foolish enough to be fooled by your ruse, deploying all his forces without regard for his own base? Instead of retreating, Ke took a step forward, his eyes brimming with mockery. Chimu Lia, you're a seasoned veteran of countless battles. Haven't you wondered why your killings along the way have been so smooth? Why hasn't a single competent Uchiha Jonin shown up to stop you until now? Lia's gaze sharpened slightly. That was indeed a doubt in his mind. Although intelligence indicated the main force had been diverted, the Uchiha, as one of the two great ninja clans, had always been formidable. Moreover, the psychological shadow left by the Uchiha Massacre of the Chimu clan years ago made him subconsciously fear this family. Now the defensive force at the clan grounds was far too weak, so weak it seemed like bait. He had just been killing too smoothly, forcibly suppressing his own doubts. Now that Ke had pointed it out, he couldn't help but hesitate. Seeing Lia's expression change, Ke knew he had gambled correctly. He pressed on, speaking at an unhurried pace. Tawajin is your spy, isn't he? Of course, given the situation, it's no surprise I'm revealing this information. But what if I told you we discovered Tuzhen's identity long ago, and even identified the identities of the other 9 spies you planted in our clan, deliberately letting them feed you false intelligence? If I recall correctly, you also have people in the granary of Beishin City, secretly passing you information. Ke continued, can't your Chimu clan muster any backbone? Since you dare to oppose the Uchiha fight to the end, hiding by the Sunja's clan grounds after surrendering to them. I never imagined there could be such a cowardly clan in the Warring States period. Fortunately, you've finally taken the bait. Sacrificing some peripheral elders, the weak and the civilians, allows us to wipe out the last high-end combat power of your Chimu clan, crippling the Sunja's strength and prestige. For us, it's an incredibly advantageous deal, isn't it? Seeing Lia's hesitant expression, Ke added the final spark, deliberately sighing and shaking his head. It's a pity that Shueyun, that big fish, didn't come. Only a waste like you showed up, making clan leader Tadao come all this way for nothing. I'm quite curious whether Shueyun can truly rival clan leader Tadao. Each of Ke's words hammered into Lia's suspicious heart. Impossible, Lia said coldly. My sensory jutsu doesn't lie. Within 2 kilometers there is no ninja stronger than me. Is that so? Ke sneered. Do you really think that 2 clan leader level powerhouses like Elder Shaku and clan leader Tadao can't conceal their presence from your perception? Ke looked up at the moon in the sky. Calculating the time, they should be arriving soon. Since your flattery just now pleased me, I'll give you a kind reminder. Flee now, and you might still die with your body intact. Silence. The entire courtyard fell into a deathly stillness. Lia stood motionless, weighing, sensing, thinking. 1 second. 5 seconds. 10 seconds. Time seemed to freeze. Ke's palms were slick with cold sweat, but he maintained that inscrutable smile. Elder Shaka, why aren't you here yet? I can't keep up the act much longer. Just as the third 10-second interval passed, the eerie silence was broken. Lia suddenly laughed, a savage and cruel laugh. Haha, brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Lia raised his blade again, his wild chakra erupting once more. Kid, I admit I already held you in high regard, but it seems I still underestimated you. Your mental fortitude and on-the-spot reactions are the most outstanding I've ever seen in any child. Even those trained from childhood in my clan can't match you. Uchiha Ke, I'll remember your name. You know, just a moment ago, I almost believed your lies. Unfortunately, you made a mistake. Lea's figure vanished in an instant, his voice echoing from all directions. If this were truly a trap, given the Uchiha's arrogant nature, they wouldn't waste words. They would strike directly. And that terrifying chakra fluctuation 3 kilometers away also betrayed you. That should be Uchiha Shaku. Would he be rushing here with such urgency if this were an ambush? Though at his speed, I only have 1 minute, that's enough to complete the mission first. Have I been seen through? Ke sighed helplessly. But fortunately Elder Shaku would arrive in a minute. He no longer needed to stall for time. Leah did not attack Ku, but instead turned into a blinding blue light charging straight at Hinata Chinchue in the stone pavilion. He intended to complete the mission before this uncertain variable could occur. Damn it. Ku watched the unstoppable flash and made a split-second decision. Words were useless now. No trick could be employed in time. Hinata Chinchue must not die. If she dies, all the groundwork is wasted and the Uchiha will take the blame. Die, princess of the Hinata. Ke's chakra within erupted violently, launching him into the body flicker technique without hesitation. The blade of Leia was less than half a meter from Hinata Qiangshu's neck. Chinchue could even feel the piercing sword intent against her skin, the despair of death reflected in her Byakugan. Her body was stiff, unable to make any evasive movements. At this critical moment, a black figure forcefully squeezed between the goddess of death and the girl. Ke let out a furious roar with no time to block. He could only concentrate all his chakra on the kana. He wasn't aiming to attack Leia, but rather to use this burst of energy to collide with Leia's blade, hoping to deflect it even by an inch. A sound of metal twisting painfully echoed. Leia did not expect this little brat to act, so causing his knife to slightly shift. The strike that was originally supposed to sever Hinata Qiangshu's head went off course. But that did not mean safety. That long knife, infused with raging chakra, though it missed Chinchue, pierced through Ke's chest, entering from below his left shoulder and exiting through his back. Ugh! Ke let out a muffled groan, blood instantly staining his clothing. But he did not retreat. In this life-and-death moment, he used his pierced body to pin Leia's knife, clutching Leia's wrist tightly. With his left hand, his fingers embedded in the flesh like iron claws. Got you. Ke, mouth full of blood, felt his consciousness beginning to blur, yet his gaze shone with a terrifying light, his Sharingan spinning rapidly. You lunatic. Leia was astonished not only by the boy's ferocity, but also because he sensed a terrifying heatwave was roaring from outside the courtyard. Dare to harm our Uchiha. A furious roar shattered the night sky. A massive fire dragon, like a hammer of judgment, smashed toward Leia, who was being held tightly by Ke. Damn it. Leia tried to pull away but found Ke's hand as if welded to him. He had no choice but to release and forcefully retreat using the body replacement technique. Boom. The fire dragon engulfed the place where Leia had been standing, and Elder Uchiha Zhuang burst forth from the flames like a demon, followed by dozens of bloodthirsty Uchiha elites. Reinforcements had finally arrived. Ke's figure swayed, losing support, and fell backward. But he did not hit the cold ground. A pair of soft little hands hurriedly caught him. Hinata Chinchue held the bloodied Ke, quickly injecting her chakra into him, feeling for his breath. The adult-like Hinata princess now appeared like an 80-year-old child. Ke lay in her embrace, his vision turning gray, the sounds around him fading in and out. He struggled to turn his eyes to the side. There a familiar figure knelt beside him, Madara. Madara trembled, staring at the horrific blood hole in Ke's chest, then glancing at the corpses of several younger brothers being carried out by their clansmen. Extreme sadness, anger, and guilt transformed into a cold wave of chakra rushing to his brain. In Ke's gradually dimming vision, the last image before fainting was Madara's eyes glowing ominously. Consciousness surfaced from endless darkness. The first thing that struck him was a suffocating smell of disinfectant and the bitter scent of herbs. Cough. Ke let out a dry cough, his throat feeling as if it had swallowed a handful of sand. He's awake. Young Master Ke is awake. Excited shouts echoed in his ears, seemingly from the family medical department's nurse. Ke slowly opened his eyes, the light piercing his pupils, causing him to instinctively squint. His body felt heavy as if filled with lead, especially his left shoulder and chest, which, although not painful anymore, were crawling with the itching sensation of healing. He was still alive. This was his first thought. Following that, memories of that crazy night flooded back. Leia's knife, the piercing pain, the heat wave of the fire dragon technique, and the release in that final moment. He attempted to sense the state of his body. A larger, more refined chakra surged within him instantly, dispelling his fatigue. It felt like a small stream suddenly transformed into a raging river. No way. Ke was slightly stunned, then a wave of disbelief surged within him. He abruptly sat up, disregarding the nurse's exclamation, and grabbed a mirror from the bedside table. In the mirror was a pale yet delicate child's face, bandages wrapped around his forehead and neck, but what caught the most attention were his eyes. On a scarlet background, 3 black tomo spun slowly connected, end to end, radiating an eerie and beautiful aura. 3 tomo. Ke touched the mirror's surface, feeling a shock, even in himself. A 6-year-old's 3 tomo Sharingan. If he could previously be described as a genius, now he could only be defined as a monster. Is it because of this near-death experience? Or the feelings brought by the deaths of my clansmen? Ke pondered, closing his eyes, and when he opened them again, the tomo had vanished, returning to his black pupils. Creak. The door swung open, and a middle-aged man in a black kimono walked in. His face was solemn with deep eye bags, but he stood tall. It was Elder Uchiha Zhuang. Elder Zhuang. Ke was about to rise to greet him, but was pressed down by Zhuang's hand on his shoulder. Stay lying down, you are a great contributor to the family. Zhuang's gaze swept over Ke's still swollen wounds. A flicker of complex emotion passed through his eyes. If it weren't for you, I would have had to apologize with my life. What was the final outcome? Ke asked directly. We won, but at a cost. Elder Zhuang sighed, sitting down by. Out of the 62 invading enemies, aside from Kiki Leia, who was severely injured and escaped, all others were annihilated. However, the civilian area suffered heavy casualties in the new generation, apart from Izuna and Takumi, whom you saved, and a portion protected by Madara, over 30 other children. At least the core bloodline of the family was preserved, which can be considered a blessing in disguise. Elder Zhuang quickly adjusted his emotions. The princess of the Hyuga clan is also safe and sound, and even proposed to establish an alliance agreement with an additional 10% share of the mine's output, not for the Uchiha, but for you personally. The highest decision-making body of the family has already agreed. After all, this credit belongs to you. After saying this, Elder Zhuang took out a land deed and a key from his pocket and placed them on Ke's bedside. What is this? Ke raised an eyebrow. This is a reward personally approved by the clan leader. Elder Zhuang looked at Ke, his tone laden with implication. An independent courtyard located in the core area of the clan's territory, right next to the clan leader's mansion. It was originally prepared for an elite jonin, but he unfortunately died on the front lines a few days ago. Now it's yours. An independent courtyard. Ke raised an eyebrow. My father agreed to let me move out. In the Uchiha clan, underage children typically lived with their parents or guardians. Owning an independent courtyard meant the clan now regarded him as an adult, as a shinobi capable of standing on his own. Your father said it's entirely your decision. Not only that, he also prepared a gift for you. Elder Zhuang clapped his hands. Through the door stepped a girl who looked about 10 years old. She wore a coarse gray linen kimono, her head lowered, hands nervously twisted together, her knuckles white from the strain. Despite her simple attire, there was no trace of roughness about her. Her skin was fair, her features delicate. Clearly someone who had been pampered since childhood. In her eyes now dwelled timidity and a deep uncertainty about the future. Her name is Xiaoyu, at 10 years old, introduced Uchiha Elder Zhuang. She is a prisoner we captured from the Kazama clan during our recent sweep of the Western Front. Her parents both died on the battlefield. According to the customs of the Warring States period, she was originally your father's war prize. Now she has been given to you. She is your private property. Someone from the Kazama clan. Ke narrowed his eyes, studying the girl before him. In this era, such things were all too common, the wives and daughters of the vanquished becoming servants of the victors. A brutal law of survival, unique to this age. She has been placed under a jinjutsu by your father's Sharingan, and the target of her subjugation is you. Elder Zhuang's tone was flat, as if discussing the ownership of an object. With a mere thought through your Sharingan, you can completely control her actions, even her life and death. Moreover, she has undergone preliminary training by the clan's logistics division. She is skilled at laundry, cooking, housekeeping, and handling chores. Rest assured, she is absolutely 100% loyal to you, because her life is in your hands. Ke looked at the girl named Xiaoyu. Sensing his gaze, her trembling intensified. She thudded to her knees. Lord Ke, is this the supporting amenity for the independent courtyard? Ke withdrew his gaze and turned to Elder Zhuang. Elder Zhuang, do you think I am too young to take care of myself living alone? You may be mature in mind, but you are only 6 years old. Next month you will barely turn 7. Elder Zhuang allowed a rare hint of a smile. You should not waste your time on trivialities like washing clothes and cleaning. Just focus on your training. Besides, Elder Zhuang lowered his voice, you should have a confidant of your own. Someone without roots whose life and death you completely control. Sometimes such people are more useful. Ke fell silent for a moment. He understood Elder Zhuang's implication. Moving out meant freedom, the maid meant privilege. The clan was extending an olive branch to him, and to some extent distinguishing him from other children. Ke nodded and said, all right. When can I move? Elder Zhuang smiled faintly. Your wounds are severe, but thanks to the secret medicine delivered by the Hyuga clan, you should be able to leave your bed in 3 days. Shiwei will move all your belongings from the elder's residence. After you are discharged, she will take you to your new home. After Uchiha Zhuo left the hospital room held only Ku and the kneeling Shiwei. Get up, Ku said flatly. Sheiyu's body jolted violently, yet she remained kneeling, not daring to lift her head. Her shoulders trembled slightly, clearly terrified of the master who would soon hold her life in his hands. Ku sighed. He could understand Sheiyu's feelings. In this era, countless girls like her became spoils of war, their fates tragic and helpless. But Ku was not someone who reveled in others' fear. He would rather Shiwei become a useful helper. I told you to get up. Ke's tone hardened slightly, carrying an unquestionable authority. Shiwei finally raised her head slowly, her clear eyes brimming with tears and unease. She stood up cautiously, her body still tense like a frightened fawn ready to flee at any moment, yet knowing she had nowhere to run. I don't need a servant who only kneels on the floor. Ku looked at her, his voice returning to calm. Elder Zhuo must have told you from today your task is to take care of my daily needs. Understood? Yes, Lord Ku. Shiwei nodded hastily, her voice as faint as a mosquito's hum. From now on, don't call me Lord. Just call me Ku. With that, Ku no longer looked at her. He lay back on the bed and closed his eyes to rest. Yes, young Master Ku. A twitch at the corner of Ke's eye. He couldn't be bothered to correct her again. He waved his hand and drifted into sleep. He needed time to process everything: the awakening of the Freedomo Sharingan, the sudden elevation of his status in the clan. For the next 3 days, Ku rested quietly in the hospital room. The secret medicine sent by the Hyuga clan worked wonders. The horrific penetrating wound on his chest healed at a visible rate. Shiwei diligently played her role as a maid, delivering meals on time 3 times a day, changing the herbal dressings on his wound, keeping the ward neat and orderly. She gradually spoke more, though her movements remained cautious, as if afraid to disturb Ku. But he could sense that her fear of him was slowly receding, replaced by a sense of dependence and obedience. In this cruel world, having a stable place to stay was perhaps the greatest luxury she could hope for. 2 days later, as the first rays of morning sunlight streamed through the window onto the hospital bed, Ku felt his body had recovered considerably. It seemed the Hyuga's medicine worked even better than Elder Zhuo had anticipated. He could be discharged a day early. He stretched his limbs. Aside from a faint itch at the wound site, there was no issue. He threw off the blanket and got out of bed. Shiwei immediately approached with washing utensils. Young Master Ku, you're awake. Her voice was still timid, but no longer trembling as it had on the first day. Ku nodded, took the towel, and wiped his face. In the mirror, his complexion was still somewhat pale, but approaching a healthy color. Have you packed everything? Ku asked. Yes, everything has been moved to the new home, Shiwei replied respectfully. Very good. Ku put on the clean clothes Shiwei had prepared. A black Uchiha uniform with the clan's fan crest embroidered on the chest and back. Let's go home. The morning mist enveloped the Uchiha clan's territory. Ku stood in a refined courtyard dressed in a brand new black high-collared clan robe, gazing at the scenery of the clan. Within the clan territory, the traces of battle were swiftly being erased, collapsed houses were being cleared away, and charred wooden beams were being replaced. The number of children on the streets had decreased significantly, yet their eyes bore a distinct aura. Situated in the core area of the clan, backed by the Uchiha Ancestral Hall, with the bustling market surrounding it, it was not far from where he had previously lived, making it indeed a good place to reside. Shay was silently sweeping the fallen leaves in the courtyard, her movements gentle yet nimble. Ku was reviewing a document in his hand, which contained detailed information about his little maid just delivered by Elder Zhuo. Shay, a survivor of the Wind Demon clan, had both her parents, who were Chunin, perished in battle. 6 months ago, while cleaning the western battlefield, she was discovered by Uchiha clan members, and then her stepfather casually waved his hand to send her to the clan. Due to her age being already considerable at the time of discovery, and with her parents being enemy ninjas, she could not be directly recruited into the Umbu. Thus, she was handed over to the logistics department. The department, seeing her suitable age and exquisite appearance, arranged for several elder maids to take care of her. The document in Ke's hand contained evaluations and scores from those elder maids, which could be summarized in one sentence: intelligent and capable, but a bit shy. With a casual fire release, he burned the document in front of him, inhaling the cool morning air deeply and stretching his shoulders. Though the wounds ached slightly during movement, they no longer impeded most of his actions, yet it still felt like it would take at least another month for complete recovery. This courtyard is nice, isn't it? A low voice drifted over from the courtyard wall. Ku turned his head slightly to see Uchiha Madara sitting on the wall of his home, holding a rice ball and gazing indifferently at the clan territory. In just a few days, Madara's aura had undergone a dramatic transformation. The once innocent and naive boy seemed to have perished in that night of flames, leaving behind only the Uchiha Madara exuding an aura that warned others not to disturb. It's alright, at least it's more spacious than the room at the elder's house. Ku casually replied as he sat down on a nearby wooden chair. Madara jumped down from the wall and approached Ke silently asking, "How is your injury?" "Not bad, it's almost healed, at least I'm not dying," Ke pointed to his chest, "but it will take some time to recover fully." "That's good to hear," Madara nodded. He was unaccustomed to such caring conversations, so he refrained from uttering words that made him feel awkward and shifted the topic. Buzz. Madara suddenly closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, 2 black tomo appeared in his crimson pupils. "Do you see, Oi? I too have awakened the double tomo Sharingan." Madara's tone remained calm. Ke raised an eyebrow in surprise at this action, saying, "Congratulations, congratulations." "There's nothing to congratulate about." Madara chuckled self-deprecatingly, the tomo in his eyes slowly rotating. "This was gained at the cost of the lives of my comrades from Jin and Island. If possible, I would rather not have it, and I wish to bring them back. Moreover, I heard you have already awakened the 3 tomo. I still can't catch up to you." "But that's impossible," Ke interrupted his sentiment without mercy. "Once they're dead, they're dead. Once the eyes are opened, they're opened." Madara's body trembled slightly, the confusion in his eyes dissipated, replaced by renewed determination. "You're right, I will use these eyes to clearly see the end of this hellish chaos, to bring peace, and to permanently put an end to such tragedies." "By the way," Madara closed his Sharingan, seemingly recalling something, "it's not just me. Izuna and Taki have also awakened their eyes." "What?" This time it was Ke who was surprised. Izuna awakening was within his expectations, as his talent was evident in the original story. But Taki was supposed to have died that night, yet he miraculously awakened his eyes. That night Izuna protected Taki, who was forced into a desperate situation by the enemy, and it was under such circumstances that they awakened their Sharingan, even managing to counterkill a Chunin from the Hitaki clan. Madara said this with a hint of complexity in his tone. "Actually, it's not just us, there are 3 other children in the clan who have also awakened their Sharingan. Now the clan is buzzing with rumors that our generation is the strongest in thousands of years. 7 children under 8 years old, 1 pair with 3 tomo, 1 pair with double tomo, and 5 pairs with single tomo." According to the clan's records, such a situation hadn't occurred since the era of our ancestor Indra. Although this time there were heavy casualties, those who survived will undoubtedly become formidable forces in the future. "There's one more thing." Madara looked at Ke, his expression becoming somewhat strange. "It's about that Hinata clan's little princess, Hinata Chiyuki. What happened to her? Didn't she return to the Hinata clan?" Hearing that name, Ke was somewhat surprised. "She just left." Madara pointed towards the direction of the clan gate. "During the 3 days you were unconscious, she was inquiring about your condition. Originally, when you woke up 3 days ago, her father planned to let her leave, but she insisted on waiting until you were discharged yesterday, before leaving with the Hinata escort team. Before leaving, she left a message for me to convey to you." "What message?" Madara imitated the girl's cold tone, saying somewhat stiffly, "Uchiha Ke, your life was saved by me. If it weren't for our Hinata's special medicine, you would have likely retained hidden ailments, even if you didn't die. So live well for me, and don't easily die at the hands of others." Ke was taken aback for a moment, then burst out laughing. This proud little princess, who clearly owed him a life, had turned the tables and made herself the creditor. "And I heard she even voluntarily offered to give you 1/10 of the gold mine's output." Madara's eyes revealed envy. "The output from there is not a small amount. Elder Joie is very eager for it, wanting you to contribute it to the clan, but was rejected by my father and your father." "What?" "Regretting not going back with her." Ke teased. "Even if I had truly returned at that time, I probably wouldn't have been able to do anything." "All right, enough reminiscing." Madara adjusted his collar, his expression becoming serious. "The frontline battle is basically coming to an end. My father has returned early and is currently waiting for you in the conference hall. Moreover, I heard he intends to let you participate in the next clan meeting after all you have awakened the 3 tomo. There is a clan rule that the status of a 3 tomo Sharingan user is equivalent to that of a Jonin, so the instant Ke opened his eyes, he qualified to attend the clan meeting. This clan rule had not been triggered for many years, as it was quite rare to awaken the 3 tomo Sharingan before becoming a Jonin. If it weren't for Madara mentioning it, Ke would have almost forgotten about this. "Ke, you know what this means, right?" Madara lowered his voice and continued, "My father rarely summons juniors so formally alone. This time you have made a significant contribution, and the reward will definitely not be as simple as a house." "I know." A glimmer of light flashed in Ke's eyes. "Houses, maids, reputation, allies. These were merely add-ons. The real main event was just beginning." The 3rd-floor office of the meeting hall was the heart of the entire Uchiha clan compound, and a symbol of one of the highest authorities of this era. There was no lavish decoration here, only a somber, awe-inspiring severity unique to the Uchiha style. The guards at the entrance were all trusted confidants of Uchiha Tajima, elite ninjas freshly returned from the front lines, each exuding the sharp aura of battle-hardened warriors. "Come in." The low voice of Uchiha Tajima responded to Ke's knock. Ke pushed open the heavy ironwood door of the office, its creaky hinges echoing through the silent corridor. Inside, the light was somewhat dim, and a complex mixture of scents filled the air. The fragrance of ancient scrolls, the lingering aroma of burnt incense, and, whether it was Ku's imagination or not, a faint trace of rust and blood reminiscent of that night. It seemed that his uncle, who had been steeped in battlefields for so long, had become thoroughly infused with the scent of iron and blood. Uchiha Taijima was seated upright behind a large desk. Instead of handling the mountains of documents as usual, he faced away from the door, quietly gazing at a huge map of the Land of Fire hanging on the wall. On the map, the territories of various clans were densely marked. The blackened round fan representing the Uchiha and the hollyhock-shaped twin leaves of the Senju formed a blood-soaked battlefield in the central region of the Land of Fire. Clan leader Ke spoke, breaking the silence in the room. He was clear-minded enough to know that he could not simply call out uncle at such a moment. Uchiha Taijima slowly turned around. His face, which bore a striking resemblance to Madara's, 7 parts similar, yet more hardened and stern, revealed no trace of emotion. But Ke keenly caught a subtle, barely perceptible fatigue hidden deep within his eyes. Evidently, the consecutive days of warfare and the upheaval within the clan had drained the strength of this ninja, standing at the pinnacle of the shinobi world. Sit. Uchiha Taijima wasted no words, pointing to a chair in front of the desk. Ke followed the instruction and sat down, still silent, waiting for the other to speak first. The Hitaki clan's surprise attack caused great damage to our family and almost extinguished the hope for our clan's future. Taijima's voice was low, as if stating a fact unrelated to himself. But from the current perspective, it isn't entirely a bad thing. Senju Butsuma diverted a considerable number of troops from the central front to support this operation, causing a weakening in the main battlefield's defenses. Combined with our alliance with the Hyuga, they have been severely weakened and voluntarily retreated from the western front. Taijima's fingers lightly traced across the map. The war should be nearing its end. At the very least, this war will conclude with our advantage. The Senju should remain peaceful for about 3. Ke listened quietly without interrupting, as he still couldn't grasp what Taijima was really driving at. The Hyuga have fulfilled their promise. Taijima shifted the topic, pulled open a drawer, took out a file, and slid a sheet of paper across the desk to Ke. This is the contract they sent yesterday afternoon. They also escorted their princess back. After this whole affair, Shinrin probably won't let that girl run around anymore. As for Chijin Valley, formerly Shimura's mine, now renamed, its output is quite substantial. I estimate about 120 to 130 kin of gold dust per month, which should yield 80 to 90 kin of pure gold. According to your father's wishes, this income will be directly allocated to the Uchiha Logistics Reserve. Your 10% share will be converted into silver and paid to you monthly. You have complete freedom to use this money without any clan questioning. It's no small sum. Zhui even suggested storing it with the clan for 2 years and giving it to you all at once when you turn 8. Signing this contract means you accept the distribution plan I just outlined. Ke nodded and carefully read through the paper in his hand. The 2 copies were identical, and their contents matched exactly what Taijima had said. After signing both copies, Ke kept one and returned the other to Uchiha Taijima across the desk. With this money, he could achieve complete financial independence and focus on training without worry. Hyuga Chiyuki truly had given him a magnificent gift. One more thing. Taijima's gaze turned kind. From now on, if you are in the compound, you must attend all clan meetings. The awakening of the 3-tomo Sharingan grants you a status and speaking power equivalent to a Jonin. Don't forget the upcoming clan meeting. We need to discuss future development issues for the family. Yes, clan leader. Ke replied in a deep voice. Gazing at the child he had watched grow up, Uchiha Taijima interlaced his fingers and rested his chin on them, his eyes deep. Those gold mines are a reward from the Hyuga for you. We Uchiha are never stingy with our own. A single house is obviously insufficient for a hero who saved the clan's future. His voice paused as if he were weighing something important. The great shinobi clans have stood for a millennium, not solely because of Kekkei Genkai, but more importantly through the heritage of ninjutsu. From this afternoon until midnight today, you may freely browse the ninjutsu in the 2nd basement level of the Ancestral Shrine. You can even access strength techniques and forbidden secrets, but you may only copy one of them. Ke's heart leaped. The weight of these words far surpassed all previous rewards combined. To outsiders, the Uchiha Shrine might seem merely a place for ancestor worship, but beneath it lay countless secrets. According to what Izuna had mentioned earlier, the headquarters of the Uchiha Shadow Warriors was located on that 2nd basement level, and they were also tasked with guarding the clan's core ninjutsu. All ninjutsu below rank were stored in the Ninjutsu Tower, or rank techniques, were kept on the top floor, while the remaining floors housed rank and lower techniques. Permission was required to enter the top floor of the Ninjutsu Tower. For any ninjutsu below a rank, any member of the Uchiha clan could access them freely. However, all strength techniques and various forbidden arts were not kept in the Ninjutsu Tower, but rather in the library on the second basement level of the ancestral shrine. Go ahead. Taijima placed the documents Ko had signed back into the file, pushed the drawer shut, stood up, and waved his hand at Uchiha Ke. I've already given orders to the guards at the shrine. Someone will guide you when you arrive. Yes, I'll go now. Seeing that Taijima was about to attend to his own matters, Ke nodded, tactfully rose. Ke followed a taciturn shrine guard through the deep corridor, arriving at the rear hall of the shrine. The guard formed hand seals and pressed them against an ordinary-looking wall. As chakra surged, the wall slowly slid open to both sides, revealing a spiral staircase, paved with bluestone, leading underground. The clan leader has ordered that you may only consult inside today. The guard's voice was hoarse and ancient. Please. Ke nodded and stepped onto the staircase alone. A cold and damp air rushed toward him. On the walls flanking the staircase, moonstones emitting a faint glow were embedded every few meters, illuminating the path ahead. The air was thick with a long-sealed atmosphere, as if even time had stopped here. At the end of the staircase was a massive stone door engraved with intricate sealing formulas. Ke stepped forward, and the stone door automatically sensed the Uchiha bloodline on him. The sealing formulas faded like flowing water, and the heavy stone door silently opened inward. The world behind the door made Ke hold his breath. This was not a library as he had imagined, but a vast circle. Dozens of stone pedestals were arranged in concentric circles. On each pedestal lay a scroll enveloped in a faint chakra glow, clearly protected by a special preservation barrier. This was the Uchiha's forbidden technique chamber. Just as Ke was about to step forward for a closer look, a familiar figure emerged from the shadows nearby. So you came too. Uchiha Madara crossed his arms and leaned against a stone platform. Ke then noticed that there was indeed a library in the side room with bookshelves reaching up to the ceiling. Uchiha Madara had just come out from there. Over there, Madara followed Ke's gaze and explained, that place doesn't hold ninjutsu, but some ancient texts collected by the clan. I just took a look, and there are quite a few that have been passed down from the mythical era. In this world, the people of the Warring States period collectively refer to the era of the Sage of Six Paths, and before as the mythical era. After all, according to legends, both the Six Paths brothers and Indra and Ashura were considered world-creating beings. Especially the feat of the Sage of Six Paths creating the moon was a power beyond the imagination of current ninja. To Madara, these storybooks held no meaning, let alone the fact that he considered many of the stories fabricated. Only the improvement of one's own strength was real and reliable. Oh, you're here too. When did you arrive? Ke was somewhat surprised, but then became relieved. Madara's contributions this time were not much less than his. It could even be said that without Madara desperately holding off Takuya for those 15 minutes, Ke and the others alone would not have been able to handle the Hitaki spies. Additionally, given Madara's status as the clan leader's eldest son, being allowed here was perfectly reasonable. I only arrived a few minutes earlier. I've already looked through all the books on those shelves, nothing useful. Madara's tone still carried a hint of arrogance, but compared to a month ago there was more steadiness in his brow. Father did let you come too. That's fine, at least you won't be left behind too quickly. Well, it seemed that Madara's tsundere nature wouldn't change so easily. Having said that, he ignored Ke and walked over to a few tables on the side, where several shrank, and even forbidden level fire release and lightning release techniques were displayed. Ke chuckled lightly and didn't argue with him. From now until midnight there were about 10 hours left. Dinner would definitely not be needed, or perhaps a guard could bring it up. Given the thickness of these scrolls, copying one technique would take about 4 to 5 hours, meaning he still had about 5 hours to look at other techniques. Uchiha Ke paced slowly in the opposite direction from Madara, carefully examining the plaques beside each scroll that bore the name and description of the technique. Summoning technique Rashomon can summon a huge demon-faced gate for absolute defense. The number of gates increases with the amount of chakra infused. Inner force symbols seal activated before the caster's death, sealing all surrounding matter into the underworld, preventing them from ever returning to the living world. Izanagi Izanami. Every scroll here recorded a famous technique, but Ke still felt it was not enough. These techniques all had their own limitations. Even if mastered, they could not improve his combat power in a short time. Should he really follow Uchiha Madara's example and directly choose a powerful strength attack technique? This thought flashed through Ke's mind, but was immediately dismissed. He continued to look at the remaining techniques. Anyway, there was still plenty of time. He would first look through all the techniques here. Eventually, at the edge of the inner circle, he saw several scrolls placed side by side on the same table. As soon as Ke saw the name of a certain scroll, his pupils contracted sharply, and his heart began to race uncontrollably. He grabbed it and prepared to take it to a nearby table to copy its contents into his own blank scroll. Madara, who had also picked out a technique he liked, passed by and saw this. Curiously, he glanced at the scroll in Ke's hand and offered a reminder. The techniques placed on this table either have many limitations or are very impractical in actual combat, and need further development and modification or are extremely difficult to master. So these techniques are not placed on separate tables, but all together. He paused, stared at the scroll, and continued. As for the scroll in your hand, I heard it was seized from the Senju over 100 years ago. The theory behind it is indeed astonishing, but it suffers from both of the shortcomings I just mentioned. Is that so? Who had already opened the scroll, revealing a playful smile. I think not. He sat down at a nearby stone table and began to study the technique he had just obtained. He had coveted this technique ever since he came to this world, but the original work only described its performance, not its development. In fact, this technique should not exist in this era. It should have been developed 10 or even 20 years later. I didn't expect it to be like this, Ke muttered to himself. The technique recorded in the scroll in his hand was none other than the Flying Thunder God technique, which would later terrify countless people and even lead to Izuna's death. However, judging from the scroll before him, the technique was still in the development stage, and the progress was not optimistic. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been rejected and shelved by everyone. Flying Thunder God technique Rank Ninjutsu was developed and perfected by the second Hokage Senju Tobirama. After the fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato improved it, it became famous throughout the ninja world. It seems that the Flying Thunder God technique had actually been researched long ago, and it truly belonged to the Senju clan. The content recorded in his hands was still only a prototype, yet it was already very close to the version created by Senju Tobirama. Indeed, as Ban said, the ninjutsu recorded on this scroll had various restrictions and was extremely demanding on talent. For example, it required carving a technique formula at a designated location to activate the ninjutsu, and it could only teleport items that the user was in contact with greater mass, consuming more chakra. All in all, in the eyes of the high-ranking members of the Uchiha and Senju clans, the learning cost of this technique was completely disproportionate to its practical combat value. Expending massive resources and time, the end result was merely an advanced escape technique, with cumbersome preparations and numerous restrictions, and it could not be used for large-scale material transport or troop deployment. In summary, it was nothing but a chicken rib, tasteless but a pity to discard. For Ku, who had opened his third eye, these shortcomings were not issues. The two later Flying Thunder God Masters had already paved the way for him. Engraving the technique formula onto kunai was truly a genius design. It seemed that this technique was perfected by Senju Tobirama and was first used in actual combat, which is why later generations would acknowledge the Flying Thunder God as the creation of the second Hokagesima. Fortunately, although the path of learning and improving the Flying Thunder God technique would still take a long time, Ke's progress in developing its complementary ninjutsu was gratifying. As one of the few ninjutsu whose principles were described in detail in the original work, Ke naturally would not let go of the spiraling sphere. Currently, with the help of his father, the Grand Elder, he had completed the second stage, successfully managing to burst a rubber ball with chakra. The third stage had some clues, but not many. After spending considerable time carefully reading through the scroll, Ke began to copy it. The ninjutsu he had found contained much more content than he had originally anticipated, or it might already be 7 or 8 in the evening by the time he finished copying. Seeing this, Ban shrugged his shoulders and went to another stone table, bending over to copy the ninjutsu he had chosen. The vast forbidden technique chamber fell into a peculiar stillness. In the air, there was only the faint rustling sound of a pen tip brushing across the scroll surface like spring silkworms nibbling on leaves, soft yet resolute. So that's how it is. As Ke copied the scroll, his understanding of this technique gradually deepened, and his mind suddenly became enlightened. No wonder this technique had been shelved. For this Warring States period that believed in straightforward power, a technique that required massive time and energy for tedious basic theoretical research, with little practical use in combat, was far less satisfying than a map-wide attack that could directly cover the battlefield. Time slipped away quietly in concentration. When Ke finally finished copying the last rune, he let out a long breath, feeling a prickling fatigue in his mind. He looked up at the hourglass on the wall and realized that more than 6 hours had passed without his notice. He carefully rolled up the scroll he had copied and sealed it into a special sealing scroll container. This would be the most important training subject for him in the next 2 years, or even longer. On the other side, Uchiha Ban had also long finished his copying. He did not leave immediately, but stood quietly before a distant stone platform, flipping through other ninjutsu. Ku walked over and followed Ban's gaze, discovering that what was displayed on the platform were the scrolls of the Uchiha clan's ultimate illusion techniques, Izanagi and Izanami. These two techniques. Ban's voice was low, carrying a hint of confusion and wariness. They possess the power to change fate, but the cost is the eternal loss of light. Could tell me what kind of fate is worth exchanging a pair of Sharingan for? This was a profound question, one that a mere 6-year-old child would not normally contemplate. But Ban, who had experienced the night of the Hitaki attack, had already been exposed to the cruelty of the era at too young an age. Ke glanced at the ninjutsu Ban had just chosen a sure enough. It was a powerful strength fire release technique. He was silent for a moment, then said, perhaps when the thing you want to protect is more important than your own eyes, or even your own life, this cost is no longer a cost but a choice. Ban's body trembled slightly. He seemed to think of something, and the confusion in his eyes was gradually replaced by a determined light. You're right. Ban tightened his grip on the scroll. I will never let any brother die in front of me again. From his body emanated a determination and domineering aura that belied his age. Ke knew that the deaths of his 3 younger brothers had completely changed Ban. He just didn't know whether Ban would still head toward the future that Ke knew of. The two did not exchange much more words after that. Each was absorbed in flipping through the ninjutsu scrolls. Even if they couldn't directly learn the techniques, they could still gain some inspiration from them. Although he was very interested in the ancient texts in the adjacent room, Ke had no intention of consulting them. At least for now, he had no need to understand them. Surviving in the current era was the top priority. Time passed quickly. From not far away came the sound of a bell ringing in the center of the clan grounds, signaling the arrival of 11 o'clock. Ke quickened his pace of flipping. Soon a figure clad entirely in black pushed open the door and said, Young Master Ke, young Master Ban, the time has come. According to the rules, you two may not remain here any longer. Let's go. It's getting late, said Ke. After greeting the dark ninja who had come to remind them, the two walked side by side out of the underground. The guard of the ancestral hall still stood outside like a stone statue. Seeing them come out, he merely gave a slight bow and then fell silent again. Bright moonlight bathed the clan grounds, coating the nighttime Uchiha buildings in a layer of silver frost. The evening breeze was cool, dispersing the stifling atmosphere of the forbidden technique room. I've heard. Ban suddenly spoke up as they walked. The losses this time have made some clan members question not only the elders Zhao and Do, but even my father's decisions. They think that if father had not transferred so many combat forces to the front lines, even if Elder Zhao was deceived, it would not have left the clan grounds vulnerable. There is no war without sacrifice. Every choice is merely a judgment made after weighing pros and cons, Ke said calmly. Those short-sighted fools can only see the sacrifices, Ban snorted disdainfully. From an overall perspective, forming an alliance with the Hyuga, defeating the Senju, and severely wounding the Kagaya, it's completely a sure profit with no loss. Next week's clan meeting probably won't be peaceful. Ban's tone turned serious. I know, Ke nodded. At a fork in the road, the two parted ways to go to their respective residences. Ke returned to his new home. Upon opening the door, he saw a table full of warm dishes, and the little maid Shay, unable to stay awake through the night, was dozing secretly, with her head resting on her arms on the table edge. Hearing the door open, Sha Yi jolted awake. Seeing it was Ke, she quickly stood up, flustered, smoothing down her clothes with a hint of embarrassed guilt at being caught. Ke, young Master Ke, you're back. The meal has been kept warm. Please eat while it's hot. Ke looked at her cautious demeanor, and a ripple stirred in his heart. You haven't eaten yet, have you? Sit down and join me, Ke said casually, pulling out a chair and sitting. I couldn't possibly. I'm just a servant. Sha Yi waved her hands repeatedly, her face full of panic. That's an order. Ke's tone brooked no argument. Sha Yi stiffened, then whispered a soft, yes, and sat down nervously on the opposite side of the table, only daring to pick at the few small dishes in front of her. She kept her head low but occasionally stole a glance at Ke. When she saw her little actions went unnoticed, she quickly looked down again and picked at her rice. Ke said nothing more, eating quietly, and didn't dwell on what had just happened. In his logic, whether a maid could eat together was irrelevant. In fact, he found it strange to have someone standing beside him wiping while he ate. The meal ended in a silent, yet delicate atmosphere. Ke didn't retire immediately, but sat on the veranda of the courtyard, gazing at the waning moon, quietly sorting through his thoughts. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. Ke's injuries gradually healed, allowing him to begin low-intensity training. On the day of the clan meeting before dawn, the entire Uchiha... A few days passed in the blink of an eye. Ke's injuries gradually healed, allowing him to begin low-intensity training. On the day of the clan meeting before dawn, the entire Uchiha compound was shrouded in a solemn atmosphere. The Uchiha clan meeting was held in the council hall beside the ancestral shrine, a place previously accessible only to Jonin and above. But today the situation was special. When Ke arrived at the council hall, he saw 6 young figures already standing on the square outside. At their head was Uchiha Ban, dressed in a new black clan uniform, his expression cold and severe. His double Magatama Sharingan glinted with piercing light under the morning sun. Behind him were Izuna and Takashi, equally serious-faced, and 3 other children who had awakened their Sharingan during the night of the Chimu raid. Seeing Ke approach, Ban and Izuna merely nodded at him in greeting. Takashi hurried to Ke's side, his face mixing tension and excitement. Before long, the heavy doors of the council hall slowly opened. A Shadonin emerged and said in a voice devoid of emotion, "The clan meeting begins. All elders and Jonin, please enter." The new generation who have awakened the Sharingan shall sit in as observers. The hall was circular with a large sunken arena in the center and tiered seating around. At the top were 5 seats reserved for the clan head and the elders. Uchiha Taijima sat in the central seat of honor. On his right and left sat the clan elder Uchiha Shaku, the great elder Uchiha-san, the second elder Uchiha II, and the third elder Uchiha Sora. Van led the children to reserved seats on the side of the hall, directly facing the elder seats. Ke was guided to the Jonin section, but he deliberately chose a spot next to Ban. Today I have gathered the clan to announce 4 matters. Uchiha Taijima swept his gaze across the room, wasting no time, getting straight to the point. First, regarding the Chimu clan's surprise attack. His voice turned icy. In this battle our clan suffered heavy casualties. Over 40 children dead, hundreds of clan members, and their families slain. This blood feud shall never be forgiven. A suffocating rage ignited by Taijima's words instantly filled the hall. From this day forward we declare an unending war of extermination against the Chimu clan. Taijima's voice was as hard as steel. After deliberation by the highest decision-making council we issue the Uchiha Extermination Order. Any bloodline connected to the Chimu, whether within the Land of Fire or across the entire continent, is to be killed on sight. Until the name of Chimu is utterly erased from this world. The Uchiha Extermination Order was the highest grade bounty of the Uchiha clan, with a reward 100 times that of a normal bounty. It allowed anyone to accept the mission. Even the Senju could now claim rewards for Chimu lives given the current truce between Uchiha and Senju. Uchiha Taijima's eyes swept across everyone as he slowly spoke. We will now vote. Raise your hands if you agree. Unsurprisingly, all voted in favor. In the Warring States period, revenge was the most direct way to heal wounds. Second, regarding merits and demerits in this battle. Taijima's gaze shifted to Uchiha Shaku, and Uchiha II seated nearby. Clan elder Uchiha Shaku, as the supreme commander of the clan compound, misjudged the situation after receiving intelligence and trusted the wrong person, causing the main force to leave and leaving the compound defenseless. This is a crime of oversight. Uchiha Shaku rose at the words, his face pale silent. Former Western Front commander, second elder Uchiha II, Taijima's gaze fell on the other man. Overly trusted a subordinate and carelessly handed over his personal seal to the traitor Tashin, resulting in a forged urgent report. This is a crime of dereliction of duty. Uchiha II also stood, his face filled with guilt and pain. Taijima's eyes lingered on the two for a moment, then he finally spoke slowly. I declare effective today, Uchiha Shaku is stripped of his position as clan elder, Uchiha II is stripped of his position as second elder, both are removed from the highest decision-making council. The 2 seats will remain vacant for now. This punishment was undeniably severe. More importantly, the original 5-member highest decision-making council now had only 3 members. As clan head, Uchiha Taijima held 2 votes by himself, effectively seizing absolute power through this opportunity. Shaku and II both shuddered, but finally nodded, understood. Seeing this, Taijima's expression softened slightly, and his gaze turned toward Ku and Ban's direction. Crimes must be punished, but merits must be rewarded. His voice rose. In this calamity, the next generation of our Uchiha has shown courage and talent far beyond the enemy. He stood up, his eyes sweeping across the 7 young children one by one. Uchiha Ban and Uchiha Ku, calm in the face of danger, timely discovered the traitor's identity, protected clan members, and our Hyuga allies. Your contributions are paramount. Both are promoted to special jonin, awarded an independent courtyard and 1 opportunity to select and rank ninjutsu. Uchiha Izuna, Uchiha Takashi. Unafraid of death and awakened the Sharingan. Your deeds are equally outstanding. All promoted to Chunin. The announcement stirred a slight commotion in the hall. The oldest was only 8, the youngest merely 5, yet all had achieved the rank of Chunin or above, a feat unprecedented in the history of the Uchiha. Silence. Third elder Uchiha Sorai barked, quelling the murmurs. Taijima continued, Uchiha Mon, for slaying the Shimura spy and bringing back reinforcements, you are rewarded with any 3 items from this frontline spoils that have already been stored. Finally Taijima sat back, down, his gaze sweeping across the hall. The 4th matter concerns the clan's future development, he said solemnly. The war with the Senju will temporarily cease. The coming years are a precious period for recovery. After deliberation at the highest decision-making level, we have decided to contract all battle lines. Major permanent fortifications will retain only a standing defensive force. All other shinobi are recalled, permitted to freely take missions, engage in commerce, and focus on nurturing the new generation while expanding material reserves. What we must do is accumulate enough strength to crush the Senju in 1 fell swoop before the next war erupts. Let us now raise hands for a vote. Unsurprisingly, nearly everyone voted in favor. After the clan assembly, the Uchiha, that vast war machine, began slowly shifting its direction. The flames of vengeance still raged outside, but within the clan a state of self-repair had commenced. Time was the most precious resource in the Warring States period. This war with the Senju had ended with an advantage, securing a valuable respite for the clan. Vast resources were poured into training the new generation. The Jutsu Hall was open 24 hours a day, training grounds were filled with figures drenched in sweat. An atmosphere of tension tinged with hope enveloped the entire clan territory. For years passed in a flash. During these 4 years the Uchiha's fire of vengeance blazed across every corner of the Land of Fire with an almost obsessive frenzy. Under the Uchiha Termination Order all rogue ninjas went wild. Their sole daily task was to scour the continent seeking and eradicating every bloodline of the Shimura clan. It was an unequal purge. The Uchiha mobilized vast resources, even deploying ambu operatives. Any discovered Shimura, men, women, elderly, or children, were located and killed in the shortest possible time. When the last file on the Shimura was stamped and the Uchiha Termination Order withdrawn, that once renowned ninja clan known for its fierce blade techniques had been reduced to little more than historical dust. Only a single branch that had never left the Sunjust territory managed to barely survive. During those 4 years, Uchiha Madara became the idol and goal of every young clan member, like a blazing star that cut through the Warring States' night sky with unstoppable brilliance. At age 9, during a mission, he encountered a Shimura Jonin and killed a Senju Jonin, single-handedly shocking the entire ninja world. Just after his 10th birthday, with unanimous approval from the clan elders, he was officially promoted to the youngest Jonin in Uchiha history. His mission dossier grew ever thicker. From initial bandit suppression and escort duties to later assassinations and other high-difficulty tasks, he executed each with flawless precision. The crest of flame and fan accompanied by his cold silhouette made the name Uchiha Madara recognized in the intelligence archives of major clans. He earned the moniker Scarlet Demon. In stark contrast to Madara's dazzling prominence, Uchiha Ke remained so quiet during these years that one could almost forget his existence. He too a few months prior had reached the age of 10 and achieved the rank of Jonin without any doubt. But unlike Madara, who thrived on field missions, Ke devoted almost all his time to developing ninjutsu, rejecting over half of the mission assignments. Most astonishingly, the highest decision-makers granted an exception. Of course, at that time, only the approval of Taijima and the Grand Elder was sufficient. In the city of Suishinjo, east side, within an unremarkable estate, in an underground laboratory, even late at night, it remained brightly lit. 4 research ninjas huddled around a large table, engaged in heated discussion. Spread out on the table was a sheet of paper marked with over 100 coordinate points in different colored flags. Complex lines connected them, forming an intricate spatial network diagram that was dizzyingly precise. No, the efficiency of this technique's formula is still too low, fatal in actual combat, exclaimed the lead researcher, a middle-aged ninja wearing glasses. But this is already the limit. The formula you designed, as you've seen, simply cannot be inscribed on ordinary kunai. It can only be used on special materials. Another researcher shrugged helplessly. Both the estate and the researchers inside were Uchiha Ke's private property. The enormous wealth sent monthly from Red Gold Valley meant he never worried about resources. Whatever could be purchased on the market, he spared no expense. With that money, he secretly established his own laboratory in the western city of Suishinjo, within Uchiha territory. Of course, calling it secret applied only to most people. Among the Uchiha upper echelons, though not known to all, it was at least widely rumored. The researchers housed in this estate were a special batch of spoils seized by the Uchiha during the purge of the Shimura, research-oriented ninjas heavily hired by the Shimura from the Land of Water to study the Sharingan. After interrogation, Uchiha intelligence detained them. When Ke learned of this, he sought to ransom them. The Grand Elder readily approved the request, only insisting that control seals be placed. Ke then settled them in the Suishinjo estate. For 4 years they had performed this work day in and day out, their sole research subject being the Flying Thunder God. Each month Ke sent the problems he encountered during training along with new ideas. They in turn optimized and simulated, sending back revised plans. With massive funding and time at their disposal, the Flying Thunder God technique had been refined almost to the version perfected by the 4th Hokage. Uchiha Ke toyed with a specially crafted kunai in the clan training ground. Its shape was unique, a 3-pronged design based on Ke's memory. Its material was extraordinary. A single kunai cost as much as 10 ordinary ones. Madara casually deflected Ke's thrown kunai, about to say something, when he saw the man before him vanish. Who instantly appeared behind Uchiha Ban, clutching a highly condensed mass of lightning-release chakra in his hand, which chirped like 1,000 birds in unison, piercing the stagnant air of the training ground. 1,000 birds. The formidable killing intent caused Ban's hairs to stand on end. His Sharingan contracted sharply, and he instinctively abandoned all thoughts of counterattack. He knew clearly that at this distance against the unparalleled penetrative power of the 1,000 birds, any block or dodge would be futile. I concede. Ban's voice carried no dejection, but instead a suppressed excitement and admiration. He slowly turned around, gazing at the fading lightning in Ke's hand, a complex and fervent light flickering in his eyes. Ke, you bastard. You finally did it. Not quite yet. Ke dispersed the chakra in his hand and replied calmly. Not quite yet. Ban raised an eyebrow, clearly unconvinced. Just now that speed. Even an elite Jonin couldn't have reacted. You've turned that useless jutsu into a true killing weapon. It's different. Ke shook his head, his gaze deep. Right now I still need a deliberate process to sense the coordinates and then teleport myself there. There is a delay in between. For a true life and death battle, that instant of delay is enough to be fatal. He paused and continued. In the true Flying Thunder God technique as I envision it, it should be like breathing, an instinct of the body requiring no thought. I am still separated from that realm by a thin barrier. Ban fell into contemplation upon hearing this. He naturally understood Ke's meaning. In the ever-changing world of shinobi combat, any superfluous movement or thought could become the seed of defeat. Then what do you plan to do? Ban asked. Real combat. Ke looked up at the distant sky, his eyes growing distant. It seems I should take on more missions. In this era of wanton slaughter, the number and danger of missions far exceeded the later peaceful days of the 5 great shinobi villages. However, most of them only involved facing Chunin or special Jonin who posed little threat to Uchiha Ke now. Even ordinary Jonin he could swiftly defeat by exploiting his intelligence advantage. Of course, even without the Flying Thunder God, he could kill ordinary Jonin, though it would require more effort. Over the following months, Uchiha Ke reversed his previous behavior, frantically undertaking missions, most of which were high difficulty, even surpassing Ban's frequency. In the Warring States period, everyone's reputation was earned through bloodshed. The year Uchiha Ban and Uchiha Ke made their names in the Hatake battle, many called them the peerless twin jewels of the Uchiha. Ke's low profile in previous years caused the entire Land of Fire and even the Uchiha clan's internal circles to nearly forget his existence, remembering only the bloody Azura shining in intelligence reports. But during this period, his killing spree made the shinobi world recall the former genius. His battle record was even more ferocious than Uchiha Ban's. Most of the Jonin he faced were killed in their first encounter. The most terrifying part was that no one knew what jutsu he used, only that his speed was unimaginably fast beyond the capture of the naked eye. Uchiha Kwanai leaned on one knee, breathing heavily, sweat streaming down his cheeks and soaking his black hair. Across from him, Uchiha Long was not much better, his chest heaving violently. Hey, don't you think Banj has been acting a bit off lately? Kwanai wiped his sweat and lowered his voice as if sharing a monumental secret. Long looked up with a hint of confusion. What now? Didn't he just come back from completing an rank mission? I heard he even received our father's praise. That's exactly why it's strange. Kwanai's brow furrowed, his expression turning serious. Every time he finishes a mission, he sneaks out of the clan compound alone and runs to the river north of here. He's gone for a whole day, sometimes not coming back until the next day. Every time I ask what he's doing, he says he's skipping stones. But who would go that far just to skip stones? Uchiha Ke, about to leave the clan compound for a mission, happened to hear their conversation. His pupils contracted sharply. Riverbank. Skipping stones. These simple words, like a key, instantly unlocked a dusty memory deep in his mind. Has the plot finally begun? Uchiha Ke thought to himself. Others might not know what Ban's stone skipping by the river signified, but he knew well. The first meeting between Senju Zhujian and Uchiha Ban in the original story occurred while skipping stones by the river. Counting the time, Ban was 10 this year, a year later than his guess, but still roughly aligned. So had Ban already met Zhujian, or was he about to? With this thought, he no longer hurried to set out for his mission. Instead, he walked over to Kwanai and Long and asked, "Where's your elder brother?" He just left the compound heading north, Long replied, not hiding it since the question came from Uchiha Ke. Ke stood up, dropped the terse word, and before Kwanai and Long could react, his figure vanished from the training. This is a historic moment. I hope I haven't missed it. The thought raced through Ke's mind. If he didn't get involved in such a scene, then he truly had wasted his reincarnation. So he abandoned the just accepted mission and headed to the place Kwanai had mentioned, turning into a black shadow darting through the woods, even using the Flying Thunder God technique to hasten his journey. Skip, 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 skip. A stone hopped across the water 5 times before plopping into the river. Uchiha Ban, dissatisfied, picked another stone and grumbled, "I refuse to believe this. He'll throw it to the other bank this time. With that technique, you'll never make it to the other side." Ke's voice drifted into Ban's ears. Just as he was about to turn around, whoosh, another stone flew from behind him, bouncing rapidly across the river many times before landing heavily on the opposite bank. A boy about their age stepped out from there wearing a light green shirt, and a white triangular scarf around his neck. What drew the most attention was his watermelon-shaped haircut. Under the sunlight, the three youths appeared together on the same riverbank for the first time in an unexpected manner. Later historians would remark this moment marked the first meeting of the three gods, and it was also the spark that ignited the transition from clan rule to shinobi village rule across the nations. The river of history began to turn from this point onward. Whoosh! A stone flew out from the other side of Uchiha Madara, skimming across the water several times before crashing into a tree on the opposite bank with a loud thud. Uchiha Madara's expression was nothing short of spectacular. First he stared in astonishment at the sudden appearance of Ku, then cast a wary glance at the peculiar watermelon-headed youth. He stood frozen, his mind blank, for half a second. What the hell is going on? Madara's mind roared. How is Ku here? Wasn't he supposed to be on a mission? And where did this watermelon head come from? Wait, did they just throw that stone to the other side? Damn it. They stole. Compared to the turbulent storm within Madara's heart, Senju Hashirama was far more composed. He was naturally unsuspecting of others, and now he was curiously scrutinizing Ku from head to toe. Hey, you not bad at throwing stones. Hashirama broke the silence, first his smile disarming. But that round doesn't count. I threw first, so it should be a duel between me and that guy. Hearing this, Ku chuckled inwardly, just as I thought. Senju Hashirama, with that easygoing personality completely the opposite of Madara. He ignored Hashirama's words, and turned his gaze to the still-dazed Uchiha Madara, deliberately drawing out his tone, and asking rhetorically, Madara, who do you think your opponent is? My opponent is. Madara instinctively began to answer, but the words died in his throat. He looked at Hashirama's vacant expression, then at Ke's smug, troublemaking demeanor, and an inexplicable rage surged to his head. You two bastards don't talk as if I'm not here. Uchiha Madara stomped his foot in fury, stepped forward, and pointed at Hashirama, then glared venomously at Ku. What are you doing here? Ku spread his hands, looking utterly innocent. I just finished a mission and was passing by. The scenery was nice, so I thought I'd practice my shuriken throwing techniques. Who'd have thought I'd run into you two? What a coincidence, huh? The excuse was watertight, and no matter how much Madara fumed, he couldn't find a single flaw. Oomph. Madara snorted heavily, deciding to ignore Ku. He turned to Hashirama, unleashing all his competitive spirit. Skipping stones, huh? Watch closely. This time I'll definitely succeed. Madara raised his right hand, lightly assuming a perfectly standard Uchiha-style shuriken throwing stance. With a flick of his wrist, he hurled the stone with all his might. Whoosh! The stone skipped rapidly across the water, bouncing several times. It seemed on the verge of reaching the opposite bank, but at the last moment its momentum failed, and it plunged into the river with a plop. Madara remained frozen in his throwing pose, as if struck by a paralysis technique. The scene was nothing short of excruciatingly awkward. Then, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, he whipped around, and made an exaggerated gesture pointing at Ku and Hashirama. You two bastards. You deliberately stood behind me and distracted me. I'm sensitive. I can't even pee if someone's standing behind me. Ku was already immune to Madara's excuses and scoffed disdainfully. If you can't pee, why not blame the Earth's gravity? Meanwhile, Senju Hashirama was visibly startled by Madara's bizarre analogy. He instantly slumped into dejection, squatting on the ground with his knees hugged, as if a dark cloud loomed over his head. I'm sorry. Hashirama's voice was thick with guilt, on the verge of tears. I didn't know I had such an annoying symptom. Madara clearly hadn't anticipated Hashirama's reaction. He had only wanted an excuse to save face, but the other had dismantled the latter and even dug a pit for himself. He pressed a hand to his forehead, utterly exasperated. Hey, you don't have to be that down. I shouldn't have been so unreasonable. What the hell am I seeing? Uchiha Madara actually apologized. Ku stood dumbfounded, his mind reeling. Is this the legendary charm of Senju Hashirama? These two together are like a natural comedy duo. Madara's apology, far from cheering Hashirama up, only deepened his gloom. Ke's inner monologue continued. These two together are like a natural comedy duo. Madara's apology, far from cheering Hashirama up, only deepened his gloom. No, it's my fault. Hashirama buried his head even lower. He'll reflect on it. Madara looked at his pitiful state and sighed helplessly. I shouldn't have said that to you. I really can't figure you out. Ha ha ha. Just as Madara was about to continue comforting him, Hashirama suddenly leaped to his feet. His face bore no trace of dejection. Instead, it was replaced by a mischievous grin. He mimed the skipping stone motion, crowing triumphantly. It's fine. At least it's clear that I'm better at skipping stones than you. You bastard. Madara's anger flared anew. Believe me, I'll use you as a skipping stone. Hashirama immediately reverted to his crestfallen state, crouching again with his knees hugged, and murmured in a voice of resigned martyrdom. I didn't expect to make you angry. As an apology, I'll prepare myself to be thrown into the river. Go ahead, throw me. Watching these two future pinnacles of the ninja world fool around, as if no one else existed, Ku felt that today had been well worth it. Madara, encountering this type of opponent who was immune to both soft and hard tactics for the first time, sighed and rested his hands on his hips. Do you know how annoying your habit is, eh? Hashirama suddenly looked up, his eyes filled with a disturbing malice, and said softly, No, I don't. But I genuinely hope you can throw it to the other side. You're such a nuisance. Get lost. Uchiha Madara completely lost his temper. He suddenly felt that this watermelon-headed kid was more and more irritating. And so amidst a chaotic ruckus-filled scuffle, the initial estrangement among the three youths miraculously vanished without a trace. Over the following months, this secluded riverbank became their unspoken secret base. Whenever Madara and Ku had gaps between missions, they would both unwittingly come here. And Hashirama would always appear on the opposite bank as if by appointment. Every time they invented a new competition, bizarre and eccentric things like who could hold their breath longer, who could hit the farthest tree with a single stone, who could climb the highest cliff. After the contest, they'd lie on the grass and share their troubles. Gradually, the three grew accustomed to one another, even beginning to look forward to each gathering. One day, as usual, they finished a fierce, water-skipping battle by the river. Under Ke's guidance, Madara had finally managed to throw a stone all the way to the opposite bank for the first time, and he was proudly showing off to Hashirama. Just then, a gentle breeze stirred, carrying with it a faint, elusive scent of blood. Ke's smile vanished instantly, his gaze sharpening as he recognized that scent all too well. Ban and Jujian almost simultaneously sensed the anomaly and ceased their horseplay, their expressions turning grave. Upstream, Ke murmured, his eyes fixed on the river's source. The three exchanged a glance, and without hesitation transformed into three blurry silhouettes darting upstream. The further they went, the stronger the stench of blood became, until at a bend in the river they found its source. A corpse clad in a ninja uniform floated silently in the shallow water. His body had been bleached pale by the water, a massive wound on his chest, clearly the fatal blow. Crimson blood still seeped from the gash, dyeing the surrounding river a sinister pale red. That is. Ban's pupils contracted. Jujian strode forward, his expression solemn as he crouched to examine the corpse drifting downstream. The corpse bore no forehead protector to indicate allegiance, but on his waterlogged clothes was embroidered a family crest unfamiliar to none of the three. Ban's eyes narrowed as he gazed at Zujian's back, lost in thought. Zujian's speed, definitely that of a jonin. Not something a minor clan could cultivate. I wonder which genius ninja he belongs to. A low voice came from behind. Ban glanced at Uchiha Ke, who had appeared beside him unnoticed, and after examining the corpse, Zhu Jian said softly, It seems this place will soon become a battlefield. We should head back. Seeing the crest on the body, he thought to himself, it's someone from the Yui clan drifting from their territory. Has the Yui clan declared all-out war on us? Forgive me, I must take my leave. Not waiting for a response, Zhu Jian pushed off the ground with his feet, leaving behind, Goodbye Ban and Ke. I had a great time today. No problem. Don't forget to come play again next time. Ke waved at Zhu Jian and shouted. Zhu Jian turned around, waved back, and smiled. All right. As Zhu Jian's figure disappeared, Ke noticed Uchiha Ban still standing in a daze, seemingly lost in thought. He asked, Lost in thought, what are you thinking about? Ban shook his head, Nothing. Let's go back to the clan grounds. The two turned and leaped into the forest, swiftly returning to their clan territory. So Ban asked on the way back, which clan do you think Zhu Jian is from? Over the past few months, the three had exchanged names, but due to irresistible forces, no one dared to reveal their surnames. Ban only said that Ke was his cousin, because they all knew that once their clan names were spoken, the fragile friendship they maintained would likely shatter. The three were carefully preserving this bond. Ke shrugged, Why overthink it? He'll tell us when he's ready. Since he hasn't, just think of him as Zhu Jian. Or are you going to break off with him just because he didn't tell you his clan? We didn't tell him we're Uchiha, did we? Ban fell silent for a moment, then sighed heavily. When will this chaotic era end? What do you think? I believe that one day, when my strength is great enough, I will surely put an end to the warring states, period. Ban looked directly at Ke, his face full of seriousness. Ke raised an eyebrow and praised, I think so too. With enough power, it's definitely achievable. But that person might not be you, but rather your good buddy Zhu Jian. Of course, the latter sentence Ke kept to himself. As soon as the two returned to the clan grounds, they ran into a grim-faced Uchiha Tian Dao. Where have you two been? Why are you back so late? Don't you know there's a clan meeting tomorrow? Get some rest early. The two said nothing, only nodded silently, and left. They knew that talking back to Uchiha Tian Dao in this state would lead to no good. Things don't look good, Ke thought to himself as he hurried toward his own courtyard. Back home, the young maid had already prepared a lavish dinner. But Ke had little appetite. He took a few bites hastily, and then had Sha Yi clear the table. After a bath, he sat on the veranda of the courtyard, recalling the events by the river that day and the gloomy expression on Uchiha Tian Dao's face, so dark it seemed to drip water. A sense of foreboding rose in his heart. The corpse of the Yui clan was like a signal heralding the impending end of this brief peace. The Chinsho and the Uchiha. This pair of lovers-cum enemies for 1,000 years can't even stay quiet for a few days. Ku grumbled inwardly. I wonder what trivial matter started it this time. But judging by Tian Dao's expression like he's lost his mother, it's probably serious. A night of silence. The next morning, when the bell summoning the clan meeting echoed through the grounds, the air was already thick with a murderous aura. Walking side by side into the council hall, Ku and Ban sensed that today's atmosphere was entirely different. The jonin seated were all grim-faced, many even wearing armor. The entire hall was so quiet you could hear a pin drop, and an oppressive feeling of impending war washed over them. Uchiha Tian Dao sat upright in the main seat, and behind him hung a brand new map. On the map, an area originally belonging to the Yui clan was heavily circled in red ink. By now you've all heard the rumors. Tian Dao's low commanding voice broke the silence. That's right, the Chinsho have once again initiated a war. He stood abruptly and slammed his palm on the table with a thunderous bang, jolting everyone present. Half a month ago, the Yui clan discovered an extremely rare iron mine within their territory. Tian Dao's voice was as cold as winter icicles. This material naturally conducts chakra, making it the best raw material for forging weapons. For us Uchiha, it is an invaluable strategic resource. A suppressed murmur of astonishment rippled through the hall. These were all jonin, and they understood what such a resource meant for a clan. Ku narrowed his eyes. If he remembered correctly, his custom flying thunder god Kanai required precisely this iron as raw material. Within the entire Uchiha territory, this mineral was currently only found near Shuixingshuan City, but even there the yield was not large, and it was located at the border between their clan and the 9 western clans frequently attacked during mining and transport. The hypocrite from the Thousand Hands sect, upon learning of the news, immediately deployed troops under the pretense of maintaining peace, invading the territory of the Yui clan. Tian Dao's eyes burned with fierce anger. Our ally the Yui has been defeated and sent out a call for help. As the guardians of the Fire Nation, how can we stand idly by while the Thousand Hands bully our friends? Such sweet words. Ku listened from below, nodding along with the many jonin, but internally rolling his eyes. Aren't they just after what belongs to others, using a grand pretext to justify their robbery? The poor Yui is merely a piece of succulent meat caught between 2 tigers. Whoever bites first claims it, and no one cares about the meat's feelings. Our first reinforcement team arrived on the battlefield 3 days ago, and has already clashed with the Thousand Hands. Tian Dao's gaze swept across the room, his voice growing increasingly forceful. But we must not stop here. We must secure those resources. Now let's begin discussing specific battle strategies. With Tian Dao's command, the entire conference hall erupted like a boiling pot. A group of hawkish Uchiha upper echelons immediately began a heated debate, spitting words fervently. I believe we should immediately dispatch our main forces to crush the Thousand Hands on the front line. No, the Thousand Hands are cunning and experienced. A frontal assault would play right into their hands. We should send an elite team to assist the Yui in a decapitation strike. Decapitation, easy to say. Are the dark ninjas on the Thousand Hands side just sitting idle? Ku remained true to his principle of keeping a low profile, ignoring the ongoing debate. He simply sat quietly, watching with cold eyes. He knew that no matter what these high-ranking officials discussed, it ultimately came down to one word: fight. And war meant death. By the time the meeting ended, dusk had fallen. Each person in the hall wore a hint of bloodthirsty excitement. Having lived in peace for too long, the warlike genes within the Uchiha began to stir. Ku bid farewell to Ban and walked alone on his way home. He vaguely remembered that in the original text this war seemed to. I can't quite recall. It seems one of the brothers of Hashirama dies in this war. What was it called? Thousand Hands Ban Jian. Or was it Wajian? Ku shook his head, trying to excavate clearer information from the depths of his memory, but after all these years the details had long since faded. Forget it. If I can't remember, then I won't. After all, the one who dies is just an insignificant victim. It has nothing to do with me. He shrugged, putting the matter behind him and quickening his pace home. If I get back too late, the food made by the little maid will be cold. It seems your mood has been quite good these past few days, master, Sha Yi asked with a smile, while clearing the dishes. She really enjoyed seeing Ke's happy expression. Ku slumped on the tatami, casually replying, "Yeah, it feels like I'm about to witness history." Yet his mind was occupied with another matter. Since that brother of Thousand Hands Hashirama is going to die this time, it shouldn't be long until the discussion of the dream of establishing Konoha starts. Once the gears of war begin to turn, they will mercilessly crush everything in their path. The Uchiha and Thousand Hands, these fated enemies, engaged in brutal, yet meaningless slaughter over resources that did not belong to either side. The Thousand Hands claimed they were liberating the Yui from tyrannical rule, holding high the banner of love and peace. The Uchiha, under the guise of a request from the Yui clan, our long-standing allies, to help resist the invaders, portrayed themselves as embodiments of justice. Both sides used the most grandiose excuses to conceal their naked greed. And as for the Ue, their wails and blood had long been drowned out by the thunderous roars of the clash between the two great clans. Their fate was sealed the moment the resources were discovered. In the Warring States period, there was never justice or evil, only the strong and the weak. Greed is not the original sin, a weakness is. The shadow of war like a massive beast once again engulfed the entire Uchiha. The atmosphere within the clan became oppressive and tense as the task board in the mission hall updated at an unprecedented speed. Behind each task lay the potential for bloody life and death struggles, or perhaps the opportunity for overnight wealth. The innocent light in the eyes of the new generation quickly faded, replaced by coldness and numbness. Fortunately, both sides still maintained restraint at this time, not formally declaring war, but only clearing out bandits in the vicinity of the Ue clan under family commissions. War had persisted for over a month. On this day, as Ku returned from a mission, he heard loud commotion nearby. "I'm telling you, we accomplished a great feat this time. Haha, while completing a task for the Ue clan yesterday, we ran into the Thousand Hands clan, who were also completing a task. We killed them all, including several children. One of them was named Thousand Hands Banjian, and I heard he is the son of Thousand Hands Buddha. Haha, those fools. I really want to see the expression of their clan leader when he hears this news." Ku suddenly turned his head to look. He did not recognize the Uchiha clansman speaking, but remembered seeing him at a clan meeting. After all the long scar beneath his right eye was quite unforgettable. Ban thought for a moment, stopped on his way home, and went to the clan leader's residence, instead standing outside Ban's room and directly opening the door, shouting, "Ban, are you there?" Hearing no response, he was about to leave when two children appeared approaching this way. Uchiha Izuna and Ku hadn't seen the two for quite a while. He heard they had been undergoing special training with the intelligence department to increase their strength. This time when they met again, most of their childishness had faded and their steps were much steadier. With just one glance, Ku knew these two had not killed a few people recently. "Are you looking for my brother?" Ku looked at him and nodded. "My brother just returned half an hour ago. He should be looking for someone to spar with at the training grounds." "Is that so?" Ku squinted slightly, then turned and left. Izuna watched as Ke's back disappeared, silently turning toward his father's room, while Takumi greeted him before returning to his own room. Meanwhile, Ku, who was leaving in the distance, turned back to glance and saw Izuna entering Uchiha Tiandao's room, raising an eyebrow and a mysterious smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "Ban, stop dawdling, let's get going soon." Looking at the rushing Ku, Ban was first taken aback, then responded, and the two quickly walked toward the clan's exit, while a shadow wrapped in black stood at the entrance watching the direction. When they reached the riverbank, a figure was indeed sitting there in dejection. The two emerged from the forest and walked together toward the silhouette. By the time they arrived behind him, it was already dusk. The last rays of the setting sun stretched Hashirama's shadow long across the ground, and he sat silently on the stone where they often gathered. He did not greet them as usual, but merely stared in silence at the slowly flowing river, lost in thought. He was drenched from head to toe, as if he had just been pulled from the icy riverbed. The eyes that once brimmed with sunlight and vitality were now hollow, expressionless, and swollen red, as if all their radiance had been extinguished. He was not crying nor speaking, only his shoulders trembled violently, and from his throat came a suppressed, agonized whimper, like that of a wounded beast, as if he were bearing the heaviest sorrow in the world. Ku and Ban stood behind him, watching his utterly disheartened appearance, and by tacit agreement said nothing. The air was filled only with the sound of the flowing river and that heart-wrenching stifled sob. "Hashirama." Finally, Ban could not help but venture a tentative address. His voice unconsciously softened, as if afraid to disturb a friend immersed in his own world. At the sound of Ban's voice, Hashirama's body jolted sharply. He slowly raised his head, and a hint of focus finally returned to his vacant face. When he saw that it was Ban and Ku and caught the undisguised concern in their eyes, the tears he had been holding back for so long burst forth like a breached dam. "My brother." His voice was hoarse, as if scraped by countless sheets of sandpaper squeezed out from the depths of his soul, filled with boundless agony and remorse. "My brother is dead." This news struck Ban's heart like an invisible heavy hammer. He had witnessed the death of his own brother. He knew better than anyone the pain that tears at the heart and seems to rip the soul away. His name was Atama. He was only 7. Hashirama choked like a lost child, recounting the cruel truth in broken sentences. He was just following the squad on a simple reconnaissance mission. Father said it was only to let him see a real battlefield. Then they ran into the Uchiha forces. His voice began to tremble, laden with deep self-reproach, and he was so young he hadn't even killed anyone before. He said that when he returned, he wanted me to teach him a more powerful water release. He could not continue any further, burying his face in his hands, curling up in pain on the ground, letting out heartbreaking sobs. The Uchiha forces. Those 5 words branded themselves like white-hot irons on a Ban's heart. His body stiffened abruptly. He opened his mouth wanting to say something comforting, but found his throat as if blocked by something, unable to utter a single word. Ke watched silently from the side. He had known before coming that Itama of the Senju clan had eventually fallen at the hands of the Uchiha. This was war. Cold, merciless, suffocating, showing no pity for age, status, or dreams. On the battlefield, everyone was merely a symbol, a statistic, a number representing the clan's combatants. Why must there be war? After an unknown length of time, Hashirama slowly raised his head. His bloodshot eyes were filled with tears and bewildered pain. Why must we slaughter each other like this? For those resources? For those so-called family honors? Are these things really more important than human life? His accusations stabbed like sharp awls into Uchiha Ban's heart and into the absurdity of the era. Ban could not answer. He unconsciously clenched his fists, his nails digging deep into his palms. Ke also did not answer because for those high-ranking rulers the answer was yes. The powerful stood at the apex and were expected to charge into the fray first. I hate it. Hashirama roared in anguish. I hate war. I hate this era that forces even children to take up arms and go to the battlefield. I hate those adults who sit in high places and casually start wars. At this moment his emotions erupted completely in the silent valley. After a long while, when his crying had subsided into muffled sobs, he slowly turned around, his eyes burning with unwavering determination. He gazed at his own disheveled and resolute reflection in the slowly flowing river, then spoke. Ben, his voice was still hoarse, but filled with an undeniable strength. I've had enough. I never want to see anyone die for such a pointless reason again. He took a deep breath, inhaling all the sorrow and weakness, then exhaled, turning it into resolute power. He turned to face them, meeting their eyes. Those eyes that had once been full of sunshine now seemed to burn with flames. I have a dream. I want to end this chaotic era with my own hands, to build a village where all clans can live together like brothers in peace. A village with no more war, where children can run carefree under the sun, showing genuine smiles. I know it sounds naive, ridiculous, like a fool talking in his sleep. A bitter smile twisted his lips, but this is the best way I can think of to prevent tragedies like Itama's from happening again. For that I will pay any price, do whatever it takes. So Banka, will you help me? The last glow of the setting sun broke through the clouds and fell upon his face, still tear-streaked, yet radiant. In that moment, Ke seemed to see the future first Hokage, a vision of the face carved into the Hokage rock. Uchiha Ban's body jolted. He stared at Hashirama in disbelief. The other's seemingly distant dream resonated powerfully with the vague, unspoken wish deep within Ban's own heart. Ending the warring states period and building a peaceful village. This idea took root in his heart like a seed. Even Uchiha Ke was almost moved by Hashirama's words. Was this the Taknajutsu of Azura's reincarnation? No wonder Naruto had convinced so many people with just his words. Just as the atmosphere grew unbearably tense, Ke let out a sudden light laugh. The light laughter seemed particularly out of place amidst the solemn atmosphere. Ban and Hashirama turned to him in astonishment. What are you laughing at? Ban frowned and asked, feeling that Kakashi's laughter at this moment was utterly inappropriate and inconsistent with his perception of this cousin. I laugh. Kakashi's smile gradually widened as he looked at Hashirama, his eyes filled with a hint of mockery and a touch of approval. I laugh at your dream, which indeed sounds wonderful and grand. But have you considered that this dream has a fatal flaw? Hashirama was taken aback. This dream was the product of his days and nights of deep thought, a confession born from the loss of his loved ones, and it represented his ideal world. Exactly. Kakashi nodded as he approached Hashirama, locking eyes with him. You want to establish a village where all clans, including Uchiha and Senju, can coexist peacefully. Right. Yes, that's right. Hashirama's eyes lit up as he nodded vigorously. Then let me ask you, Kakashi's voice sharpened, if you can't even face the true identities of the two friends standing before you. You don't even dare to tell them your true identity. How can you expect two clans that have been enemies for generations to be honest and coexist peacefully? Let alone the fact that the Land of Fire has far more than just these two clans. Kakashi's words struck like thunder, resonating in the minds of both Hashirama and Ban. Indeed, they were here cautiously maintaining this fragile friendship, not daring to touch upon each other's surnames, as they both recognized that neither was a child from an ordinary clan. If they couldn't even be honest with their good friends, what qualifications did they have to talk about changing the world and letting all clans set aside their hatred? This was the greatest irony. So Kakashi took a step back, his gaze sweeping across the faces of the visibly changed Hashirama and Ban, his voice growing serious, filled with undeniable determination. If you truly wish to achieve that great dream, or if you want to move towards that goal, why not start from now, starting with the three of us? Put aside those ridiculous rules, cast away the clan hatred that has burdened us for millennia. Right here, right now, let us each reveal our surnames. If you can't even take this first step, what hope do you have for honesty? If that's the case, your dreams will forever remain mere fantasies. Having said that, he no longer looked at the two, but first expressed his own stance. He'll go first. He took a deep breath and revealed a relaxed smile. I am Kakashi, Uchiha Kakashi, pleased to meet you, Hashirama. Uchiha. Kakashi. When the surname Uchiha was clearly pronounced from Kakashi's mouth, Hashirama's body trembled violently, instinctively, taking a half step back, the color draining from his face. Uchiha. The one who killed his brother was Uchiha, and his best friend turned out to be also Uchiha. The immense shock left his mind blank. He had suspected Kakashi and Ban's identities, but when it was finally exposed, he still found it hard to confront. Ban, on the other hand, looked at Kakashi in shock, unable to believe that Kakashi had so decisively shattered the greatest barrier between them, his face now filled with hesitation and struggle. Kakashi paid no mind to them, staring intently at the two, his gaze resolute as he said, I've shown my sincerity, now it's your turn. The air seemed to freeze. Hashirama's fists instinctively clenched tightly, his head lowered as his entire body trembled slightly. Inside him, the hatred of his clan, the death of his brother, and this hard-won friendship were tearing him apart. Suddenly, he raised his head sharply. Tears streamed down his face, yet he wore a smile more difficult to bear than crying, but it was also radiant. He looked at Kakashi, then at Ban, and with all his strength shouted loudly, I am Senju Hashirama. Pleased to meet you. Senju. Hashirama. This time it was Ban who trembled violently. He widened his eyes, staring at the tear-streaked watermelon head before him. Senju. The one who secretly instructed Kakashi to kill his three brothers was also Senju. And the person he regarded as his only confidant turned out to be the son of the Senju clan's leader, the heir to this clan. Fate truly played a grand joke. Ban, what is your answer? Kakashi's gaze finally fell on Ban. The conflict and gloom on Ban's face gradually faded upon hearing the name Senju Hashirama. He looked at Hashirama's tear-stained face filled with determination, then glanced at Kakashi's calm eyes. He remembered his deceased brothers and Hashirama's recent loss of Tobirama. Perhaps Kakashi was right. If they couldn't even take this step themselves, then the so-called end of the chaotic world would truly be empty words. He slowly exhaled a breath as if to expel all the hatred and hesitation within him. He raised his head to meet the gazes of the two and in a deep voice said, I am Ban, Uchiha Ban. Pleased to meet you. As the last syllable fell, the three boys looked at each other stunned. In the next moment, they all burst into hearty laughter. That laughter was filled with relief, joy, and boundless anticipation for the future. The laughter echoed in the valley as if washing away all hatred and sorrow clean. Actually, I had long suspected that you were Uchiha. In our generation, among the cousins, there are only you two who are around 10 years old and are Jonin. But until just now, I still couldn't believe that my two best friends were actually Uchiha. So do you want to vent your frustration on the young Uchiha clan leader? Kakashi chuckled. Sure. Senju Hashirama's eyes narrowed. He was still deeply saddened and restless, and it was indeed time to vent. Just as Uchiha Ban was about to speak, a furious Hashirama charged directly at him. Ban swallowed his words and dashed forward to engage in a brawl. Senju Hashirama's physical skills were impressive. There were few in the warring states of his age who could match him. In the original story, Uchiha Ban at this age was slightly inferior to him. However, due to the pressure from Kakashi, Uchiha Ban's current strength had at least been elevated a level compared to the original, and his physical skills had naturally become significantly stronger. According to Uchiha Ban's recollections decades later, it was the most exhilarating battle of his life, as it was one of the few times he could actually fight back against Senju Hashirama. The bond between men is most easily forged through fists. I forgot who said it, but the saying holds. A satisfying, unrestrained brawl shattered the last barrier between the three, born of family feuds into when a bruised and battered Senju Hashirama and an equally injured Uchiha Madara parted ways, gasping for breath. The hesitation and struggle that once clouded their gazes were gone, replaced by a pure, unspoken understanding and camaraderie unique to true friends. Exhilarating. Hashirama plopped down on the ground, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, yet beaming a radiant smile. Madara, you bastard, you're even stronger than I imagined. You're just too weak. Madara rubbed his once again gloriously injured nose, hissing in pain, but refusing to concede. Next time we fight, they'll give you a handicap, one hand. What's so fun about taijutsu alone? Ku watched the two with keen interest, a glint of slyness in his eyes and a mischievous smirk curling his lips. A true ninja relies on ninjutsu to make his point. How about we take it up a notch? His proposal instantly ignited the competitive spirits of the other two. Suits me just fine. Senju Hashirama jumped to his feet, first rolling his wrists, his face glowing with excitement. I've been dying to see the Uchiha's fire release. If I couldn't ask for more. Uchiha Madara also stood up, crossing his arms and tilting up his chin, the inherent pride of the Uchiha clan reemerging. He'll show you what true power is. A summer breeze blew past, lifting a few fallen leaves, and the air filled with a tense yet exhilarating atmosphere. The rules are simple. Ke began setting the tone. No killing blows, no striking vital points. Whoever gets knocked down and can't get up or admits defeat loses. How about it? No problem. Hashirama and Madara replied in unison. The moment the words fell, the two moved. The first to strike was Uchiha Madara. Well aware of the Senju clan's vast chakra reserves and formidable close combat skills, he burst chakra from his feet, leaping backward, while his hands moved like phantoms, forming hand seals. Fire release, great fireball technique. A massive fireball over 3 meters in diameter carrying rolling waves of heat hurtled towards Senju Hashirama at the center. This technique, which Madara had long mastered, far surpassed ordinary ninja in both power and range. Facing the onrushing sea of flames, Hashirama showed no trace of panic. He too formed hand seals with speed no slower than Madara's. Water release, water formation wall. With a rush, a wall of water instantly rose from the river like a giant blue shield, precisely blocking the fireball's path. Boom! Hiss! Water and fire collided violently in midair, and a thick white fog of steam exploded instantly, shrouding the area. Now, Madara's figure vanished like a ghost. The next moment he appeared at Hashirama's flank, a kunai tightly gripped in his hand, silently slashing toward his opponent's neck. But just as the kunai was about to touch Hashirama's skin, a sharp sense of danger made every hair on Madara's body stand on end. The Senju Hashirama before him had unexpectedly burst into a puddle of clear water. Water clone. This guy had already prepared the substitution technique while releasing the water formation wall. Such combat awareness. Madara's heart jolted, and he activated the body flicker technique. At the very spot where he vanished, a thick water whip lashed through empty air with a sharp crack. Senju Hashirama's figure slowly emerged from the river surface, not far away, standing on the water with a hint of surprise on his face. So fast. He slammed both hands onto the river surface. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. A deafening roar echoed as the entire river churned. An enormous water dragon rose from the river, its ferocious head soaring into the sky, then plunged toward Madara on the bank with earth-shattering momentum. This guy's chakra. Truly a monster. Ke was startled by the sheer scale of the water dragon, far beyond ordinary rank techniques. Madara roared, forming new hand seals. Fire release, great dragon fire technique. Meanwhile, Ke flickered and quietly retreated, leaving the stage to the two destined rivals. Madara, watch out. Under the cover of the cascading water, Hashirama had unknowingly appeared behind Madara, throwing a punch. Wood release, wood log spear technique. Ke, who had been watching intently, saw this, and his Threetomo Sharingan contracted sharply. He had finally witnessed the legendary and most terrifying Kekkei Genkai with his own eyes. What a... Madara was clearly startled by this sudden technique. He never imagined that Hashirama, besides his powerful water release, also concealed such a bizarre Kekkei Genkai. In haste, Madara could only rely on his Sharingan's kinetic vision to barely block the wooden spear from above, but the punch aimed at his side was unavoidable. Thud. With a dull impact, Madara was solidly punched in the back, stumbling several steps forward. A coppery taste filled his throat, and he nearly spat blood. Madara, give up. Hashirama said with a lewd grin. Never. Being hit in public was an intolerable humiliation for the prideful Madara. A surge of raging fire erupted from the depths of his heart, momentarily clouding his mind. You leave me no choice, Hashirama. Madara let out a furious roar, unleashing his chakra without reserve. Fire release, dragon flames song technique. Several fire dragons more violent than any before surged from his mouth. These fire dragons were no longer simple straight-line attacks. Under Madara's manipulation, they moved like living beings, sweeping toward Hashirama and forming an inescapable cage of flames. Hashirama's expression drastically changed. He quickly formed seals to use water release defense again. But Madara's figure slipped through the gaps in the flames like a ghost, appearing right in front of him. Go down. A roundhouse kick carrying immense force, accompanied by waves of heat, slammed fiercely toward Hashirama's left arm. Crack. A crisp, teeth-grinding sound of bones snapping echoed through the entire river valley. Hashirama didn't even have time to cry out before he flew backward like a broken kite, crashing heavily to the ground. Madara stared blankly at his own right leg, then at the distant Hashirama writhing on the ground, clutching his arm in agony. Gradually, clarity returned to him. Hashirama, he cried out, rushing toward him. Watching Ban's panicked expression, Ke sighed inwardly, walking up, while still mentally complaining. Ban, isn't this love-hate script of yours a bit too ahead of its time? If Chinsho Fujian knew about this, wouldn't he come to fight you to the death? Step back, Ke said in a low voice, his Three-Tomo Sharingan flashing a calm red gleam as he quickly scanned Zujian's wound, assessing the injury. Ban, as if awakening from a dream, was jolted by Ke's icy gaze and finally regained some composure. He awkwardly stepped back 2 paces, but his Sharingan still stared fixedly at Zujian, his eyes filled with anxiety and self-blame. Ke, help him quickly. I didn't mean to. Shut up, don't make a noise, Ku ordered without turning around, his tone brooking no argument. He crouched down, deftly pulling out a roll of bandages and a small bottle of alcohol from his ninja tool pouch. He wasn't a professional medical ninja, but having spent years on the edge of life and death, he had plenty of experience dealing with fractures and external injuries. He first rinsed the sand and dirt around the wound with clean water, causing Zhu Jian to shiver in pain and gasp. Zhu Jian, bear with it. It might hurt a lot. I'm going to set your bone back in place. Ke said in a deep voice, his eyes unusually focused. Zhu Jian nodded tremblingly, his lips already bitten through a trace of crimson seeping out. Ke took a deep breath, stabilizing Zhu Jian's upper arm with his left hand, while his right hand suddenly grasped the dislocated forearm. Oh! With a suppressed cry of pain from Zhu Jian, Ke exerted force with both hands, and amidst a grating crack sound, he cleanly and decisively forced the dislocated bone back into place. The intense pain made Zhu Jian's vision go dark, nearly causing him to faint. After finishing, Ke began to wrap and secure the injury with bandages. Ban watched from the side, his heart pounding with fear, and asked anxiously, "How is he? Ke, is he all right? Won't die for now." Ke tied the last knot, stood up, and clapped his hands. "I've set the bone. The rest will have to be healed slowly back in his own clan." Ban finally let out a full sigh of relief. He walked over to Zhu Jian, his face full of apology, his voice somewhat hoarse. "I'm sorry, Zhu Jian." After a moment to recover, Zhu Jian grinned, revealing his signature somewhat goofy, but infinitely warm smile. "Huh. It's okay, Ban. That's how battles are. Besides, that fire release of yours was really cool. I have no complaints about losing to you. Even at a time like this, you're still clowning around." Ben was both exasperated and amused, but that heavy knot in his heart was finally untied. The three of them sat by the river for a while longer, until the setting sun completely sank below the horizon. Ben offered to escort Zhu Jian part of the way, but Zhu Jian politely declined. Ban nodded silently, quietly watching until Zhu Jian disappeared into the dense forest, then turned around after a long time. "Let's go back to the clan grounds. If we're any later, father will be furious." Back at the Uchiha clan grounds, the night was as deep as thick ink. Ban went straight back to the clan leader's residence. Judging by his dejected look, Ke figured he would likely not escape Quan Ai's eyes. But Ke didn't think much about it, and walked briskly back to his own courtyard. Pushing open the courtyard gate, a warm orange light shone through the paper window of the main house. As soon as he entered the entrance hall, a small figure emerged from the kitchen, carrying a steaming bowl of noodle soup. Upon seeing Ke, her face immediately bloomed into a brilliant smile. "Young master, you're back." The little maid Sha Ye's voice was as crisp as a wind chime, with a hint of cheerfulness. "I figured you'd be about due, so I just cooked the noodles. Eat them while they're hot." She wore a clean light blue kimono, a cute apron tied around her waist, and her hair was styled into playful. After these years of living together, this orphan of the Wind Demon clan, who was originally timid and dared not speak loudly, had long shed her initial cowardice and unease, becoming much more cheerful and lively. Thanks for your hard work," Ke said, taking off his dusty boots and sitting down at the dining table. "No trouble at all." Sha Yi placed the noodle soup in front of him, then, like presenting a treasure, brought out a small plate of exquisite pickled vegetables from the kitchen. "I learned a new pickling method from the old lady on East Street today. Try it." Looking at her beaming, praise-seeking demeanor, the fatigue of the day seemed to dissipate a lot. He picked up his chopsticks, took a bite of the noodles, and then a bite of the pickles. The pickles have improved a lot compared to last time," Ke commented succinctly. Sha Yi praised, happily squinted her eyes like a cat being petted. She didn't leave immediately, but naturally sat down on a small stool across the table, propping her chin on her hands, watching Ke eat with a smile. While eating the noodles, Ke casually said, "Sha Yi, prepare a set of black clothes suitable for traveling." Hearing this, Sha Yi's smile faltered slightly. Her clear big eyes blinked, and she tilted her head, asking, "Young master, are you going to the west again?" Ke's eating motion paused. He looked up at her somewhat surprised. Sha Yi extended her slender finger, pointing at the ninja tool pouch beside Ke. "Your special kunai are missing 10 again. But before, when you used up these kunai, you always had them delivered. Why are you going in person this time?" Ke looked at the increasingly graceful young girl before him, unable to suppress a wave of emotion in his heart. This girl had not only grown up over the past 2 years, but also become more perceptive. Ke didn't deny, "But it's already so late, and you just came back, haven't even taken a bath yet," Sha Yi said, her tone carrying a hint of undisguised worry. "Can't you go tomorrow?" She knew she was just a servant and should not question her master's decisions. But somehow, seeing Ke's face always marked with a hint of fatigue, she couldn't help but worry. Ke looked at her eyes, which were full of concern, smiled, put down his chopsticks, and reached out to ruffle Sha Yi's hair, as if petting a docile kitten. "Don't worry, it's nothing dangerous." His voice softened unusually. "I just had a brilliant idea that I need to send over to them for research immediately." Sha Yi nodded, though she didn't fully understand. still worried, but since the young master had made his decision, the only thing for her to do was to support him wholeheartedly. I understand. She immediately stood up, her face regaining a capable expression. He'll go prepare right away. I guarantee you'll be ready to depart within half an hour. Watching her back as she hurried off to prepare, the smile on Ke's lips deepened. The night was as deep as water. While most of the Uchiha clan had already fallen into a deep slumber, a shadowy figure silently leaped over the tall walls like a hawk, blending into the darkness, swiftly heading west. Kikei alternated between the flying thunder god technique and the body flicker technique, transforming himself into a streak of light that was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, rapidly traversing the silent sea of trees. A journey that would normally take an entire day was completed in less than 5 hours under his full-speed travel. As the first light of dawn appeared on the horizon, the tall and mottled walls of Suishin Prefecture came into view from a distance. He did not use the main entrance, but instead circled to a secluded area in the east of the city, skillfully climbing over the wall into his unremarkable estate. The estate was not large, resembling an ordinary wealthy merchant's villa. However, deep within the basement used for storing miscellaneous items and brewing wine, there lay a secret space that had been transformed by Kikei over several years. This was his laboratory. The scale of the laboratory was small, consisting of a main research room and 2 storage rooms. Rather than a laboratory, it resembled an underground workshop filled with various bottles, jars, and rudimentary instruments. A faint aroma of herbs mixed with metal permeated the air. Hearing footsteps approaching from the secret passage, the head of the laboratory immediately looked up from a microscope and hurried over. Behind him, 4 other researchers also paused their work, standing respectfully. Lord Kikei, what brings you here so suddenly? A flash of surprise crossed Nakano's eyes, quickly replaced by a researcher's unique excitement. Is it about the modified plan for the flying thunder god technique? No. 3. Do you have new ideas? Or does the alloy ratio for the shuriken need adjustment? Let's set the flying thunder god project aside for now, but we need to put that on hold for the time being. Kikei waved his hand, not indulging in any further conversation. He carefully took out a transparent test tube made of special crystal from his pocket and handed it directly to Nakano. First, study this sample and designate it as Experiment 0. You can arrange how to proceed as you see fit. Nakano adjusted his glasses and took the test tube with confusion. The test tube felt ice cold in his hands, containing a special culture solution that emitted a faint blue glow. This was the culture solution they had painstakingly developed over the past few weeks, capable of maintaining cell vitality to the maximum extent. Floating within the liquid were numerous tissue samples, fragments of shattered bones caused by an open fracture, a substantial amount of viscous blood mixed with the culture solution, and several pieces of torn fresh muscle tissue of varying sizes, nearly filling the test tube to the brim. Upon merely seeing the test tube, Nakano's eyes, hidden behind the lenses, suddenly constricted. As a top-tier research ninja, he sensed the overwhelming and terrifying life energy contained within the test tube almost instantaneously. This is... Nakano's voice trembled with extreme excitement as he cradled the test tube, as if holding the most precious treasure in the world, his breathing becoming cautious. Kikei watched his enthralled expression, a slight smile curling at the corners of his lips, his thoughts drifting back to the riverbank from a few hours ago. Accompanied by a suppressed cry of pain from Hashirama, Kikei used both hands forcefully with a crunching sound that made one's teeth ache to swiftly realign the dislocated bones. The intense pain made Hashirama's vision black out, nearly causing him to faint. Yet amidst the chaos of this critical moment, the seemingly rough action concealed intricate calculations. While tightly wrapping the wound with bandages to stop the bleeding, his movements appeared somewhat clumsy and frantic, resembling a combat ninja who was not accustomed to dealing with such injuries. Tisk, the broken bones are sticking out, covered in blood and shredded flesh. What a hassle. There's too much blood. Ooh, I can't stop it at all. As he muttered complaints, his free hand inadvertently reached into his ninja tool pouch, seemingly to find a clean cloth to wipe and clean the wound. At that moment, as his hand plunged into the ninja tool pouch, a test tube filled with blue culture solution that had already been prepared was silently pinched out between his 2 fingers. No one noticed this detail. All of the attention was focused on Hashirama's pained face, and Hashirama himself was on the verge of losing consciousness from the agony. With the hand holding the test tube, Kikei once again covered Hashirama's wound, employing a remarkably clever technique while cleaning the wound and adjusting the tightness of the bandages to gather as many precious Hashirama cells into the test tube as possible. The entire process was perfectly concealed by his body and arm movements. To anyone watching, he only seemed to be clumsily cleaning the wound to ensure the bandage could be secured more tightly. Alright, let's leave it at that for now. He feigned a look of disdain and returned his bloodied hand to the ninja tool. As he took out a new bandage, he smoothly left the test tube filled with spoils deep within the ninja tool pouch. As he tied the final knot, a heavy weight lifted off his heart. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Keiki's cold and emotionless voice pulled Nakano back from his shock. From now on, set aside all other research. I want all 5 of you to devote your full energy to this matter. Yes, yes. Nakano's eyes sparkled with fervent light as he responded repeatedly. For a research fanatic like him, he wasn't curious about the origin of this sample, only whether he could obtain more experimental materials. Nothing excites him more than a previously unseen research material filled with unknowns. Keikai looked at him and continued, I am not a professional researcher. How to study it, and from which direction to start is up to you. Nakano, you are in charge. I only want results. His voice paused, becoming extremely serious. I will come back in about a week. I want you to spare no effort in studying it and uncovering all its potential. You have the freedom to but remember, this is top secret. Any data must be triple encrypted and stored here. I will personally check on the situation once a month. Other than the 5 of you, I do not want anyone else to know of this sample's existence. Nakano's body trembled as he looked at the overly young master before him, his eyes filled not only with fervor, but also with a deep sense of gratitude. As you command, Lord Ko. I swear by my honor as a ninja that I will never betray your trust and expectations. Nakano bowed, solemnly, fully aware of the implications behind Ke's words. Having issued his orders, Ke did not linger in the laboratory. He knew well that for scientific research the most crucial element was time. And as a man who had traversed into the warring states, period, time was the one thing he had in abundance. Leave specialized tasks to the experts. Constant pressure and misguided interference would only prove counterproductive. He briefly reviewed the latest progress report on the refinement of the Flying Thunder God techniques formula. Finding no substantial breakthroughs, he allocated a substantial sum of funds and departed once more as silently as he had arrived. Over the next 5 days, he began to purge the trade routes around Suishin Castle of the undisciplined rogue ninjas and bandits that plagued them. After all, his ostensible reason for coming here was to fulfill a clan commission clearing the surrounding merchant roads. For him, this was a perfect opportunity to hone his mastery of the Flying Thunder God technique. Those villains who had once reveled in plunder and murder now experienced the true meaning of an apparition's unpredictability. They could not even catch a glimpse of Ke's form, a mere flash of black light before their eyes, and a frigid wound would appear on their throats. From start to finish, the battle rarely lasted more than 10 seconds. For Ku, it was hardly a battle, more like a one-sided slaughter. He did not even bother to use the lightning cutter. The fearsome reputation of Uchiha Ke once again spread like wildfire around Suishin Castle, striking terror into the hearts of outlaws and causing many to abandon their illicit operations in the area. The safety of the trade routes was thus restored. Ke even mused that after he had cleared all the nearby mountains, he might just be able to claim a banner of commendation from Taijima for eliminating evil and maintaining order. On the evening of the 5th day, Ke eliminated his final target, sealing the bandit leader's head in a sealing scroll as proof of mission completion, ready to return to the clan lands. The 1-week deadline had not yet arrived, but he decided to visit the laboratory early to see what kind of report Nakano and his team could deliver after 5 days of work. When he arrived, the atmosphere in the laboratory was entirely different from 5 days prior. The basement was thick with a pungent odor, a mixture of nutrient solution and ozone. Everyone was buzzing with an almost feverish energy, their eyes bloodshot, yet gleaming with a fanatical. The already crude instruments were now operating at an unprecedented frequency, emitting strained hums, as if they might collapse at any moment. The moment Nakano spotted Ke, he rushed over like a madman, clutching a thick stack of data reports. Overcome with excitement, he stammered, even forgetting to address him properly. You're here? You're here? Quick, look at this. Ke gestured for him to calm down, and took the report. On its cover in bold red letters were 4 words: Experiment 0. Flipping it open, even Ke, who had mentally prepared himself, felt his heart race at the data. The activity of the sample cells upon preliminary calculation is over 1,000 times greater than the most active ninja sample in our database, the Uzumaki sample. It possesses an astonishing capacity for self-repair and proliferation, and its cell division process is remarkably stable. It seems to possess an infinite vitality. Most incredibly, we discovered that these cells themselves contain an immensely pure and highly concentrated form of water and earth elemental life energy, as well as an unknown chakra attribute suspected to be the legendary yang release chakra. Moreover, these cells can actively absorb the trace amounts of natural energy floating in the air to replenish their own chakra. As Ke finished reading the report, Nakano summarized with a trembling voice, Lord Ke, do you understand what this means? This means that the entity possessing such cells is in theory a never-ending source of chakra, and a monster with an almost immortal body fully comparable to a tailed beast. Ke slowly closed the report, his own mind reeling with turbulent thoughts. Hashirama Senju, Ashura's reincarnation. The sage's body. No wonder he was the most broken existence in the original story. However, Nakano's tone suddenly shifted, his fervor replaced by deep frustration and longing. We have hit a bottleneck, a massive bottleneck. He pointed to a nearby glass-cultured dish bubbling with the proliferated Hashirama cells. Our current equipment and facilities are completely inadequate for deeper analysis of the zero cell. The research requires a vast amount of resources. At the current rate, our stockpile of culture fluid can only sustain us for at most 2 months. Nakano took a deep breath, looking at Ku with a pleading gaze. Master, I must be honest. With the knowledge of the 5 of us and the conditions here, we have hit the ceiling of this research. I need more personnel. Nakano's voice grew impassioned. We also need a larger space. He gestured at the humming instruments. We can build the experimental apparatus ourselves, but the 5 of us simply cannot manage the workload. Ku rubbed his temples, a headache forming. After all Nakano's lengthy explanations, it boiled down to just 3 words: increase the budget. Nakano hesitated, then spoke. And Lord Ku, if you truly wish to unlock the secrets of the zero sample and conduct deeper research, even human experimentation, I implore you to allow me to invite my teacher from the land of water. Your teacher? Ku raised an eyebrow, a detail Nakano had never mentioned before. Yes. Nakano's eyes shone with almost fanatical reverence. My teacher is commonly respected as the Water Elder. He is the greatest research ninja in the land of water and the most eminent in the entire ninja world. Unfortunately, he is currently under house arrest by the Suikoden clan, forced to research the 7 ninja swords for them. I once worked with my teacher there. 2.5 years ago, the Chimu clan attacked that stronghold, attempting to seize the swords. I took the opportunity to escape. But my teacher was immediately protected by the Suikoden ninja and is likely still confined in one of their laboratories somewhere. Suikoden Water Elder. Nakano's words plunged Ku into deep thought, his fingers drumming a steady rhythm on the table. Looking at the research fanatic trembling with frustration over the barrier of knowledge, Ku knew Nakano was not exaggerating. Investing heavily in the development of Hashirama cells was an inevitable choice. It was also an investment with a high rate of return. His hope for the Rinnegan and the sage's body rested entirely on this research. But to steal a person from the Suikoden clan, such a feat was nearly impossible for him at his current level. Old Shui, is it? I've noted it down. They'll find a way to recruit people and set up the new lab. You just focus on the research. Ku rubbed his brow throughout these words, and then, ignoring Nakano, who wanted to say more, turned and left the basement that was giving him a headache. Increasing funding and expanding the premises were easy. Over the past 4 years, the output of the Red Gold Valley had allowed him to save a considerable fortune, enough to expand the scale of this lab tenfold. But recruiting hands. This was the Warring States period. There were hardly any research-oriented shinobi in the entire ninja world, let alone trying to poach from the Zigwashin clan, especially someone like Old Shui, whom they regarded as a prized possession. What a joke, Ka thought to himself as he walked back toward the Uchiha clan grounds. Though the Zigwashin clan isn't famous in the land of fire, they're one of the top families in the land of water. With my current strength, going to their territory to snatch someone is practically asking for death. The potential gains were substantial, but the risks were terrifying. Not to mention him, even the Uchiha shadow operatives would find it difficult to stealthily extract someone from the unfamiliar land of water. He pushed the matter to the back of his mind for now. The urgent task was to return to the clan grounds, submit the mission, and digest the shock that Hashirama's cells had given him. There were 2 routes from Mizushinjin Castle back to the clan grounds. One was the main road along the trade route, flat and safe, but longer. The other was to directly cross the mountain range that lay between them. A perilous path, but it cut the travel time by nearly half. For ordinary shinobi, most would choose the former for convenience. But for Ku, who had grown increasingly adept at using the Flying Thunder God technique, the so-called peril did not exist. He chose to cross the mountain. The forest was vast and dense, blocking out the sun. Ke's figure sped through the enormous canopies. As he crossed the main ridge and began descending the other side of the mountain range, a suddenly open vista caught his eye without warning. It was an extremely vast basin surrounded by mountains. 2 rivers meandered through the basin like jade belts, eventually converging and nourishing this fertile land. At the center of the basin, the terrain was flat and open, covered by an endless primeval forest brimming with vitality. The cliff where he stood dominated the northern side of the basin, overlooking the magnificent landscape. Here, Ku stopped, standing at the edge of the cliff, staring in bewilderment at the scenery below. Why did this terrain look so familiar? Backed by mountains, encircled by 2 rivers, deep in the heart of the land of fire. An excellent geographical location. He slowly turned his head, and a bold yet absurd notion struck his mind like lightning. Holy crap, no way. Could this be the future Hidden Leaf Village? He quickly pulled out a detailed map of the land of fire from his ninja tool pouch and compared it to the terrain before him. Although on the map this area was still marked as undeveloped blank space, the course of the 2 rivers and the outline of the surrounding mountains almost perfectly matched the geographical location of the hidden leaf village in his memory. It really is. Ke's heart began to race uncontrollably. The cliff I'm standing on, isn't that the future? Hokage Rock. He stood on the edge of the cliff, feeling the mountain breeze on his face, overlooking the untouched virgin land below. A wondrous feeling of overseeing history welled up within him. He could almost see how in the coming decades a bustling ninja village would rise from the tranquil forest below. A brilliant idea quietly sprouted in his mind. It's such a waste for me to enjoy this feng shui treasure. A playful smile curled at the corner of his mouth. I have to bring those two to see it. Especially Hashirama, that dreamer. If he saw this place, he'd probably be so excited he'd cry on the spot. A few days later on the riverbank, the three of them knew well. What? Change the place. Senju Hashirama looked at Ku with some confusion. Isn't this place fine? Why change? Exactly, we're familiar with this place. Uchiha Madara also chimed in uncharacteristically. He had grown accustomed to dueling Hashirama here. Because I found a place 100 times more interesting than here, Ku said mysteriously. A place where we can see farther. How about it? Dare to go on an adventure with me? His words successfully piqued the curiosity of the other two. What's there to be afraid of? Madara stood up. Let's go. Let's go. Hashirama leaped up excitedly. Led by Ku, the three of them transformed into three blurs, dashing, without hesitation, toward the feng shui treasure that Ke had newly discovered. When they crossed the mountains and finally reached the summit of that majestic cliff, even Madara and Hashirama, who had mentally prepared themselves, were deeply shaken by the magnificent sight before them. Wow! Hashirama's mouth fell open, speechless for a long moment. He stood at the edge of the cliff, spreading his arms, as if to embrace the vast expanse of heaven and earth. So open. Madara didn't shout like Hashirama, but he could clearly see every detail of the basin below, the rushing rivers, the dense forest, and the deer roaming on the distant plain. A sense of ruling the world and looking down upon all living things swelled in his chest. See, I didn't lie to you, did I? Ku stood between them, smiling. Far from it. Hashirama was so excited he could barely speak. He pointed at the plain below, his eyes blazing with an almost fanatical light. Here, Ku, Madara. Look, this place is like it was made for our dream. He could no longer contain his inner excitement. Like a child who had found a treasure, he shouted in a near voice, passionately pouring out his increasingly clear dream blueprint to the empty valley. Look, right there. He pointed directly below the cliff at the most open and flat forest. We'll build our village right there. We can invite all the clans, Uchiha, Senju, Hyuga, Sarutobi. Everyone will live here in peace. His voice echoed through the valley, full of power and infectiousness, as if that utopia called the village had already materialized before his eyes. Madara stood quietly to the side, watching the frenzied Hashirama. His face no longer held its usual mockery and disdain, but was replaced by a complex emotion blending longing and awe. The world Hashirama described was exactly the destination he most desired deep in his heart. And here, Hashirama finally ran back to the very center of the cliff. He stomped on the hard rock beneath his feet, his eyes shimmering with a brilliant, dazzling light. Right on this cliff, on the stone wall, where we're standing now, we can carve our faces. That way we can forever watch over the peace we've created. He turned around and looked at Ku and Madara with an extremely solemn gaze. Madara, Ku, what do you think of this? Madara was silent for a long time. Finally, he slowly raised his head to meet Hashirama's eyes. His voice was a little hoarse, but exceptionally firm. If there really is such a village, I would give everything to protect it. A great dream, Ku said, spreading his hands in a relaxed tone. But the three of us alone can't do it now. How about we start building the village in 10 years? Inside the clan leader's mansion, Uchiha Izuna knelt respectfully before Uchiha Taijima. Father, Izuna said, his face carrying a concern and gravity beyond his years. I've recently noticed that big brother Madara and cousin Ke's behavior has been somewhat unusual. In the chief's mansion study, a faint ink fragrance permeated the air, yet the atmosphere was heavier than the cold ice of winter. Uchiha Taijima sat quietly behind the desk, his expression unreadable as he gazed at his kneeling second son before him. His fingers rhythmically tapped the tabletop, a habit he formed during deep contemplation. Anomaly. Taijima's voice was low and steady, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Izuna, recount everything you have seen and heard in detail. Yes, father. Uchiha Izuna took a deep breath, striving to keep his voice steady, though the eyes that bore a striking resemblance to Madara's betrayed a hint of struggle and worry. For the past few months, my elder brother's behavior has become quite strange. He no longer frequents the training grounds to spar with the clan members as he used to. Instead, he often sneaks away from the clan grounds for extended periods, sometimes not returning until the next day. I once asked him what he was doing, and he simply said he was going to the river to unwind and train. Izuna's brows furrowed tightly. But each time my brother returns from outside, he's in a peculiar mood, as if something is troubling him. Cousin Ke is the same. They have frequently gone out together recently. I once stealthily followed them, but they moved too swiftly. All I know is they headed deep into the northern mountains where no one resides. Taijima's fingers stopped tapping the table. The study fell into an oppressive silence. Izuna lowered his head, unable to meet his father's gaze, knowing full well that his words were akin to betraying his own elder brother. But as a member of the Uchiha clan, the interests of the family outweighed all else. He could not stand by and watch his brother tread a path that could jeopardize the clan. After a long pause, Taijima finally spoke, his voice raspy like sandpaper scraping against wood. The northern mountains. He slowly stood up and walked to the large map of the Land of Fire on the wall, his gaze falling on the border where the Uchiha and Senju clans' territories intersect, a no man's land deemed a taboo buffer zone by both clans' ninjas. There was a river that flowed from the mountains. Izuna, Taijima's voice turned icy and penetrating. Besides me, who else have you told about this matter? No one, father. Izuna hurriedly replied. Good. Taijima nodded, turning back to his second son. His expression was complex, a blend of approval and fatigue. From today onwards, continue as usual, and do not let your brother or Ke sense any abnormalities. Understood? Yes. You may leave now. Izuna respectfully bowed and slowly exited the study. When the heavy wooden door closed, Uchiha Taijima's calm demeanor was abruptly shattered. He slammed his fist down heavily onto the desk. Bang! Instantly, spiderweb-like cracks appeared across the hard surface. Senju Butsuma. He spat out two names filled with boundless hatred and murderous intent. Through gritted, he was almost certain that nothing but that damned rival clan could cause the proud Uchiha geniuses Madara and Ke to behave so unusually. He recalled his two deceased sons and the countless Uchiha clansmen who had fallen under the Senju's blade. The deep-seated hatred felt like it was resurfacing before his eyes. A cold, murderous intent gradually coalesced in his gaze. Meanwhile, on the other side of the Land of Fire within the Senju clan's territory, the same oppressive atmosphere unfolded in another study. Senju Butsuma looked at his eldest son, who knelt before him with his head bowed, and said nothing, his expression dark enough to drip water. Beside him stood a boy with striking silver hair, roughly the same age as Hashirama, his demeanor cold, and his gaze sharp, a stark contrast to the gentleness of Hashirama. Brother, father is asking you a question. Tobarama's cold voice broke the silence. Who have you been associating with recently? Senju Hashirama's body trembled slightly, but he did not look up, merely mumbling. Just an ordinary friend I met by the river. An ordinary friend. Butsuma's rage could no longer be contained. He slammed his hands on the table and roared. What kind of ordinary friend would lead you, an heir of the Senju clan, to risk violating clan rules by repeatedly sneaking into that forbidden area? I sent Umbu to investigate. Butsuma's voice thundered like a storm in Hashirama's ears. Those two carry the chakra of the Uchiha clan. Hashirama, tell me, are you associating with the trash of the Uchiha? Hashirama's head shot up, his face etched with shock and panic. Father, you had someone follow me. If I hadn't followed you, were you planning to hand the Senju clan's defense map to your friends? Butsuma was fuming. I didn't. Hashirama retorted loudly, pain and confusion filling his eyes. They're not what you think. Madara and Ke, like me, despise war and wish for a peaceful future. Enough. Butsuma interrupted him harshly. Peace. You dare talk about peace with the Uchiha? Have you forgotten how your uncle died? Have you forgotten how Butsuma died? They all perished at the hands of the Uchiha. And now you are becoming close friends with the sons of those who killed your own kin. Each of his father's words pierced Hashirama's heart like a dagger. He wanted to refute, to tell his father that Madara and Ke were different, but the image of Butsuma's innocent, lifeless face resurfaced in his mind. The immense conflict and pain engulfed him entirely. Observing his eldest son's troubled and struggling visage, Senju Butsuma's eyes briefly flickered with compassion, quickly replaced by an icy resolve. He slowly sat down, his tone becoming exceptionally calm, yet chilling. Hashirama, I am giving you a chance to prove your loyalty to the clan. He took out a scroll from his robe and tossed it in front of Hashirama. Tomorrow you will go to that place as usual to meet them, but this time you are not going to make friends. When Uchiha Madara was summoned to the study by Taijima, he was met with his father's eerily calm face. Madara, Taijima's voice was devoid of emotion. Tomorrow you and Ke will go to that place together again. Madara's heart sank, a foreboding sense of dread washing over him. However, Taijima raised his head, his eyes mirroring Madara's, but filled with a chilling intent he had never seen before. This time you are not going to meet friends. Tomorrow will be an ambush targeting the heir of the Senju. Your mission is to lead him to the designated location. Father, Madara exclaimed in shock. What are you saying? You want me to betray my friends? Friends? Taijima scoffed, stepping in front of Madara, pressing his hands on his shoulders. He spoke each word deliberately. The Uchiha and Senju can never be friends. Remember, the blood flowing in your veins is Uchiha blood. Your responsibility is to lead this clan to victory, not to discuss ridiculous dreams with your enemies. But, no buts. Taijima's voice brooked no objection. If you still consider yourself a descendant of the Uchiha, my son, you must carry this out. Madara looked into his father's resolute eyes, all his rebuttals stuck in his throat. Thinking of his deceased brothers and the centuries-old blood feud of the clan, he gazed at his father's steadfast face and nodded with great difficulty. That night, both the Uchiha and Senju clans had youths who could not sleep. They stood by their windows gazing at the same bright moon, yet their hearts were filled with entirely different, yet equally heavy pain and choices. They knew that after tomorrow the riverbank filled with laughter and joy would no longer exist, and they would personally bury that friendship. The night was unprecedentedly long. When the first faint light of dawn pierced the eastern horizon, like a blade, Uchiha Madara was already fully dressed, standing before the mirror and staring at his own pallid face with hollow, terrifying eyes. He had not slept a wink. His mind endlessly echoed his father's cold, merciless words and Hashirama's hopeful, dream-filled smile. In the end, he made his choice. Or rather, he had no choice at all. He tucked the shinobi blade behind his waist, took one last look at himself in the mirror, a face gleaming under the morning light, cold with near despair. When he stepped out of the room, he was surprised to find Ko already waiting in the courtyard. "Morning, Madara." Ko leaned against a cherry blossom tree, a blade of grass dangling from his lips, looking as relaxed as ever, as if this were just another ordinary morning. "With that look on your face like you've lost your parents. Didn't sleep well." Madara's heart sank. Instinctively, he tried to hide it. I just trained a little late." "Trained?" Ko chuckled inwardly, while keeping his expression unchanged. He had already noticed the unusual movements of the clans A and BU last night, and coupled with Madara's disheveled state, it didn't take a genius to figure out that old fox Uchiha Taijima was planning to use his own son as bait to stir up trouble. "Father told me to train with you by the river today." Madara's voice was hoarse. He dared not meet Ke's eyes. "Oh, is that so? Perfect. I was thinking of stretching my limbs too." Ke's reply was so calm that even Madara felt a flicker of surprise, as if he sensed nothing amiss. They walked side by side out of the clan grounds, silent the entire way. Madara wanted to speak several times to tell Ku that today was a trap to make him not go. But his father's unyielding command weighed on him like a mountain, preventing a single word from escaping. Ku, however, seemed utterly carefree, even greeting passing clan members along the way. Seeing this, Madara's heart grew heavier. When they reached the familiar riverbank, Senju Hashirama was already waiting on the opposite shore. He too had not slept a wink. His usually cheerful face was etched with pain and turmoil. He watched Madara and Ku approach, his lips moving silently, but no words came out. "Yo, everyone's early." It was Ku who finally broke the silence. As usual, he crouched by the river and picked up stones for skipping. "You two look like you're going to a funeral. Did your dads give you a collective punishment last night?" His words struck precisely at the most painful spot in both Madara and Hashirama's hearts. Their faces instantly turned even more grim. Madara didn't reply. He simply picked up a flat stone from the ground, then turned his back to Hashirama and Ku, as if adjusting his stance. On the opposite shore, Hashirama did the same. Neither spoke, yet a silent understanding flowed between them. Ku narrowed his eyes, his three-tomo Sharingan slowly emerging. He knew the real show was about to begin. Madara took a deep breath. Instead of using his usual throwing form, he whipped the stone in his hand with a more concealed motion. Whoosh! The stone traced a bizarre arc across the water's surface, not making a crisp skipping sound, but gliding silently, as if skimming the water, landing precisely at Hashirama's feet. Hashirama stiffened. He slowly bent down and picked up the stone, still bearing Madara's warmth. Almost at the same moment, he hurled back the stone he had prepared earlier, which also landed precisely at Madara's feet. Neither immediately examined the stones, but their bodies began to tremble uncontrollably. Only Ku, with his three-tomo Sharingan's extraordinary dynamic vision and insight, saw everything. He saw that on the back of the stone Madara had thrown, two crooked characters were carved with the tip of a kunai go. And on the back of the stone Hashirama threw back, two other characters were scrawled in an extremely hasty hand. Madara slowly bent down and picked up Hashirama's stone. When he saw the jarring word, trap, his body jolted violently, and the composure that had held for so long finally shattered. He lifted his head sharply and looked at Hashirama across the river, his eyes filled with immeasurable pain, apology, and a trace of relieved understanding. Hashirama, having seen Madara's warning and the complex look in his eyes, forced a smile that was uglier. "Sorry, I'm not feeling well today." "Me neither." They spoke almost simultaneously, their voices hoarse. Hashirama spoke first. Madara nodded and turned to leave as well. But just as they took their first step, suddenly a change occurred. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two figures appeared like apparitions without warning behind Madara and Ku. It was Uchiha Taijima. He was in full battle armor, his eyes filled with ingrained hatred. Beside him stood the equally cold-faced Uchiha Izuna. "Father!" Madara cried out in shock. Truly disappointing, Hashirama. Almost at the same moment, another equally icy voice came from the western bank. Senju Butsuma, clad in armor and arms crossed, slowly emerged from behind a tree, with silver-haired Senju Tobarama at his side. "Brother, you are too naive." Tobarama's voice was as cold as the winter wind, devoid of emotion. "Father!" "Tobarama." Hashirama's face drained of all color as he saw his family suddenly appear. "Seems we share the same idea, Senju Butsuma." Uchiha Taijima sneered. "And Senju Tobarama." Uchiha Izuna added coldly. He had accompanied the ANBU on many missions and once encountered the Sun-Just covert operatives, including Senju Tobarama. "Indeed, Uchiha Taijima." Senju Butsuma drew his short sword. "And Uchiha Izuna." Senju Tobarama also pulled out a kunai, assuming an attacking stance. Uchiha Taijima pointed his kunai across the river, his voice dripping with contempt. "You certainly have a clever scheme using such underhanded tactics to get close to my Uchiha heir. The feeling is mutual." Senju Butsuma sneered, not backing down. "Uchiha Taijima, aren't you doing setting a trap using the friendship between children? Such despicable behavior is quite in line with the Uchiha's usual style." "Enough of this." Uchiha Taijima's killing intent surged. "Since the Senju heir has delivered himself to us, don't think you'll leave alive." "The same goes for you, Uchiha Taijima." Senju Butsuma suddenly erupted with powerful chakra. The great battle was about to begin. In that moment, the wind in the valley seemed to come to a standstill, the air thick with an imminent chilling intent to kill. Uchiha Taijima's murderous intent surged in his eyes, leaving no time for anyone to react. "Today, since the heir of the Senju has delivered himself to us, do not expect to leave alive." As his words fell, he moved. Taijima's figure left behind an afterimage, launching forward like a bullet, instantly crossing dozens of meters over the river, his kunai gleaming with a sinister cold light aimed straight at Senju Hashirama's heart. "You won't succeed." Senju Butsuma shouted angrily, transforming into a silver flash, accurately meeting Taijima's attack. Clang! A deafening metallic clash erupted in the valley. The leaders of the two great clans, these two men standing at the pinnacle of the ninja world, engaged in a furious and direct battle. Their speed reached an extreme, their figures intertwining over the river, each clash of weapons containing enough force to shatter mountains and split stones. Wow, is this the battle of Hokage? It's definitely beyond what we little kids can compare to. Standing behind Kuro was barely managing to capture the blur of the two figures with his rapidly spinning Sharingan, secretly astonished. Just the oppressive feeling from their taijutsu and weapon clashes is far beyond that of ordinary jonin. At the moment, Taijima and Butsuma were locked in combat. Izuna and Tobarama moved as well. "Don't interfere." Izuna coldly shouted, his kunai thrusting towards Senju Tobarama. "That's what I should be saying to you." Tobarama retorted fiercely, swinging his kunai to meet the attack. The entire riverbank instantly transformed into a chaotic battlefield. Only Madara, Hashirama, and Kuro stood frozen in place. Madara and Hashirama stared at the bloody reality unfolding before them, their minds blank. Just a moment ago, they were friends considering each other, and now their father and brother had already begun a life-and-death struggle. This stark contrast left them at a loss. At this moment, the situation on the field underwent a subtle change. After trading dozens of fast-paced blows, Uchiha Taijima and Senju Butsuma simultaneously leaped back, creating distance while wearing solemn expressions. The two were far too familiar with each other. They both understood that attempting to decide a victor under such high alertness was nearly an impossible feat. There was no point in maintaining a stalemate. In the brief moment of eye contact, the two cunning clan leaders almost simultaneously made a cold, yet highly efficient tactical decision. They abandoned their struggle with one another, instead launching a deadly surprise attack on the weakest link in each other's ranks, the second son currently engaged in battle. Uchiha Taijima's target was Senju Tobarama. Senju Butsuma's target was Uchiha Izuna. Tobarama. Izuna. As they shouted, Hashirama and Madara's eyes widened in horror, their minds barely processing the situation before their bodies reacted instinctively. The two reflexively hurled the stones they were holding. Madara's stone barely deflected Butsuma's heavy strike, allowing Izuna to escape. Hashirama knocked down the kunai, headed towards his brother. After this round of thrilling offensive and defensive exchanges, the situation on the field once again fell into a strange and suffocating stalemate. Taijima and Butsuma glared darkly at the figures blocking their paths, both surprised by the reaction speed and strength of these two kids. Madara and Hashirama stood protectively in front of their brother, gazing with anger, sadness, and disappointment at the friend who once shared dreams with them, and at the cold and ruthless father behind him. At this tense moment, when no one dared to make a move, a lazy voice unexpectedly broke the silence. "I say, clan leader." Uchiha Kuro sauntered forward from the back, shrugging his shoulders, his face displaying an extremely sincere expression. How about we call it a day on this fight? Everyone's gaze shifted to him once more. Kuro pointed at Senju Hashirama, who was exuding powerful chakra, and began to speak in a tone of deep apprehension. That watermelon-headed guy over there, don't be fooled by his looks. When it comes to fighting, he's an absolute monster. Even with both Madara and me together, we can hardly keep up with him alone. Madara abruptly turned his head, looking at Kuro with a "Are you out of your mind?" expression. Kuro continued earnestly, "So Butsuma, your Senju really have strong successors. With Hashirama as such a strong heir plus you, and that intimidating white-haired guy, even though we have more people on our side, it wouldn't be a sure win if it came to a fight. It wouldn't be worth it if we ended up losing a few teeth, right?" This statement could be said to be utterly disgraceful, practically humiliating the Uchiha clan. Izuna's face flushed with anger, wishing he could rush forward to shut Kira's mouth. Yet Uchiha Taijima and Senju Butsuma, after the initial shock, fell silent simultaneously. They both understood that Kuro was rambling, but also realized that today's ambush could no longer yield any results. Continuing would only lead to a pure bloodbath. It's good that you Uchiha are being sensible. Senju Butsuma scoffed, casting a deep glance at his son, then at Madara and Kuro across the river, issuing the order, "Let's go." Having said that, he spoke no more, leading Tobirama back into the dense forest from whence they came. "Let's go as well," Uchiha Taijima said coldly. "Wait." At that moment, Hashirama suddenly shouted, looking past his father's shoulder with an almost pleading gaze at Madara and Kuro. "Madara, Kuro, our dreams. Are we really going to just let it end like this?" Madara's body trembled violently. Ultimately, all the struggles and pain in his eyes transformed into cold resolution. "Hashirama," he said, his voice hoarse and cold, "from the moment your father and brother drew their blades against my brother, you and I have already become enemies. Our dreams have long since ended." After saying that, he turned away without looking back at Hashirama's face, which had instantly lost all color. At the moment he turned, the new third tomo in his crimson Sharingan began to spin and merge frantically. Finally, 3 distinct tomo quietly surfaced in his pupils. Uchiha Taijima gazed at the newly manifested third tomo in Madara's eyes, and the gloomy expression that had formed from the failure of the ambush instantly cleared, replaced by an uncontrollable ecstasy. "Haha, although we didn't achieve our goal, we still gained quite a bit. That's my son." Across the river, Senju Hashirama looked at Madara's resolute back and the evolving Sharingan in his eyes, a hint of melancholy rising within him. Meanwhile, Uchiha Kuro stood with his hands in his pockets, observing Hashirama's expression at this moment with raised eyebrows. "Hashirama, that dream of yours is indeed nice, but you currently lack the strength to achieve it, don't you? That dream is all well and good, Hashirama, but right now you simply lack the strength to achieve it, don't you?" Ke's voice was not loud, yet it struck precisely at the tenderest, most painful place in Hashirama Senju's heart. Hashirama, who had been immersed in sorrow and despair, trembled violently. He lifted his head and stared in disbelief at the friend on the opposite bank who had once shared his dreams with him. Meeting his gaze filled with confusion and hurt, Ke's expression remained calm, even carrying a hint of naturalness. "You can't even protect your own brother, can't defy your father, and have to betray your very friend. With such a self, how can you end the warring states, period? How can you build a village?" With tears, every word from Ke struck Hashirama's heart like a heavy hand. "When you can stand before your father with your own strength and make him listen to you, instead of being at his mercy, then come talk about your dream." Having said that, Ke turned and followed Taijima Uchiha's team without looking back. Hashirama Senju knelt there in a daze, watching the receding figures of Ku and Madara. Ke's words echoed repeatedly in his mind. Yes, he was utterly powerless. A tremendous sense of helplessness engulfed him like a tidal wave. Butsuma Senju, watching his eldest son's disheartened expression, a flicker of complexity passed through his eyes. He merely snorted coldly and vanished into the forest with Tobirama. The atmosphere on the way back to the Uchiha clan grounds was strangely tense. Taijima Uchiha was in quite a good mood. Though he hadn't managed to ambush Hashirama Senju, his eldest son had awakened the complete 3-tomo Sharingan. No matter how you looked at it, this deal was a massive profit. He even patted Madara's shoulder uncharacteristically and said in a tone full of approval, "Well done, Madara. You weren't blinded by that ridiculous deception. At the critical moment, you made the right choice. These eyes are proof of your Uchiha resolve." Yet faced with his father's praise, Madara showed no reaction. He walked in silence, head bowed, his unruly black hair concealing his eyes and making his expression unreadable. He seemed encased in a thick layer of ice, emitting an oppressive, suffocating aura that warned others to keep their... Izuna, walking beside him, wanted to say something several times, but seeing his older brother like that, he swallowed it. He knew that today's events had struck his brother far harder than anyone could imagine. Ku walked at the rear of the group, casually observing the father and his 2 sons. Tisk the old fox is overjoyed, and the little fox has probably started to question his existence, Ke thought to himself. Taijima really stoops to any means to foster his son's growth. But then again, Madara's mental fortitude is a bit lacking. What's the big deal about falling out with your best buddy? Does he have to act like the whole world owes him money? He quickened his pace to walk beside Madara and nudged him with his elbow. Hey, don't look like you're heading to a funeral, Ke said in a low voice. Out with the old, in with the new. He'll introduce you to some new friends later, from the Hyuga clan, the Sarutobi clan. There's bound to be one that suits you. Madara paused, then slowly turned his head toward Ku. In his scarlet pupils, 3 black tomo rotated slowly, radiating an ominous and eerie light. Yet beneath that powerful ocular power lay a dead stillness devoid of any emotional fluctuation, like a bottomless, icy cold pool. Friends. Madara's voice was hoarse and cold, devoid of any warmth. I don't need such things. With that, he ignored Ku and quickened his pace, walking alone at the very front of the group, leaving everyone far behind. Watching his solitary figure, Ku shrugged. Well, looks like he's entered self-isolation mode. But hey, as Indra's reincarnation, having an early emo phase is understandable. He didn't bother trying again, slowed down and sauntered at the rear of the group, starting to plan his next moves. It was dusk when they returned to the Uchiha clan grounds. Madara didn't even go home. He went straight to the training ground and began a frenzied, almost self-torturing training session. The sounds of shuriken and kunai cutting through the air, along with explosions from ninjutsu striking targets, continued all night. Ku, as if nothing had happened, walked briskly back to his own courtyard. Pushing open the courtyard gate, a warm orange light filtered through the paper window of the main house, dispelling the evening chill. As soon as he stepped into the entrance, a small figure carrying a wooden medical kit rushed out from the inner room. Young master, you're back. The little maid Saya let out a sigh of relief at the sight of Ku, but then her brows knitted slightly as she looked him over from head to toe. Her clear, large eyes were filled with worry. Are you all right? I heard from the shinobi who returned that today. Today the clan head nearly had a clash with the Senju clan head. She was quite well informed. What could happen to me? Ku changed out of his dusty boots and sat down at the dining table. Instead of prying all day, just focus on your cooking. It's not prying. Saya puffed out her cheeks in dissatisfaction, placing the medical chest on the table. Inside were neatly arranged ointments and bandages. Madara-sama went straight to the training ground as soon as he returned, and Izanasama had a grim look on his face. I figured you must have been in a fight too. Let me see if you're hurt anywhere. She reached out to check his arm. Enough, I'm fine. Ku chuckled and pressed his hand on her head, gently tousling her neatly combed twin tails. Are you sure? Saya asked again, still uneasy. Really? Ku nodded, then pointed toward the kitchen. I'm hungry. What's for dinner today? Oh, yes, dinner. As if waking from a dream, Saya scurried into the kitchen. Soon she emerged with a steaming bowl of pork bone ramen and several delicate side dishes. Knowing you'd be exhausted today, I specially made soup to nourish you. She set the ramen in front of Ku, a bright smile blooming on her face. Ku looked at the aromatic bowl of ramen, then at the busy girl. The slight turmoil in his heart, caused by the rift, gradually settled. The distant grand dream of peace that Madara and Hashirama pursued, to Ku, who knew the original story, felt too intangible 15 years from now. Far better to enjoy the peace within reach at this moment. He picked up his chopsticks and tasted the rich broth. I'm not bad. Starting tomorrow, I could consider opening this ramen shop in the village. He said casually. Huh? What village? Saya blinked, curiously pouring him a cup of warm sake. A very, very big village. Ku smiled without further explanation. A warm dinner dispelled all fatigue and gloom. After dinner, Ku sat on the veranda of the courtyard polishing his flying thunder god kunai. Saya sat nearby with a small bowl, nibbling on red bean glutinous rice balls, her legs dangling and swinging gently. Young master, she suddenly spoke up, do you think? Will the war truly end? Ke's polishing paw. Why do you ask? Because. Saya's voice dropped. This afternoon I saw the old lady next door crying again. Her youngest son died yesterday. He was her last son. Ku fell silent. He had witnessed such things far too many times. The grief of the elderly burying the young had become the norm of this era. It will end. After a long pause, he spoke slowly, recalling Hashirama's resolute eyes from hours earlier. It will, he repeated assuredly, gazing at the bright moon in the night sky. After that night, Uchiha Madara became a different person. He no longer communicated with anyone, not even his closest brother Izuna, sealing himself off completely. Every day he would appear at the 7th training ground, and like a tireless machine, he would engage in a nearly self-destructive frenzy of training, not dragging his exhausted body back until late at night. Taijutsu, fire release, lightning release. He poured all his energy into the pursuit of power. The clan members saw it all, but none dared to dissuade him, only looking at the prodigious youth with a mixture of awe and sympathy. Ku had watched coldly from the sidelines for 3 days. He knew that for Madara with his extreme pride and stubborn disposition, any verbal comfort would be futile and might even backfire. There was only one way to pull him out of his obsession, to use overwhelming power to knock some sense into him. On the fourth morning, just as Madara was about to head to the training ground with his usual aura of keep away, a figure lazily blocked his path. "I say, young Master Madara," Ke said with his hands in his pockets looking utterly nonchalant, "what's the point of bashing wooden targets every day? You won't improve much." Madara stopped slowly, raised his head, and stared at Ku with his crimson, Freedomo Sharingan utterly devoid. "Move aside." His voice was hoarse and icy. "No." Ku shook his head, a hint of provocation in his smile. "I heard someone's been acting like a love-struck demon these past few days." A violent surge of chakra erupted from Madara in an instant. "Ku." He spat out the name through gritted teeth. "Are you looking for death? Whether it's death will be known soon enough." Ke's smile remained unchanged, but his gaze turned razor-sharp. "The 7th training ground. He'll wait for you." Without waiting for Madara's reply, his figure left an afterimage and vanished in an instant. Uchiha Madara stood there, his chest heaving violently. Ke's casual provocation had successfully ignited all the emotions Madara had been suppressing, transforming them into pure fighting spirit. He hesitated no longer, transforming into a dark streak as he raced toward the 7th training ground. By the time Madara arrived, Ku was already waiting in the center of the arena. They stood dozens of meters apart, wordless. "Fire release, great fire annihilation." Madara struck first, unleashing the most powerful wide-area fire release he currently commanded. A sea of flame like a colossal wall of fire instantly consumed the space between them, roaring toward Ku with world-shattering force. Yet faced with this terrifying fire release that would make any Jonin pale, Ke's figure vanished without a trace just a split second before the flames touched him. Madara's pupils contracted violently. His Freedomo Sharingan spun at high speed, frantically scanning every detail, but he could find no trace of Ku. At the moment his mind shook violently, an icy, killing intent suddenly emerged from behind him. "Too slow, Madara." Ke's voice, like a ghostly whisper, sounded in his ear. Every hair on Madara's body stood on end. He couldn't even turn around. Relying on combat instinct, he concentrated chakra on his back and lunged forward. Chidori. A blinding flash of lightning grazed his back. Though he dodged the vital point, his clothes were slashed open in a huge gash, and his skin stung with a burning pain. "When did you throw the kunai?" Madara rolled clumsily on the ground, quickly creating distance, staring in disbelief at Ku, who had somehow appeared in his original position. "Guess." Ku smiled once again, gathering the lightning of Chidori in his hand, but his figure vanished once more. Above, Madara looked up sharply, his Sharingan catching Ke's movement. He formed hand seals without hesitation. Fire release, Phoenix, Sage Fire technique. Several fireballs laden with explosive power scattered like heavenly flowers, indiscriminately covering multiple positions in the sky. But the expected figure did not appear. No, straight ahead. Madara's instinct screamed a warning. He leaped back. At the moment he jumped, a hand wreathed in lightning thrust viciously at the spot he had just occupied. Watching Madara distance himself again, Ku nodded inwardly. Not bad. With the Freedomo activated, his dynamic vision and reaction speed have indeed improved a level. Damn it. Madara's expression grew extremely grim. In the following battle he experienced what it truly meant to be toyed with. No matter how powerful his fire release or how swift his taijutsu, he couldn't even touch a corner of Ke's garment. Ke's figure was like an elusive ghost, flickering in and out of existence across every corner of the training ground, turning the entire battlefield into his playground. Madara, like a trapped beast, could only futilely swing his strength at empty air. This feeling of helplessness filled him with immense frustration and rage. "Ku, if you have the guts, fight me, Heiden." Madara finally couldn't help but roar in indignation. "Alright." A voice suddenly sounded in his ear. Madara's pupils dilated. This time his Sharingan hadn't caught any trace. An icy palm had already lightly pressed against his back. With just a little force, the violent lightning release chakra could instantly destroy his heart. The battle was over. Madara stood frozen, his body stiff as a stone statue. He could feel the ominous lightning release chakra behind him and Ke's steady breathing. He had lost. Completely and utterly, without any doubt. Ku slowly withdrew his hand, dispersing the lightning of Chidori. "So, the useless jutsu I picked isn't too bad, is it?" His tone reverted to its usual lightness and teasing. Madara slowly turned around. In his cold, Freedomo Sharingan, there was finally a flicker, a complex mix of shock and defeat. "I am still too weak." After a long pause, he finally uttered these words. "Glad you know." Ku walked over and patted his shoulder. "So stop brooding like a scorned lover and picking fights with wooden posts. If you want to grow stronger, find opportunities on the battlefield. There's plenty of experience to be had. Only when your strength improves can you talk about dreams." Madara's whole body trembled. He looked into Ke's eyes, which had returned to black, and nodded firmly. After the spar, their relationship returned to its previous state in a peculiar way. By the way, Ku asked casually how are Izuna and Taki doing lately. When his younger brother was mentioned, a trace of softness finally appeared on Madara's stern face. They're both training like mad too. Madara said gravely, I heard that Izuna has volunteered to join the reserve unit of the Umbu. As for Taki, his tone turned complicated. He's been training with me at the ground recently. He's improving fast, and is close to unlocking his second tomo. Ku nodded, looking at Madara, who was already absorbed in training again, and a glint of light flashed in his eye. The aftermath of the Rift event continued to ferment within the Uchiha clan, manifesting in an invisible manner. Madara had become more silent than ever, obsessively pursuing power. After witnessing the pain and struggles of their brothers Izuna and Takumi seemed to have matured overnight. Their rigorous training even made some of the adult clan members feel ashamed. The golden generation of Uchiha was being hastened to maturity in a brutal and resolute manner by this harsh era. Kuro observed it all, but did not interfere excessively. He devoted more energy to optimizing the Flying Thunder God technique. As for the secret laboratory in the Water Shinobi City, his mindset remained unusually calm. Every month, he would send an astronomical sum of funding through secret channels. Regarding the research outcomes, Kuro had a very clear understanding and was not in a hurry. Jokingly, if Senju Hashirama's cells were that easy to research, Danzo and Orochimaru wouldn't have spent so much time on it. If it took a few decades to yield any results, it would be considered a great blessing. His positioning of Hashirama cells was a long-term strategic investment, and he never expected to see any earth-shattering results in the short term. What needed to be done now was to continuously invest money just to keep the project going and see if he could recruit more. Thinking of this made his head ache again. It wasn't that he didn't want to find more people, rather research talents were simply too scarce in this era. Ever since Nakano mentioned it last time, he had been paying attention. However, the ninjas with some reputation in research were either from the Suka clan or had been taken by them to study ninja blades. That afternoon, when Kuro recovered from his training again, he decided to go out for a stroll. When faced with a bottleneck in training, simply grinding it out was not a good strategy. Changing his mood might yield unexpected rewards. He got up and left the courtyard, strolling towards the task hall at the center of the clan. Although the Uchiha were still in a ceasefire period, the task hall was much more lively than before. Kuro ignored the gazes directed at him and walked straight to the innermost part in front of the black wooden board that specifically posted a rank and above high difficulty tasks. He simply wanted to casually check if there were any interesting tasks recently that could allow him to move his muscles. His gaze swiftly scanned through the tasks of subduing large bandit groups or gathering intelligence, but most didn't pique his interest. Just as he was about to turn and leave, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a freshly posted parchment in the corner. Task Level A Rank Task Content Assassination Target Elite Jonin of the Suka Clan Blood Mist Demon Task Background. According to reliable intelligence, the Suka Clan of the Mist Hidden Village has recently dispatched their elite Jonin Blood Mist Demon to secretly infiltrate the Land of Fire, intending to establish new smuggling routes in the Water Shinobi City, which has severely threatened our clan's interests in the area. Task requirements: determine the whereabouts of Blood Mist Demon and eliminate him. If key intelligence can be obtained from him, the task rating can be upgraded to S rank with rewards doubled. Known intelligence: the target is skilled in water release and possesses exquisite sword techniques with a bloodthirsty and cruel personality. His strength has reached the level of a senior elite Jonin, making him extremely dangerous. Suka, elite Jonin. Water Shinobi City. These keywords made Kura's brow raise slightly. Oh, the people of the Suka clan are quite interesting. Several thoughts flashed through his mind. Just when I've hit a bottleneck in training, taking on an elite Jonin for practice seems like a good choice. Moreover, since he was already in Water Shinobi City, it would be just right to stop by the laboratory and deliver the next quarter's funding to Nakano and the others. This task was a win-win for him, and without hesitation he reached out and tore the ink-scented parchment from the— Hey, isn't that young Master Kuro? He actually accepted that a rank assassination task. Hiss. The opponent is the Blood Mist Demon of the Suka clan. I heard that guy is a confidant of the Suka clan leader, killing people like it's nothing, and there are no fewer than 100 Jonin who have died at his hands. Although young Master Kuro is powerful, he is only 11 years old. Is it too risky for him to take on a well-known elite Jonin alone? Kuro ignored the surrounding discussions, turning to leave with the task scroll, but a thought suddenly flashed through. One person might be able to handle it, but if the other party was intent on escaping, it would be a bit troublesome. Moreover, the rank evaluation required obtaining intelligence, which meant it was best to capture someone alive. One person's efficiency was too low. He needed a helper who could create enough pressure in a direct confrontation. Madara, that guy has been quite fiery lately. It's just right to take him out to vent some frustration and let him experience what assassination is, rather than just fighting Hiden all the time. 7th Training Ground. Surrounding Uchiha Madara's 7 or 8 training partners lay scattered on the ground, each with strength above Chunin, yet all had bruised faces, looking utterly battered. Get up. Continue. Madara's Sharingan burned with almost insane battle intent. The clan members on the ground, however, all wore pained expressions, none daring to stand up again. Just as the atmosphere fell into a stalemate, a lazy voice came from outside the training ground. Hey, stop bullying the kids here, come out with me for a big score. Madara abruptly turned his head, seeing Kuro leaning against the entrance of the training ground, casually waving a scroll. What do you mean? Madara frowned and asked. Kuro tossed the task scroll he held over. Madara caught it and quickly glanced at the contents. Upon reading the words Suka, Elite, Jonin, and Assassination, a terrifying light suddenly burst from his eyes. Since the rift with Hashirama, he had confined himself within the clan, but he knew very well that only real life-and-death combat could make one stronger, and this task was undoubtedly the most dangerous challenge he could currently encounter. What do you think? Kuro smiled, watching the spark ignite in his eyes. Is an elite Jonin with a title enough to fill your teeth? If I couldn't ask for more. Madara gripped the scroll tightly. When do we leave? Tomorrow morning. Kuro said, go back and rest well. The opponent this time is not these Chunin who are just playing house with you. Madara coldly replied, I'm in great shape right now. After saying that, he turned and walked towards the task hall, preparing to register for the task together. Looking at the battle-hungry silhouette of Uchiha Madara, the smile on Ke's lips deepened. Not bad, finally out of the shadow of heartbreak. He nodded inwardly. Indeed, for a battle maniac like Uchiha Madara, there is nothing that cannot be resolved with a... He did not linger much at the training ground, turning to head towards his small courtyard. Since he had decided to go out and do something big, he naturally had to make the necessary preparations. He did not possess Madara's blind confidence. Even a lion uses all its strength to catch a rabbit. Moreover, facing an opponent stronger than himself, and without any plot armor, he had to be cautious. When he returned to the courtyard, the sky had already darkened. The little maid Shay was crouched under the corridor, carefully watering a newly bloomed orchid. Hearing footsteps, she raised her head, and upon seeing Ku, immediately revealed a sweet smile. Young master, you're back. Ku nodded, casually asking while changing his shoes, how's dinner coming along? Almost ready today. I made your favorite winter melon and rib soup and steamed some fish. Shay cheerfully replied, and then took a pair of clean slippers from a small cabinet under the corridor, handing them to Ku. However, instead of heading to the dining room, he went straight to his study. Shay, please help me bring over the sealed ninja tool scrolls from the storeroom. Ke's voice came from the study. Shay, busy in the kitchen, paused for a moment, a hint of confusion and unease flashing across her small face. Ninja tool scrolls. Although the young master used and replenished these items regularly, it was the first time he requested all of the stock to be brought out. She felt a sinking feeling in her heart, a sense of foreboding washing over her. She quickly walked to the study door, pulled open the paper door, and saw that Ku had already spread a huge map on the table, drawing a circle in red ink around the vicinity of Suishin Castle. Young master, are you going there again tomorrow? She asked softly, her voice laced with uncontainable worry. I've accepted a mission to head west. Ke's gaze remained on the map as he answered without looking up. Is it a very dangerous mission? Shay's hands unconsciously twisted together. Ku looked up at her anxious expression, finding it somewhat amusing. What? Are you afraid I won't come back and no one will? Not at all. Shay's face flushed bright red at his teasing, puffing out her cheeks. I'm just worried about you. Alright, it's just a small rank mission, I won't die. Ku waved his hand dismissively. Hurry up, finish your tasks quickly, we need to eat soon. Watching the girl's back filled with worry, Ke's smile gradually faded. He was fully aware of the risks of this mission. An elite Jonin with a title was almost equivalent to a walking killing machine. He opened the ninja tool scrolls that Shay had brought and began to carefully count and prepare his equipment. 360 special kunai shaped like a trident, each handle engraved with the Flying Thunder God technique. Military food pills, hemostatic powder, antidotes. Everything was included. The Sukawa clan specializes in water style and sword techniques. For assassination, lightning style is the best choice. Ku rapidly constructed combat scenarios in his mind. Madara's fire style is powerful but too loud for stealth. This time, I will be the main attacker while Madara handles the frontal diversion. Meanwhile, on the other side of the clan grounds and the clan leader's residence, Brother Uchiha Izuna appeared at the door of Madara's room. Are you preparing to assassinate the Sukawa clan's ghost man? How do you know? Madara's voice remained cold as he glanced at his brother. Izuna's brow furrowed tightly as he quickly walked in front of Madara, his face filled with concern. Because that mission was issued by my master and the intelligence was obtained by me and my master together. This mission is too dangerous. The ghost man of the Sukawa clan is among the best among elite Jonin, which is why I suggested that 2 or more elite Jonin work together. Oh, couldn't mention to me that you made that suggestion. As for danger, Madara slowly raised his head to gaze at Izuna. Izuna, do you think staying in the clan grounds is safe? Izuna's body trembled slightly. Only by mastering enough power to crush everything can one truly. Madara's voice carried a gravitas that belied his age. I do not wish to experience the events of that night again, not ever. Izuna fell silent. He knew that the night of the Kiki was an eternal pain in his brother's heart. But he still worried the opponent is a strong member of the Sukawa clan. Moreover, he lowered his voice, speaking in a tone only the two of them could hear. I heard some news from the intelligence department. Recently, the Senju clan has been very active at the borders. Several elite teams that had previously withdrawn have been secretly recalled. Father suspects that Senju Hashirama may be planning a major operation. At this critical moment, if you two leave the clan grounds, what if? What of it? Madara interrupted him. If the sky falls, father, and the others will hold it up. These are not our concerns at the moment. Our only task now is to continuously grow stronger until one day we can replace them and protect this clan. Only then will we need to worry about these matters. Brother, go back, Izuna. Madara lowered his head again, continuing to read the mission briefing. Rest well, the life of a dark ninja is far more difficult than that of a battlefield. Seeing his brother's stubborn demeanor, Izuna knew that no matter what he said, it would be futile. He could only leave the room silently filled with worry. The next morning, when the first rays of sunlight fell on the tall gate of the Uchiha clan, Ku and Madara met at the entrance right on time. Ku was still dressed in a lightweight black coat, but behind him was a small backpack. Madara, clad in heavy armor, had a sword nearly as tall as he was strapped to his back, radiating an overwhelming aura of dominance. This guy. Ku looked at Madara's appearance, which seemed to scream him going to fight. Inwardly sighing, what happened? Are you trying to make sure everyone knows we're here to kill? Let's go. Madara clearly noticed Ke's gaze and coldly dropped 2 words before stepping out of the clan grounds. Ku shrugged and followed him. Under the morning sun, 2 youthful figures cast long shadows before vanishing swiftly into the forest sea that stretched westward. The journey to Shuixingshuan City was long and monotonous. Ku, accompanied by Ban, could no longer employ the flying thunder god technique to travel as they had before. They had to take a detour. Even with their Jonin-level speed, it would take over half a day of strenuous travel. The boundless forest canopy blotted out the sky, leaving only the sound of wind and the rustling of leaves as the two tore through at high speed. After several hours of sprinting, Ku suddenly broke the silence. Hey Ban, what do you make of our target, the blood mist? Ban lightly tapped a thick tree branch ahead, using the momentum to accelerate further without looking back. His voice was cold. The intelligence is clear, an elite Jonin skilled in water release and swordsmanship. What else is there to think? Just an enemy whose head needs to be taken. As expected of Ban, his response carried the straightforward pride unique to the Uchiha. That's not what I meant, Ku said, closing the distance to run alongside him. Don't you find it strange? The Ziguishin clan is far off in the land of water, and they've always kept to themselves no conflict with our Uchiha. Why would they suddenly dispatch one of their elite Jonin to risk sneaking into our western stronghold for smuggling? Ban's pace faltered slightly. He had clearly pondered this as well. What else could it be, he sneered. Either they're mad for money and think our Uchiha blades aren't sharp enough, or someone's backing them. Oh, Ke's lips curled into a playful smirk. Someone like the Senju have been stirring up trouble lately. Ban's pupils contracted sharply. He said nothing, but the chill radiating from him made his stance clear. So he's not dumb after all, Kim mused inwardly. He must have seen the intelligence from Izuna. But some Senju's ambitions are bigger than I thought. He's already seeking allies in the land of water. This realization added a layer of gravity to Ke's mind. The brewing storm seemed even more intense than he had anticipated. They traveled in silence. The closer they drew to Shuixingshuan City, the more Ku could sense a shift in the surrounding atmosphere. Along the way, the outposts that should have been garrisoned by minor Uchiha-affiliated clans now boasted double the manpower, and even elite Chunin bearing the main Uchiha crest were leading patrols. Travelers on the trade route moved with haste, unease etched on their faces. They gave wide berth to anyone in ninja attire. The shadow of war, like an invisible plague, was spreading silently. As dusk approached, a colossal fortress crouched like a black beast in the mountain pass finally came into view. This was the Uchiha clan's permanent fortification on the western front, their most crucial military stronghold for defending against western tribes and pinning the Senju flank Shuixingshuan City. Unlike the Uchiha clan territory, which exuded a lived-in atmosphere, Shuixingshuan City struck one as cold, stern, and bloodthirsty. The towering thick walls were built entirely of black stone, etched with runes capable of activating defensive barriers, reflecting a cold metallic sheen in the sunset. Above, squad after squad of heavily armored Uchiha ninja patrolled with sharp eyes, scanning the land beyond the walls like hawks. There was no clamor of civilians, no bustle of commerce, only steel and blood. The entire city was a colossal killing machine forged for war. The two made no attempt to hide, landing directly on the main road leading to the gate. Halt. Password. The gate guards immediately issued a warning, their vigilance and ruthlessness far greater than at the clan territory. Ku and Ban stopped. Ku pulled out the A-rank mission scroll and raised it high. Dispatch from the clan territory, A-rank assassination mission, codename Blood Mist. His voice was calm and clear. A ninja who appeared to be the guard captain hurried forward. He took the scroll, meticulously verifying the mission details, the clan seal, and the special chakra imprint. After confirming its authenticity, he looked up and carefully examined the two unusually young youths before. When he recognized them as the clan's already renowned geniuses, his face registered shock and a deep genuine. So it's Lord Ban and Lord Ku. My apologies. He hastily bowed. For ninja who spent their lives on the edge of death, strength and talent were the only measures of respect. He returned the scroll with both hands and spoke solemnly. The journey must have been tiring for both lords. The city is under strict scrutiny due to recent friction with the Senju. The intelligence division is urgently compiling reports on the Blood Mist demon. They've prepared the most detailed files in the East 3rd District's Jonin rest quarters. Much obliged, Ku nodded. Ban cut straight to the point. Any recent movements from the target? The captain shook his head, his expression grave. He's extremely cunning. Our men have engaged him twice, but both were just skirmishes. We couldn't pin him down. At the slightest sign of trouble, he vanishes without a trace. And his swordsmanship and water release are bizarre. 9 Chunin have already fallen to him. Understood. Ban's eyes burned with even greater battle lust. Under the captain's lead, the two stepped into the fortress city. The scene inside amplified the war atmosphere to its peak. The broad streets were paved with bluestone. On both sides, the shops Ku had seen on his previous visit were mostly closed, replaced by fortress-like barracks and warehouses. From the distant weapon forge came the clang of metal with blazing firelight erupting skyward. White medical buildings saw stretchers constantly carried in and out. A heavy scent of blood and herbs hung in the air. This atmosphere is so oppressive, Ban remarked, frowning at his surroundings. Though he was battle-hungry, he disliked the all-consuming environment of war. Can't be helped. This is the first line of defense on the Western Front, Ku shrugged. It was fine a few years ago, but in times like this, if it were as relaxed as before, the enemy would already be at our doorstep. They crossed several heavily guarded streets, and soon reached a black building with a wooden sign bearing the Uchiha clan's fan crest. Here we are. Ban stopped and turned to Ku. Il read through all the intelligence files first to analyze his movement patterns and possible hideouts. Good. Ku nodded. Then you get started. I'll head to my residence here to pick up some things. Ban showed no suspicion, aware that Ku owned a private property in Shuixingxuan City. Ban nodded, his expression turning serious. Be quick. Meet me in the East 3rd District rest room, 7 in 2 hours. Well, draw up a detailed battle plan then. Got it. Ku flashed an okay sign. They'll be on time. With that, they parted ways at the intelligence division. As he watched Ban push open the door and step into the black fortress filled with secrets and intelligence, a fleeting smile vanished from Ke's lips. He swiftly disappeared into the intricacies of a winding alleyway leading eastward. In contrast to the stern and deadly atmosphere of the main road, these small alleys appeared much quieter. After several twists and turns, he finally arrived in front of an unassuming manor which housed his private laboratory. Calculating the time, it had been nearly half a year since his last visit. He wondered what kind of developments those fellows in Nakano had come up with. Although he did not expect any earth-shattering breakthroughs, he still needed to check whether the money had gone to waste. He adeptly navigated through a secret passage hidden in a dry well in the courtyard, entering the underground laboratory. The laboratory was still brightly lit, but the atmosphere lacked the fervor and excitement that had filled the air when he had brought samples before. Instead, it now felt somewhat dreary. Hearing the commotion, Nakano, who was at an instrument, immediately looked up, and upon seeing Ku, hurried over. Lord Ku, you have come. His voice sounded somewhat weak. Ku raised an eyebrow, his gaze sweeping across the entire laboratory. The other 4 researchers wore similar expressions, each sporting dark circles under their eyes, looking listless, as if all their energy had been drained. What's wrong? Is the funding insufficient? Ku asked directly. No, the funding you left last time is still more than enough. Nakano quickly waved his hands, hesitating for a moment before leading Ku to the innermost room of the laboratory. In the center of the room stood several enormous crystal incubators. The pale blue cultivation fluid flowed slowly, and in the center the pink flesh that had once been the size of a fingertip had now proliferated to nearly fill several incubators. As you can see, Lord Ku, Nakano pointed at the gigantic cell in the middle, his face displaying a complex expression of pride and bitterness. The proliferation ability and life activity of the zero sample far exceed our most optimistic expectations. Relying solely on the basic nutrient solution we provided, it is growing at a terrifying infinite speed. For this reason, we have ample samples for research, and we have conducted over 1,000 tests on its basic characteristics. He handed a thick report to Ku. It contains an incredibly pure water and earth chakra, The unknown chakra has been confirmed to consist of two types, one of which should be the legendary Yang release, while the nature of the other chakra is somewhat similar to that of tailed beasts. The potion we created by diluting it has also been proven to have an immediate and powerful healing effect. Ke flipped through the report. The data was much more detailed and astonishing than last time. Then what's with your expressions? Ke closed the report and asked blandly. Because. Nakano's expression turned incredibly bitter, because we have encountered a bottleneck. All our research has nearly reached its limits. Aside from investigating the chakra attributes similar to those of tailed beasts, there is nothing else to study. Even if this cell has vigorous life force, it is ultimately just a lifeless entity. We can analyze its components and measure its energy, but we cannot fully ascertain its nature as a living being. We once tested it on laboratory mice, but even diluted thousands of times, the test subject still exploded within 10 minutes due to that terrifying life energy. Nakano's voice grew excited, his face marked with pain and madness. He took a deep breath, looking at Ke with an almost pleading expression. Lord Ke, I once again request your approval for us to conduct live experiments. Only by using real ninjas for experimentation can we unlock the potential of this cell. Otherwise, everything we are doing now is merely wasting resources and time. Back to this again. Ke looked at the scientist on the verge of losing his sanity before him, feeling speechless. This guy seems determined to conduct experiments. He rubbed his forehead and said in a deep voice, Nakano, have you forgotten what I said last time? Nakano's body trembled, and he quickly lowered his head. No, I haven't forgotten. But Lord Ke, research cannot progress any further. Ke remained silent for a moment. He certainly understood the importance of live experiments, or whether it was Orochimaru's or Danzo's research, it was all based on countless missing persons. But he could not do it. At least not now. What a joke, the war between the Uchiha and Senju clans had not fully erupted yet. At this critical juncture, if people began to frequently disappear near Suishin Castle, especially wandering ninjas, did they think the intelligence ninjas stationed here were blind? To fish in troubled waters, one must wait until the water truly turns murky. Engaging in such reckless acts now is akin to courting death. Let's not mention this matter for the time being. Ke's tone was firm, completely dispelling Nakano's thoughts. The timing is not right. But. There is no but. Looking at his disheartened expression, Ke felt that he should not push him too hard, so he switched to a more gentle. Nakano, you must understand that the Zero experiment is a long-term strategy from the very beginning. I do not expect it to bring me any returns in the short term. What you need to do now is to accumulate as much theoretical data as possible under the current conditions. The specific applications will be a matter for the future. He patted Nakano on the shoulder, one bite at a time, one step at a time. Being too anxious and taking too large a step can easily lead to failure. After calming Nakano's emotions, Ke issued new instructions. Since biological research has encountered a bottleneck, let's redirect our main focus back to the areas you are skilled in. He pointed to the corner of the laboratory where chakra alloys and devices were piled up. What about the lamps I asked you to study before? Have you made any progress? Upon hearing this, Nakano finally perked up. We have already made preliminary results. We successfully created a prototype. But Master, does this research really have significance? It can neither be used for combat, nor. Of course it has significance. Ke interrupted him. Being able to make money is the biggest significance. Continue your research, and strive to produce a stable and reliable product as soon as possible. At that time, I will apply for mass production in the Uchiha clan's territory and sell it on a large scale. After painting a big picture for this group of scientific geeks, Ke did not linger. He packed up over 300 kunai, with Flying Thunder God technique newly produced over the past few months using sealing scrolls. Alright, I'm leaving now. As he reached the door, he turned back to Nakano and said, Remember my words, don't be anxious. Having said that, he turned and vanished into the darkness of the secret passage. When Ke returned to the streets of Shui Xinchuan City, filled with a chilling atmosphere, the night had already deepened. He did not linger for a moment and walked straight towards the designated upper ninja lounge agreed upon with Ban. On the way, Ke was still savoring the conversation from earlier. That Nakano fellow seems to have gone mad from the perverse characteristics of the cells from Hashirama. But it's not all bad. With this fervor, at least we don't have to worry about them slacking off. As for the human experiments, when the time comes for full-scale war, there will be plenty of ninjas on the brink of death or captured, so we can utilize them then. He was never a soft-hearted saint. He simply believed in doing the right thing at the right time. In the current situation, acting against the wind was merely inviting trouble for himself. As he pushed open the door to Lounge No. 7 in District East 3, a strong smell of ink and a faint hint of anxiety hit him in the face. Uchiha Ban was sitting alone at the table in the center of the room with a large military terrain map spread out before him. The map had already been densely marked with several suspicious locations and numerous dashed lines indicating movement trajectories in red ink. Clearly, in the 2 hours that Ko had been at the laboratory, he had thoroughly gone through all the relevant files from the intelligence department. You finally made it. Ban spoke without looking up, focused on measuring the straight-line distance between 2 red circles on the map, with a ruler, his expression as concentrated as a scholar solving a problem, a stark contrast to his usual image as a battle maniac. I thought you were planning to spend the night at home, just handling some mundane tasks and preparing more weapons. Ko casually tossed his backpack onto the ground. The crisp sound of the newly arrived flying thunder god kunai clashing made Ban's ears twitch slightly. Ko walked to the table and dumped out all the newly acquired flying thunder god kunai, starting to check and maintain each one. How's the situation? Any discoveries? Ko asked as he wiped the kunai. It's a bit troublesome. Ban's brow furrowed, tightly pointing with his ruler at the scattered red circles on the map. According to the intelligence department's tracking over the past few days, the movements of the ghost from Watermelon Mountain are very peculiar. He has never attempted to enter Shui Xinchuan City, but wanders in the vast mountainous area outside the city. He changes his resting point almost every day and never stays in one place for more than 6 hours. Our reconnaissance teams have lost track of him several times. He's like a ghost playing hide and seek with us using the complex terrain, and he is very familiar with the environment. Hearing this, Ko leaned in as his gaze fell upon the marked red circles. These places were indeed excellent hiding spots. Moreover, they were not far from water sources, which was very much in line with the habits of a water-style ninja. He secretly analyzed this guy is definitely not visiting this area for the first time. His familiarity with the forest is absurd. It's very likely that there is not just one secret base here, but an entire network of bases. These are all the locations he has been observed by our reconnaissance teams in the last 3 days. Ban traced his finger across the map. According to the mission description, he is supposed to be here for smuggling, but he only attacked a few caravans and smuggled some goods a few weeks ago. Recently, he hasn't done much, as if his previous actions were merely to provoke us. I have a feeling that there's some connection between these seemingly unrelated locations that we haven't discovered yet. But after analyzing for a long time, I still can't find any pattern in his movements. It seems like he's just wandering aimlessly. Aimlessly. Ko chuckled lightly upon hearing this. Ban, you must remember, an elite upper ninja, especially one on a secret mission, can never act without purpose. Then what do you think his purpose is? Ban raised an eyebrow and threw the question back at Ko. Very simple. Ke's eyes scanned the scattered red circles on the map as his brain began to work furiously. He picked up a document that had been left in the corner which detailed the power dynamics and intelligence of all families near Shui Xinchuan City, and he overlaid that document's map with the military terrain map. Look, Ke's finger drew a huge circle on the overlapped map. This circle encompassed all the locations where the ghost had appeared, as well as several small family territories among the 13 clans in the west. An elite upper ninja from the land of water risking his life to travel all the way to our Uchiha stronghold. Do you really think he's just here to make money from smuggling those worthless items? You mean? Ban's eyes sharpened as he quickly understood Ko's implication. His true purpose is the alliance of the 13 ninja clans. Exactly. Ke's voice grew somber. Smuggling is just to cover a smokescreen to divert our attention. His real mission is likely to act as a negotiator. Ko's finger struck heavily on the map. The alliance of the 13 ninja clans was established years ago, but until now it's merely a scattered group. Although they nominally unite against us, they are rife with internal conflicts, fighting daily over water sources, minerals, and farmland. This rabble poses no real threat to Shui Xinchuan City, but what if a powerful external force, for example the Watermelon Mountain clan, or even the Senju, supporting them from behind? Ban's pupils constricted sharply. If the 13 clans of the West truly united, it would pose a significant threat to the entire Uchiha Western defenses. This ghost from Watermelon Mountain is most likely sent by Watermelon Mountain or Senju to consolidate this scattered group. So his movements are not random at all. Each of his appearances must be a secret contact with a particular. Ko pointed at the area heavily covered by red circles on the map. Continuing this area happens to be the territories of the Tsukiki, Hashimi, and Yamakaze clans. These 3 clans are among the weakest in the 13 clans, and if I were the ghost, I would definitely choose them as the breakthrough point. Blackwind Gorge. Ban instinctively mentioned the most logical location. No. Ko shook his head, a glimmer of cunning light flashing in his eyes. Too obvious. The intelligence department isn't stupid. This place must have been thoroughly investigated long ago. If he were hiding there, our people wouldn't even be able to catch a glimpse of him. Then where would it be? The most dangerous place is the safest place. Ke's finger slowly moved, finally landing heavily on the humble village of the Heian clan. He would hide directly in the territory of a clan he's negotiating with. What? Ban was incredulous. How is that possible? Letting a wolf into the house? For those small clans on the verge of being crushed, by us Uchiha Watermelon Mountain, is their lifeline. Don't even mention letting a wolf in. They would gladly recognize a thief as their father. Ku sneered. According to the intelligence, the leader of the Yamakasi clan has recently gone out, while the Chitu clan's stronghold is heavily guarded. Only the Heian clan is the weakest with the simplest territory, and his finger pointed at a piece of intelligence regarding the leader of the Heian clan. This clan leader is a gambling addict and has recently incurred a large debt at the underground casino in Shueishinshuan City. Although he used an alias, our intelligence ninjas are not fools. What do you think would happen if a negotiator with a hefty sum of aid from the Watermelon Mountain clan showed up at this time? Would he refuse? Ban's breathing quickened. Let's go now. He could no longer contain himself, grabbing the katana on the table and turning to head for the door. What's the rush? Ku pressed him down. Do you want to start a war with the entire Heian clan? Our mission is just assassination. He pointed at the location of the Heian clan's territory on the map, a cold, killing intent flashing in his eyes, a confident smile curling at the corner of his mouth. I already have a rough idea of where he is most likely hiding. I already have a good idea where he's most likely hiding. A confident smirk curled at the corner of Ke's lips, his eyes gleaming with a sharp light in the dim room. Oh. Uchiha Madara raised an eyebrow, setting his long sword back on the table. He leaned forward, his gaze brimming with curiosity. Let's hear it. I only deduced that he's probably within the Heian clan's territory. The Heian clan's village, though crude, housed at least 100 families. To locate a single elite jonin who was deliberately hiding without alerting anyone was like searching for a needle in a haystack. So we can't use searching. Ku lightly tapped the crude outline of the Heian clan village on the map. Well, make him reveal his location himself. What do you mean? Look here. Ku pointed to the annotation on the map describing the Heian clan's defenses. The Heian clan has tight outer defenses, but a relatively loose interior. Most of their defensive strength is concentrated on the periphery, especially the main road on the south side and the forest exit on the west side. But inside, especially around the chieftain's residence, security is relatively lax. That's normal, Madara analyzed. It's their own turf, so laxer interior security is understandable. But what does that tell us? It doesn't tell us much, but our demon isn't exactly comfortable in his alley's home. A flicker of cunning shone in Ke's eyes. If he truly trusted the Heian clan, he could just stay inside contentedly. But the fact that he keeps changing his sleeping location shows he's also wary of the Heian clan. A paranoid envoy deep in enemy territory. What does he want most after completing his mission? To leave as soon as possible and return to his own turf. Madara caught on instantly. Exactly, Ku nodded. So we don't need to risk sneaking into the heavily guarded village. We just need to prepare a surprise for him along his escape route. Ke's finger traced slowly over the map along several possible evacuation routes outside the Heian clan's territory. The next day, under the daylight, two black figures moved like mountain specters, silently operating in the region outside Heian clan's territory. As he analyzed, Ku pulled out a series of oddly shaped trident kunai from his ninja tool pouch. The dense forest on the west side has complex terrain ideal for concealment and ambush. The most probable escape route, the underground river on the north side, fits a water-style shinobi's escape habits. The east side is a cliff, difficult to traverse, but offers cover. The main road on the south side, while least likely, can't be completely ruled out. As he analyzed, Ku pulled out a series of oddly shaped trident kunai from his ninja tool pouch. Over the next few hours, Madara witnessed for the first time Ke's hair-raising caution and tactical layout ability. Ku meticulously analyzed the wind direction, light, and possible blind spots on each path, then would find a bizarre spot to set up his flying thunder god seal. His movements were extremely covert, and each time, he perfectly concealed the traces with leaves and soil. I mean, is all this really necessary? Watching Ku obsessively leave markers on every suspicious route, Madara finally couldn't help but speak up. We only need to set an ambush in the west forest where he's most likely to appear. This big a setup is just wasting chakra and time. Madara. Ku stopped what he was doing and turned to him with a deadly serious gaze. Remember, never be stingy with any preparation before a battle, because you never know if that extra contingency might save your life at a critical moment. A lion uses its full strength even when hunting a rabbit. Besides, our prey is far more formidable than... Madara looked at Ke's earnest expression, feeling a slight tremor in his heart. For the first time, he sensed a near-obsessive reverence and caution toward combat from this usually irreverent cousin. This attitude was completely different from his own battle philosophy, yet it left him with no rebuttal. When Ku set the last flying thunder god seal behind a massive boulder at the west forest exit, dusk had already quietly fallen. The stage is set. Ku brushed the dirt off his hands and smiled with satisfaction. Now we just wait for our lead actor to appear. The two suppressed all their aura and began a long, grueling wait. Time ticked by second after second. Night fell like spilled ink, blanketing the entire dark wind mountain range. The mountain forest night was eerily silent, broken only by occasional insect chirps and the rustle of wind through leaves. This extreme stillness was a tremendous test of willpower. Hey Ke, after an unknown duration, Madara, unable to bear the silence, spoke in an almost inaudible whisper. Do you think he'll actually come out tonight? What if he doesn't leave or escapes from some route we didn't anticipate? Patience. Ke's voice was as steady as an age-old block of ice. Hasn't Izuna told you? The most important quality in an assassination is patience. He will come out. Another long wait ensued. When the waning moon in the sky gradually climbed to its zenith, midnight, Kes and Madara's ears twitched almost simultaneously. An extremely faint footstep, almost blending with the wind, gradually came from the direction of the Hein clan's territory. He's here. Both their spirits immediately shot to their peak. They held their breath, sinking their bodies deeper into the shadows. Soon a furtive figure slipped out from the shadows of the village. He didn't take any path, but swiftly moved through the shadows among the trees, heading straight toward the west exit, where they lay in wait. Although his face was covered by a black cloth, his tall stature and the distinctive bandage-wrapped great sword on his back perfectly matched the intelligence on the demon of the blood mist. He seemed extremely vigilant, stopping every few steps to carefully inspect his surroundings before proceeding. This guy is definitely a veteran, Ku thought to himself. The demon traveled all the way until he reached the center of the ambush zone Ku and Madara had preset. This was a relatively open clearing in the forest, and the only way for him to leave the dense woods. He stopped again, scanning the area, as if making a final confirmation. The forest was deathly still. Having confirmed it was safe, he finally relaxed his guard, concentrating chakra at his feet to accelerate his departure. But the moment he took his first step forward, a violent, destructive, scorching chakra erupted without warning from directly ahead of him. Fire-style Great Dragon Fire technique. Uchiha Madara's figure burst forth like an Asura rising from hell, leaping out from behind the boulder where they had hidden. He had already completed his hand seals. A massive, ferocious dragon's head formed of highly condensed flames crashed down upon the demon of the blood mist with the force of thunder. Facing the fiery dragon head, the pupils of the blood mist ghost beneath his mask suddenly contracted. This fire release. Uchiha. Damn. He instantly realized he had fallen into a trap, but as a battle-hardened elite jonin, despite his shock, his hands did not hesitate for a moment. In haste, he didn't even have time to form hand seals. He simply yanked the bandaged greatsword from his back, gripped it with both hands, and swung it forward. With a burst of chakra, he forcibly slashed out a rapidly spinning circular water shield in front of him. Boom! Hiss! The ferocious fire dragon and the spinning water shield collided violently, and the raging flames and icy water tore at each other wildly, the terrifying energy lifting a thick layer of earth from the surrounding ground, snapping trees and scattering rubble. Such fast reactions. This guy is strong. Uchiha Madara's heart shuddered. He had long known he was facing a monster that had crawled out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, but he did not retreat in the slightest. Just as the steam spread, obscuring everyone's vision, a black flash silently vanished from its spot. Uchiha Ke completely concealed his presence from the very start of the battle. His mission was not to fight Hiden, but to await an opportunity for a single lethal strike. In an instant, only Uchiha Madara and the blood mist ghost remained on the battlefield. Uchiha Brat, you dare to ambush me alone? From within the steam came the ghost's cold and contemptuous roar. To kill you I alone am sufficient. Madara's voice was equally filled with pride and battle intent. His 3-demo Sharingan spun rapidly, already locking onto the ghost's position. Like an arrow from a bowstring, he charged straight into the scalding steam with his tachi in hand. Man and blade seemed to merge into one, transforming into a blazing fire that slashed fiercely toward the ghost's location. Naive. The ghost snorted coldly, his grotesque greatsword meeting Madara's slash at an extremely tricky angle with precision. Clang! A piercing clash of metal echoed. Madara felt an overwhelming force transmitted through the blade, and he was forcibly sent staggering back several steps. The opponent's strength far surpassed his own. Your fire release is decent, Brat, but your swordsmanship is... The ghost's figure emerged from the water curtain like a phantom, his greatsword spinning like a wheel, whipping up a skyful of water droplets. Each droplet was like a sharp steel needle sweeping toward Madara in an overwhelming barrage. Water release mist rain technique. Madara's expression changed. Through his Sharingan, he could clearly see that every droplet contained deadly penetrating power. His chakra surged wildly within his body. Fire release great fireball technique. He wasn't aiming to attack. Instead, he condensed the expelled flames in front of him to evaporate and block the lethal droplets. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Countless droplets struck the fiery vortex, producing a sound like searing meat, and an even larger cloud of steam arose. Madara successfully drew all of the blood mist ghost's attention to himself. And all of this was clearly reflected in Ke's eyes hidden atop a canopy several dozen meters away. No, not enough yet. Ke remained motionless in ambush, his 3-mo Sharingan locked onto the enemy. Madara has him pinned, but the ghost's defense is watertight. He hasn't shown any fatal opening. Attacking now would only expose myself. Madara's situation on the battlefield grew increasingly difficult. The Blood Mist Ghost's combat experience was far richer than he had imagined. His water release combined with that eerie swordsmanship completely suppressed Madara. Relying solely on the keen insight of his 3-mo Sharingan, Madara barely managed to parry and resist, and had already sustained several moderate wounds. The genius of the Uchiha. Nothing special. The ghost laughed heartily, having completely figured out Madara's patterns and readying a fatal blow. It's over. Brat. Pay for your arrogance. He drove his great sword into the ground, and his hands flew through hand seals. Water release, water shark, bullet technique. The ground soaked by the water release instantly roiled, and a massive shark made of high-density water burst from the earth, opened its gaping maw, and lunged viciously at Madara, whose feet were trapped by the water. This strike was unavoidable. Yet just as the ghost thought victory was in his grasp, his focus wavered for a single moment. Uchiha Madara, who had been on the defensive the whole time, had a glint of cunning triumph flash in his scarlet Sharingan. Now, Ke. He chose neither defense nor evasion, instead pouring all of his chakra into the Tachi fire release Crimson Lotus Blade. He threw the blazing Tachi with all his might, yet not toward the water shark, but toward the ground beneath the ghost's feet. Boom! The Tachi exploded violently, the terrifying fire shockwave instantly blasting a large crater into the ground and forcing the ghost to leap backward. The elite Jonin's instincts made him react instantly. While retreating, he formed hand seals, and landing beside a tree, slammed his hands onto the ground. Water release, water formation wall. Seeing the explosion's aftermath completely blocked by his jutsu, the Watermelon Mountain Ghost was secretly alarmed. Good thing he reacted quickly, or he might have fallen to a mere child today. Still, this kid's strength was truly terrifying. Too bad he was too naive to come alone. But at that moment, time seemed to slow down. A black flash abruptly appeared behind the ghost. Ke's figure descended like the Grim Reaper, the short sword in his hand already crackling with lightning reflected in the ghost's pupils that dilated in extreme horror. No unnecessary movements, no flashy techniques. Only a single pure thrust. Flying Thunder God Chidori slash. Thud, a black light flashed by. The Blood Mist Ghost, this infamous elite Jonin of the water country, spent his final consciousness only on that pair of cold 3-mo Sharingan. His head flew high into the air. The battle was over. Ke landed steadily and casually caught the ghost's head, its eyes still wide open in death. Puffed. On the other side, Uchiha Madara could no longer hold on. He knelt on one knee and spat out a mouthful of blood. That last fire release had nearly drained all his chakra. He looked up at Ke's calm face and the gruesome head in his hand, his eyes filled with complex emotions. He said hoarsely, "You too." Ke weighed the head in his hand and gave a rare compliment. "I didn't expect you to train that strength technique to this level." With that, he began to thoroughly search the still warm, headless corpse of the ghost. Ban looked at Ke's skilled demeanor, a twitch of discomfort pulling at the corner of his mouth. This guy, is he too proficient in handling corpses? What kinds of shady missions has he been taking on? He pulled a soldier's food pill from his ninja tool pouch and forced down the feeling of weakness caused by depleted chakra, stepping forward to help. Found it. In a moment, Ku retrieved a scroll wrapped in a special sealing technique from within the ghost man's concealed waterproof bag. The material of the scroll was quite unique, made from fibers of some aquatic plant, and the sealing technique drawn upon it bore a distinctly water country style, intricate and exquisite. "Can you unlock it?" Ban leaned in and asked with a frown. "A piece of cake," Ke scoffed, curling his lip. Joking aside, the people he supported in his laboratory were no slouches, not to mention the encryption method that seemed profound and mysterious from Watermelon Mountain was as simple as a primary school assignment in his eyes. Could carefully analyze the flow of chakra on the scroll, then extended his finger, injecting a trace of his chakra at several key nodes in an extremely bizarre order and rhythm. Click! With a soft sound, the seemingly complex seal was released. Ban watched, his eyelid twitching. He knew Ku had extensive knowledge, but he never expected this guy had even researched such obscure things. The scroll slowly unfurled, and its contents instantly turned both their faces grave. Just as they had speculated earlier, this scroll contained the mission orders for the Blood Mist Ghost Man's visit to the Fire Country. It detailed the secret agreement reached between the Watermelon Mountain Clan and the Senju Clan, with the Watermelon Mountain Clan responsible for integrating the 13-clan alliance in the Western Fire Country, creating chaos in the Uchiha's Western Defense Area to constrain their military strength and give the Senju Clan an advantage on the front lines. In return, the Senju Clan would provide the Watermelon Mountain Clan with substantial funds and rare metals from the Water Country. Ban clenched the scroll tightly in his hand, veins standing out on the back of his hand. They actually have their sights set on our western front. Ke, however, was much calmer. He pointed to the latter part of the scroll. Look here, this is the key point. The latter part of the scroll contained a list of families that the ghost man needed to covertly sway and a timetable for his meetings with these families. The meeting time with the Kisaragi clan is after midnight today at an abandoned shrine between Kisaragi and the Heian clan's territories. Ban read the contents of the scroll word by word, a terrifying cold light flickering in his 3-mo Sharingan. The participants of the meeting are the vice-clan leader of Kisaragi and the clan leader of Heian. The Heian clan leader and the Kisaragi vice-clan leader. Ke stroked his chin, connecting all the clues. It seems the ghost man's strategy is clear, first targeting these smaller clans. Once he controls them, he can threaten and entice the stronger clans together. Both fell silent. The value of this intelligence was far greater than they had imagined, not only confirming the Senju clan's plot, but also revealing the enemy's upcoming action plan. Suddenly, Uchiha Ban looked up sharply, his eyes filled with madness and determination as he locked onto Ke. Ke, his voice trembled slightly with excitement. Why don't we play along with their plan? What? Ke was taken aback. Haven't you always said that I only know how to confront things hidden and don't understand the essence of assassination? Ban's eyes burned with fierce flames, a glow of extreme confidence, even a bit arrogant. Now let me show you what true efficiency in assassination looks like. He pointed at the scroll and spoke word by word. We will go now, taking advantage of the fact that they don't know the ghost man is already dead, and wipe out the Heian clan before their leader leaves. What the hell is this guy crazy? Upon hearing Ban's bold, nearly insane plan, 1,000 complaints flashed through Ke's mind. Big brother, we just finished a death match with an elite jounin, okay? Your chakra is nearly depleted, and mine isn't in great shape either. We should find a place to hide and recover instead of thinking about breaking into a clan. Do you think the opponents will just stand like wooden stakes for you to cut down? No, it's too risky. Ke decisively rejected the proposal. Our current condition is poor, and we know almost nothing about the Heian clan. Rushing in would be no different from seeking death. Opportunities are fleeting, they won't come again. Ban, however, remained exceptionally persistent. He pointed to the waning moon in the sky. The Heian clan's territory is right in front of us. According to their meeting place, the Heian clan leader will take at least an hour to return to his clan. You also know that the vice-clan leader of Heian just left. There's only one jounin left in their territory. As long as we quickly take out that jounin, we can easily annihilate the clan. After all, I've seen the intelligence on Heian. Their entire clan only has 3 jounin and dozens of chunin. And what about our condition? He looked straight into Ke's eyes, the aura of Uchiha Ban resurfacing. You and I together, even the blood-mist ghost man could be defeated. How could a mere Heian jounin pose a threat? Ke fell silent, reluctantly admitting that Ban's words were quite feasible. This opportunity was indeed unseen a lifetime. If they missed it tonight, once the news of the ghost man's disappearance spread, it would be hard to find a breakthrough again. Moreover, he glanced at the battle maniac beside him, whose eyes sparkled with excitement, and sighed inwardly. Forget it, let's risk it for Ban. He looked down at the numerous flying thunder god kunai packed tightly in his ninja tool pouch. If it really came to a crisis, he could still make a quick escape. Having thought this through, Ke's cautious heart was also infected by Ban's madness. All right, he slowly raised his head, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. I'll join you in this madness once. However, I must make it clear first. He pointed at Ban, his face serious. In this operation, everything must follow my command. No more recklessly using fire techniques like earlier. If we get surrounded or the situation goes awry when I say retreat, you must use Flying Thunder God to retreat with me immediately. Do you understand? We've got it. Although Ban was a bit displeased, he understood that Ke was far superior in tactical planning, so then let's rest for a bit and wait for the Heian clan leader to leave. Ke stopped being verbose, wrapping the blood-dripping head of the ghost man in a black cloth and holding it directly. What are you bringing that for? Ban frowned, feeling it was a bit ominous. Of course. It's a greeting gift for our next negotiation target. Ke's lips curled into a devilish smile. If everything goes smoothly in the battle against Heian, I want to optimize your plan. If everything goes well in the battle at Heian, I would like to optimize your plan. As Ke spoke these words, his gaze was even colder than the waning moon in the sky. Uchiha Madara raised an eyebrow upon hearing this, his excitement for the impending battle abruptly interrupted by Ke's unexpected words. He looked at Ke's confident demeanor, feeling a flicker of displeasure at having his leading role usurped, yet he still asked in a deep voice, how do you plan to optimize it? Very simple. Ke's lips curled into a devilish smile. Which do you think the Koyu clan would choose, a worthless leader of the Heian tribe, or an ally that could bring them immense benefits? Madara's pupils constricted sharply as he instantly grasped Ke's even more audacious plan. You intend to involve the Koyu clan as well? No, not involve, Ke corrected, shaking his head. It's about giving them an irresistible choice rather than letting them be pawns for the Shigwa Mountain and the Senju. They could become a piece we plant within the alliance. Madara fell silent. Ke's plan was far more complex than his own thoughts. Though the risk was high, the potential rewards were even clearer. What kind of mind does this guy possess? Madara looked at his cousin, who was only a few years older than himself, and for the first time felt a sense of being outclassed. In terms of strength, he was confident he did not fall short of Ko. But in this kind of scheming, he felt like a baby just learning to walk. Let's do it your way. In the end, Madara, all right. Ko nodded in satisfaction, one step at a time. Oh, let's deal with the immediate issues first. He glanced at the sky, estimating the time. Let's take a moment to rest and quickly recover our chakra. Remember the upcoming actions. The core concept is one word: fast. Madara nodded heavily, knowing that the upcoming battle would not be easier than the previous one, even though the opponent's strength was far inferior to the ghostly figures. The two stopped talking, each sitting cross-legged and swallowing a few soldiers' food pills, maximizing their recovery from the energy expended in the recent fierce battle. The surrounding forest fell into a deathly silence once again, with only the whisper of the wind rustling through the leaves like a grim reaper's murmur. An hour later, when both of their chakras had mostly regained strength, a sneaky figure finally slipped silently out of the Heian tribe's territory. It was none other than the gambling-addicted leader of the Heian tribe, evidently not wanting his clansmen to know he was going to meet with the ghostly figures. He moved extremely stealthily, choosing a rarely traveled path, and quickly disappearing into the darkness of the mountains. He's gone. There was a hint of suppressed killing intent in Madara's voice. Follow him, but don't get too. Our goal is to take down his stronghold while he is away. First, confirm that he is indeed heading towards the shrine. We can't fall into a trap. The two stealthily trailed behind the leader of the Heian tribe, only changing direction towards a makeshift village built in a valley once they confirmed he was indeed heading towards the abandoned shrine. The Heian tribe's territory was more like a large camp enclosed by crude wooden and stone structures rather than a village. Sparse torches flickered in the wind, illuminating the few guards who were clearly dozing off. In the eyes of Ku and Madara, such a level of defense was utterly inadequate. Yet neither rushed to act. They lay in wait on a high ground several hundred meters from the village's perimeter, patiently observing their prey. There are 3 groups of patrols on the perimeter with 2 people in each group, all of them chunin. The patrol routes are fixed, and in the 4 corners of the village there are about 30-second blind spots each. There are a total of 8 fixed sentinels on the village wall, and their mental states are quite poor. Ku nodded. According to intelligence, there are over 130 ninjas in the Heian tribe, with 42 at chunin level. Currently, it seemed that most were resting in their respective rooms. The only threat was the watchtower in the center. My gaze is precisely locked on that 5-story wooden tower in the village. I can't sense where that Jounin is, but let's make a plan assuming he's in the tower. If we want to complete this sweep silently, we must eliminate him at the first opportunity, not allowing him to sound any alarms. How do we get in? Madara asked. Both the south gate and the west gate have patrols passing through. Breaking in would definitely expose us. We won't use the gates. Ke's lips curled into a sly smile. We'll take the water route. He hastily sketched a map on the ground with a kunai, pointing out an inconspicuous creek on the north side of the village. This creek was sourced from the back mountain, running through the entire village for the villagers' daily water needs. When I set up the Flying Thunder God earlier, I checked that the waterway entrance of this creek had an iron fence to deal with beasts, but for us it makes no difference whether it's there or not. Entering through the waterway allows us to perfectly avoid all the patrols and sentinels on the perimeter reaching the heart of the village. And, look, his finger traced a straight line on the map from a certain point of the waterway, leading directly to the central. This waterway passes directly underneath the watchtower, and it's a blind spot in the tower's line of sight. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Madara's eyes. The action plan is very simple. Ke's voice turned cold and resolute. 15 minutes later, during the next patrol's shift change, we will take this opportunity to infiltrate through the north waterway and head directly to the base of the tower. You will be on guard below to prevent any accidents. I will go up alone and take out the Jounin named Yinjiao. You alone. Madara frowned. That's too risky, but safer to go together. No. Ku shook his head. The fewer people, the less noise. Besides, I'm not going to duel him. I just need to kill him. His words were filled with undeniable confidence. Madara looked at the pair of eyes glowing red in the darkness and chose to trust him. All right, he replied in a low voice. The two ceased conversation, quietly waiting for the right moment as the distant patrol's torches crossed paths, creating a brief moment of visual blind spot. Action. 2 black figures leaped silently from the high ground like arrows released from their bows, quickly arriving at the cold creek on the north side of the village. The creek's entrance was indeed blocked by a row of thick iron bars. The two exchanged glances, quickly climbing over the fence and diving into the icy water. Minutes later, when they emerged from a concealed drainage outlet, the towering watchtower was now within arm's reach. As Ko had predicted, this was the perfect visual blind spot, completely shrouded in darkness, with no torches around, illuminated only by the faint moonlight. Him going up. Ko left this message and forcefully threw a special kunai upwards. Madara then slipped into the shadows below, his Sharingan activated vigilantly, scanning the surroundings. Atop the tower, a burly man with a bushy beard leaned against the railing, yawning in boredom. He was the Jounin Yinjiao of the Heian clan. With both the clan leader and deputy leader out on a secret mission, the safety of the entire clan rested on his shoulders, creating immense pressure. Fortunately, this was the old stronghold of the Heian clan for over 100 years, and he did not believe any foolhardy individuals would dare to provoke them at such a time. Just when he was at his most relaxed, yawning again, and ready to take a sip of liquor, a cold night breeze suddenly swept past his back. Is the wind picking up? He instinctively turned his head. Then, he saw a pair of Sharingan glowing ominously red in the darkness. Uff! The Chidori pierced through the warm body without obstruction. Uchiha Ke passed by the corner of the black rock, without pausing for a moment, not even glancing back, only slowly retracting the hand wrapped around the Chidori, then flicking off the blood that stained it. Behind him, the sturdy figure at the corner remained frozen in the posture of instinctively looking back at the sound. The shock and confusion in his eyes forever solidified. He didn't even get a clear view of the enemy's appearance, nor did he manage to raise a proper alarm, before being ruthlessly deprived of all life. Moments later, his massive body fell heavily to the floor, producing a dull thud, and warm blood quickly stained the cold floor of the tower. Clean and swift, silent. Time rewinds to 10 minutes earlier. I'm going up. After leaving this phrase, Ko forcefully threw a specially made kunai upwards, then silently appeared at the top of the tower, hanging in the shadows beneath the eaves of the 5th floor like a bat. The cold night wind stirred the edges of his black clothing as his Threedemo Sharingan began a thorough reconnaissance of the seemingly calm guard tower. Soon the internal defense situation of the tower constructed a clear, three-dimensional map in his mind. Interesting. A cold arc appeared at the corner of Ko's mouth. It's a bit more troublesome than I imagined. This 5-story tower didn't have only the corner as a guard. With the inside of the Sharingan, he clearly saw. In the 1st floor hall, 2 Chunin were dozing around a small stove, weapons resting beside them, ready to respond to any emergencies. In the corner of the 2nd floor corridor, there was also a hidden lookout whose breath was steady, clearly not asleep. The 3rd floor was divided into 2 rooms. In one of the rooms, there was a chakra far stronger than the surrounding area, undoubtedly his target. The 4th floor was a storage room piled high with clutter and devoid of people. The top platform of the 5th floor, where the corner was supposed to be stationed, was also empty. Looks like this guy knows how to slack off. Ke thought to himself. He left the guard duty to his subordinates while he hid in the 3rd floor lounge drinking. But that's good, it gives me the chance to take them out one by one. A plan for assassination rapidly took shape in his mind. His gaze locked onto the hidden lookout in the corner of the 2nd floor. This person was the most unstable factor and had to be eliminated first. Uchiha Ke chose not to break in through a window from the outside, as that would make too much noise. Instead, he silently glided down to the windowsill of the 4th floor. The 4th floor was a storage room, the window slightly ajar, and like a ghost he slipped into the cluttered room without making a sound. A musty smell of old dust filled the room, and he didn't linger, quickly making his way to the staircase leading to the 3rd floor, then crouching down to gently press his ear against the wooden floor. In this quiet environment, he could clearly hear the steady breathing and heartbeat of the lookout below, but he didn't act immediately. He patiently waited. Ke slowly closed his eyes, resting his right hand on his pulse, adjusting his breathing frequency to match that of the lookout, just as he anticipated the right moment, then took out a kunai, as thin as hair, from his ninja tool pouch. Outside the tower, the footsteps of a patrolling Chunin, accompanied by chaotic noise, sounded again. Tap, tap, tap. As the patrol team arrived right beneath the tower, reaching maximum volume. Now's the time. Ke suddenly dropped the kunai through the gap between the floors of the 3rd and 2nd. A faint sound echoed, which should have spread in the silent night, but was completely drowned out by the footsteps of the patrol. The lookout downstairs, observing his surroundings, suddenly froze in disbelief, lowering his head to see the kunai that barely protruded from his throat. His life was instantly severed without even the chance to raise an alarm as he slid quietly down into one down. Ke showed no emotional fluctuations, not daring to linger, silently sliding down the stairs to the 1st floor. The 2 Chunin dozing around the stove were completely unaware of what had just happened, one of them even emitting a faint crack, crack. 2 faint sounds of bones breaking echoed in the silent room, but were still covered by the clamor of the patrol team, while the corner upstairs, already slightly inebriated, failed to notice any commotion. 3. Ke gently laid down the 2 corpses, avoiding making any noise. Then he turned his gaze back to the staircase leading to the 3rd floor. 1 step, 2 steps. He held his breath and slowly ascended to the third floor. The corridor on the third floor was short with only 2 rooms, one of which had a faint light seeping through the door crack, and he could vaguely hear the sound of pouring wine. The corner was inside. He didn't rush to act. Facing a Jounin, any carelessness could lead to mission. He quietly lurked in the shadows of the corridor, melding completely with the surrounding darkness. Time passed second by second. Inside the room, the corner seemed to have drunk a bit too much, yawning widely, then stood up to open another bottle of wine from the side, preparing to take a sip. A cold night wind quietly brushed past his back. Where did that wind come from? He instinctively turned around. Then he saw a pair of Thritomo Sharingan glowing with an eerie red light in the darkness, along with a flash of deadly lightning. When Ke's figure finally stood on the platform atop the 5th floor, the entire guard tower had already turned into a silent grave. Standing at the highest point of the tower, the cold night wind stirred his black cloak, and instead of signaling to band below immediately, he slowly took out one peculiar trident kunai after another from his backpack. He looked down at the village still in slumber, a cold curve appearing at the corner of his mouth. Then, it's time to swish, 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 swish. Dozens of kunai flashing with cold light were thrown by him with extreme precision, like seeds of death, towards every key position in the village. The intersection of the main road, the most densely populated residential area, beside the only well and every possible exit for escape. An invisible web of death quietly spread at this moment. An invisible net woven from flying thunder god, kunai, silently spread, enveloping the entire Heian village. Ke stood atop the highest tower. The icy night wind whipped his black trench coat as his Thritomo Sharingan rotated slightly, sensing every flying thunder god coordinate below. Preliminary preparations complete, he mused inwardly. Now let it begin. In the next second, a figure brimming with overbearing and murderous intent leaped out from the shadows below. Uchiha Madara did not immediately unleash a fire technique to wreak havoc as Ke had anticipated. Instead, he flawlessly merged into the dark crevices between the houses, his Thritomo Sharingan precisely pinpointing every ninja's position in the pitch-black night. Not bad, it seems there's more than just muscle in that head of his. Watching Madara's professional and efficient movements from atop the tower, Ke nodded to himself. Looks like those years of missions outside have taught him a thing or two. Much better than that brat who used to just roar and spew fire. The first target was a Chunin dozing against a wall in the northwest corner of the village. That spot overlooked the only escape route, making its position critical. Madara's figure appeared behind him as if by teleportation, utterly silent. Without even drawing the tachi on his back, he simply reached out and snapped the man's neck with a clean motion. Crack! The crisp sound of breaking bones echoed through the still night, and the Chunin departed from this world without ever waking from his slumber. The second target was 2 sentinels keeping watch on a tall wooden tower in the eastern part of the village. Inside hung an alarm bell. If it were rung, the entire village would be alerted. Instead of approaching, Madara lurked in the shadows below and drew 2 shuriken from his tool pouch. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 streaks of cold light perfectly masked by the wind cut through the night and pierced precisely through the eye sockets of both sentries. Without even a grunt, the 2 bodies collapsed limply like marionettes with severed strings, startling no one. In the ensuing 10+ minutes, Madara used the most efficient methods to eliminate all 12 Chunin posted as overt and covert sentries on the periphery of the Heian clan. Meanwhile, Ke remained at the highest point of the tower, standing guard against any unforeseen circumstances. When the last sentinel fell silently into a pool of blood, the entire Heian village had thoroughly lost its eyes and ears. Every alert system had been dismantled completely, without anyone the wiser. Madara's form quietly returned to the base of the tower. He looked up at Ke, said nothing, and simply made a completion gesture. Ke nodded, then pointed toward the southeastern corner of the village. There stood the Heian clan's granary. Huge sacks of grain, made for the finest fuel. Madara understood instantly. A cruel smile curled at the corner of his mouth as his hands rapidly formed hand signs. Fire-style great fireball technique. This time he held nothing back. A colossal fireball tore through the night and struck the storehouse piled high with hay and grain with pinpoint accuracy. Boom! A towering inferno rent the darkness like a gash of orangeade across a black canvas, instantly illuminating the entire sky. The dry timber and grain ignited the moment they contacted the great fireball. The flames spread with unstoppable momentum, fanned by the night wind, turning the whole southeast corner of the village into a searing, appalling crimson. Fire! Quick! Put out the fire! The granary! The granary's on fire. What's going on? Why didn't anyone raise the alarm? Where are the sentries outside? The sleeping Heian clan ninja were finally jolted awake by the sudden explosion and the roaring flames. They rushed out of their rooms in panic, many without shirts, clutching whatever weapons they could grab. When they saw the granary ablaze, everyone's first instinct was to charge toward the fire, trying to extinguish it with water techniques. But they had no idea this was no accidental fire, it was the prelude to a massacre. In an instant, order in the village dissolved into chaos, ninjas scurrying like headless flies through the streets. Shouts of firefighting, cries of confusion, and the wails of children intertwined into a symphony of "they've taken the bait." Atop the tower, a cold smile curved on Ke's lips as he gazed down at the frantic Heian clan members. The trajectories of their chakra were as clear to his Sharingan as fireflies in the dark. Most were rushing toward the fire without any plan, but a few were trying to rally the crowd into organized resistance. Madara, who issued a new command to the figure below that had once again melted into the shadows. Follow the original plan. You take the west, he'll take the east. Split them apart. Don't give them any chance to regroup. His voice paused, growing even icy. Prioritize eliminating those attempting to organize. Understood. Madara's voice carried a hint of barely suppressed excitement. While most ninjas dashed toward the southeast corner's fire on the village's west side, several Chunin, who appeared to be squad leaders, forcibly halted their panicked clansmen, shouting hoarsely, "Everyone calm down. Don't go to the fire. This is a trap. An enemy attack. Rally to me. Form a defensive formation. Hurry." The leader, a seasoned veteran, recognized the anomaly instantly. He knew the granary could be rebuilt, but if all the people died, nothing would remain. Yet his orders came too late. Just as he gathered 7 or 8 subordinates and prepared to fall back toward the village center, a figure had already appeared silently on the eaves behind them. Good reflexes. Uchiha Madara looked down at them, his 3-tomo Sharingan devoid of emotion. Pity it's too slow. Uchiha. No. It's... Before the squad leader could finish, a deluge of flame engulfed him entirely. Fire-style Great Fire Annihilation. On the other end of the village, a similarly brutal clan extermination unfolded. 3 veteran ninja on the east side were not fooled by the fire. Instead of rallying, they chose to scatter and rush toward the central watchtower, hoping to regain control and launch the highest level alarm signal. Don't panic. Take separate routes. If we reach the tower, Lord Yanjiao will certainly. The lead veteran's voice cut off abruptly. He found to his horror that his body would not move. In the corner of his vision, only a black blur flashed by. As consciousness slipped into darkness, he seemed to hear a greeting like a devil's whisper. Good evening. Ke's figure appeared instantaneously behind the trio's rearmost member, his kunai already buried in the man's heart. Understood. Ban's voice carried a hint of barely suppressed excitement as he dashed toward the western side of the village, which had already descended into chaos. On the western side of the village, a scar-faced Chunin, one of the few seasoned veterans among the Heian clan, had not been blinded by the blazing granary. He instantly recognized it as an enemy attack and desperately tried to rally his panicked kinsmen. Thanks to his efforts, a dozen Chunin finally found their anchor. Cautiously alert to their surroundings, they moved toward the most solid stone shrine at the village center. However, a black silhouette had already appeared silently on the eaves behind them. Not bad reaction. Uchiha Ban looked down at them from above, his 3-tomo Sharingan devoid of any emotion. Pity. Uchiha. Damn quickly. Fire-style Great Fire Annihilation. Ban gave them no chance to use any tactical coordination. He unleashed a large-scale ninjutsu right away, using the most unreasonable blanket of firepower to erase this newly formed resistance force. The terrifying flames instantly engulfed the entire street. Wooden houses carbonized and burned in the searing heat. Those caught in the blaze didn't even have time to scream before they turned to ashes. At the other end of the village, Ke shook the kunai in his hand, his 3-tomo Sharingan, coldly locking onto 2 more targets approaching from different directions. He couldn't be bothered to speak. His figure flickered and vanished. Thud, thud. Almost simultaneously, 2 faint sounds of blade-piercing flesh came from the other 2 directions, and then everything fell silent again. 3 more down. Ke's figure reappeared on a rooftop. He raised an eyebrow slightly as he looked down at the village that had utterly descended into chaos. These guys are even softer than I imagined. Ban is making such a ruckus, and the rest of them are still stupidly running around. Hopeless. The battle could no longer be called a battle. It was a one-sided massacre. Half an hour later, when the screams in the village gradually subsided, the air was filled only with the crackling of burning wood and the nauseating stench of blood. Ke's figure quietly appeared beside Ban. Should be about done, he said calmly. All the Chunin and above are essentially dealt with. The ones left are just insignificant genin. Ban nodded. His face was somewhat pale. Repeatedly using large-scale advanced fire techniques had drained his chakra heavily. Tonight had brought him an unprecedented fatigue, both physical and mental. Time to pull back. Ke glanced at Ban's condition and thought to himself, I could wipe out the rest too, but both of us would be in terrible shape. If the Heian Deputy Patriarch returns early, or if something goes wrong with the full moon, we'll be in trouble. Just as he was about to order a retreat, a presence filled with brutality and rage swept in from the village entrance without warning. The intensity of this chakra was even greater than that of the blood mist ghost they had slain earlier. Damn! Ke's expression changed for the first time. Speak of the devil, the High Deputy Patriarch is back early. Almost as he finished speaking, a furious roar exploded across the entire village. Who dares to run wild on the territory of my High clan? A tall figure charged in from the entrance at an unbelievable speed. Along the way, everything, burning house ruins or obstacles, was smashed to pieces by his casual swipes. The newcomer was none other than the Deputy Patriarch, who should have been away on a secret mission, Haiyan Jiao. Seeing the corpses of his clansmen strewn everywhere, his eyes instantly turned bloodshot, blazing with almost maddened fury. His gaze finally locked onto the two Uchiha youths at the village center, who still reeked of blood. Very well, Uchiha brats. Uchiha prodigies. He stared at them, his voice hoarse. I will kill you. With a roar like a cornered beast, he wasted no words and slammed both arms onto the ground. Earth-style earth spear. Boom. Rumble. The hard bluestone ground before the shrine was instantly torn apart. Dozens of rock spears thicker than a grown man's thigh burst out without warning from beneath Ku and Ban's feet, thrusting toward them. Watch out. Ku and Ban leaped backward, simultaneously evading the lethal strike. Ban, this guy is off, Ku said, staring intently at Haiyan Jiao. His strength is far greater than the intelligence suggested. Too late for that now. Ban's eyes were equally grim as he launched an attack. Fire-style fireball, yet facing Ban's fireball, enough to melt steel, Haiyan Jiao did not dodge. Earth-style hardening technique. His skin instantly took on a gray-black rock-like luster as he charged straight into the fireball. Boom. The fireball exploded against his body, only slowing his momentum slightly, leaving not even a decent, such strong defense. Ban's heart jolted. In that instant of distraction, Haiyan Jiao's figure was already upon him, a heavy battle axe descending with the force of 1,000 pounds. Ban could only parry hastily with his ninja sword. The immense force sent him sliding backward several meters. Die! Haiyan Jiao pressed his advantage relentlessly, his ferocious attacks coming like a storm, giving Ban no chance to breathe. Ban could only dodge and block awkwardly. Against overwhelming power, his fire techniques and swordsmanship were completely stifled. Just as he was about to be cornered, a black flash appeared abruptly at Haiyan Jiao's side. Chidori. But Haiyan Jiao's reaction was unbelievably fast. Without even turning his head, his body instinctively. Ke's Chidori struck the rock armor solidly, emitting only a dull, heavy thud. It failed to penetrate completely. Haiyan Jiao used the impact to pivot and slammed an elbow fiercely toward Ke's chest. Ku activated the Flying Thunder God technique without hesitation. He vanished, instantly reappearing on a rooftop dozens of meters away, staring at the man who had subdued them both alone. Retreat was on his mind. Ban. He no longer hesitated and gave the order to the struggling Ban. Stop fighting, fall back. Ban, though unwilling, knew Ku was right. Continuing the fight was hopeless. Trying to flee, Haiyan Jiao saw through their intent and attacked even more wildly. Ku hurled his Flying Thunder God kunai toward Ban. Before Haiyan Jiao's next round of furious attacks could land, Ku grabbed Ban's shoulder and activated the Flying Thunder God technique. Their figures vanished from the hellish battlefield without a trace, leaving only Haiyan Jiao's hatred-filled roar echoing over the village. When Ku and Ban reappeared, they were deep in a silent forest several kilometers away. This was the closest Flying Thunder God marker point Ku had set up near the abandoned shrine. PFF. Ban could no longer hold on. He dropped to one knee and spat blood. The earlier clash had inflicted serious internal injuries. You? He clutched his aching chest, looking at Ku with astonishment. You can actually teleport others now. Barely. Ku was also panting. The drain is far greater than I expected. I won't be able to use it many more times in the short term. He braced himself against a tree to steady his breathing, then pointed toward the abandoned shrine halfway up the mountain. Come on. Our friend, the ghost negotiation partner, should be growing impatient. His face showed no sign of defeat or discouragement. Instead, a more exhilarated gleam sparkled in his eyes. Phase 1 had a small hiccup, but it's fine. Phase 2 begins now. Ban's brows knitted tightly. In our current state, are we really going? Why not? Ku countered. Are you insane? Ban stared at him incredulously. Chief Haiyan and Deputy Chief Ryue are both genuine elite jonin, and we're still injured. Are we going to our deaths? If we actually fight, then of course it's suicide. A more frenzied gleam flickered in Ke's eyes. So we can't fight, Hedon. He took a deep breath, a flicker of hesitation in his gaze, but still walked over to Ban and pulled out a small vial made of special crystal from his ninja tool pouch. Inside was a pale green liquid, translucent and glistening like jade. What is this? Ban looked up, eyeing the object in Ke's hand with suspicion. Just a little something I've been researching. Ke's reply was succinct. I haven't tried it yet. They say it's potent, rapidly heals injuries and restores chakra. But, he paused, his tone turning extremely grave. I'm not sure if there are side effects yet. The choice to take the risk is yours. Ban stared at Ke's eyes, which blazed astonishingly bright in the night. Without a moment's hesitation, he took a vial from Ke. Do I have a choice in this situation? He chuckled, then pulled out the stopper and downed the potion in one gulp. Seeing this, Ke also tipped the other vial into his mouth. The cool liquid slid down his throat into his abdomen. A colossal surge of life energy like a burst dam instantly flooded every part of his body. Ban felt as though his body was submerged in a warm spring. His nearly depleted chakra, like parched land after a long drought, was rapidly replenished. In less than a minute, the wounds on both of them were mostly healed, and their chakra had recovered by over 80. What the hell is this? Ban stared at his hands in disbelief, his eyes filled with shock. The effect was utterly beyond his understanding. Ke offered no further explanation. He could feel a soothing, nourishing pleasure surging within him. As expected of a diluent of Zujian's cells. Ke sighed inwardly. Even though those Nakano guys haven't figured it out, yet even this basic therapeutic effect alone is already a miraculous medicine. But of course he couldn't tell Ban that the essence of this potion came from their mutual friend. Let's go. With his condition restored, Ke's eyes turned icy and sharp again. We're almost late. Perched on the main beam of the shrine's main hall, Ke and Ban coldly surveyed the scene below. Lord Shadow, you finally arrived. Chief Hien immediately put on a fawning smile and hurried over to greet Ryueying. Cut the crap. Ryueying's voice was cold and curt. Where's Lord Guerin? Are you certain he will come here tonight? Lord Guerin gave his word personally. A bunch of short-sighted fools. On the beam, Ban listened to their conversation, contempt flickering in his eyes. About time to make an appearance. Ke thought to himself. Just as Chief Hien was fervently painting a picture, bang! A heavy muffled crash suddenly came from the worn offering table before them. Both men were startled, leaping back into combat stances. On the table, wrapped in black cloth and still dripping blood, an object had appeared. On either side, two young figures stood silently. Uchiha. Recognizing the clan crest of the fan-shaped war fan behind the two, Chief Hien and Ryueying's faces instantly turned deathly pale. What are you doing here? Chief Hien asked in terrified shock. But the answer was Uchiha Ban's sneer, brimming with murderous intent. He yanked open the cloth bundle. A severed head with eyes wide open in death rolled out. It was the blood mist Guerin. The moment he saw the head, Chief Hien realized the Uchiha knew of their treacherous plot. Madness flashed. Shadow, don't just stand there. He bellowed. Since these two brats could kill Guerin, they must be geniuses of the Uchiha clan. Kill them, and we can take their heads to the Qinsho and Ziguishin for a reward. Without further hesitation, he began forming hand seals rapidly. The ground beneath him trembled violently, and several thick stone spears shot up, aiming straight at Uchiha Ban. Meanwhile, Ryueying, after the initial shock, also showed a ruthless glint in his eyes. Though he wasn't fully aware of the situation, his clan leader had instructed him to ally with Hien against the Uchiha. With a flicker of motion, he drew twin blades from his waist, turning them into two streaks of cold light. In coordination with Chief Hien's attack, he lunged at the other Uchiha, Ke. The battle erupted instantly. Looking for death, Ban, instead of retreating from the stone spears, charged forward, cutting down the spears with his tachi, and clashed directly with Chief Hien. Clang, clang, clang. The two immediately engaged in fierce combat within the shrine's main hall. Judging by the current situation, Chief Hien exerted even less pressure than their deputy clan leader had. Meanwhile, at the other end of the battlefield, the fight between Ke and Ryueying was far more sinister and perilous. Ryueying's blade techniques aimed straight for vital spots, while Ke completely abandoned a direct clash. He pushed the Flying Thunder God technique to its limits, turning into streaks of black light, teleporting and shifting constantly within the cramped shrine, making every attack fall on empty air. After a fierce round of exchanges, both sides simultaneously halted and re-established distance. Chief Hien and Ryueying's faces were etched with gravity and shock. They couldn't fathom how these two boys, seemingly only 11 or 12, possessed such formidable strength. Especially the youth in black. His strange teleportation technique was unheard of. Ke and Ban were not at ease either. Though the potion had restored some of their condition, they were still fighting above their rank and could gain no advantage. In this tense stalemate, Ke suddenly smiled. Ignoring the glaring Chief Hien, he fixed his gaze directly on the most wary Ryueying. Impressive skills, Deputy Chief Ryue. His voice broke the dead silence of the shrine, exceptionally clear. Too bad you've chosen the wrong side. What do you mean? Chief Hien roared. But Ke ignored him and continued addressing Ryueying. That fool Chief Hien has been blinded by gambling debts and greed. He's already doomed. Are you going to die with him? Brat, you're asking for death. Enraged at being exposed in front of everyone, Chief Hien was about to attack again when Ryueying stopped him. Ryueng stared hard at Ku, his voice icy. What are you trying to say? He had long known about Chief Haiyan's gambling addiction, but didn't understand why Ku was bringing it up now. Nothing else. Ku spread his hands and put on an exceedingly sincere smile. I'm merely carrying out our Uchiha clan leader's orders, to offer certain people a dignified way out. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Uchiha Ku, son of the Great Elder. As for the man beside me, I needn't elaborate. He is our young clan leader Uchiha Ban. Ku openly revealed their identities before everyone. Ryueng's heart sank heavily. The genius reputation of the Uchiha young clan leader and the Great Elder's eldest son had long resounded through the ninja world. He had guessed who they were the moment they clashed, but couldn't confirm. Now Ke's voluntary revelation matched his earlier speculation. The identities of these two boys meant this was no chance encounter. It represented the will of the Uchiha High Council. A heavy pressure weighed on his heart. Deputy Chief Ryue, you're a smart man. Ku continued, ignoring the other's thoughts. Look, the Ziguishin Guerin is dead now. The promises from both Ziguishin and Shinsho are nothing but worthless paper. And your secret conspiracy has been under our Uchiha surveillance from the start. He pointed to the pitch-black forest outside the door and said in an irrefutable tone, our Uchiha Dark Ninja are waiting not far away. It's just that my brother and I don't want to hand over this credit to them. Oh, I nearly forgot. Ku shifted his tone and addressed Chief Haiyan. I regret to inform you that before we came here to negotiate, my brother and I already wiped out your Haiyan clan's hideout. You, Chief Haiyan's face turned ashen as he roared. You're lying. Our people didn't raise any alarm. Alarm? Ku laughed as if he had heard the most absurd joke. Oh, you mean those sentries of yours who could fall asleep, standing up, or the Jonin who was hiding in the tower drinking? What? If Gairen's death had only shocked him, Kes' words completely shattered Chief Haiyan's psychological defenses. He stared incredulously at the boy, smiling like a demon, his body beginning to tremble uncontrollably. No. Impossible. It's absolutely impossible. Believe it or not. Ku no longer paid attention to this nearly insane man. He refocused on Ryueng. Now I give you a choice. One, you continue to help this ruined fool fight us to the death. Then both of you will die here, and our Uchiha army will trample the Ryue clan's territory, putting an end to your folly. 2. Kes' voice paused, brimming with irresistible temptation. You kill him with your own hands now. He pointed at the thoroughly dazed Chief Haiyan beside him. Bring his head, and earn the friendship of the Uchiha. Of course you might not trust a verbal promise. Kes' face broke into an even brighter smile. We've prepared a gift for you, the entire Haiyan clan's territory, population, and wealth. The Uchiha won't take a single thing. These words struck Ryueng's heart like a bomb. The threat of death and the lure of vast resources shattered his psychological defenses. He glanced at the unblinking head of Guerin on the ground, then at the completely disoriented Chief Haiyan beside him. A murderous glint flashed in his sharp eyes. As Ryueng understood that he had no choice, Uchiha Ke or the Uchiha clan had left him no room for alternatives from the very beginning. However, just as he quietly took half a step back, the chakra within him began to gather, preparing to launch a surprise attack on the defenseless ally beside him. A sudden transformation occurred. Ah! A roar filled with endless pain and madness erupted fiercely from beside him. The elder of the Haiyan clan, already completely lost due to the destruction of his family, surprisingly regained his sanity from the extreme hatred and despair after hearing Ke's heart-wrenching words. In this era where family was seen as far more important than the individual, nothing was more painful for a clan leader than witnessing the destruction of what he had devoted his life to protect. Uchiha Ryue, you scum deserve to die. At this moment, Ryueng's eyes were filled with terrifying bloodshot veins, as if they were about to bleed, no longer differentiating between friend and foe, utterly blending his hatred for the Uchihas with his suspicion of Ryue. He did not even choose to attack the distant Uchiha Ke and Uchiha Madara, but instead turned abruptly to attack Ryue, intending to drag this traitor he believed had betrayed him into hell before his own demise. Damn, this stupid pig. This sudden turn of events caught everyone present, including Ke, completely. Ryueng was even more shocked. He never expected this fool would indiscriminately attack him, causing the chakra he had just gathered for a surprise attack to be instantly disrupted. In a hurry, he had no choice but to abandon all offensive thoughts, crossing his twin blades before his chest and channeling chakra to forcibly block this strike. With a loud bang, Ryueng felt an unmatched force transmit through the blades, causing him to uncontrollably fly back and crash into the massive pillar of the shrine with a dull thud. This was the sheer power of an elite Jonin in a state of rage. None of you will survive today. The elder of the Haiyan clan struck true. In a frenzy, he clasped his hands together, unleashing his chakra with reckless abandon. Earth, release yellow spring swamp. Boom. The entire abandoned shrine began to tremble violently, the bluestone floor suddenly liquefying and surging as if boiling with a giant mud whirlpool, exuding a deathly aura rapidly expanding outward. Arms made of condensed earth continually reached out from the whirlpool, as if wanting to drag everything within the shrine into an endless abyss. This guy has completely lost it. Ke looked down at the rapidly spreading mire below him with soil, arms reaching out to grab his ankles, his brow furrowed. He knew there was no time to waste. If this technique was allowed to complete, the three of them might indeed be left here forever. At that moment he glanced at Madara across from him. Their eyes met and exchanged silent understanding. They both realized each other's thoughts almost simultaneously. Madara heeding. "They'll go left." Ke shouted out the command. "All right." In the next second, two black figures charged forward into the storm's center instead of retreating. "You think you can interrupt my technique? It's too late. Go to hell together to accompany my clan in death." The elder of the Hyen clan cackled maniacally, injecting more chakra into the ground beneath him, making the mire surge even more violently. Fire release, great dragon fire technique. Uchiha Madara's figure surged forward from the front, unleashing a massive fire dragon, several meters long, highly compressed, charging ahead. This move sacrificed area but maximized single-target attack power, aiming directly at the elder of the Hyen clan, whose body was immobile from exerting his full strength on the technique. Seeing this, the elder could only divert some of his focus to control the ground in front of him, raising a thicker rock giant shield. Earth release, earth barrier. However, just as his attention was completely drawn to Madara in front, Ryuang, who had just been struck away, flashed with a ruthless glint in his eyes. He knew this was the only and last chance. If he could not eliminate the elder of the Hyen clan here once the two Uchihas either left or died, he would not escape the Uchiha's pursuit. Ryu-style crescent moon slash. His figure emerged like a phantom from the left blind spot of the elder of the Hyen clan, his twin blades transforming into two deadly beams of light, silently slicing toward the elder's arm as he formed seals. From the front, there was Madara's full-force strike, and from the left flank, Ryuang's fatal backstab. The elder of the Hyen clan found himself in an impossible predicament. Though unable to evade, he knew that whichever side he chose to defend would inevitably lead to severe injury from the other side. But he was a battle-hardened veteran who made the cruelest choice in desperation to abandon defense and attack with all his might. He had completely accepted the demise of his clan. With neither he nor the deputy clan leader present, the remaining members of the clan could not match the two geniuses before him. In utter despair, he was determined to take the life of the one who annihilated his family in exchange for his own. However, he had overlooked one person from start to finish. Just as he focused all his attention on Madara and Ryue, in completely abandoning his defense, a cold voice suddenly sounded behind him. "Checkmate. Not good." The elder of the Hyen clan turned his head slightly, his eyes reflecting the overly youthful face and the cold Freedomo Sharingan within. He wanted to dodge, to defend, but at this moment he was utterly powerless, only able to watch as that hand, swirling with thousands of lightning bolts, rapidly enlarged in his pupils. Chidori. This time nothing could block the deadly lightning. Ke's right hand cleanly and decisively pierced through the elder of the Hyen clan's ribs. Ugh! All sound caught in the elder's throat. He incredulously lowered his head to look at the horrific blood hole that pierced through his chest, the madness and anger in his eyes swiftly receding like a tide, replaced by endless unwillingness. With his death, the earth released ninjutsu that had been wildly spreading instantly lost control, reverting to ordinary soil and solidifying, while the violent tremors within the shrine came to a halt. Under the thunderous combined strike of the three, this once fearsome elite jonin met his end on the spot. The entire shrine fell into a deathly silence, once again a scene of devastation within, with cracked earth and shattered rocks scattered everywhere, the walls and pillars scorched and marked, and the air thick with the heavy scent of blood and earth. Huff! Huff! Finally it's over. Madara knelt on one knee, leaning on his great sword, gasping heavily. This perilous moment had completely drained the little chakra he had just regained, and his complexion turned pale once more. On the other side, Ryuang was also clutching his chest, leaning against the broken pillar as he coughed violently. He was not a traditional taijutsu ninja, and it could be said that the techniques of the Ryuang clan were the quintessential glass cannon. Thus the heavy blow from the elder of the Hyen clan before his death left him with severe internal injuries. Ke was in the best condition, but he too felt a wave of fatigue, slowly withdrawing, his arms still stained with warm blood, shaking off the bloodstains without looking at the other two, and walked straight to the corpse of the elder of the Hyen clan. Uchiha Ke did not rush to deal with the corpse. Instead, he crouched down and quickly searched the still warm. After a moment, he pulled out a key engraved with the Black Rock clan emblem and a sealed scroll filled with various contracts and account books from the corpse's embrace. Only after completing this did he stand up and cast his gaze toward the vigilant and panting Ryuei. Ryuei watched Uchiha Ke's actions in silence, not uttering a word. The earlier strike from the Black Rock clan leader had inflicted severe internal injuries on him. At this moment, looking at the two Uchiha youths not far away, his eyes were filled with dread and even a hint of fear. "What are you standing there for?" Ke's voice was devoid of emotion. Ryuei's body trembled violently, and the last glimmer of hope in his heart shattered completely when he met Ke's cold, three-to-mo Sharingan. He knew that his fate, and even the fate of his entire family, was now entirely in the hands of this 11-year-old boy before him. He could only drag his injured body step by step to stand before Ko. "The Black Rock clan has been almost completely purged by us. After this old man dies, they will only have a deputy clan leader left, while the rest are just a group of low-ranking ninjas who pose no threat. I won't mention any nonsense about loyalty, but I will directly present the most critical benefit from now on. Their territory, minerals, population, and all resources will belong to your Ryuei clan. We the Uchiha promise that we will take not a single coin from any property of the Black Rock clan." This statement struck Ryuei's mind like a thunderclap. He raised his head in disbelief, shock written all over his eyes as he looked at Ku. The entire Black Rock clan, although it was not significant in the Land of Fire, and perhaps was even less than his own family, it was still a force that had occupied the western region for 200 to 300 years. The wealth and resources accumulated there were unimaginable and were things Ryuei had dreamt of obtaining. And now this Uchiha boy so casually offered all of it to him. Yet he understood that there is no free lunch in the world, and he quickly calmed down to hoarsely ask, "What are the conditions?" "Smart." Ku nodded in approval. "Indeed, we need you to do a few things, but they are tasks that your Ryuei clan can easily accomplish, essentially allowing you to gain significant rewards with little cost. First," Ku raised a finger, "dispose of the corpses here, and publicly declare that you discovered evidence of the Black Rock clan colluding with the Water Country clan, claiming you feared it would threaten the 13-clan alliance, and came to clean up the mess. Second," he raised a second finger, "immediately take your people to the Black Rock clan territory and test this key." He tossed the key he had just found to Ryuei. "See if you can take over everything there as quickly as possible. Remember, be quick. Ensure that the name Black Rock disappears from the map before dawn. Third, and most important," a glint of cunning flashed in Ke's eyes, "you need to spread a rumor that it was actually Uchiha who sent people to Shigwa Mountain, and the Black Rock clan, blinded by greed, attempted to collude with us to swallow your Ryuei clan. However, during negotiations due to disagreements, they fell into internal strife, ultimately leading to the annihilation of their entire clan by us brothers. The Black Rock clan intended to help disrupt the internal stability of the 13-clan alliance, while your Ryuei clan would merely be innocent victims who narrowly escaped the disaster." Ryuei listened quietly, and the more he heard, the colder he felt inside. This script was simply flawed. It not only perfectly explained everything that happened tonight, but also cleared the Ryuei clan of the accusation of betraying their allies, portraying them as victims, and occupying the moral high ground. Moreover, Uchiha's reputation within the alliance was well known, so casting a little dirt their way wouldn't do much. The most terrifying part was that if this rumor spread, no one would care about the Black Rock clan, which had already vanished from the map, nor would they pay attention to the Ryuei clan, who stood to benefit the most. Instead, they would be wary of the greatest threat, Uchiha, and any potential messengers from Shigwa Mountain. "I understand." Ryuei took a deep breath. He knew that from the moment he accepted this script, he and the Ryuei clan behind him were completely on Uchiha's ship, even though the relationship between the two families would appear increasingly antagonistic on the surface. "Very good." Ku nodded in satisfaction. "Go, and remember, before dawn, I want to hear news of the Black Rock clan's destruction in Shuixingxuan City." Ryuei did not say another word. He simply picked up the two severed heads and wrapped them in cloth, disappearing into the darkness of the shrine in a few swift movements. When only Ku and Ban remained in the shrine, Ban finally couldn't help but speak up. "Ku, why are you giving all the benefits to the Ryuei clan?" He stood up, leaning on his great sword, confusion written all over his face. "Although the Black Rock clan's territory and minerals are not much, they are not insignificant either. With the possibility of war with the Senju family, at any moment, the more resources we have on the Western Front, the better. Are we just giving away these things for free?" "Giving away for free, eh?" Ku smiled at his words. The two remained vigilant of their surroundings as they walked back to Shuixingxuan City. "Do you think it would be a good thing or a bad thing for us Uchiha to directly annex the entire Black Rock clan, given our current situation?" Ku countered. "Of course it would be a good thing," Ban replied without thinking. "It's a bad thing." Ku shook his head. "The legacy of the Black Rock clan would be a hot potato for us. First, the distance between that location and Shuixingxuan City is too far. We cannot directly take over. At most, we can transport the resources back to the city. But have you thought about what would happen if Uchiha directly took all this? It would mean directly telling those 13 families, oh no, excluding Ryuei, and Blackrock, we are just one family. But it's okay, it won't be a big deal. If we really did that, how would the remaining family think? They would think that Uchiha simply made up an excuse to annihilate Blackrock, and the true motive was for those resources. If Uchiha can wipe out Blackrock today, then can they not wipe us out tomorrow? At that point, they wouldn't need Senju or Shigwa Mountain to stir things up. They would band together and fight us to the end. To unify our opponents on the Western Front over a relatively small Blackrock clan would be a loss that outweighs the gain. But letting Ryue the victim annex it is entirely different. A glimmer of wisdom sparkled in Ke's eyes. This is an internal conflict within their alliance, and we Uchiha have a perfectly legitimate reason with no one able to find fault. Moreover, this is just a short-term reason. Ke continued, in the long term what we need is not a dead piece, but a living chess piece. A living chess piece. Exactly. Ke stopped and turned to look at Ban, speaking slowly and clearly. Nurture the Ryue clan, making them stronger, and they will develop greater ambitions. Would a family that has just annexed a surrounding force grow complacent? No, they will seek to annex more. A family that appears ambitious on the surface while being an ally of ours behind the scenes would be incredibly useful. Moreover, the most important thing is that we previously promised to give them the entire Blackrock clan. Now that we have fulfilled our promise, and they have benefited, they will continue to trust us even if only for the sake of profit. This trust will become the sharpest sword whether against Sun-just infiltration or when we truly need to integrate the Western Front in the future. After listening to Ke's explanation, Ban fell completely silent. That night in the room of the Ryue clan leader the lights were bright. Ryue presented the two bloody heads and Ke's script in full to their clan leader. After listening to the report, the Ryue clan leader fell into a long silence, his murky eyes sparkling with a flicker of light. To annex the entire Blackrock clan. This temptation was simply too great. After a long time, he finally spoke slowly, his voice filled with authority. You did very well on this matter. Send my orders to summon all the clan's upper and middle ninjas. Wake those who are asleep. Tonight we will go quell the rebellion. He stood up and walked to the window, as if gazing at the land that once belonged to the Blackrock clan, his eyes shining with unprecedented greed and ambition. At the command of Ryue, the entire territory of the Ryue clan instantly became a whirlwind of astonishing efficiency. Urgent bells pierced the night sky as fully armed Ryue ninjas swiftly assembled on the training grounds, their faces devoid of sleepiness, replaced only by a greedy hunger for wealth and land. Within half an hour, an elite force personally led by the clan leader, comprising nearly all of the Ryue Jonin and Chunin, had gathered. Of course, Ryue stayed behind with a few Chunin, for though the likelihood was slim, what if someone seized the opportunity to raid their home? That would be like losing a watermelon for a sesame seed. Once assembled, the force did not linger. Under the cover of night, they swept toward the homeland of their former ally, the Blackrock clan. Meanwhile, on the other side, Ke and Ban had silently returned to the brilliantly lit Shuixingshuan city. They did not head to their assigned quarters, but instead went straight to the Uchiha Intelligence Department. Who goes there? The intelligence ninja on guard spotted them instantly. Ke said nothing, merely handing over a cloth-wrapped bundle that reeked of blood and still dripped with gore. Unwrapping the black cloth revealed the face of the blood mist Oni, his eyes wide open in death's unyielding stare. The two Umbu ninjas' pupils contracted sharply. Of course they recognized that face. For days, tracking this elusive Shigwa Mountain elite Jonin had driven the entire Western Intelligence Division to the brink of madness. And now this headache-inducing target was presented before them in the form of a severed head. A level mission codenamed Blood Mist target Shigwa Mountain Oni eliminated. Ke said, his voice as flat as if recounting a trivial matter. Register this, our mission is complete. One of the Umbu ninjas, recovering swiftly from the shock, suppressed his awe and bowed. Yes, sir. Please wait a moment. He dashed into the building to report. Shortly after, a Jonin who appeared to be the department head hurried out with urgent steps. Young Master Ke, young Master Ban, you've worked hard. He gazed at the grisly head on the ground, his eyes equally filled with astonishment. Did you two really take down the target? Otherwise, Ban shot him a cold glare. Did he twist his own head off and hand it to us? No, I didn't mean that. The Jonin quickly explained. It's just that the target's recorded strength was immense. I never imagined you two would finish so soon. However, last night, a large-scale battle seemed to have erupted in the Black Wind Mountains. We were about to send scouts. Oh, is that so? Ke raised an eyebrow and offered a well-timed smile. That might have been us. This guy was much tougher than expected. We chased him for most of the night from Black Wind Canyon all the way till dawn and finally wore him down. I see. You've both worked hard, young masters. The Jonin's doubts vanished, though he remained curious about how the two had jointly defeated such a renowned elite Jonin. Yet the head before him was proof enough of the mission's completion. That sufficed. He registered the task, and then said respectfully, Young master's rooms have been prepared for you. Ke waved his hand. I have my own place. If something comes up, we'll find you here. With that, he ignored the official who seemed about to ask more, nodded to Ban, and vanished into the night. Uchiha Ban watched Ke's retreating figure, then glanced at the blood-mist Oni's head. Finally, he nodded to the intelligence Jonin and headed toward his assigned quarters. He needed a quiet place to digest everything that had happened that night. Ke returned to his private residence in the eastern part of the city, briefly cleaned the bloodstains from his body, took a hot bath, and slipped into sleep. But for the ninjas not far away, this night was destined to be sleepless. The next morning, as the first rays of sunlight illuminated Shinobi City's towering black walls, the war fortress awakened once more. Chimneys from the forge billowed black smoke. Everything proceeded with customary order. Yet a shocking piece of news spread like a plague through every corner of the fortress with incredible speed. Hey, did you hear? The Blackrock clan of the 13-clan alliance was wiped out last night. What? Annihilated? By whom? The Ryue clan. The Ryue leader himself announced it. He said the Black Rock leader colluded with ninjas from Shigwa Mountain plotting against the alliance, so they mobilized overnight to suppress the rebellion and took out the Black Rocks. Really? The Ryue clan is that fierce. Black Rock may not be top tier, but they're no stray dogs. Their leader and deputy leader were both elite Jonin, I recall. This official announcement from the Ryue clan sent huge waves through Shinobi City. Most Uchiha ninjas in the city wore expressions of smug satisfaction upon hearing the news. Haha, those western rabble are tearing each other apart. The Blackrock clan. I remember they ambushed one of our supply convoys before. Serves them right to be wiped out. But the Ryue clan is ruthless nonetheless, wiping out an allied clan in a single night. They're not exactly saints. Just as the chaos stirred by the official news continued to ferment, an even more explosive rumor began to circulate quietly in the taverns and gambling dens. Hey buddy, did you hear? There's a secret behind the Black Rock clan's destruction, a drunken rogue ninja whispered mysteriously to his tablemate. What secret? He'll tell you, but don't spread it. Actually, the Black Rocks were taken out by 2 Uchiha kids. The man lowered his voice. Last night, I saw those 2 little monsters from the Uchiha. The young leader, the Crimson Azura Uchiha Ban, and the child adopted by Uchiha Jan, carrying the Oni's head back to Shinobi City to hand in the mission. What? The Shigwa Mountain Oni was killed by those 2. The tablemate was stunned. I saw it with my own eyes, no lie. The drunken ninja slammed the table. And think about it. If they could kill the Blood Mist Oni, taking out the Black Rock clan on the side isn't surprising, is it? The Ryue clan. With their bunch of misfits, they don't deserve the credit. Is that so? Then the Ryue clan's official announcement. That's all a show for outsiders. The man spoke with absolute certainty. I heard the Black Rock tried to collude with the Uchiha, but when negotiations fell through, those 2 brats got angry and massacred the whole clan. The Ryue clan just swooped in to scavenge the remains. Who knows, maybe they were even in cahoots with the Uchiha all along. Similar rumors spread through the city like wildfire, each version differing slightly. Some said Uchiha Ban alone with his blade had carved through the entire Black Rock clan, just like his father Uchiha Taijima. Others claimed that Uchiha Ke had used an invisible jutsu to reap all their lives in an instant. Regardless of the version, the core of every story pointed to one fact: the 2 prodigious Uchiha youths had annihilated a ninja clan that had stood for centuries with overwhelming force. Inside the Jonin lounge, Uchiha Ban listened to the buzzing rumors brought back by intelligence ninjas, a peculiar expression crossing his face. On the other side of the Eastern District, Ke sat leisurely in the courtyard of his private mansion, sipping green tea as he listened to the increasingly noisy chatter from the streets outside. Official news and rumors, these 2 distinctly different, yet mutually corroborative versions, stirred unprecedented waves beneath the already turbulent waters of the 13 clans alliance, like 2 massive stones thrown into a lake. In the tea houses and gambling dens near the alliance, various debates have unfolded almost daily these past few days. Those backstabbing wolves of the Ryue clan must have colluded with the Uchiha. The patriarch of the Heian clan was tricked into his death by them. A ninja from the Mountain Wind clan who was quite close to the Heian patriarch shouted excitedly while pounding the table. Where's the evidence? A cold retort came from a ninja of the Chien clan. I actually think it's more likely that those 2 Uchiha brats are the ones who wiped out clans. Let's not forget the heads of the Blood Mist demons were personally handed over to the intelligence department by them. But that doesn't prove Ryue is innocent. The fact that they annexed Heian is undeniable. So what if they're not innocent? Are you jealous that they inherited Heian's legacy? Suspicion, fear, greed. Various emotions spread wildly among the remaining 11 clans, and the once seemingly united alliance became even more fragmented overnight. At the eye of the storm, the Ryue clan half-heartedly enjoyed the benefits brought by this chaos, vehemently denying any collusion with the Uchiha, insisting they were the heroes of the rebellion. Yet on the other hand, they did not deny the legend of the two Uchiha geniuses who wiped out clans. This ambiguous attitude instead fostered more speculation and apprehension from the outside world. 2 days later, after confirming that everything in the Water Shinju city had been taken care of, Ku and Ban leisurely set off on their journey back to the clan's territory. The atmosphere on the way back was starkly different from their arrival. Uchiha Ban was no longer silent, as before, hesitating several times to speak, but ultimately could not suppress the doubts in his heart. Ku, he asked, is your plan really going to succeed? Will Ryue truly become the pawn you designed for us on the Western Front? Will they not turn around and use us instead? Of course they will. K's straightforward response caught Ban off guard. Then why? Ban, you must remember. Ku stopped and turned to look at him, his eyes glimmering with depth and cunning. It doesn't matter whether a pawn has its own thoughts, or what matters is whether the player can always hold the key to its life and death. We possess absolute strength, which means we can control the fate of the Ryue clan. Not to mention, we also hold the truth of that night. The Ryue clan will forever be nothing more than a compliant weapon in our hands. After hearing K's explanation, Ban fell into a long silence once more. Upon their return to the Uchiha clan, they immediately sensed that the atmosphere within the clan was also somewhat unusual, as all the clansmen they encountered instinctively paused to stare at them. It seems the news has already spread back, Ban said softly. That was quick, Ku shrugged, unfazed. Sure enough, before they could even return home, an intelligence ninja appeared before them, like a phantom, kneeling. Lord Ku, Lord Ban, the patriarch has ordered you both to the study immediately. Upon re-entering the familiar study, they found not only Uchiha Taijima, but also his father, the elder Uchiha Jean. The two highest authorities of the Uchiha clan sat rigidly, their expressions serious. I have already reviewed the task dossier. Uchiha Taijima spoke, first, his tone revealing no joy or anger. Elimination of the blood mist demons in a rank mission completed very well, but his gaze pierced through the two like a sharp blade. Who can explain to me how the Heian clan was exterminated? Ban's heart tightened instinctively, and he stepped forward ready to take all the responsibility onto himself. But Ku was quicker. It was my decision, Ku calmly replied, meeting Taijima's oppressive gaze. He then began to recount everything that had transpired that night. The report was not detailed. Ku omitted all combat specifics, focusing only on the core logic and decisions, with Ban assisting in filling in some of the gaps. From how they deduced the conspiracy between the demons and Heian and Ryue from the intelligence, to how they took advantage of the situation to ambush the Heian clan, to how they coerced and tempted Ryue to turn against her own, ultimately delivering the entire Heian clan as a gift to him all, while designing a script for subsequent framing. The study fell into a dead silence. Elder Uchiha Jean felt a chill run through him. Uchiha Taijima maintained a stoic expression throughout, but the fists he had placed under the table were clenched tightly, revealing his inner turmoil. After Ku finished his last word, Taijima fell into a prolonged silence. Looking at the encrypted scroll detailing the conspiracy of the Senju that had been seized from the demons, he gazed at the 11-year-old boy before him with a complex expression filled with admiration and shock, even a hint of apprehension. This child, Taijima's heart surged with tumultuous waves. His intellect and means are completely unlike those of someone his age. Even that old man would not necessarily possess such wit. Ku. After a long pause, Taijima slowly spoke, you did well. He then refrained from saying more, knowing that any praise would not have a substantial effect on the child before him. Shifting his gaze to Ban on the other side, a smile of appreciation appeared on his face. Ban, you did well too. You are brave and resourceful, unafraid to fight, just like my son. Father. Enough. Elder Uchiha Jean timely interjected, breaking the somewhat delicate atmosphere. He looked at the two children before him, pride filling his face. Regardless, you both have made tremendous contributions to the clan this time, not only severing the hands of the Senju reaching towards the Western Front, but also laying many seeds within that group of useless allies in the West. Just then a dark ninja knocked and entered, kneeling to present a piece of highly classified intelligence. Patriarch, the latest developments in the Western Front. Taijima took the intelligence, slowly unfolding it. The intelligence detailed the chaos and suspicion within the 13 clans alliance following the extermination of the Heian clan, as well as the Ryue clan's surge in power after absorbing Heian, hinting at becoming the second tier among the smaller clans in the West. At the end of the intelligence, a specially marked piece of information was added. Recently, the title of the two Uchiha geniuses has begun to spread wildly within the Land of Fire. Uchiha Ban's name, as the Red Shura, has once again been confirmed by various ninja clans. And Uchiha Ke, due to the elusive ninjutsu displayed during this mission, has been bestowed a new title. Taijima slowly raised his head, looking at Ku with satisfaction, reading aloud those 4 characters. Black Flash. Black Flash. And as Ku looked at the 4 characters on the intelligence, he was given, his mouth twitched uncontrollably. So does this mean I've stolen half of the nickname of the fourth Hokage? I wonder if the future will still call him Yellow Flash, but even if they do, I suppose he will always live in my shadow. Stepping out of the patriarch's residence and observing the gazes of the clansmen outside, Ke felt rather good. With a sidelong glance at Uchiha Madara, who still wore a stern expression, but whose lips were already struggling to suppress a rising smile, Ke felt even more elated inside. Hey Crimson Azura, Ke elbowed him. How does it feel? Don't you think your nickname sounds way cooler than mine? Boring. Madara coldly tossed out 2 words, but the half-step quicker pace had already betrayed his inner thoughts. Black Flash and Crimson Azura. Like sprouting wings, these 2 titles spread throughout the entire Uchiha clan territory within a single day, stirring up a massive uproar. Did you hear? Lord Madara and Lord Ke wiped out the Blackrock forces on the Western Front in less than a single day. Not just annihilation. I heard they first slew the infamous Blood Mist Demon in the Black Wind Mountains before heading to Blackrock. That was an elite jonin of the Watermelon Mountain clan. That's incredible. I recall they're only 11. At that age I had just become a chunin. Crimson Azura. They should be called Demon God. And that Lord Ke, my brother in the intelligence division, says the Western Front is buzzing. His jutsu is invisible. With just a flash of black light, the enemy is already dead. Various versions of the legend were discussed with embellishment in training grounds, at dinner tables, and in every corner of the clan territory. During this period, Ke and Madara's fame even overshadowed that of their fathers. On the training ground, Uchiha Izuna's long sword swung faster. His face no longer held childish innocence, only cold determination. Still far from enough. He stared at his hands, but what came to mind were the backs of his elder brother and Ke. He took pride in his brother's strength, yet also felt deep chagrin at the widening gap between them. He knew that to catch up to those 2, conventional training alone was no longer sufficient. At another training ground, Uchiha Take practiced various ninjutsu over and over, his focus terrifyingly intense. Kinai and the others are already so far ahead. He looked up at the distant sky and murmured to himself, I can't stay in place anymore. Not only them. Almost all of the golden generation that survived the Hitaki Night were swept up by this tide. For the clan's high-ranking members, this battle report brought more than that. The atmosphere in the emergency meeting of the supreme decision-making body was heavy. Taijima, what do you think of this matter? Third elder Uchiha Ke, a somewhat gloomy old man, broke the silence. Madara's growth was expected. Uchiha Taijima's expression remained calm as he spoke in a deep voice. His talent far surpasses ours. It's time. He had such strength. He is worthy of the title Crimson Azura. I'm not asking about Madara. Uchiha Ke's hawk-like eyes swept toward the great elder Uchiha Ikusa, who sat beside Taijima. I'm asking about Ikusa's fine son. His tone carried undisguised doubt and vigilance. Destroying Blackrock, slaying the demon. These are certainly great merits. But his method of swaying the Miyabi clan to disrupt the Western Front, isn't that too shrewd, even venomous? Moreover, as I've heard, he secretly keeps a team of researcher in Shuisei Castle. For an 11-year-old to possess such deep scheming and an independent force, is that really a good thing? The atmosphere in the meeting room turned delicate. Uchiha Taijima said nothing, merely watching the great elder Uchiha Ikusa to see how he would defend his adopted son. Uchiha Ikusa slowly opened his eyes, which had been shut all along, and an aura befitting a cage-level powerhouse instantly enveloped the entire room. Who do you mean to say that my son, after achieving such a monumental feat for the clan, should still face your suspicion? His voice was low but filled with unassailable authority. That's not what I meant. I just think. You think. Uchiha Ikusa interrupted his 3-tomo Sharingan, which had activated at some point icy cold. I think Ke did brilliantly. Exceptionally so. War is no child's play. Facing the schemes of the Senju and Watermelon Mountain, are we supposed to talk about virtue and morality? Using strategies and every available means to divide the enemy and strengthen ourselves. What's wrong with? As for his laboratory, Uchiha Ikusa gave a cold laugh. That was a joint decision. The origins of every person inside were thoroughly investigated by the Shadow Ninja. Is that also a mistake? My son, Uchiha Ikusa's son, ought to have such methods. I am proud of him. Uchiha Taijima watched his overbearing elder brother, a flicker of complexity in his eyes. Eventually, he spoke to set the final tone for the matter. Ikusa speaks my mind as well. Ke and Madara are the future of the Uchiha. As long as everything they do is for the clan's benefit, no matter the means, the entire Uchiha will stand as their strongest support. At the center of the storm, Ke did not feel the least bit complacent about his new title, Black Flash. Are you kidding? Stealing the nickname of the Yellow Flash in my past life would have drowned me in fan saliva. Do you understand that compared to Minato Namikaze, everyone else seems inadequate? Do you grasp the weight of being voted first in popularity, surpassing Itachi Shisui and Jiraiya? He lay on the ground not far from the training ground, a stalk of dog's tail grass between his teeth, silently complaining to himself. But come to think of it, Black Flash sounds cooler than Yellow Flash, a kind of low-key luxury. Lazily rolling over, Uchiha Ke watched his younger brother Uchiha Ke practicing ninjutsu nearby. Take, come here. He beckoned. Kiniich. Take immediately sprinted over, his face beaming. You called me. Ke nodded, casually picking up an apple and tossing it to him. How's training going lately? Any slacking? Of course not. Take took a big bite of the apple and said indistinctly, I practice ninjutsu and taijutsu every day as you taught. Madarani also often gives me pointers. Good. Ke patted his head. What about Izuna? Haven't seen him. At the mention of Izuna, Take's expression turned somewhat complicated. Izunani is working even harder. Since going to Shuisei Castle, he requested father to reassign him to a zone, and now directly gathers intelligence at the border with the Senju. Oh, already on the front lines. So Izuna is also starting to walk his own path, Ke thought to himself. After chatting a bit more with his younger brother about training matters, Uchiha Ke headed home. As soon as he returned to the veranda of his own courtyard, he heard from the nearby kitchen the sound of little maid Saya humming a tune while chopping vegetables, accompanied by wafts of appetizing food aroma. Young master. Young master. Saya fluttered out of the kitchen like a joyous little butterfly holding a You're back? The town was so lively. When I went shopping today, everyone was talking about you and young Master Madara. She picked a few slices of pear and fed them to Ke while he was changing, then gazed at him with sparkling, adoring eyes. What exactly is the Black Flash? Is it young master's flying thunder god technique? Ke felt the sweet juice slide down his throat, and the girl's innocent cheerfulness lifted his spirits. In the following days, although he received no further missions, he could clearly sense from the last clan meeting that the web called war was tightening inexorably. One day, Ke was in his study staring at a map when the door slid open a crack. Saya poked her head and saw Ke frowning, hesitated, but still entered with a steaming bowl of lotus seeds. Young master, she set the soup gently on the desk and said softly, You've been sitting here all afternoon. I was worried. I'm fine. Ke rubbed his temples, the sweet fragrance calming his restlessness. Young master, you seem troubled by something lately. Saya spoke as if casually. We're about to. Ke's hand, which was lifting the bowl, paused slightly. He looked up in surprise at this perceptive girl. What are you prying into again? He did not answer directly. I'm not prying. Saya pouted discontentedly. The clan's atmosphere has been strange lately. Patrol ninjas have doubled. Even the vegetable vendor said his wife started sewing new amulets for their son overnight. Ke fell silent. He knew her intuition was correct. The smell of war was so thick that even an ordinary person like her could clearly sense it. The fragile peace that had lasted several years was finally coming to an end. Yet time did not pause for the tense standoff between clans. No one anticipated that the new year would arrive before war. When the last maple leaf in the courtyard reluctantly drifted down in the cold wind, the long year finally drew to a close. The shadow of war hung like an unshakable dark cloud over the Uchiha clan grounds. Even the most oblivious clansmen could sense the approaching storm from the hurried intelligence ninjas and the escalating bounty for border conflict missions in the task hall. Yet under this oppressive atmosphere, the Uchiha clan attached even greater importance to the new year. In an era where life was as fragile as grass, surviving each year safely was a blessing worth celebrating with all one's might. This was not merely a festival, but a ritual to declare one's existence against the cruel fate. Ke's courtyard had recently become exceptionally lively. The little maid Shea seemed to pour all the energy she had accumulated over the year into the new year preparations. Every day she flitted in and out of the courtyard like a busy bee humming a tuneless song. Master, do you think this Shimenawa rope looks good here? The old lady next door said hanging it at the entrance can keep bad luck away. Master, come taste the date maki I just made. The sweetness is just right. Master, tomorrow is the festival. I've made you a new outfit. Try it on to see if it fits. Most of the time, Ke would lie lazily under the eaves holding a cup of hot tea, watching the small figure busily moving about the courtyard. For him, this kind of bustling worldly clamor was the best remedy for the spiritual exhaustion brought by this. Tell me, why are you so excited? Ke couldn't help but tease as he watched Shea tiptoeing, struggling to hang a handmade, ugly cute tiger ornament under the eaves. Of course I'm excited. Shea puffed out her cheeks and turned back to glare at him. This is our first new year together. Oh, I suppose it is, Ke replied, taken aback. It dawned on him that in previous years he had either gone to Mizushinjo Castle to oversee the development of the Flying Thunder God or returned to the Elder's home for New Year. Shea had never been able to decorate this home like this. Can't reach. Seeing her jump several times without success, he finally grew tired of watching. Setting down his teacup, he walked behind her, but instead of simply hanging it for her, he formed a single-hand seal. Wind release, wind levitation technique. A gentle whirlwind materialized out of thin air, softly lifting Shea's body, raising her half a meter into the air. Wow, Shea let out a surprised gasp, feeling as if she was being held aloft by an invisible giant hand. She quickly seized the opportunity to hang the tiger ornament securely in the center of the eaves. Done. She clapped her hands happily and turned back with a radiant smile. Ke dispelled the wind release, letting her land lightly on the ground. Is that how ninjutsu is supposed to be used? Shea murmured, looking at her hands, and then at Ke. In her previous understanding, ninjutsu was meant for killing. Ninjutsu is just a tool, Ke said, lazily lying back down under the eaves. Whether it's used to kill or to hang lanterns depends on the user. Now keep working. I see there's still a pile of mochi to pound. Got it, Shea replied and dashed off to the kitchen like a gust of wind. Watching her energetic back, the corner of Ke's mouth lifted into a slight smile. Good thing I happened to learn that technique. I thought I'd never use such a useless ninjutsu. Just then a slightly cold voice sounded from the courtyard entrance. It seems I've come at a bad time. Ke looked up to see Uchiha Madara leaning against the gate, arms crossed, observing everything with an extremely peculiar expression. Well, if it isn't our crimson demon himself, Ke teased, showing no embarrassment at being caught. What brings you to my humble abode? Not spending time with your wooden dummies anymore. Madara's mouth twitched, but he didn't take the bait. Clearly choked by Ke's words, he strode in and tossed a scroll in front of Ke. This is father's preliminary plan for the new squad formations after the new year, Madara said, his tone returning to its usual coldness. He's putting me in charge of an elite squad for raids and assassinations. I want to hear your thoughts. Ke raised an eyebrow. He knew this was Madara's real purpose for visiting. Though the man never admitted it, after the battle at Kuroiwa, he had begun subconsciously seeking Ke's advice on tactical matters. He unrolled the scroll and studied it carefully. The personnel allocation is fine. All are skilled in taijutsu and body flicker from the clan, Ke commented. But your tactical thinking is still stuck in the old ways. He pointed to the tactical diagrams Madara had drawn on the scroll. Frontal assault, firepower suppression, breakthrough at the center. This is an assassination squad, not a siege force. A real raid and decapitation strike relies on speed, precision, and ruthlessness. Cut off the enemy's head before they even react. If you go in like a fireworks display every time, making such a racket, how is that an assassination? Madara frowned, deeply lost in thought. He knew Ke was right, but accustomed to his style of overwhelming frontal combat, he couldn't come up with a better method on the spot. Understood. They'll think it over carefully, he finally said slowly. Good, Ke replied, lying back down. All right, business done. Would you like to stay for New Year's Eve dinner? My Shea's cooking is far better than what you get at the clan head's mansion. On New Year's Eve, the entire Uchiha clan grounds were immersed in a boisterous, fervent celebration. Every household hung new lanterns, illuminating the streets as bright as day. The air was thick with the aromas of food, the fragrance of sake, and the laughter and shouts of children chasing one another. In the end, Ke couldn't keep Madara. The battle maniac, after hearing Ke's advice, hurried home to develop his new tactics. But the courtyard remained lively. He led his excited little maid and his equally curious younger brother Uchiha Taki into the joyful crowd. Wow, big brother Ke, look at that mask. So cool. Taki pointed at a stall selling Tengu masks, his eyes shining. Master, is that candied apple? I've never seen it at festivals before. Shea tugged at Ke's sleeve, looking expectantly at a nearby snack stall. What did I do in my past life to deserve these two kids? Ke sighed inwardly. Though the little maid was older than him now, in his eyes he was still babysitting. Nevertheless, he resignedly pulled out his wallet. The Uchiha festival also showcased the clan's unique martial spirit. Instead of goldfish scooping, there was shuriken scooping. In a large pool, shurikens of various sizes were placed. The challenge was to use a magnet to retrieve them all within a time limit. Ke found it amusing to watch ordinary clansmen argue heatedly over a few kunai. He walked over to a stall with the most extravagant prizes. The grand prize hanging there was actually a scroll of an rank ninjutsu. The stall owner, a shrewd-looking middle-aged ninja, had set up a challenge. Inside a sealed box, one had to retrieve a small ball at the bottom. Inside the box, dozens of steel balls coated with faint lightning released chakra ricocheted at high speed. Touching even one was a failure. This challenge tested the ninja's extreme reaction speed and was extremely difficult. Several seasoned jonin had already failed here. Big brother Ke, this is way too hard, Taki whispered, watching the dazzling trajectories of the steel balls. Ke just smiled and tossed down a bag of coins. They'll give it a try. Under everyone's gaze, he slowly closed his eyes. When he opened them again, his Sharingan had already activated to 3 Tomo. He observed the trajectories of the steel balls for a moment, then casually reached into the box and retrieved the small ball. The entire action was lightning fast. Before the onlookers could react, the ball was already placed before the stall owner. The black flash, someone exclaimed in awe and fervor. The stall owner's shrewd face instantly filled with pain. He had never expected to attract such a formidable figure. Ke ignored the surrounding commotion. He picked up the rank ninjutsu scroll and casually tossed it to the stunned Taki. Here, a New Year's gift. Having done that, he led the two of them to the center of the plaza. The midnight bell was about to toll. The midnight bell finally rang, resonating with a distant and solemn tone amidst everyone's eager anticipation. Dong, dong, dong. As the 12th bell tolled, declaring the old year completely over, and the new year officially beginning, the entire Uchiha clan fell into a profound silence. Immediately, shadows quietly appeared on the highest eaves surrounding the square, consisting of dozens of top-tier experts meticulously selected from the Uchiha ninja forces renowned for their mastery of fire release techniques. The leader of a fire release squadron slowly raised his hand. Happy New Year. As his voice fell, he and the dozens of fire release masters beside him simultaneously performed an extremely complex series of hand seals. Fire Release Festival of Heavenly Fire. Whoosh. Dozens of flames, each varying in color and form, soared into the sky as if endowed with life. When these differently shaped flames collided high above, they did not explode with the usual devastating force of conventional ninjutsu. Instead, they transformed into magnificent and resplendent flowers of flame. Blooming in sequence, they illuminated the night sky over the entire Uchiha clan, turning it into a dazzling day. Happy New Year. The crowd below, after experiencing a brief moment of dead silence, erupted into a thunderous chorus of blessings. So beautiful. Shea tilted her little face upwards, her clear eyes reflecting the dazzling firework display, her lips slightly parted, utterly stunned by this miraculous scene. Beside her, Taki was equally mesmerized, tightly gripping the rank ninjutsu scroll in his hands, feeling the seed of desire to grow stronger, ignited by the flames above. Such exquisite fire release, such superb chakra control. Within this ocean of joy and fervor, Uchiha Ke quietly gazed up at the brilliant night sky. Yet what he saw was not merely the beautiful scenery before him. He noticed the clan's masters performing ninjutsu atop the eaves, and he also saw many of the cheering clan members with black mourning cloth wrapped around their arms. He also observed that in the shadows where the brilliant fireworks could not reach, fully armed patrolling ninjas were guarding this fleeting glamour. A night of dancing fish and dragons. Kay murmured words filled with endless sentiment from another world. This splendid display, this pre-battle celebration, felt more like a grand farewell. Everyone knew that when the first breath of spring arrived next year, they would face a bloody battle that would take countless lives. The grand festival inevitably reached its conclusion. As the last fire flower in the night sky transformed into a shower of sparks reluctantly dissipating in the cold wind, the clan ground gradually returned to tranquility. Kay declined Taki's invitation to stay and play a little longer, bringing Shea, still exhilarated and unsatisfied, back to his own courtyard. Of course, Taki chose to follow. Young master, the fireworks were truly beautiful. As soon as they got home, Shea could not help but chatter excitedly, her little face flushed with excitement. I've never seen such beautiful fire release before. She shifted her tone, a hint of sadness that belied her age creeping in. But thinking about how such beautiful flames can turn into weapons that take lives on the battlefield is a bit frightening. Kay paused at her words, looking at the girl's clear eyes that appeared somewhat lost in the moonlight, and felt a slight stirring in his heart. He smiled and walked over, ruffling her hair, and said, "Who told you that? I ask you, who told you that ninjutsu is only for killing?" Kay's lips curled into a playful arc. Look, wasn't that firework just now also ninjutsu? He pointed to the faint lingering scent of smoke in the sky. Ninjutsu is just a tool. What it's used for depends on the person wielding it. It can be used for slaughter, but it can also be used to embellish festivals, or even. He recalled the scene where he had helped her hang lanterns with wind release, chuckling softly. It can also be used to slack off. Shea was momentarily stunned by his unusual theory, gazing at Kay's eyes that appeared particularly profound in the moonlight. Alright, don't think too much about it. Kay noticed her dazed expression and pulled out a few sparklers he had casually bought at the festival, handing them to her. Here, if you like, we can set off plenty at home. Wow. Thank you, young master. Shea eagerly accepted the fireworks, her previous small sadness instantly replaced by joy. She dragged the equally eager Taki to the quiet courtyard, carefully lighting the thin fuse with a fire stick. Hiss! Unlike the domineering fire release from earlier, these fireworks burned quietly and beautifully. A small cluster of warm orange-eared sparks emerged from the top of the paper roll, casting a gentle glow in the darkness like a tiny sun held in the hand. Watching that small fireball, Shea's eyes sparkled with a gentle and tranquil light, entirely different from her usual lively demeanor. She softly spoke as if recounting an ancient tale. Young master, did you know? In the past, such fireworks were actually like incense sticks, not meant to be played with, but to be placed in incense burners for quiet appreciation. Is that so? Taki leaned in curiously. Yes. Shea nodded, watching the burning firework in her hand, her voice becoming soft like a dream. And these sparklers have different names at different stages of burning. She pointed to the top of the firework where the small fireball had just formed. In the first stage, when it is still just a small ball, people call it bud. Bud. Yes, because just like its literal meaning, it resembles a flower bud very much. As she spoke, the small fire bud began to tremble unsteadily, and then a more brilliant spark burst forth. The sparks scattered like blooming flowers. After the bud melts, the state where sparks begin to emerge, Sheia's eyes reflected the bright flames. So beautiful, Taki exclaimed, watching the scattered. Soon the flames intensified, and the flying sparks began to burst forth more violently in all directions. This state is referred to as pine needles. This is because the way these sparks scatter resembles the leaves of a pine tree. Ke quietly listened from the side, gazing at Sheia's face illuminated by the firelight, which looked especially serious yet gentle. At that moment, the sense of detachment unique to a time traveler seemed to melt away slightly in the warmth of this small firelight. When the momentum weakens, its name will change to Willow. Sheia's voice carried a hint of barely perceptible melancholy. The once fierce and exuberant sparks began to thin and weaken, softly drooping like willow branches swaying in the wind. Doesn't it look very much like a drooping willow? Finally, that small fireball could no longer bear its own weight and descended from the top of the paper roll, carrying its final glow and warmth. Then, this is the state just before the fireball falls. Its name is scattered chrysanthemum. The petals of the chrysanthemum fall gracefully in the air, and this term is used to refer to the moment when something beautiful withers. As the last glimmer of light extinguished upon the cold ground, the courtyard returned to darkness and silence. Taki remained immersed in that brief, yet splendid spectacle, unable to come to terms with it for a long time. It is said, Sheia spoke softly again, her voice carrying a sense of distant and indescribable loneliness, that the different stages of these fireworks can also metaphorically represent a person's life. The bud represents the dwelling of life. The peony symbolizes the growth of young children. The pine needles imply the vigor of youth. The willow signifies the calm time spent with family. Until people welcome the moment of looking back at the past in the twilight years, known as scattered chrysanthemum. Thinking of this, don't you find these fireworks to be something very special? She looked up, a faint smile appearing on her face, but her eyes were filled with an indescribable sadness that Ke gazed at the girl explaining the fireworks, who was clearly a few years older than him, yet still relied on him. He knew that in this cruel era, weak individuals like Sheia, if they had not come to the Uchiha clan, might never find peace in life, reaching the calm of the willow and the twilight of scattered chrysanthemum. Their lives could abruptly end during the most brilliant moments of pine needles, or even peonies cut short by a sudden war and turning into cold dust. That seems a bit heavy now. Seeing the two beside her remain silent for a long time, Sheia stuck out her tongue. All of this was told to me by that old lady from the south of the city a few days ago. Her son used to set off these fireworks with her every year, but starting this year, they can no longer. Ke remained silent, staring at the already burnt-out wire in his hand, then looking up at the now darkened sky. The understanding of peace that had once been vague in his heart became concrete and clear at this moment because of these small sparklers. A thought for the first time sprouted clearly in his heart. The splendor of fireworks was destined to fade into silence. As the last traces of the New Year festival's clamor dissipated in the chilly morning breeze, the taut string of tension within the Uchiha clan compound, stretched thin by the impending war, was once again pulled tight. After a brief indulgence in emotions and remorse, Ke's life returned to its normal rhythm, albeit with a new addition to his daily routine. In the courtyard by the modestly sized pond, a scene brimming with comedic flair was unfolding. The young maid Sha Yi, barefoot and with a serious expression, was attempting a challenge, gathering chakra at the soles of her feet to walk on the water's surface. Splash! With a crisp sound of splashing water, she, who had barely managed to stand on the water for less than half a second, lost her balance once again and plopped down into the icy pond. Young master, I failed again. She climbed out of the water drenched and looked dejectedly at the culprit lounging on the veranda, lazily sipping tea. As expected, without even lifting an eyelid, Ke took a sip of hot tea and offered a lazy, infuriatingly condescending instruction. Chakra isn't just about releasing it all at once. Your control over it is far too erratic. How many times do I need to teach you such a simple principle? From that night onward, Ke had formally begun Sha Yi's systematic training. He taught her no ninjutsu, instead starting from the most fundamental chakra control. He knew well that given Sha Yi's personality and aptitude, turning her into a battle-ready ninja capable of standing alone on the battlefield was nearly impossible. Yet, that was not what he desired. But I just can't control it. Sha Yi puffed her cheeks in grievance, wringing out her soaked clothes. If you can't control it, then keep practicing. Ke's tone carried no sympathy. Only when you can walk on water with shoes on as naturally as on land will you have achieved the basics. With that, he stood up from the veranda, and as if strolling on flat ground, walked step by step to the very center of the pond. He even playfully tapped the water with his toes, sending perfect ripples spreading outward. See, it's that simple. Yi stared at the figure standing effortlessly on the water, her eyes filled with awe, admiration, and unyielding stubbornness. I will definitely learn it. She clenched her teeth, returned to the pond's edge, and resumed the tedious, monotonous practice. Watching the girl's stubborn, determined profile, a faint smile curved at the corner of Ke's lips. He knew that in this brutal, turbulent world, he could not protect her forever. Even if Yi remained within the Uchiha compound, safety was not guaranteed. It had only been a few years since the Chimu night. Every bit of self-preservation skill he taught her now might become the lifeline that would keep her alive in the future. Yet this fledgling master-apprentice routine did not last long. On the third day after the new year, while the entire clan compound still basked in the lingering joy of the festival, an urgent mission scroll from the clan leader's residence shattered the peace. The Grand Elder Uchiha Jean personally came to Ke's courtyard, his expression unprecedentedly grave. Father, Ke's heart tightened at his look, sensing that something major had occurred. Go. Without any pleasantries, Uchiha Jean handed him an Shrank mission scroll personally signed by Taijima. Read it, and ask me if you have any questions. You'll need to prepare to depart soon. Ku unrolled the scroll and quickly scanned its contents. Mission rank: Shrank mission objective escort, and trade mission background. As war approaches, our clan must conduct a critical exchange of strategic resources with our ally, the Hyuga clan. This exchange is a key step in consolidating the alliance with the Hyuga before the war commences. It must. Mission content: The Black Flash Uchiha Ku is appointed as the overall leader and commander of this operation, forming a 5-man squad with 4 Uchiha shadow operatives, responsible for escorting our clan's trade goods to the neutral town Duan C Street, conducting the exchange with the Hyuga clan's representative, and ensuring the safe return of the acquired resources to the clan compound. Duan C Street, an exchange with the Hyuga clan. Ke's brow arched slightly. Father, he closed the scroll and asked in a low voice, why was I specifically chosen to lead this mission, and with 4 shadow operatives under my command? A strategic resource exchange of this level should normally be led by a more experienced, elite jonin. An operation of this scope had exceeded the bounds of a routine mission, or it seemed more like a diplomatic affair. Placing full responsibility on an 11-year-old boy struck him as highly unusual. Uchiha Jean looked at Ku, a meaningful glint in his eyes. He stepped forward, patted his shoulder, and spoke slowly. Because the person the Hyuga clan is sending this time has a very special and important identity. Therefore our Uchiha must also send someone of equivalent standing. Ban is occupied with forming new troops and cannot be spared. After much deliberation, only you remain. A peculiar, almost amused expression appeared on the Grand Elder's face. Moreover, Ku, this mission is not only about the clan's strategic deployment. It may also concern some personal matters of yours. Remember, adapt to circumstances, prioritize the overall situation, and perform well. Don't embarrass me. With that, he said no more and turned to leave, leaving Ku standing there stunned. Personal matters, special identity. No way. Uchiha Ke's mouth twitched uncontrollably. Half an hour later, at the clan's 3rd training ground, Ku met his mission team for the first time. For ninja clad in pitch-black combat attire, their faces obscured by plain black masks, were already waiting there silently. They bore no superfluous adornments, exuding a cold, deathly stillness like drawn blades. These were the Uchiha's shadow operatives. The moment Ku appeared, 4 pairs of scrutinizing eyes simultaneously fixed on him. They had naturally heard of the Black Flash's reputation and knew that this seemingly still immature youth had recently annihilated an entire ninja clan. Preparations before departure proceeded methodically. After meeting his team members, Ku returned home for a final. Yi, as usual, silently packed his belongings, storing dried rations and water flasks one by one in his sealing scrolls. She had grown accustomed to these sudden missions. She no longer pestered him with questions or showed excessive worry. Just before he left, she handed him a small sachet. Young master, she said softly, head bowed. I made this with calming herbs. Please take care on your journey. Ku took the sachet, sniffed its faint fragrance, and reached out to ruffle her hair. While I'm away, practice your chakra control well. Don't slack off. I'll inspect it when I return. Okay. As Ku led the 4 shadowy operatives on their journey to Duan C Street, he couldn't help but ponder his father's meaningful gaze. Slowly an image emerged in his mind. A girl in a white kimono with a cool, piercing gaze, and as Ku led the 4 Umbu shinobi toward Duan Street, the winter chill seemed to carry a distinct undertone from this mission. The atmosphere along the way was grim and efficient. The 4 Umbu demonstrated the professional caliber befitting the elite forces of the Yuzhibo clan, forming a perfect formation that subtly guarded Ku at the center. This arrangement ensured an immediate response to any ambush from any direction while providing Ku with ample time and space at the core. Their exchanges were conducted in the most concise and efficient phrases. Ku, glad to be spared the effort, refrained from engaging with these taciturn, icy individuals, instead quietly assessing the strength of the 4. 1 elite jonin, 3 senior jonin. He had already appraised their approximate capabilities with clarity. They really went all out this time. It seems this transaction is far more important than I imagined. Just as they were about to cross a chaotic zone, the recon Umbu appeared silently beside Ko. Captain, his voice hoarse and low, there's a battle 3 kilometers ahead. One side is a merchant caravan of about 30 people guarded by 10 chunin. The other side is about 50 bandits of varying strength led by a rogue shinobi with jonin-level power. Let's go around. Couldn't even bother asking for details, he gave the order directly. They were on an strength mission, there was no need to create unnecessary complications here. Yes. Without any objection they relayed the command to the chunin transporting the goods. When dusk fell on the second day, a city filled with extravagance and clamor utterly out of place with this era finally appeared in their sight. This was Duan City. It sat on the eastern border of the Land of Fire, a lawless zone where territories of various shinobi clans intersected. No ruling power governed it, or rather it was jointly ruled by several factions. But the current shinobi clans paid little attention to this place, so the sole law of Duan City was the rule of money upheld by a few major casinos and merchant guilds. No clan emblem flew upon the city walls, only the 2 massive characters Duans. The streets teemed with warriors in ornate kimonos, rogue shinobi with wary eyes, portly merchants, and listless gamblers who had lost everything. All walks of life mingled together, forming a bizarre and dazzling floating world. Ke's group did not head directly to the Uchiha stronghold. Instead, they first found an open space within the city to arrange their tasks. You 2 go around Duan Street and map out all the terrain and exits. Ku casually pointed at 2 of them and issued the command, then turned to another jonin. You go into the city to gather information. I need all the street rumors around Duan City from the past month. Finally, he addressed the elite jonin. You and I will deliver these supplies to the local stronghold first. As for the rest of you, reconvene at the Uchiha stronghold after gathering intel. Yes. 3 silhouettes instantly melted into the dusk of the city and vanished. Ku then led his companions toward the Uchiha stronghold stationed in Duan City. 2 hours later, the 3 Umbu dispatched for intelligence returned, making adjustments to the scrolls already prepared at the stronghold with all the information they had gathered. Excellent. Ku nodded as he looked at the annotated map. The transaction is tonight at the 3rd floor of this casino on Duan Street. You 3 come with me. Stay at the stronghold, maintain the highest alert, and be ready to provide backup at any time. Ku did not bring all 4 jonin along, he left 1 behind at the stronghold. As the hour of the boar approached, Duan Street's nightlife was just beginning. Inside the casino the din was overwhelming, the crisp clatter of dice, the dull thud of dominoes striking tables, and the shouts of gamblers, some ecstatic, others desperate, wove together into a symphony of greed and desire. Ku with his 3 companions ignored the gazes cast their way and strode directly through the smoky, chaotic first-floor hall, ascending the private staircase to the top floor. At the stairway entrance, 2 burly guards blocked their path. Stop. The top floor is reserved by Lord Rishiang today. Ku said nothing, tossing a jade token to them. 1 guard caught it, examined it carefully, then returned it respectfully and stepped aside. As the 4 set foot on the final step leading to the top floor, an aura of cold arrogance surged toward them. On the top floor, 3 Rishiang shinobi in white hunting robes already stood with haughty expressions. No caged bird curse mark adorned their foreheads, marking them clearly as members of the Rishiang main family. At the very front, a man of about 30 years old stood with arms crossed, staring coldly at them. From the chakra fluctuations deliberately emanating from him, he was an elite jonin. The Uchiha clan sure is punctual. The guard captain spoke slowly, his voice carrying the innate arrogance of the Rishiang main family. But I didn't expect Uchiha to send a weanling and 2 skulkers. His gaze was filled with undisguised contempt and provocation. Upon hearing this, the 3 Uchiha Umbu instantly erupted with icy, killing intent. Yet Ku simply smiled and raised a hand to stop them. What can I say? The old uncles are all busy lately. Ke's tone was light, as if making small talk, but his words carried a sharp edge. We youngsters need to have our chance, don't you think? Or how else will we sweep the older generation off the beach? You, the guard captain's face twisted. Sharp-tongued brat. He snorted, stepped forward, and released in overwhelming pressure toward Ku. Kid, I don't care if you're the Black Flash or Purple Flash, who knows? His words died abruptly as he realized to his horror that the black-clad youth who had been smiling vanished before his very eyes without a trace. It wasn't a body flicker, the Byakugan detected no movement pattern. He simply disappeared into thin air. A chill that made his very soul tremble suddenly rose from behind, brushing against his neck. A cold, specially made kunai had silently pressed against his carotid artery. So now, Ke's voice whispered softly by the guard captain's ear, who is sharp-tongued. Shansheng's body went completely rigid, cold sweat pouring from his forehead. He had no doubt that a mere twitch of the other's finger would instantly sever his head. Just as the tension in the room seemed ready to freeze solid, a voice as clear and melodious as a spring drop falling onto a jade plate rang out slowly from behind the large landscape folding screen. Uncle Shanxing stepped back. Uchiha Ke, long time no see. As the words faded, the slender figure of a girl in a white kimono emerged slowly from behind the screen. She was none other than the princess of the Rishiang clan, Rishiang Chinchua. As Hyuga Chiyuki's voice sounded, the tension in the atmosphere finally showed a hint of loosening. The Hyuga clansman, known as Yamashiro, remained as rigid as a stone statue, not even daring to move his eyes. Katsuya did not immediately withdraw the kunai in his hand. He maintained that lethal posture, but shifted his gaze from Yamashiro to the white-clad maiden approaching with grace. Years had passed since they last met, and she had shed her former youthful immaturity, blossoming into an increasingly elegant figure. Her kimono perfectly accentuated her exquisite form, while her doll-like, delicate face remained as cool as the moon. The purity in her pale eyes had completely lost its childishness, replaced by a profound and calm insight into human hearts. Uchiha Katsu. She slowly knelt down before the main seat, her movements as elegant as a textbook, her gaze calmly fixed on the standoff before her. Long time no see. Your hospitality has become quite unique. Her tone betrayed neither joy nor anger, as if stating a fact unrelated to herself. Can't help. Katsu shrugged, the kunai still at Yamashiro's throat. The Hyuga's hospitality is far too terrifying. I merely reacted out of instinct. But I didn't expect your guard to be this weak. Can he really protect you, eh? His words were blunt, causing Yamashiro's face, already pale from fear, to instantly flush a deep red. You, Yamashiro. Chiyuki's voice remained calm, yet carried an undeniable authority. Withdraw. Yaist. Your Highness. Yamashiro, feeling as if pardon, stepped back awkwardly behind Chiyuki. Once the icy, killing intent at his neck vanished, his eyes filled with endless humiliation and dread as he looked at Katsu. Katsu signaled his own men to sheath their weapons, then swaggered over to the cushion opposite Chiyuki and sat down without ceremony. All right, since the formalities are done. He adopted an extremely casual posture as he gazed at the maiden before him. Now shall we get down to business? Your Highness. Chiyuki looked at his demeanor, so incongruous with the solemn atmosphere, and for the first time a glimmer of mirth flickered in the depths of her serene pale eyes. It seems the title Black Flash is well-deserved. She paid no heed to Katsu's rudeness, speaking calmly. Your strength has indeed improved greatly over these years. Likewise. Katsu's gaze swept over Chiyuki as well. The Hyuga princess seems to have progressed considerably too. Their eyes met in midair, resembling not a negotiation but a reunion of old friends. Uncle Yamashiro has always been hot-tempered. Chiyuki glossed over her guard's provocation lightly. It is indeed my failure to keep him in check, but I can assure you he bore no ill intent toward you, Master Katsu. Is that so? Katsu smiled noncommittally. Then aren't you afraid I might misunderstand and simply walk away? I think this deal is more important to the Hyuga than to me. Chiyuki's hand, lifting her teacup, paused almost imperceptibly in midair. She raised her eyes to gaze steadily at Katsu, saying nothing, but the implication was clear. All right, enough reminiscing. Unwilling to circle further, he snapped his fingers, and the umbu behind him immediately placed 6 huge chests on the table between them. Katsu continued, high purity in iron, or 6 chests in total all here. Please inspect them. Chiyuki nodded, and Yamashiro stepped forward to meticulously check the purity and quantity. After confirming everything was correct, he retreated and gave a slight nod to Chiyuki. Now what about the Hyuga's part? Katsu asked. Chiyuki clapped her hands as well, and a Hyuga main family member produced similarly sealed chests, presenting them respectfully. These are the supplies for our trade. Chiyuki pushed the scroll toward Katsu. Please examine them yourself, Master Katsu. Katsu took the chest. It was extremely heavy, with a faint herbal fragrance emanating from it. He picked up the accompanying item. It was a plant he had only seen in records, entirely white, with a touch of pale purple at the stamen, resembling moonview grass. Correct. Chiyuki's voice carried a hint of pride. It is a specialty that only grows in the territories of our Hyuga clan. Its flowers, stems, and leaves, when refined through secret methods, can produce an extremely potent medicine. She explained in an emotionless tone. This medicine is remarkably effective against wound infections and tissue necrosis. I imagine it will save many lives among the Uchiha warriors in the coming war. Katsu nodded, entrusting the verification to his umbu while he sipped tea and silently organized his thoughts. So it's a super potent antibiotic and tissue regenerator. For the Warring States period, where medical ninjutsu is still underdeveloped, such strategic resources to counter infections are indeed of strategic value. The Uchiha trading in iron for it is not a loss. But just as Katsu received the umbu's confirmation and prepared to finalize the deal, Chiyuki casually added in a very natural tone. Speaking of which, she lifted her teacup and took a light sip, using the steam to conceal the flicker of sharpness in the depths of her eyes. The juice of this moonview grass has another interesting property. I presume you have heard of the Kagaya clan's deadbone pulse master Katsu. That Kekii Genkai, though formidable, inflicts irreversible erosion on the user with every use. Over time, it leads to an incurable terminal illness known as the bone disease. Moonview grass is currently the only medicine that can effectively slow and suppress this bone disease. In the early years, when our relations with the Kagaya were still amicable, they were our largest buyers, purchasing almost our entire output. But due to the deterioration of relations in recent years, we have long since cut off supply. I hear they can now only purchase scattered stocks at exorbitant prices on the black market, far beyond their means. The Kagaya clan. Bone disease. Katsu's hand gripping the scroll tightened abruptly, a storm surging in his mind. So that's it. In an instant he understood everything. No wonder the elder placed such importance on this trade. The Kagaya are a pack of mad dogs capable of anything. If they catch wind of this transaction, they will stop at nothing to attack. Katsu would never underestimate the desperation of a group of terminally ill patients for medicine, especially when those patients have a violent tendency. He raised his head, a cold glint in his eyes, and looked at Chiyuki again. But the maiden before him maintained her formulaic smile, calmly meeting his gaze. I am satisfied. After a long pause, Katsu toyed with the teacup in his hand, a cynical smile reappearing on his face. Pleasure doing business, he said calmly. Pleasure doing business. Chiyuki replied with a similar smile. The transaction was concluded successfully. The tense atmosphere completely dissipated. The guards on both sides withdrew, with the exchanged goods returning to their respective strongholds. For a moment, only Katsu and Chiyuki remained in the room. Outside, the clamor of the Tanabata festival and the occasional fireworks cracking in the night sky drifted in clearly. Chiyuki slowly rose, walked to the window, and gazed down at the bustling scene of lights and crowds below. For a rare moment her eyes showed a longing befitting her age. How lively, she murmured softly. She turned around, her pure pale eyes seeming to catch a different luster under the fireworks outside, a faint smile curling at the corners of her lips. Lord Black Flash, she spoke, a hint of maidenly slyness in her tone. I wonder if I might have the honor of inviting my savior from 5 years ago to join me in experiencing the legendary Tanabata festival. After all, she blinked, adding, without your protection, I dare not wander alone in such a mixed crowd. What if I encounter another villain? Faced with the maiden's sincere invitation tinged with coquettishness, Katsu chuckled and rose from his cushion. Your Highness's invitation is my utmost honor. Half an hour later, on the busiest main road of Dwanza Street, beside an ancient stone bridge, Ko leaned against the railing, idly watching the throngs of people surging below. He had already been waiting for nearly 10 minutes. Women changing clothes is such a hassle, he silently complained to himself. Isn't it just going out for a stroll? Why does it feel like preparing for a battlefield taking so long? Do they need to wear chainmail under their underwear? Just as he began to grow impatient, a faint fragrance, a mix of lavender and the scent of a young girl, wafted over from behind him. Sorry to keep you waiting. Ku instinctively turned around, his pupils briefly constricting. The girl before him had changed out of her ornate and complex 12-layered kimono, now wearing a simple yet elegant light purple yukata. The fabric of the yukata was made of top-quality silk, reflecting a soft and warm glow under the illumination of countless lanterns at the festival. On the yukata, deep purple and light blue silk threads were intricately embroidered, with various patterns of morning glories winding along the sleeves and hem, as if blooming quietly under the moonlight. Her long, lustrous black hair, reaching down to her waist, was loosely tied back with a simple purple hairband, with a few playful strands falling onto her fair neck, gently swaying in the night breeze. Gone was the dignified and imposing presence of a princess from the Hyuga clan, and instead she exuded a unique charm and freshness that belonged to a young girl. As Ke gazed at this scene that seemed to have stepped out of a painting, the irritation he felt from waiting vanished in an instant. Well, I must admit, with this outfit, she does look a bit more like a girl than before. It's much more pleasing than that cold, indifferent image from earlier. I'm sorry for the wait. Qian Shue's voice seemed lighter, as if the burden of her heavy formal attire had been lifted. It's fine, I just arrived myself, Ke lied without changing his expression, then pointed to a bustling area ahead. Let's go. If we don't head in soon, all the good stuff will be taken. Qian Shue nodded, keeping pace with him. As the two walked side by side into the crowd of the festival, they immediately attracted quite a few glances. Although they were in casual clothes, the innate aura of ninjas and Qian Shue's striking pure white eyes made them hard to completely conceal, like fireflies in the night. It seems that just changing clothes isn't enough. Ke stopped in front of a stall selling various masks. We still need a disguise. Just pick any one, Ke said, casually grabbing the most ferocious-looking red Tengu mask and putting it on his face. How does this look? Isn't it quite intimidating? Qian Shue looked at his comical appearance, and for the first time a distinct smile flickered in her usually calm white eyes. She couldn't help but cover her mouth with her sleeve and let out a clear light laugh. Uffed. Hey, Ku said somewhat unhappily, what's so funny? Nothing. Qian Shui stifled her laughter, shaking her head. I just think that seeing the black flash wearing this is somewhat cute. Cute. Ku felt a vain throb on his forehead. What does that word have to do with me? Hurry up and pick, he urged with annoyance. Qian Shui's gaze swept across the assortment of masks, finally settling on a white fox mask adorned with purple patterns. This one will do. She took the mask and gently put it on. The fox mask covered most of her face, revealing only her delicate chin and those pure white eyes. The slightly upturned corners of her fox-like eyes blended wonderfully with her cool demeanor. How do I look? She turned her head, mimicking Ke's tone. Not bad. Ku assessed her from head to toe, giving a disingenuous compliment. At least it covers half of those eyes. Let's go. Under the guise of the masks, the two could finally blend into this sea of joy like ordinary people, and the prying eyes around them diminished significantly. Like all the young men and women attending the festival, they waded through the bustling crowd drawn in by various novel attractions. What's this? Qian Shui stopped in front of a snack stall, curiously pointing at the treats displayed on the cart. Ku explained, want to try some? Yes. Qian Shui nodded without hesitation. Ku shook his head with a smile, pulled out his coin pouch, and bought 2 sticks, handing one to Qian Shui and keeping one for himself. Qian Shui took the sticky apple candy, the corners of her mouth, not covered by the mask, slightly curving up. She mimicked the ordinary girls around her, carefully licking a bit, and the sweet and sour flavor melted on her taste buds, causing her eyes to unconsciously narrow. The two maintained a distance that was neither too close nor too far, weaving through the sounds of vendors and the heavy rhythm of taiko drums. By the way, Kiken might not know this. Qian Shui's voice sounded somewhat ethereal through the mask as she initiated the first topic. My grandfather, the elder of the Uzumaki clan, who lives far away in the land of waves, has recently taken in a foster granddaughter named Uzumaki Mido. Ku's heart skipped a beat. Oh, shouldn't she be called Princess Mido then? His tone was calm as he pretended to know nothing about it, biting into the apple candy with a crisp sound. That's right. She was just adopted by the elder of the Uzumaki clan a few months ago. Qian Shui's voice sounded muffled behind the mask. You know, the Uzumaki and Senju clans had a rift due to my mother. To ease the relationship and for the future of the clans, those old men decided to arrange a marriage for the new princess, pairing her with the person named Senju Hashirama, but I heard he's somewhat simple-minded. Oh, then congratulations to the princess. He grinned, responding in a teasing tone. You've just gained a sister and a powerful brother-in-law without any effort. Qian Shui's body stiffened slightly, and the white eyes behind the mask seemed to glare at him. I'm not talking about that. I'm concerned for Mido. She's only 10 years old and is being forced to hand over her future to the Senju clan leader she hasn't even met. Aren't you worried about being arranged into a political marriage by your family? What is there to worry about? Ku said nonchalantly. When soldiers come, I'll block them. When water comes, I'll bury it. Or are you, my dear princess Qian Shui, actually worried about your own life's major events? Qian Shui fell silent at his words, but did not respond. Instead, she threw an unexpected question at him. Let's not talk about those troubling matters. Her tone suddenly became as light as chatting about daily life. Speaking of which, the ninjutsu you used at the casino earlier must be a modified version of the Flying Thunder God technique developed by the Senju clan, right? Ku's action of biting the apple candy froze instantly. A chilling aura surged from his tailbone straight to the crown of his head. He abruptly turned his head, staring intently at the girl beside him wearing the fox mask, as the Freedomo Sharingan hidden beneath the mask uncontrollably appeared. The Flying Thunder God technique was his greatest and only trump card at the moment. Don't be tense. Qian Shui seemed to instantly sense the killing intent and tension that had erupted from Ku. She gently placed a hand on his slightly trembling arm, laughing lightly through the mask. I simply care about you. Her voice was soft and filled with soothing intent. Since you saved me 5 years ago, I've been consciously collecting all information about you. The title Black Flash sounds impressive, but unknown ninjutsu usually implies danger. I've gone through a lot of materials just to find out what technique you're using and whether it would put a significant burden on your body. She looked up, her pure white eyes seeming to see through all of Ku's disguises through the holes in the mask. In the end, I found the introduction to this ninjutsu in the library of the Uzumaki clan. Rest assured, I haven't told anyone this secret, not even my father. Ku gradually relaxed his tense body, looking at the girl before him, whose intellect and cunning exceeded his expectations, feeling a hint of wariness. Oh. Ku quickly concealed all emotions, not denying it, but instead responding in a playful tone. Then princess, why not take another guess as to when I left the Flying Thunder God coordinates beside Hinata in the mountain castle? Qian Shui tilted her head, seemingly deep in thought. I don't know what modifications you made, but I guess it was at the moment you disappeared. She asked tentatively. No. Ku shook his head, a mischievous smile appearing on his face. It was before I stepped into that room. I had already arranged for the Dark Ninjas to set up the Flying Thunder God coordinates in various corners of the room, including behind that screen of yours. After the brief verbal exchange, a subtle shift seemed to take place between them. They tacitly ceased discussing any heavy topics about family or war, and the atmosphere eased, becoming more akin to that of a young couple genuinely enjoying a festival. Let's go. Let's check that area over there. Ke pointed to a bustling crowd not far away, which seemed to be the liveliest part of the festival. They walked side by side, occasionally brushing against each other due to the dense crowd, but neither deliberately avoided. They passed by a makeshift outdoor sumo wrestling ring where a group of drunken ronin and ninjas were engaged in the most primal of strength contests for a mere few taels of silver as a prize. Chiyuki's brow furrowed, almost imperceptibly, a flicker of undisguised disgust flashing in her eyes. The Kagaya clan, Ke thought to himself, glancing at the people in the ring, understanding dawning. It seems the city is far from peaceful. He didn't call it out, but instead took Chiyuki's wrist and turned to walk in another direction. There's nothing interesting here. Look over there, seems to be some stalls. More entertaining than this. Pulled by him, Chiyuki felt her cheeks warm beneath the mask, but she offered no resistance, following him away from the area thick with the scent of violence. They reached a small stall selling all kinds of exquisite hairpins. The ornaments on display were dazzling, shimmering under the glow of the lanterns. Just as Chiyuki's gaze was still scanning the wares, the overly enthusiastic stall owner approached them. "Esteemed sir, wearing the Tengu mask," he said with a beaming smile. "The young lady beside you has such an extraordinary aura." Chiyuki, caught off guard by the sudden compliment, instinctively took a half step back. But the vendor was not about to let the opportunity slip. His eyes landed on Chiyuki's elegant yukata, and they lit up. Grinning, he continued, "Miss, that morning glory yukata is truly beautiful. Did you choose it specially?" Chiyuki's cool face instantly flushed crimson, even her ears burning hot. She instinctively wanted to deny it, but when the words reached her lips, for some reason, she couldn't utter a single one. Ke chuckled softly. "Boss, you have good taste. I also think this outfit suits her perfectly." The stall owner, further energized by this, quickly picked up the most beautiful hairpin from his stall and handed it to Ke. "Sir, take a look at this." He launched into a sales pitch with great enthusiasm. "This is a hairpin with a moonstone top and a silver shaft. The soft glow perfectly matches your girlfriend's unique aura, and it symbolizes that your love will be as enduring as the moon in the sky. May you both be happy forever." Faced with the vendor's relentless sales pitch, Chiyuki had completely given up. Her cheeks, hidden behind the fox mask, burned with intensity. She could only pretend to look at the clay figurines at the neighboring stall, but the slight trembling of her fingertips betrayed her inner turmoil. Ke watched her, noticing the slight evasion in her pale eyes behind the mask. The smile at the corner of his mouth deepened. He directly took out his money pouch from his pocket and bought the expensive hairpin. Then he walked over to Chiyuki and urged her, "Come on, it's time to go to the bridge to watch the fireworks. We'll lose the good spots if we're late." The two made their way through the crowded throng to the stone bridge that offered a panoramic view of the city's nightscape. The bridge was already packed with couples and families waiting for the fireworks, the atmosphere warm and romantic. Boom. At that moment, the climax of the festival arrived. With the first burst of brilliant fireworks trailing a long tail of light exploding in the night sky above their heads, countless shimmering points of light scattered, like a celestial maiden scattering flowers, blanketing the entire sky. The crowd on the bridge erupted with excited gasps. Chiyuki tilted her face upward, watching the fireworks across the sky, her pure pale eyes revealing a trace of pure enchantment. Amidst the dazzling light, Ke suddenly turned his head, gazing at Chiyuki, illuminated by the fireworks. He slowly reached out his hand and gently placed the moonstone hairpin, which shimmered softly in the glow of the fireworks, into her hair. Chiyuki's body stiffened abruptly. Speaking of which, Ke's voice, somewhat muffled amidst the roar of fireworks, yet piercingly clear, reached her ears. "Why did the princess of the Hyuga choose a flower that withers at dawn?" Chiyuki could feel her heart pounding at an unprecedented speed wildly. She slowly turned to meet his gaze and replied softly, "Precisely because it's fleeting. I want to bloom fully when it's in season. Besides, don't you think blue-purple is beautiful?" Just as Chiyuki's words fell, the atmosphere between them reached its peak of intimacy. At that very moment, the largest firework of the night exploded in the sky. But both of them simultaneously tensed up. The budding romantic atmosphere was instantly extinguished. They exchanged a glance, and both saw the same coldness and gravity in each other's eyes. "We're surrounded." Ke's voice was instantly devoid of emotion, though he didn't withdraw the hand still resting in Chiyuki's hair, using the intimate gesture as the best cover. His three-tomo Sharingan had already awakened, sweeping across the entire bustling festival crowd. 11 o'clock direction, the roof of the tea house across the street. 3 people. They have a full view of all our... In extremely concise language, he lowered his voice and precisely reported the intelligence he had just gathered to Chiyuki beside him. 1 o'clock direction, on top of that water tower, 2 people. Their position is perfect. They can see almost the entire city. Chiyuki's reaction was equally swift. Those pale eyes which had been shyly avoiding his closeness moments before now held no trace of embarrassment or hesitation. The veins around the corners of her eyes beneath the mask bulged instantly, like a spiderweb. Her vision instantly pierced through the crowd, the buildings, the darkness, taking in the entire city. Following Ke's hints, she rapidly verified and supplemented the intelligence. Not just that. Her voice also turned cold and urgent. The encirclement is larger than you think. Within a 2-kilometer radius centered on us, there are at least 20 Chunin sensing with their chakra. Any chakra fluctuation we make in the city will be detected by them. Her Byakugan vision continued to extend outward. The unique chakra colors of those people were exactly the same as the ones she had seen on the wrestling ring earlier. She closed her Byakugan, took a deep breath, and slowly uttered a name that didn't surprise Ko. Kagaya. It seems our date tonight has attracted quite a few uninvited spectators. Ko maintained his intimate posture, yet his tone was as icy as the winter wind. Kagaya's target must be that box of evening primrose ointment. I wonder where the news leaked from. Kiangshu's voice turned frigid, her pure white eyes glinting dangerously under the fireworks glow. Fortunately, they dare not make a move directly within the city. And it seems our mass disguises have been somewhat successful, but all routes out of the city are sealed. With so many people on this bridge, as long as we keep up this act, at least they won't find us tonight. Ke's voice was devoid of any ripple. But we need to make it more convincing. With that, he suddenly reached out, and amid Kiangshu's startled gaze took her slightly cold hand. Kiangshu's body stiffened instantly, but she immediately understood Ke's intent. Instead of pulling away, she grasped his hand firmly. Hand in hand, like a real couple, they turned and melted back into the cheering crowd, using the dense throng as cover to silently return to their respective clan strongholds. The Uchiha stronghold was located in the backyard of a dye shop on Short Street. When Ke's figure reappeared, the atmosphere in the entire stronghold had already become extremely tense. Captain, the 4 shadow ninjas who had been waiting for a long time knelt on one knee simultaneously. The merchant convoy that had set out from the Uchiha clan grounds was nowhere to be seen, having evidently already departed. What's the situation? Ku asked in a deep voice. That elite Jounin reported hoarsely. Half an hour ago, we detected at least 6 chakra sources at the Jounin level conducting continuous surveillance around our stronghold. I went out to scout the perimeter. Another shadow ninja added, the situation is worse than imagined. All exits of Short Street City have been secretly monitored, and I felt someone following me the moment I stepped out. Their numbers are far greater than we anticipated. Ku quickly synchronized the intelligence he had gathered on his return with the 4 of them. The entire secret room fell into a deathly silence, as everyone realized they were completely surrounded by Kagaya. Captain, the elite Jounin of the Shadow Ninja Squad walked to the sand table in the center of the room, his expression solemn, and began proposing various possible breakout plans. Our only advantage now is that the enemy might not know we've discovered them. So I suggest I launch a forced assault from the east gate, creating maximum chaos to draw the attention of the main enemy force. Then you, Captain, can take the opportunity to lead the others in escorting this batch of supplies through the west gate, where defenses are relatively weaker, and break out amidst the confusion. Before Ku could speak, another shadow ninja immediately raised objections. No, this plan has too low a success rate. His voice was much younger. The Kagaya clan are all madmen. They'll never give us a chance to feint east and attack west. I'm certain every exit is under their watch. Splitting our forces like this will only get us picked off one by one. So I suggest we unite our forces. He gathered all the pieces on the southern side of the map. Contact the Hyuga immediately. Merge our 2 clans' forces, concentrate all combat power, and forcibly tear open an opening from the weakest southern defense. If we can break out, there's hope for survival. And then Oi, Ku, who had been silent all along, suddenly asked in return. After we break out, what then? Play a chase game in the wild with the Kagaya mad dogs outnumbering us several times over. Do you think we can escape? This? The other was stumped. Captain, I have another plan. Ku listened quietly to all their proposals, then shook his head. None of them will work. Your plans are all based on a mistaken premise. He looked at these 4 subordinates who had already resigned themselves to death, and said slowly, you always think we have to fight them, Hedon. He walked to the table and pointed at the heavily sealed box. What is our mission? To complete the transaction with the Hyuga clan and ensure the safe return of the supplies. A shadow ninja replied in a low voice. Good. Ku nodded, then spoke his optimal solution in a tone that brooked no argument. So I've decided to abandon all of you and all conventional breakout methods. He looked at the 4 before him and said slowly, for now you'll have to endure staying under Kagaya's surveillance. The secret room fell into dead silence again. The 4 shadow ninjas were speechless, their minds still processing their captain's earth-shattering words. Abandon everyone. Abandon all conventional breakout methods. What did that mean? We understand the captain's meaning. After a long while, the elite Jounin, the strongest in the squad, broke the silence. The core of the mission is these medicines. A person's value exists to fulfill the mission. Please take this box and find a chance to retreat, Captain. The other 3 shadow ninjas also spoke up. They had clearly misunderstood Ke's intention, thinking he wanted them to execute some suicidal diversionary attack to create an escape opportunity for him. TCH, these guys have nothing in their heads besides fighting, killing, and self-sacrifice. Ke looked at his 4 subordinates who were ready to die and felt a wave of exasperation. Forget it, better to speak directly to these blockheads. Who told you to go die? Ke rolled his eyes at them. Get up. The 4 shadow ninjas were stunned, rising to their feet in confusion. Ke walked to the heavily sealed box and placed his hand on it. When I said abandon you, I meant I want take you with me. His voice remained calm. You know I have a space-time ninjutsu, but I can't perform ultra-long-distance spatial teleportation with people right now, so. He turned to look at them and said slowly, you'll have to stay behind. But, Uchiha Ke shifted his tone, a sly smile curling at the corner of his mouth. I don't need you to hold the rear, nor do I need you to die. On the contrary, I need you to live well from now on. Kagaya's target is this box. Ke patted the box beside him. They're only watching and not daring to act now, because they're unsure where this thing is, and whether we have any traps. So after I leave, your mission is not to break out or fight, but to carry on as usual. What a... As if Ke ignored their astonishment and continued at his own pace. You will stay in this stronghold, keep the lights on, eat as usual, and even deliberately leak some chakra fluctuations from time to time, creating the illusion that all 5 of us are trapped here. Those Kagayakers are mad, but not stupid. Without specific intelligence on the evening primrose, they won't act rashly in the short term. Besides, they absolutely wouldn't dare to start a large-scale conflict within the city. Your job is to stall. Use every means to buy time until a glint of icy killing intent flash. I return with the clan's reinforcements and wipe them all out. After issuing that series of commands, Ke no longer hesitated and swiftly strode to the crate. Casting a final glance at the 4 dark shinobi, he spoke slowly, his voice low, yet remarkably distinct. Remember, before the Uchiha reinforcements arrive, your only task is to act out this play, and... He looked at them, enunciating each word. Survive. Yes, the 4 replied in unison. Ke no longer hesitated, channeling the chakra within his body and vanishing in a flash within the secret chamber. His figure, along with the supplies coveted by Kagaya, vanished from the city without a trace, leaving only the 4 dark shinobi with eyes full of shock and reverence. Meanwhile, in the shadowy corners of Duanza Street, dozens of Kagaya shinobi tasked with watching the Uchiha hideout continued to lurk, patiently observing. Their orders were to keep a tight watch on that dye house, letting no hint of movement escape. Yet they never dreamed that their target had already escaped by a means beyond their comprehension. The night remained long. Everything was as usual inside the Uchiha stronghold. Several lanterns were extinguished at the fixed times, leaving only a few eternal lamps for vigilance. The dark shinobi responsible for the disguise artfully released several faint, yet independent chakra fluctuations in different rooms of the stronghold, perfectly mimicking the appearance of activating the Sharingan to survey the surroundings. All of this perfectly created the illusion that the group was taking shifts in vigilance and rest inside the stronghold. After hearing his subordinates' reports, the Kagaya commander found his already anxious heart growing even more tense. Too quiet, unnaturally quiet. Standing atop a high-rise roof, he frowned as he gazed at the silent Duanza Street. That man who just took a stroll must have realized he's being watched. But knowing the lunatic nature of those Uchiha, how could they sleep quietly after discovering they're surrounded? Impossible. He couldn't fathom what trick the Uchiha were playing, yet he dared not launch a rash assault. After all, Duanza Street, a rare neutral ground, had always been a gray zone favored by major ninja clans, each with their own outposts. His surveillance was already pushing the boundaries. Attacking the Uchiha would be like poking a hornet's nest. Then they would not only be besieged by all the major powers in Duanza Street, but more importantly, once fighting broke out, the coveted evening primrose could fall into anyone's hands, or even be completely destroyed in the chaos. Moreover, the clan head had specifically warned him before departure never to start a fight in the city unless absolutely necessary. If Kagaya broke this unspoken rule, the clan would likely face a united attack across the land of fire. Continue surveillance. He finally gave the safest order. No one moves without my command. Watch them like hawks. I don't believe they can stay holed up forever. He decided to wait. Wait for the enemy to show a flaw and wait for the team watching the Hyuga to report any progress. After all, no matter how he looked at it, the advantage was on his side. At the other end of the city, the atmosphere inside the Hyuga clan stronghold was entirely different. Yamashiro was as frantic as an ant on a hot pan, pacing back and forth in the small Japanese-style room, his footsteps thumping on the floor. What should we do, princess? It's almost dawn. Those mad dogs of Kagaya have us completely trapped here. We have no way to contact the clan. And there's not a stir from the Uchiha. Could they have slipped away on their own? His voice was filled with agitation and unease. However, in stark contrast to his agitation, a graceful figure knelt before the tea table. Hyuga Shinshue was still wearing that light purple morning glory yukata, seemingly completely oblivious to the dangerous killing intent outside. She was elegantly brewing a pot of hot tea for herself. First, she warmed the tea set with boiling water, then placed the precious tea leaves she had brought into the pot, and slowly poured in hot water. The series of movements was fluid and graceful, a feast for the eyes. The swirling tea aroma rose before her cool, exquisite face, making her appear not like someone cornered, but rather like the noble lady still in the Hyuga clan estate. Uncle Yamashiro. She gently pushed a cup of fragrant tea toward him, her voice as calm as if discussing what to eat later. Don't be impatient. But princess, do you think, Shinshue interrupted, lifting her own teacup and taking a gentle sip before speaking slowly, the Kagaya people would dare to attack us directly in the city? Probably not. Even though they're madmen, they're not brainless. But, then that's settled. A faint, barely noticeable smile curved on Qiangsha's lips, and a glint shone in her pure white eyes. At worst, well, treat it as a vacation in Dwanza City. Besides, Kagaya's target isn't just us. Do you think that black flash of the Uchiha is someone who would just sit and wait for death? Yamashiro froze, recalling the boy's elusive movements tonight. An involuntary shiver ran through his body. No, not like that, he answered with difficulty. So what we need to do now is not panic, but just wait patiently. After all, we have no evening primrose left in our hands. But if Kagaya knew I was here, they could keep extorting my father by holding me hostage. Of course, Shinshue only thought the last sentence inwardly. At this moment, she could not show any sign of unease. Instead, she had to stabilize everyone's emotions. Those who came on this trip were all from the main family with decent strength, but the peaceful life of recent years had left many far less mentally tough than the Uchiha dark shinobi, who were constantly immersed in life-or-death situations. Meanwhile, in a deep mountain forest dozens of kilometers away from Dwanza Street, a black figure materialized out of thin air. The moment Ke's figure landed, he could no longer hold himself up and collapsed onto the ground, staggering. Cough, cough. He coughed violently, feeling as if his internal organs had shifted. Each breath brought a tearing pain. Carrying such heavy goods in a single long-distance space teleportation placed a burden on his body far more terrifying than he had anticipated. It's still too much for me. He gave up and slumped to the ground, one hand on the crate, panting heavily. It seems the Flying Thunder God's long-distance teleportation still has a lot of room for improvement. Given my current Jonin-level chakra reserves, transferring this distance in one go is already my limit. Minato Namikaze could directly teleport a tailed beast ball that far, which means his improved version is definitely much better than my current one. Thank goodness. He thought to himself. Thank goodness I left a seal on the way here. Otherwise it would have been an impossible task to escape with that hot potato. He assessed his current condition and arrived at a nearly despairing conclusion. In his present state, he couldn't even return to the clan territory at the speed he had come, let alone use the Flying Thunder God technique. At his current speed, it would take until the next day to reach the clan territory. If something went wrong with the Kagaya faction by the time he returned, he might as well be collecting the corpses of those dark shinobi. An extremely reckless thought surged uncontrollably in his mind, but it was followed by deeper hesitation and inner turmoil. He couldn't help but recall the scene in the laboratory a few months ago. Master, I'm afraid this is the best we can optimize for now. Zhongya pointed at the table, a complex expression on his face. On the table lay 3 small vials, each containing a translucent emerald green liquid. What is this? The first-generation product of Experiment Zero. Zongi's voice trembled slightly with excitement, the result of countless experiments over the past 3 months. But before Ku could savor the triumph for even a few seconds, Zongi's next words doused him with cold water. But its effects are extremely unstable. We conducted controlled experiments on hundreds of white mice. The success rate was only 55%. The remaining 45% were unable to withstand the overwhelming life energy. Within seconds, their tissues underwent uncontrolled proliferation and collapse, ultimately exploding. Although we developed an inhibitor to prevent the subject's aberrations, the success rate does not exceed 90%, and those mice will have to live in petri dishes for the rest of their lives. Zhongye solemnly handed the 3 vials to Ku. So, Master, I hope you won't use it lightly until we conduct proper human trials and develop a safer, more viable version. Ke's hand stopped over his ninja tool pouch. Zongi's terrified warning still echoed in his ears. He had only taken 3 vials back then. 2 of them had been used during the mission at Watermelon Mountain by himself and Ban. So now he had only this last vial left. To use or not to use. Damn it, he'll gamble. Ku had never been an indecisive man. After weighing the pros and cons for less than 10 seconds, the last trace of hesitation vanished from his eyes. He pulled out the final vial from the hidden compartment of his ninja tool pouch. He pulled out the stopper without a second thought and downed the liquid in one gulp. The cool liquid slid down his throat into his stomach. The next second, a surge of chakra exploded inside him as if ignited. Ugh! Ke let out a pained groan. He could clearly feel his body crying out in agony under the unbearable strain. This time there was none of the spring breeze-like comfort of the first time. Instead it was replaced by a searing pain as if his body was being scorched by flames. Zongi's terrified warning echoed in his mind again. Damn, no way. Am I really that unlucky to be one of the 45% samples? A flicker of genuine fear crossed Ke's mind. Amidst the excruciating pain, Ke forcibly maintained a sliver of clarity, trying to guide the torrent raging through his body. After an unknown amount of time, when the bone-shattering pain finally began to recede, Ke realized he was drenched in sweat, as if he had been pulled out of water. He sensed his Buddhist condition. The recovery was far less effective than the first time, but he felt some strange change had occurred within him. Damn, this unlicensed product really shouldn't be messed with. The effects are diminishing and the side effects are getting more obvious, he muttered while enduring the discomfort. When this mission is over, I need to go to Shuxinsheng City as soon as possible and let Zhongye and his team give me a thorough checkup. I've got to figure out what's going on with my body right now. Ke stood up, sensing the chakra within him. Although the recovery was subpar, it was more than enough for travel. He wasted no more time. No one could predict the twisted thoughts of those mad dogs from the Kagaya clan. All he could do was summon reinforcements as fast as possible, the sooner the better. He identified the constellations in the night sky, confirmed the direction of the clan territory, and activated the Flying Thunder God technique to hasten his journey. After a few hours of travel, the Uchiha clan territory finally appeared on the horizon. Ke abandoned all stealth and detours, sprinting straight toward the clan's main gate. Halt! Who goes there? Show your credentials. The Uchiha guard who had been dozing at the gate immediately spotted the weary, suspicious figure and issued a warning. Ke was too exhausted to bother with credentials or explanations. He said nothing, simply lifting his head abruptly. 3 tomos slowly rotated in his eyes. When the Uchiha guard recognized those eyes and the familiar face, his body stiffened. Young Master Ke. What? What happened? But Ke remained silent, not even glancing at the guard again. With a few flickers across the wide main road of the clan territory, he bypassed layers of buildings and strode quickly toward a certain direction. That direction wasn't his current home, nor his former one. It was the residence of his father, the Uchiha clan elder. Uchiha Gate, and the guards who had just rushed over upon hearing the commotion could only stare blankly at the anxious, receding figure. Uncle Gate. Was that really the Black Flash Uchiha Ke? A young guard asked with a trembling voice. No shit, Uchiha Gate said, slowly lowering the kunai in his hand, a profound gravity in his single eye. But he didn't show us his credentials. Should we have let him through? Hearing such a foolish question from his subordinate, Gate sighed and patiently explained, faces can be forged, but a 3-tomo Sharingan cannot be faked. Even if it wasn't young Ke, it would still be another Uchiha. Besides, judging by his urgency, it's clearly a critical matter, and he's heading to the clan elder's residence. But, no buts. If anything goes wrong, he'll take the blame. The young guard clearly wanted to say more, but Gate cut him off. I remember young Ke left with 4 dark shinobi and a caravan. Now he's back alone in such a mess, and in such a hurry. What on earth happened? Gate recalled Ke's composure during the night of the Hitaki, and grew worried about what had happened. The residence of Elder Jean of the Uchiha clan. When Ke's figure rushed directly into the courtyard, the guards within the residence had not even had time to react. Father Ke charged directly into the main house. In the study, Uchiha Jean, who had apparently just risen, was still wearing loose sleepwear and was about to start processing the day's documents. Seeing Ke's disheveled and travel-worn appearance, his always calm eyes suddenly constricted. Ke, how did you? Father urgent. Without any pleasantries, Ke slammed the box he had been holding in one hand heavily onto the desk. Then in the most concise and clear language he laid out everything that had happened last night in Duan Sujia. From the encirclement by the Kagaya clan to their determined resolve to obtain the Moonflower, and to his own speculation that the true mastermind was someone else. As Ke narrated, the expression on Uchiha Jean's face gradually changed from initial astonishment to extreme gravity and finally to an icy coldness. When he heard that Ke had to risk coming back alone to bring back this intelligence, and supplies, the hand resting on the table uncontrollably clenched tightly. Good, what a Kagaya. Uchiha Jean squeezed out these cold words through gritted teeth. A terrifying aura uncontrollably erupted from within him, causing the air in the entire study to freeze. But after all, as the battle-hardened great elder of the Uchiha, he immediately regained his composure after the initial rage, knowing that this was not the time for anger. The situation is urgent, there's no time for formalities. He didn't even have time to change out of his sleepwear. He hastily threw on a black robe over it, grabbed Ke's shoulder, and said in a deep voice, "Come with me, we must see the clan leader immediately." The clan leader's residence. When Yuzhibo Jean directly brought Ku and burst into Tiando's room, the Yuzhibo clan leader was sitting at the dining table enjoying the breakfast prepared by his wife. "Jean, so early, what's the matter?" Tiandao put down his chopsticks, looking at his elder brother's unprecedented grave expression and the disheveled Ku behind him frowning slightly. "Tiandao, something major has happened." Yuzhibo Jean didn't waste words and directly had Ku repeat what he had just said verbatim. As Ku recounted, Tiando's face grew increasingly grim. When he heard that the Kagaya had been monitoring all movements of the Yuzhibo members, the cold, murderous intent in his eyes almost materialized. Bang! When Ku finished speaking the last word, Yuzhibo Tiandao slammed his fist heavily onto the dining table in front of him. The expensive tableware along with everything on it was shattered into pieces, scattering all over the floor. "Qinsho Fujian!" He let out a low roar like a wild beast. Almost instantly he realized that behind the Kagaya clan was Qinsho Fujian, and only the Qinsho had the ability to know about his transaction with the Rishian. "Guards!" He bellowed outward, and an Umbu ninja instantly appeared before him, kneeling on one knee. Tiando's voice was devoid of any emotion. "Immediately summon the third elder Kong and Zhua to my study. I want to see them within 5 minutes." "Yes." Shortly after, when the bleary-eyed third elder Yuzhibo Kong and Yuzhibo Zhua, who also looked grave and had apparently heard the news from the Yuzhibo gate, hurriedly arrived at the study. Except for Yuzhibo Do, who had gone to the front line to guard against the Qinsho some days ago, all clan-level combatants in the family had arrived. An emergency meeting began beside the messy breakfast table. The course of events is as follows. As the person involved, Ku once again clearly and logically presented the entire sequence of events and his own speculations to everyone present. So he finished the last sentence and looked up, his eyes filled with unwavering determination. "I request an immediate assembly of the main force to rush to Duan Sujia. We must rescue the trapped clansmen and the Rishiang princess before the Kagaya and Qinsho react, and with absolute strength wipe out this Kagaya unit." His words fell, but the study fell into a dead silence. "I oppose." The first to speak was the third elder Yuzhibo Kong, looking at Ku with cold eyes, and said in a hoarse voice, "Ku, I admit that the intelligence you brought back this time is invaluable, but I cannot agree with your proposal." He walked to the large military map hung on the wall by Tiandao, picked up a chopstick to use as a pointer. "Utterly foolish." He gave his verdict on Ke's plan without any politeness. "Look here." He pointed heavily at the eastern and northern borders of the Yuzhibo territory. "As was said at the last clan meeting, according to our latest intelligence, the main force of the Qinsho has already assembled here, ready to tear through our defenses at any moment. Do has gone to the front line to prevent their sneak attack. Not only can we not reduce our forces to go to Duan's city, but we must also deploy more troops to support the front line to prevent a sudden full-scale war. And you," he turned his piercing gaze fixed on Ku, "want us to divert our already stretched forces at this time, to travel a long distance to fight an uncertain battle against the equally troublesome mad dogs of the Kagaya for the sake of a few shadow ninjas whose fate is unknown and a woman of the Rishiang. Do you not know that once we actually go to war with the Kagaya over this and get dragged into the quagmire of war, that beast Qinsho Fujian will laugh like crazy?" His voice became increasingly stern. "This is not a rescue. This is using the fate of our entire Yuzhibo clan to jump into the trap carefully dug by Qinsho Fujian. This is courting death." "I agree with Khan's view." On the side, the silent Yuzhibo Zhua also spoke slowly. Since he was demoted last time due to the Chimu incident, he had become particularly cautious and conservative. Although he had been stripped of his voting rights in the highest decision-making body, he still had to be present for such a major event, because if any chain reaction led to war, he would have to respond immediately. "I think the safest course of action now is to strengthen vigilance and temporarily abandon Duan Sujia. After all the results of this transaction have already been brought back." "Abandon?" "Exactly." Zhua met Ke's gaze and said solemnly, "The sacrifice of 4 shadow ninjas is indeed heartbreaking, but for the upcoming full-scale war it is an acceptable cost." "And what about the Rishiang?" The great elder Yuzhibo Jean, who had been silent all along, finally couldn't help speaking, his voice calm, without a trace of fluctuation. "Qinshue is the princess of the Rishiang, the most precious daughter of that old man Xianren. If we leave her to die, Xianren will certainly not continue to maintain our alliance, and may even become hostile. The loss to us would be far from trivial." Uchiha Taijima's brows furrowed deeply upon hearing these words. Jean's remark struck precisely at the most hesitant part of his heart. To fight would risk falling into the two-front trap Senju had likely set, placing the clan in grave danger. Not to fight, however, would be to personally tear up the alliance with Hyuga, their most crucial ally, and just before the full-scale war with Senju it would be akin to cutting off one's own arm. It was a dilemma where either choice seemed wrong. The room fell into a suffocating silence. Once more Kong and Jua spoke no further, knowing the final decision rested solely with Taijima. Just then Uchiha Ke spoke again. Perhaps. He slowly rose calmly, scanning the faces of the clan's highest authorities seated before him. We don't have to limit ourselves to the choice of attacking Tenzaka Town or not. His voice was not loud, but it was like a stone cast into water, instantly drawing everyone's attention. Oh, Taijima's sharp eyes narrowed slightly. Could you have a good idea? Yes. Ke nodded, first glancing at third elder Uchiha Kong, and said in an approving tone, Elder Kong's concerns are entirely correct. Rushing to reinforce Tenzaka Town and engaging the main force of the Kagaya Heiden would be nothing short of seeking death, an act of utter folly. This remark brought a faint, barely perceptible surprise to the gloomy face of Uchiha Kong. He hadn't expected the young man who had just pleaded for rescue to now endorse his own view. But Ke shifted his tone, a glint flashing in his eyes, who said our target must be Tenzaka Town. Without waiting for their reaction, he strode directly to the large military map and heavily pointed his finger at a location none of them had anticipated, an iron mine within Kagaya territory. Without waiting for their reaction, he strode directly to the large military map and heavily pointed his finger at a location none of them had anticipated, an iron mine within Kagaya territory. Nonsense. Third elder Uchiha Kong was the first to react, barking harshly. That iron mine you mention is a Kagaya stronghold. Their first line of defense against us, Uchiha, fortified beyond measure. Moreover, according to the latest intelligence from our information division, to guard against us, one of the Kagaya clan's only 2 chief-level powerhouses, Vice Chief Kagaya Bai, has been personally stationed there. You want us to gnaw on the hardest bone. Everyone present had crossed blades with Kagaya Bai before they knew that in a fortress defense even 2 or 3 chief-level powerhouses might not be able to take it. Yet upon hearing this intelligence, Ke showed no sign of retreat. Instead, the light of excitement and confidence in his eyes burned even brighter. Elder Kong, are you certain that the Kagaya have only 2 chief-level powerhouses with 1 in this fortress? Kong frowned, but replied, correct. I personally verified this intelligence. That fortress is called Zangu Ridge, the most heavily defended front line of the Kagaya, guarding far more than just one mine. If we can breach this place, we can also seize the vast fertile lands beyond. Since the last truce, we've been simulating how to take it, but as long as Kagaya Bai remains there, it's practically impossible. Elder Kong, who turned around, his face showing not a trace of dejection from being refuted, but instead a confident smile. Everything you say is true, but it also proves that my plan is the only viable one. Precisely because the Kagaya have only 2 chief-level powerhouses, one stationed in their homeland, the other at Zangu Ridge. This is our best chance, our only opportunity to devour their territory. He stopped being cryptic and began his deduction. Everyone look at the map. His finger traced a clear line on the map between Zangu Ridge and Tenzaka Town. Zangu Ridge is less than 70 kilometers from Tenzaka Town. For a powerhouse like Kagaya Bai, a full-speed reinforcement would arrive swiftly. Even leading an elite squad would take little time. At present, Tenzaka Town holds a trapped Hyuga princess and a well-equipped Kagaya force. His voice brimmed with persuasion. If we convey the news that the Hyuga princess is besieged by a heavy Kagaya force and on the brink of death, to Hyuga Shinrin exactly as it is. Given his deep love for his daughter and his pride as the Hyuga clan head, what would he do? Ke looked at the assembly, then answered his own question. He would inevitably lead his personal squad and charge to the rescue with overwhelming force. A chief-level Hyuga clan head leading a vengeful elite Hyuga force suddenly appearing at Tenzaka Town. How can the Kagaya commander, merely an elite jonin, stand against that? Can he block it? No, he cannot. If they are annihilated, the Kagaya would lose not only the easily won Yujienko, but also the elite force executing this operation. Under the immense pressure of facing total destruction, if you were that Kagaya commander, what would you do? Without waiting for an answer, Ke continued his rhetorical line. In such a situation, the only choice is to immediately call for reinforcements from all nearby forces. And who is the closest, most powerful, and the only one capable of countering Hyuga Shinrin? Ke's finger once again landed heavily on Zangu Ridge. It is this stronghold and the powerhouse station there, Kagaya Bai. Once Kagaya Bai is forced to pull his main force from Zangu Ridge to rush to Tenzaka Town to ambush Hyuga Shinrin. Ke slowly turned his head, revealing a demonic smile. Then I think it goes without saying what that weakened fortress and all its resources would mean for the Uchiha. When Ke's final syllable fell, the entire room fell into dead silence. This plan was too insane. I would like to ask Master Ke one question. Uchiha Jua, who had consistently opposed, was the first to spot a flaw. How do you guarantee that Hyuga Shinrin will personally intervene? And even if Hyuga Shinrin does act, how can you be sure that Kagaya Bai will fall for the ruse? We can have Uncle Do put more pressure on the Senju front and even father and clan head Taijima could show their faces at the front line leading the Kagaya to believe we intend to focus on the Senju and abandon the stealth ninja and trade goods at Tanzaka Town. That would greatly increase the likelihood of Kagaya by taking the bait. Moreover, even if Kagaya by isn't fooled, we would only have made a wasted trip without any loss. But if the plan succeeds, the gains, as Elder Kong just said, would be astonishingly huge. Kopaz glanced at the contemplating group and threw in another spark. As for the Hyuga, I will personally go and convince them. If that's the case, then I approve. Zhuan nodded in affirmation. Third Elder Kong fell silent. He wanted to refute, but found the plan airtight. All the loopholes had been patched by Ke's recent words. Finally, everyone's gaze converged on Uchiha Taijima, who had remained silent throughout. The plan is excellent, but it hinges on one critical premise. Can you truly guarantee that you will live to see Hyuga Shinrin and persuade him to obediently follow your script and serve as the bait? Ku smiled. That Lord Clan head is my concern. Taijima looked into his eyes, so confident they bordered on arrogance, and smiled as well. Good. As long as you can do it. A blazing fire kindled in his gaze. I will immediately let Zhuo and Kong join you in this madness. Uchiha Taijima's decision meant that the Uchiha clan, this vast war machine, would once again revolve around. The atmosphere turned grim and efficient. Taijima no longer hesitated, nor did he bother with the mess of scattered tableware on the floor. Instead, he stood before the massive military map and began issuing orders. Kong, Zhuo, present. The doubts and caution on the faces of the third elders Uchiha Kong and Uchiha Zhuo had been swept away by Taijima's imposing aura, leaving only the Uchiha's signature bloodthirsty battle intent. They exchanged glances, seeing the same flame reflected in each other's eyes. This was a high-stakes gamble, but if successful, it would be the Uchiha's greatest harvest in the past decade. They'll give you half a day. Taijima's voice was cold, devoid of emotion. From your respective direct units and shadow operatives, covertly select the most elite forces. Each of you will lead a team of no more than 200. Assemble tonight at the forest gathering point west of the clan grounds. Remember, this operation must be kept absolutely secret. Any leak of information will be punished as treason. Yes. Kong and Zhuo replied in unison, their minds racing through a list of names. John. Taijima turned to his elder brother, his expression growing extremely grave. I entrust the clan grounds to you entirely. From now on, all defensive forces are under your unified command. I will personally go to the front line to stir up some trouble and toy with that old fox Senju Butsuma. Rest assured. The great elder Uchiha Jean slowly nodded, his voice steady as a mountain. With me here, the clan grounds are safe. Finally, Taijima fixed his gaze on the black-clad youth. His oppressive eyes locked onto Ku as if trying to see through him entirely. Ku, he said word by word, the task of persuading the Hyuga is yours. You are the initiator of this plan and the most critical link. Your success or failure directly determines whether the plan will succeed and whether we Uchiha can secure a fertile territory before the full-scale war with the Senju breaks out. He paused and his voice turned as cold as eternal ice. I have only one demand before dawn tomorrow. I need to see the Hyuga's agreement to send troops or a clear signal on my table. Ku met his gaze calmly, his face betraying no pressure. Understood. I will complete my task. The meeting ended. The group filed out, each with their own mission. Footsteps hurried. Uchiha Kong and Zhuo immediately summoned their trusted subordinates and began secretly selecting troops. Taijima changed into his battle robes and with a few personal guards quietly left the clan grounds for the front line. The entire Uchiha clan, like a wound-up precision machine, began to operate frantically. Ku followed his father out of the clan leader's mansion. The morning sunlight had already bathed the entire clan grounds, dispelling the chill of the night. Ku. As they walked, Uchiha Jean suddenly broke the silence. His face, always stern, now carried a hint of worry. Hyuga Shinrin is no ordinary man. Jean's voice was no longer that of an elder commanding a subordinate, but a father's earnest advice. I have dealt with him many times, even fought him on the battlefield. That man is a warlord who crawled out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood, a madman through and through, a madman who dared to fight the Senju for a woman. Uchiha Jean stopped and turned to face his son, who was half a head shorter. Such a man is extremely arrogant and extremely suspicious. Ordinary trade-offs and military threats are hard to truly move him. Moreover, you are asking him to use his own people, even his own life, as bait to attack the main force of the Kagaya. Are you really confident? Jean's eyes were complex, filled with both pride and concern. Ku looked at his father of this life, feeling the genuine care, and smiled, his eyes gleaming. I know, father. Ku nodded, his tone firm. Precisely because he is such a warlord, precisely because he once dared to oppose the Senju for love, this plan is bound to succeed. Uchiha Jean looked at his son's confident demeanor, and finally said nothing more, only heavily patting Ke's shoulder. I understand, father. I will return safely with the pact. When Ku returned to his courtyard, it was already broad daylight. The young maid Shay was pacing anxiously by the door. Seeing him, she rushed over like a fledgling returning to its nest. "Young master, you're finally back. I heard from Uncle Min that you left in the early hours." She stopped mid-sentence, noticing the solemn Great Elder Uchiha Jean following behind Ku. Great Elder." She quickly bowed. Uchiha Jean nodded amiably at her, then said to Ku, "Prepare yourself. Time is tight. Go and return quickly." Ku knew his father was still uneasy, but he said nothing. He merely nodded and entered the room to make his final preparations before departure. When he came out, Shay was holding a bowl of steaming miso soup and 2 rice balls. She handed them to Ku. Ku did not refuse. He took the rice balls and tucked them into his chest, then lifted the hot soup and drank it all in one go. "All right." He set down the bowl and as usual reached out to ruffle Shay's hair. "Tastes good. While I'm away, train hard and don't slack off. Wait for me to come back for dinner." Shay nodded vigorously. Ku lingered no longer. His figure flickered and vanished in the direction leading out of the clan grounds. This time he brought no guards. To meet a suspicious old fox like Hyuga Schwanren, bringing more people would only make him appear more uncertain and provoke unnecessary wariness and resentment. The wind whistled past his ears, and the trees on both sides receded rapidly. "I should make it in time," Uchiha Ku thought, checking the time and changing direction. A meaningful smile curled at the corner of his mouth. "Hyuga Shinrin, don't disappoint me." And Hyuga Chiyuki. He was confident of persuading Schwanren because before heading to the Hyuga clan grounds, he had to find a key person. After all, in his plan, the task of persuading Shinrin was not his responsibility. He only needed to handle the negotiations with another key figure. That was the true starting point of this plan. The night over Duansu Castle was as dark as ink. Compared to the lingering warmth of the festival dispersing in the streets, the air within the Hyuga stronghold seemed to have frozen into ice. At the end of the corridor on the 2nd floor, Captain Yamashiro, the guard commander, was relentlessly scanning the darkness outside with his Byakugan. In his field of vision, the chakra reactions outside shone like stars, terrifyingly bright. The enemy made no effort to conceal their chakra fluctuations, almost as if they were deliberately showing off. Clearly for the Kagaya, even knowing that the Hyuga and Uchiha were aware of their presence, they had no intention of retreating. Instead, they grew even more arrogant in their provocation. Though no direct attack had been launched, knowing that the enemy was silently prowling around the stronghold, the oppressive feeling of being watched was more nerve-wracking than the clash of blades. "Damn it." Yamashiro withdrew his gaze, a thin layer of cold sweat beading on his forehead. He turned to look behind him. "Princess, the number of Kagaya has increased since morning. They've blocked all escape routes, but still haven't made a move." Hyuga Chiyuki knelt by the tea table perusing a scroll. She had changed into a light yellow yukata, her expression calm, but the deformed corners of the scroll she clutched betrayed her panic. Fortunately, no one noticed. "They're waiting," Chiyuki said, her voice cool. "Waiting for us to show a flaw or for our psychological defenses to collapse, so we'll break out on our own." "What about the Uchiha?" "Still the same. Their chakra fluctuations are as regular as a dead man's." Yamashiro ground his teeth. "I suspect that Uchiha Ke." Before Yamashiro could finish his complaint, a figure appeared in the room without warning. "Who goes there?" Yamashiro reacted instantly. As an elite Jonin, his instincts made his hair stand on end. Chakra erupted in a burst, and almost reflexively, he drew his blade, the cold gleam of the sword pointing directly at the center of the spatial distortion. "Oh my, is this how the Hyuga clan treats their allies?" With a slightly mocking chuckle, Uchiha Ke stood there, his face wearing that habitual nonchalant smirk, as if he hadn't just crossed hundreds of kilometers, but had merely gone downstairs to buy breakfast. "Uchiha Ke." Yamashiro's eyes widened. "You bastard, you still dare." "Stand down, Yamashiro." A sharp, urgent command cut off Yamashiro's movement. Hyuga Chiyuki slowly rose to her feet, her pure, white Byakugan fixed on Ku. Then she ordered, "Put the sword away." Yamashiro gritted his teeth, but finally sheathed his blade with resentment. Still, he kept his body in front of Chiyuki, glaring at Ku warily. "Princess, this man's ninjutsu is too bizarre. He entered without our barrier reacting at all. If I wanted to kill you, your head would have hit the ground yesterday afternoon." Ku made a show of brushing non-existent dust off his clothes, his gaze skipping over Yamashiro to land on Chiyuki, pointing at the hairpin in her hair. "Looks like my gift is not only beautiful, but also practical." Chiyuki instinctively touched the hairpin and said flatly, "You really did tamper with it." Seeing her expression of having expected it all along, Ku raised an eyebrow in curiosity. "Princess, since you knew it was tampered with, why keep it on you? After all, it's the first gift you've ever given me, and..." Chiyuki tossed aside the scroll. She had been holding her clear Byakugan fixed on the young man before her. "I trust you." Ke's heart tightened. Damn, I might have gotten involved with a clingy girl. Hyuga Chiyuki clearly didn't want to dwell on the topic. She quickly got down to business. "The encirclement is still in place. Since you can get in, you can get out. Are you here to take me away?" "Yes and no." Ku shrugged, not immediately answering. Instead, he glanced at the empty corridor outside and the nearby guards. A meaningful smile curled at the corner of his mouth as he looked at Chiyuki. Are we really going to discuss what's next here? Chiyuki fell silent for a moment. Intuition told her that the conversation to follow might go far beyond the current siege. Follow me. Chiyuki turned and walked toward the door of her private room. Uncle Yamashiro, guard the entrance. No one is to come within half a step without my order. But princess. That's an order. Yes, ma'am. Inside the room, candlelight flickered. Chiyuki knelt by the tea table, elegantly pouring a cup of tea, for her composure utterly unlike that of a trapped person. The Kagaya aren't in a hurry to strike. Chiyuki spoke, first breaking the silence. They're waiting for us to break down psychologically, and also confirming the whereabouts of the evening primrose. Since you dared to come back, the goods are safe. Oh, how does the princess know I left? Ku flashed a playful smile. Chiyuki didn't pause her movements, pouring a cup for herself as well. The Byakugan may not be as formidable as the Uchiha Sharingan in combat, but it has its advantages in reconnaissance. Ku unceremoniously picked up the teacup and drained it in one gulp. You guessed right. I've already sent the goods back to the Uchiha. Then why did you come back? Chiyuki lifted her gaze sharp and piercing. Just to save those dark ninja. Since when did the Uchiha become so sentimental? The Hyuga princess jokes. Saving people is one aspect. Of course, that includes not only my clan, but also our allies. Ku set down the teacup, staring straight into the girl's eyes. I came back because this is only the beginning, and an important character is still missing from this play. He pulled a scroll from his bosom and gently slid it across the table to Chiyuki. What's this? Chiyuki didn't open it immediately. Time is short, and I have no mood to argue with you. Just open it and see. I guarantee it will make the Hyuga clan feast. Ke's voice was low, carrying a seductive charm. Princess, I'm sure you're well aware the Kagaya have deployed a large number of troops to blockade the surrounding area. Where is their nearest military camp? You want to attack Zonguling? Chiyuki reacted instantly, then let out a cold laugh. That fortress is easy to defend and hard to attack. As long as Kagaya Bai is there, even if your father and Taijima came personally, they'd return empty-handed. So we need a bait. One heavy enough to lure Kagaya Bai out personally. Do you think the Kagaya can afford to lose the hundreds of ninja they've deployed this time if they're all wiped out? Chiyuki's eyes grew puzzled. The Uchiha now have to guard against a possible attack from the Senju, at any time requiring at least 3 clan-level fighters on standby. If you want to feint at Duan-Si Street to draw out Kagaya Bai, you'll need comparable combat power. So you plan to take Zonguling with just 1 clan-level fighter. Forgive me for saying so, even if the plan goes perfectly and you successfully lure Kagaya Bai away, you won't have enough troops or time to capture Zonguling. Don't forget the Kagaya clan leader isn't dead. He won't watch idly as his fortress built over decades falls. No, if the plan were only that, I wouldn't need to come here. Ku raised a finger pointing at Chiyuki. The Uchiha will only be responsible for taking Zonguling. The task of luring Kagaya Bai out to fight falls to your father, Hyuga Jintetsu. Chiyuki's eyes turned icy. You want to use the Hyuga to have my father act as a diversion for the Uchiha? The air in the room seemed to solidify, broken only by the occasional crackling of the firewood burning in the hearth. No, it's a collaboration. Ke's fingers tapped lightly on the table, each knock echoing in Qiangshu's heart. He pushed the scroll forward, signaling her to open it. Take a look. This is the draft cooperation agreement just signed by clan leader Tian Dao. I believe after reading it you'll understand the right choice, and why I came back. Qiangshu cast a suspicious glance at Ku, her eyes scrutinizing. She extended her slender fingers to untie the scroll's cord and slowly unrolled it. At first her expression remained calm, but as her gaze swept over the detailed terms, especially when her eyes fell on the final map annotation, ripples stirred within her. It was not merely surprise, but avarice. This was the most primal craving for territory and power belonging to the heir of the Hyuga clan. If Zonguling is taken, the Uchiha will retain only the fortress itself, the mining rights of Zonguling, and a 10-kilometer military buffer zone around it. All territories of the Kagaya clan east of Zonguling that border the Hyuga, including the herb fields, grain fields, and Qiangshu's breath caught abruptly as her fingers pressed hard against that line of text. And the jurisdiction over the 3 towns, 12 villages, and approximately 100,000 civilians on the plains. The Uchiha will take nothing and give everything to the Hyuga, provided the Hyuga grant the Uchiha trading rights. Snap! Qiangshu closed the scroll, shut her eyes, and took a deep breath, trying to calm the surging tempest within. She was all too aware of the weight of this benefit. Yet in this cruel warring states period, what mattered most? Ninjutsu. Kekkei Genkai. No, it was population productivity. As Ke had once pondered, by the river, shinobi were purely consumptive killing machines. Supporting a single shinobi required the labor of countless civilians. Though the Hyuga clan's combat prowess ranked among the top in the Land of Fire, their territory was mostly mountainous, and their population had always been limited, the greatest bottleneck to further expansion. The plain occupied by the Kagaya clan was famed for its fertile soil. The vast civilian population living there was the very foundation of the Kagaya's survival. The Hyuga had coveted that land for years. Acquiring it all would mean far more than just additional territory. Those 100,000 people would elevate the entire Hyuga clan to a new level. The Uchiha really are generous. When Shinshua opened her eyes again, the fervor had faded, replaced by her earlier cool composure. But as she looked at Ku, a note of complexity and admiration crept into her voice. To secure our help, you're willing to part with such a huge chunk. That's the Kagaya's richest granary. Each gets what they need, Ku said, lightly leaning back against the chair. The Uchiha only want strategic security. Even the mining rights are just incidental. That thorn called Zangu Ling has been lodged in our flank for too long. Once we pull it out, we won't have to worry about the Kagaya stabbing us in the back while we're confronting the Senju. As for those lands and people, without your help this plan wouldn't even be possible. And don't you think it's fair? The Kagaya dared to extend their claws toward us, so we'll chop them off. Fair. This is extortionate profit. Shinshua fell silent for a moment, then a brilliant smile bloomed across her face. Deal. She tucked the scroll into her bosom with utmost solemnity, pressing it against her body. They'll personally convince my father. Huey Bai will definitely be lured here, because once my father moves, the commotion will be enough to terrify the entire Kagaya clan. Watching the girl who had instantly transformed from the Kagaya's captive into the Hyuga princess, Ku nodded with satisfaction. Good. It seems we've reached an agreement. Ku stood up, pulled a kunai from his ninja tool pouch, and twirled it in his hand. However, to make the act more convincing, do you need me to add some embellishments? He offered the kunai to Shinshua, his tone laced with a hint of probing. Like staging a self-injury trick. A few cuts on your arm, or you could write a blood letter for me to deliver. That way your father can be convinced to send troops. Shinshua looked at the cold glint of the kunai and let out a disdainful snort. She extended her jade-like hand and gently pushed the kunai aside, the gesture both elegant and haughty. Keep your petty tricks, Uchiha Ke. Shinshua smoothed her slightly disheveled hair, reinserting the silver-white hairpin into her bun, radiating an untouchable nobility. That childish act of crying and maiming yourself to earn sympathy and rescue. It's beneath me. She met Ke's gaze directly, her white eye glistening in the candlelight, radiating absolute confidence. I am the princess of the Hyuga, the future head of the main family. My worth lies in my mind and judgment, not in tears and wounds. Hyangshu's smile grew even brighter, yet it carried a chill. Rest assured, leave the task of convincing that stubborn old man to me. No one knows him better than I do. Ku paused, then chuckled, withdrawing the kunai. I underestimated you, your highness. Then we should leave this place. What about Uncle Shanxing and the others? They must stay. Ke's voice was cold and resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. The Kagaya's sensory ninja are buzzing around like flies, and I can't take that many people with me. Shinshua straightened her collar, her expression regaining its usual composure. She turned and slid open the door of the room. Outside, Shanxing stood guard like a stone sentinel, looking up at the sound. Your Highness. Come in and speak. Shinshua stepped aside. Shanxing strode quickly into the room. The moment he saw Uchiha Ke standing in the shadows, he froze, then seemed to realize something, a glint of joy flashing in his eyes. Uncle Shanxing, am leaving. Shinshua didn't give him a chance to ask questions, issuing the command directly, her words rapid and clear. Uchiha Ke will take me out of this encirclement to fetch reinforcements. Excellent. Shanxing's clenched fists relaxed, as if a 1,000-pound burden had been lifted from him. As long as you're safe, your Highness, we can. Listen, after I leave, everything in this room must remain the same. Shinshua cut him off, her expression stern. Show no abnormality. Don't try to break out. Make sure all the guards create the illusion that I'm still here drinking tea. As an experienced elite jonin, Shanxing instantly grasped the tactical intention. Leave it to me, your Highness. Shinshua nodded, then gestured for Shanxing to withdraw and wait outside. The door slid shut again. Ready? Ke looked at her. Shinshua took a deep breath, placing her hand into Ke's already extended palm. Palms touched, warmth mingled. Let's go. Deep within the Black Pine Forest, about 10 kilometers from the Hyuga clan's territory, two figures suddenly emerged, their feet heavily treading upon the layer of pine needles and humus. Even after countless experiences with the Flying Thunder God technique during their journey, Hyuga Chiyuki still swayed slightly, instinctively reaching for a nearby tree trunk, only to find a hand securely supporting her elbow. Adjust your breathing slightly, and do not hastily use chakra. The voice of Kurei echoed in her ear, calm, as if they had merely taken a leisurely stroll after a meal, despite the fact that they had just traversed over 100 kilometers in half an hour. Chiyuki took a deep breath of the cold and fresh air in the forest, suppressing the wave of nausea caused by the spatial distortion. After a few moments, she straightened her back, her Byakugan eyes focusing on the spot where Kurei had landed, where a kanai inscribed with special seals was half buried. We are nearing the outer perimeter of the Hyuga family's alert zone. Chiyuki quickly determined their location, her expression complex, as she gazed at the kanai and then at Kurei. This kanai is different from the one you used during our journey. The marks on it suggest it has been here for at least 2 or 3 days. Good eyesight. Kurei did not deny it, but walked over to pull out the specialized kanai, casually wiping off the dirt before stowing it in his ninja tool pouch, his tone carrying a sense of nonchalance. This was a detour I took when heading to the shortbook city. He turned to look at Chiyuki, a meaningful smile curving it. However, at that time, I never expected I would be taking the princess along to the vicinity of the Hyuga family. Chiyuki looked at the young man before her, an involuntary chill rising in her heart, followed by an overwhelming sense of shock. This Uchiha Kurei was not only exceptionally intelligent in battle, but it also accounted for all possible worst-case scenarios from the very beginning. What sent a shiver down her spine was the technique itself. Is this the Flying Thunder God technique? Chiyuki murmured softly, ignoring terrain, ignoring distance, even ignoring the surrounding perimeter. As long as there is one coordinate, you can arrive at any corner of the battlefield in an instant. She looked at Kurei, her tone turning exceptionally serious. Kyurkin, do you know what this means? This ninjutsu is a strategic weapon capable of altering the dynamics of war. That's quite a high event. Kurei shrugged, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. However, there are still many limitations, and it's not as easy to learn as you might think, or else I wouldn't be the only one to have mastered it in 100 years. He did not want to linger on this topic any longer, and glanced up at the sky, noting that it was getting late. Time is running short, princess. Kurei reminded her, we should get your father's army moving before dawn tomorrow. Let's go. Chiyuki said nothing more, suppressing the shock in her heart, her form flickering into a white shadow as she hurried eastward. Kurei followed closely behind the two figures, streaking through the dark forest like meteors. Moments later, the outline of the Hyuga clan's territory finally appeared at the edge of their vision. Unlike the utilitarian style of the Uchiha clan's territory, the Hyuga clan's stronghold was nestled in a valley, its architectural style strict and solemn. Towering white walls and black tiles stretched endlessly, with all the buildings arranged in an extremely rigid octagonal layout, every street and courtyard exuding a stifling sense of order. From a distance, the entire clan territory resembled a massive, exquisite birdcage, beautiful yet suffocating. The two slowed down to a pace a kilometer from the main gate. Kurei looked at the Hyuga clan's territory, which was shrouded in morning mist, and couldn't help but curl his lips, whispering, just as expected from the Hyuga. Even from afar you can smell the stench of stale rules. Living in a place like this, one has to breathe in rhythm, right? He thought back to the Uchiha clan's territory, where the reedy members often went crazy and fights broke out frequently, yet it was filled with vibrant life. But here, Kurei activated his Sharingan, the distant scene becoming clearer. At the main gate, 8 guards stood like statues, their movements synchronized. What made Kurei most uncomfortable was that these guards wore thick forehead protectors to conceal their shameful mark, the caged bird. No wonder you Hyuga are always a step behind Senju and Uchiha. Kurei shook his head, his tone laced with pity and disdain. Treating branch families as expendables and slaves, sealing their talents and freedom with cursed seals. Such a rigid hierarchy ensures absolute loyalty and stability, but it also stifles all possibilities. A bird trapped in a cage, no matter how well it is fed, will forget how to fly. Moreover, some birds cannot be caged because their wings shine too brightly. In such cases, you might find it even more troublesome. Chiyuki, walking ahead, paused slightly, not turning back nor rebutting, but the hand hidden in her sleeve. As the future heir of the main family, she was a beneficiary and maintainer of this system, yet having lived in the whirlpool of the clan, how could she not be aware of its flaws? If you came to tour and lament, please come another day. Chiyuki's voice was icy, forcefully suppressing the turmoil within her. Right now we are here to discuss cooperation. You're right. Kurei smiled. Then please lead the way, Your Highness. As soon as Hyuga Chiyuki's figure appeared in the open space before the main gate, the previously still guards sprang. 8 pairs of Byakugan activated simultaneously, veins bulging around their eyes, and their fierce chakra locked onto the newcomers. But the moment they recognized her face, the killing intent instantly transformed into fear and reverence. Your Highness. The captain of the guards rushed over, almost tumbling, and when he saw Chiyuki's somewhat disheveled yukata and the absence of her escort, his face turned pale. Your Highness, how did you return alone? Where is Lord Mountain Castle? Your escort? That is not for you to ask. Chiyuki shot him a cold glance. Her innate pressure as the main family's young lady caused that branch family Jonin to instantly shut his mouth, cold sweat streaming down as he bowed his head. The guard's gazes passed over Chiyuki and landed on the black-clad youth a few steps behind her. Uchiha, alert! All units on guard. How dare you bring the princess here? Dozens of hidden Hyuga ninjas surged forth from unknown locations, countless Byakugan locking onto Kurei. Facing this onslaught, Kurei remained calm, hands in pockets, even taking an interest in observing the formation of the Hyuga clan's guards. Looks like my reputation isn't too small here. He chuckled softly. Enough. Stand down. Chiyuki stepped forward, positioning herself in front of Kurei, her voice not loud, but carrying an undeniable authority. He is my guest, so you all stand down. But princess, an outsider. The captain of the guards stammered, attempting to explain. I know your escort's regulations, but right now I am the regulation. Chiyuki interrupted him, her gaze sweeping over the crowd. Open the gate. I need to see my father now, immediately. Within the Hyuga clan territory, passing through layers of corridors and courtyards, Kurei once again felt the oppressive atmosphere of this family. Whether it was servants or branch family ninjas, they would respectfully bow upon seeing Chiyuki, not daring to raise their heads. The entire clan was eerily quiet, with only the monotonous sound of soft punches echoing from the training grounds in the distance. You stay here. Just before reaching the inner courtyard where the clan leader was, Chiyuki stopped walking and pointed to an outer reception room. Inside is where my father handles matters. As a Uchiha, even as an ally, your presence will cause unnecessary trouble. Kurei nodded in understanding. He had no intention of entering and facing the old men's displeasure. No problem, I'll just have a cup of tea here. Kurei leaned closer to Chiyuki, lowering his voice. But remember, can you really convince your father? Or should we resort to some self-inflicted pain? I know how to handle this. Chiyuki took a deep breath, adjusting her collar, her gaze turning more resolute than ever. You need not worry about guiding me. Watching Chiyuki push the door and leave, Kurei turned and walked into the adjacent reception room, sitting down casually in a chair. A few branch family maidservants, trembling in fear, brought over the tea, as if the boy before them were not just a youth, but a man-eating demon. Kurei picked up the teacup, lightly blowing away the foam, listening to the faint footsteps coming from outside the door, a cold smile curling at the corner of his lips. This damned hierarchy. But perhaps today I can make use of this rigidity. In the inner courtyard, the clan leader's study. The furnishings in the room are extremely simple, exuding a sense of rigorous asceticism. Aside from the necessary tables and chairs and the maps that cover the walls, the most striking feature is a portrait placed prominently on the desk. The woman in the portrait is gentle and charming, with a head of distinctive red long hair. She is the wife of Hinata Shinrin and the former princess of the Uzumaki clan. Unfortunately, in the incense burner before the portrait, there is only a burnt-out stick of cold incense. Hinata Shinrin stands by the window with his hands behind his back, his gaze sweeping across the entire clan territory. It's been months. Zuanrin's voice is low and hoarse, echoing in the empty study. Ever since his wife's passing half a year ago, this once bold hero who dared to snatch his bride from the hands of the Senju seems to have lost some form of support overnight. What chills him to the bone and fills him with rage is that less than a month after his wife's death, her father, the Uzumaki clan leader, publicly announced the adoption of a girl named Uzumaki Mizuho as his granddaughter, granting her the title of princess and grandly promoting her in the ninja world. What this means is all too clear to Schwanren, a politically savvy individual. The Uzumaki clan is preparing to sever ties with the Hinata clan and intends to rekindle old relations with the Senju. In this cruel era, only interests serve as the eternal driving force, while emotions are merely embellishments and excuses. Although the Hinata clan is tightly united internally, their status in the Land of Fire is gradually declining after losing their relationship with the Uzumaki, showing signs of being overtaken by Kaguya. Now even his only daughter is surrounded by Kaguya, her life and death unknown. Damn it. Since deep last night, he has been restless. The intelligence from Shorikaku has been cut off for too long. Although reason tells him that there shouldn't be major issues in the city, at worst, they could just wait until Kaguya loses patience. But the instinct of a father leaves him feeling extremely uneasy. Is there no news yet? He asked in a low voice without turning around. The intelligence officer kneeling in the corner trembles and stammers, Reporting to the clan leader, the blockade by the Kaguya clan is too tight, our ninja hawks can't get out. The last communication from the direction of Shorikaku was yesterday evening. A bunch of useless fools. Hinata Shinrin suddenly turns around, a flicker of brutality flashing in his dignified white eyes. Although he is furious, he does not lose his reason. As the clan leader, he must consider much more. Creak. At this moment, the study door was pushed open from the outside. There was no prior announcement, which is almost impossible in the strictly regulated Hinata household. Shinrin furrows his brow, about to reprimand, but freezes the moment he sees the visitor. Shinshua, the girl standing at the door, wears a light yellow bathrobe, her expression cold and composed. She hardly resembles someone who has just experienced life and death escape. Father. Kiangshu's voice is devoid of emotion, as if she has just returned from a stroll in the neighboring courtyard. You are back. Xianren quickly steps forward, the brutality in his eyes dissipating, significantly replaced by an unhidden astonishment and relief. He examines his daughter up and down, and only after confirming she is unharmed does he finally feel a bit of ease. But he soon furrows his brow again. Just you. Where is Yinxing? Where's the guard team? Xuanren's gaze passes over Qianxue to look outside, finding it empty, which darkens his expression once more. Could it be that Kagaya has already made a move? Is it possible that the Uchiha clan has fled at a critical moment, leaving you? Father, please calm down. Qianxue steps into the study, and after noticing that the intelligence personnel next to her have tactfully left, she promptly closes the door behind her, sealing off all sight and sound with swift and decisive movements. Uncle Yinxing is still in Shurikaku. She looks at her father, her tone cold to the point of being ruthless. The Kagaya clan has dispatched hundreds of people led by many elite jonin and has completely locked down the stronghold. Hundreds of people. Xianren scoffs, returning to sit behind the desk, regaining the authority of the clan leader. Is the Kagaya clan seeking war? To encircle the Hinata princess with such a scale of troops, just for some medicinal materials? Do they think the Hinata clan is a soft persimmon? Medicinal materials? No, father, you underestimate Kagaya's greed too much. Qianxue approaches the desk. That old woman Kagaya wants not just these one-time medicinal items, she wants to capture me alive. Qianxue turns around and states clearly, she wants to use the Hinata princess as a long-term hostage, forcing the Hinata clan to obediently provide them with a lifetime supply of medicine. Bang! A crisp sound. The brush in Xuanren's hand is instantly crushed into powder. Damn it! The veins on Hinata Xuanren's forehead bulge, his eyes wide open, filled with the utmost rage that touches upon his limits. For the Hinata clan, the bloodline of the main family is the face and dignity of the entire clan. Kagaya Bis idea is not merely kidnapping, but an insult that tramples upon the Hinata. Well done, Kagaya Bai. Well done, Kagaya clan. Xianren laughs in anger, his laughter chilling. Do they really think that after a few years of low profile, the Hinata clan is afraid of her? They want to take my daughter as a hostage. They aren't afraid of shattering their own teeth. While he is furious, there is no madness in his eyes, but rather a chilling calculation, constantly contemplating why the Kagaya clan dares to do such a thing. Father. Qianxue looks at her father's shifting expression, knowing that the time has come. She does not continue to waste words, but instead directly pulls out the alliance scroll from her bosom, laying it flat on the expansive redwood desk in front of her father. The reason I escaped this time and stand here is not to urge you to engage in a meaningless venting of anger. Killing a few Kagaya ninjas won't relieve the hatred in your heart, nor solve the current predicament of the Hinata clan. She points at the scroll. This is a supreme alliance agreement personally signed by Uchiha Tanijima and the Elder. Father, please take a look at this first. Uchiha. Xianren furrows his brow. That black flash is also here. In the outer hall. Xianren snorts coldly, looking down at the scroll. Initially, his expression carries a hint of scrutiny and suspicion. After all, the Uchiha are not to be trifled with. But as his gaze shifts downward, seeing the massive area circled in red on the map and the densely packed clauses regarding post-war benefit distribution, his pupils contract sharply. The study falls into a deathly silence. Only the sound of the wind outside can be heard. 3 towns, 12 villages, a population of 100,000. Fertile land. These words are like poisonous honey, firmly capturing Xuanren's gaze. Currently, the Hinata clan boasts 3 clan leader-level powerhouses, and nearly 100 elite jonin. Lacking high-end combat power is not an issue. Their only shortfall lies in insufficient population and arable land. If they can seize this land, the Hinata clan can truly soar. Is this real? Xuanren's voice becomes low. Tanijima, that miser willing to spit out such a large chunk of fat. Because what they want is not meat, but lives. Qianxue steps forward, pointing heavily at the position of Zangu Ridge on the map. Uchiha is facing the main threat from the Senju. They urgently need to eliminate the thorn of Zangu Ridge to ensure their flank safety, but Zangu Ridge is fortified by Kagaya by making it an insurmountable turtle shell. Qianxue looks at her father, her eyes flashing with a color strikingly similar to Xuanren's. Uchiha Keke's intention is very clear. As long as you send troops and create an imposing aura displaying a posture of willing to go to any lengths to bloodily wash Shurikaku, Kagaya will surely leave Zangu Ridge to come to support in order to protect those hundreds of elite troops. At that time, the Uchiha main force lying in ambush there will take advantage of the situation to invade and take down Kagaya Bis stronghold. Listening to his daughter's words, Xuanren's tightly knit brows gradually relax. The anger in his eyes has not extinguished, but rather transformed into ambition. As Qianxue spread another map on the table, the air in the room, once tense with anger, gradually transformed into an atmosphere of greed. Rixiang Xianren stared intently at the map, his gaze shifting back and forth between Duan's city and the Zongu Ridge, luring the tiger away from its mountain. Feigned attack. Qianren's fingers lightly tapped on the table, and with each tap the light in his eyes grew brighter. No, this isn't enough, Qianshui, your vision is still too narrow. Qianren suddenly spoke, his voice carrying a chilling calm. The plan of that little brat Uchiha Ke is perfect, but that only reflects the Uchiha's perspective. Since our knife is already drawn, why should we follow someone else's script? Qianshui was slightly taken aback, but quickly reacted, a glint of brilliance flashing in her eyes. Father means that. Since Kaguya-bai will definitely leave the fortress to protect her people, why should we let her go back? Qianren's hand clenched into a fist, striking heavily on a section of the map outside Duansa City. Without the geographical advantage of Zongu Ridge, Kaguya-bai is nothing more than a soft-shelled shrimp that has left its turtle shell. What I want is not just to lure her away, I want to keep her here forever. Qianren suddenly raised his head, his aura even more terrifying than his previous rage. If she doesn't come, then consume those hundreds of elite soldiers. They are the backbone of Kaguya, and once consumed, the Zongu Ridge will surely be quiet for a few years. If Kaguya-bai dares to come, then we shall consume her, the vice-clan leader of Kaguya as well. Only by breaking Kaguya's backbone can we secure that land, otherwise we will not be free from the harassment of those madmen in the future. But Qianshui quickly analyzed the risks with her rational mind. Kaguya-bai is a genuine clan leader-level powerhouse, and the killing power of the Shikatsu bloodline in wild battles is immense. If it's just you leading the team, Father, I fear. Who said it was only me? Qianren stood up, a cruel smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Since we are going to feast, we need strong teeth. Doesn't Kaguya-bai think she's invincible? Then I shall prepare a grand gift for her. Qianren looked towards the loyal subordinate waiting outside the door, his voice icy. Send my orders to invite the second elder here. There are important matters to discuss. Once these words were spoken, even the usually composed Qianshui couldn't help but have her pupils constrict, sharply exclaiming in shock, Grandpa Zhongshou. But with this our clan will only. Rixiang Zhongshou, this name might be unfamiliar to the younger generation in the ninja world, but it is thunderous in the ears of the older generation of powerhouses known as the God of Death. To deal with just a few hundred people outside Duansa City, you actually want to deploy 2 clan leader-level forces. What if our clan's territory gets ambushed? Qianshui felt her breath quicken. Even when catching a rabbit, one must use full strength. Qianren stepped out from behind the desk and walked in front of Qianshui. Since we are to fight, let it be a battle that leaves them in despair. Kaguya always claims to be surpassing us, doesn't she? This time I will make the entire ninja world aware that the Rixiang clan is still the Rixiang clan, and I, Qianren, am still Qianren, not some random cat or dog that can come and provoke us. Moreover, since Uchiha can defend their territory alone, why can't we Rixiang? If Uchiha can mobilize 2 clan leaders, so can we. Yes. Qianshui took a deep breath, her worries overshadowed by excitement. The daughter will arrange this right away. Rixiang clan territory reception hall. Dim light filtered through the window onto the tatami where Uchiha Ke, feeling bored, counted the tea stems standing upright in the teacup. 58-59. The tea from the Rixiang family is good, but the rules are too many. Even the maid walks without making a sound. Ke silently complained in his heart, yet remained keenly aware of the movements outside. Since just now the atmosphere in the entire Rixiang clan territory had become unusually lively. The footsteps grew more concentrated, accompanied by the sound of metal armor rubbing together, and the air was filled with a killing intent that even penetrated the thick walls, pressing directly into the room. This commotion. It seems that Rixiang Qianren has been completely triggered. Ke narrowed his eyes. Could it be that even the old coffin at the bottom of the box is being brought out? Just as he was pondering how much blood money Rixiang was putting forth this time, the heavy wooden door was suddenly pushed open by a strong wind. Bang! Fully armed Rixiang Qianren strode in, followed by Qianshui, who had changed into a plain white combat uniform, her expression solemn. That unmasked shadow-level pressure surged like a tangible wave, instantly filling the entire room. Ke put down his teacup and slowly stood up. Facing this overwhelming aura, he still looked lazy. It seems that the clan leader is already prepared. Qianren did not answer immediately, and ignored Ke's taunts, only standing there scrutinizing the young man before him. Even without opening his Byakugan, this was a behavior devoid of any politeness, and could even be considered offensive. Ke's eyes twitched violently, suppressing the impulse to activate his Sharingan and glare back. A moment later, Qianren withdrew his gaze, the sharpness in his eyes slightly contained, yet still filled with scrutiny and dissatisfaction. Kid, I heard you took my daughter out of Duansa City. Cough. Clan leader, please be precise with your wording. Ke corrected, glancing at the expressionless Qianshui beside him. It was an escort, and without me, Princess Qianshui would currently be trapped inside drinking tea. Whether it was abduction or escorting. Qianren suddenly lowered his voice, his tone not resembling that of a conversation with an Owlies Jr., but more like a warning to a thief coveting his treasure. You have a lot of guts and your mind is sharp. You dared to come alone to my Rixiang clan territory, and even dared to negotiate with me, but Shinren's tone shifted chillingly. In the warring states, being smart won't keep you alive for long, and just having a silver tongue will get you killed faster. Don't end up dead in Kagaya's hands later. This old man, is he going mad thinking about his daughter? Is there any way to speak to an ally like this? Although he was wildly complaining internally, Ke still maintained his cool demeanor and pride on the surface. He knew very well that with someone like Shinren, the more you retreat, the more he would look down on you. He smiled slightly, meeting Shinren's gaze with neither humility nor arrogance. Then please, clan leader, stay tuned. Good, then I will wait for your news in Duansu City. Shinren snorted coldly and turned, striding outward, his white Haori fluttering behind him. Set off. In the Rixiang clan territory on the vast training ground. It was evening, and the cold wind. Thousands of Rixiang ninjas had already gathered their white ninja attire, forming a sea of white exuding a chilling, killing intent. Standing at the front of the formation besides the fully armed Rixiang Shinren, there was also an elderly man with white hair and beard. He was Rixiang's second elder, Rixiang Zhongsho, a living legend. Yes, Ku, observing from the side, couldn't help but gasp. Goodness, this old man is really going all out, leading with 2 shadow-level figures. Ku couldn't help but complain in his heart. Kagaya only has a shadow-level Kagaya by at most, while Rixiang and Uchiha directly mobilized 4 shadow-level figures. That woman is going to experience the treatment of 4/5 of Uchiha Madara 100 years in advance. He originally thought that Rixiang Shinren would only take some elites to lure Kagaya by a way, creating an opportunity for Uchiha to steal, but unexpectedly this old man went all in, clearly ready for an annihilation battle. However, Ke's lips curled into an excited arc. The bigger the commotion, the more empty the defenses of Zongu Ridge would become. His figure flashed away, and the place where he had just stood was now empty, only the leaves blown by the wind still swirling in the air. The darkness before dawn was at its thickest, the cold, damp fog shrouding the wilderness outside Short Castle City like a burial shroud. In a forest about 2 kilometers from Short Castle City, Huey Chisong sat listlessly cross-legged on a thick tree branch, his gloomy eyes fixed on the motionless Dai Works stronghold in the distance. Damn it! How long are these turtles going to hide? Chisong spat a mouthful of saliva, unconsciously carving deep knife-like grooves into the trunk with the bone spur at his fingertip. As one of the elite jonin of the Huey clan, Chisong possessed strength at the Quasi Shadow level, naturally carrying the clan's notorious volatility and warlike nature. He had originally thought this mission would be simple: encircle, threaten, force the Hyuga and Uchiha to hand over the so-called princess, or simply charge and slaughter everyone and seize the evening primrose. But in reality, he and several hundred Huey elites had been feeding mosquitoes here like idiots for 2.5 days. Lord Chisong, how about we just attack? A jonin who could no longer suppress his bloodlust looked up from beneath the tree and asked. It's already the 3rd day. There are only a dozen or so Uchiha and Hyuga inside. With 800 of us, we could drown them with a single mouthful of spit. Idiot. Chisong snorted coldly, flinging the bone spur from his hand to embed it in the dirt at his subordinate's feet. You think I don't want to? But Lord Bis' orders are to prioritize the integrity of the medicine and capture Hyuga Chiyuki alive if possible. If we storm in and the Hyuga and Uchiha destroy the medicine in desperation, will you take the responsibility? But we can't just let it drag on forever, the jonin said resentfully. We're the ones surrounding them, yet they can buy food in the city while we have to eat military rations in the wild. Morale is draining away. Chisong scratched his head in irritation, making his grayish-white disheveled hair even messier. Indeed, the situation was too awkward, like a giant elephant trapped in a museum possessing the power to trample everything yet afraid to move lest it smash the treasures beneath its feet. He looked around. The once bloodthirsty Huey temporary camp was now filled with an unsettling. After 2 consecutive nights of high vigilance, seeing no sign of the enemy breaking out, the Huey Shinobi inevitably grew weary. Near a campfire in the distance, several Huey clansmen were leaning together, dozing, their snores rising and falling. The patrolling sentries no longer kept their perception jutsu active as they had in the first 2 days. Instead, they gathered in small groups, murmuring about how much bounty they would get this time. In their eyes, the dozen or so Hyuga and Uchiha trapped inside were already turtles in a jar, impossible to escape. Wait one more day. Chisong took a deep breath, suppressing the violence within him. If they don't surrender tomorrow, he'll kill 1 Uchiha first, then 1 Hyuga, and throw them right in front of them. I don't believe that delicate Hyuga princess can withstand that kind of psychological pressure. Hee, I understand, my lord. As the 2 spoke, a breeze swept through the woods, rustling the leaves. Everything seemed normal, but Chisong's brow suddenly furrowed. As a warrior who had fought through seas of blood and mountains of corpses, he possessed an almost beast-like intuition. Perception squad. Something's wrong. Chisong leaped to his feet with a sharp roar, but his command At the outermost perimeter of the camp, a perception-type Shinobi on watch stared in terror into the depths of the pre-dawn darkness. Enemy attack. The piercing scream of the perception Shinobi was cut short abruptly. 8 trigrams empty palm. From the darkness, a transparent air current, almost invisible to the naked eye, came whistling. Bang! With a dull thud, the perception Shinobi's chest instantly caved in. He flew backward, crashing violently into a large tree, behind him spewing blood. Then came the second, third, and 100th impact. Bang, 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 bang. Countless terrifying air currents erupted from the shadows of the forest. The simple watchtowers the Huey had set up on the periphery exploded into splinters and dust under the dense, invisible assault. What's happening? The Huey camp erupted into chaos. The dozing Shinobi jumped up in panic. Where is the enemy? Chisong stood on a treetop, his pupils contracting sharply. He saw them. Hundreds of Shinobi, their pure white pupils and bulging veins revealing their identity. Hyuga. It's the Hyuga. Chisong's voice changed pitch. The scale and momentum were nothing like a rescue squad of a dozen or 20 men. It was an organized regular army. Counterattack. Hold them back. Chisong drew the whip formed from his spine and roared madly. The Huey Shinobi were, after all, a born warrior clan. After the initial panic, the savagery in their blood was awakened. Kill. The grating sound of bones growing filled the camp. Huey Shinobi charged forward with ferocious grins, undaunted. 2 torrents collided with a thunderous roar on the wilderness outside Short Castle City. But the expected stalemate did not occur. You scum of the Huey, get out here. A roar like thunder overwhelmed the clamor of the entire battlefield. Chisong felt a suffocating, terrifying pressure descending from the sky. A white figure plummeted like a meteor into the center of the battlefield. It was Hyuga Shinrin. The patriarch of the Hyuga clan stood with eyes wide open, his body wrapped in tangible chakra currents like a demon god descending. Without any flashy moves, he simply pushed both palms toward the densest concentration of Huey Shinobi before him. 8 trigrams hollow wall palm. The air was compressed to its extreme in an instant, then exploded with a deafening roar. A shockwave over 3 meters in diameter rolled forward with devastating force. Wherever it passed, the earth split and rocks flew. More than a dozen Huey Jonin, their bodies covered in bone armor, didn't even have time to scream before being blasted into a mist of blood and shattered bones. Chisong watched in horror. This was not an evenly matched battle, but a one-sided massacre. A deep, bottomless trench, dozens of meters long, was carved into the ground. Such was the power of a single strike. The entire battlefield fell into a moment of deathly silence. All Huey Shinobi were terrified by that blow. Chisong's body trembled. He recognized that man, the patriarch of the Hyuga clan. For his daughter, he actually came himself. Chisong murmured in despair. From the moment that man appeared, this was no longer a balanced fight, but a one-sided slaughter. They stood no chance of winning this engagement. Break out. Break out now. Chisong, eyes red, shouted to his most trusted subordinates. Forget the others. Get to Burial Bone Ridge as fast as you can and beg Lord Bai for help. Tell her Hyuga Shinrin is here. If she doesn't come, we're all finished. Yes, my lord. Those trusted men, obviously terrified as well, heard the order as a reprieve and dashed in the direction opposite to Hyuga Xuanren's trajectory. Chisong provided cover, trying to send out the last spark of hope for reinforcements. At the other end of the battlefield, Hyuga Shinrin slowly withdrew his palms. Through the chaos, his Byakugan precisely locked onto the few figures frantically fleeing. Several elite Jonin of the Hyuga main family beside him were about to pursue, but Shinrin raised his hand to stop them. Patriarch, one Jonin asked in confusion. Let them run. Shinrin stood with his hands behind his back, his white haori fluttering in the bloody wind. A cruel mocking curve formed at the corner of his mouth. The hook has been bitten. If we don't let out more line, how can we reel in the big fish? He watched the Huey intelligence Shinobi clumsily break through the blockade and disappear into the depths of the forest, the mockery in his eyes turning instantly to icy, murderous intent. He turned to face the trapped Huey remnants and coldly issued the order: seal all exits. Leave no one alive. Kill them all. Make a big noise so that every spy around hears the price of messing with the Hyuga clan. The Hyuga offensive instantly became even more ferocious. Meanwhile, on the flank of the battlefield in a shady forest, a dozen Hyuga Shinobi lay silently in ambush, motionless. Leading them was an old man with white hair and beard, the second elder of the Hyuga Zongsho. Leaning on his cane, he observed the few who had just escaped through the Byakugan, then looked at Xuanren, who was wreaking havoc in the center of the battle. The patriarch is still too young, too full of bloodlust. He slowly raised his hand and made a gesture toward the darkness behind him. Quit watching. Since the messenger has already escaped, there's no need for us to stay hidden anymore. At his command, the remaining Hyuga Shinobi dispersed silently, like a vast net enveloping the entire battlefield. The Kagaya defense line, which had seemed on the verge of collapse due to the sudden appearance of Hyuga Schwanren, did not break apart and scatter as anticipated. On the contrary, driven by the instinct for survival, the battle-hardened Kagaya clan members displayed astonishing resilience. Do not engage that monster, Hiden. Kagaya Akamatsu, clutching his left arm grazed by the 8 trigrams vacuum palm, commanded hoarsely, "Everyone disperse into the woods and use the terrain to slow them down." His judgment was precise. Although Hyuga Shinrin was a clan leader level powerhouse, he was only one man. Against an enemy determined to defend, it was impossible to subdue everyone here in a short time. Just hold on, until Lady Midori arrives. The flame of hope in Akamatsu's heart burned ever brighter. The messengers just broke out. If they use the body flicker technique at full speed, they can deliver the news to Zangu Ridge in at most half an hour. Once Lady Midori learns that Shinrin himself is here, she will rush to support us with all her might to keep us alive. Then with Lady Midori attacking from outside and us remnants striking from within Hyuga Schwanren, you will lose at least 2 layers of skin today. With this in mind, hundreds of Kagaya shinobi attempted to form a second defense line after paying the price of over 100 deaths. However, just as the first wave of Kagaya shinobi was about to charge into the flanking dense forest, a heart-shaking tremor suddenly filled the air. It was not wind. It was the oppressive sensation of a high-density chakra burst. What is TH? Before a Kagaya Jonin at the front could finish, an invisible air cannon roared toward 8 trigrams vacuum palm. Bang! The Jonin's chest was instantly shattered, and he flew back faster than he came, smashing heavily into the crowd and splattering blood. Who's there? Akamatsu whirled around, staring at the shadowy forest that should have been empty. Tap, tap, tap. Accompanied by steady-aged footsteps, a stooped figure slowly emerged from the darkness. Behind him, dozens of elite Hyuga Jonin in white combat uniforms, their chi as steady as a deep abyss, materialized silently, swiftly occupying all high ground and dead angles, sealing off every escape route. "This road is blocked." The old man spoke calmly, his voice hoarse, yet clearly echoing across the battle. That is. Akamatsu's pupils contracted violently at that moment. An icy chill shot from the soles of his feet to his crown, and for the first time, he felt utter despair. He recognized that face, though the man had aged considerably. Hyuga. Sashi. Akamatsu's voice trembled, his teeth chattering uncontrollably. A clan leader level. Another clan leader level. If Hyuga Schwanren's appearance was within his understanding, a furious father coming to save his daughter, then the appearance of Hyuga Sashi, that old monster, completely shattered Akamatsu's comprehension. 2 clan leader levels. To besiege a mere 800 men, the Hyuga clan had deployed a full 2/3 of their top combat power. This was no rescue, it was outright annihilation. The flanking line collapsed upon contact. Sashi coldly watched the cornered beasts, directing his men, like herding sheep, to forcibly compress the scattered Kagaya forces back into the central clearing. Pincer attack, no escape. Akamatsu stood in the center of the battlefield, recalling the few messengers who had broken through earlier. A sudden flash of lightning struck his mind. That lightning bolt terrified him more than death itself. He remembered how Hyuga Shinrin had seemed not to block with full effort, and the bizarre behavior of the flanking ambush, watching the messengers leave before appearing. A horrifying truth surfaced. No. No. Akamatsu grabbed a nearby Jonin, his fingers nearly digging into the man's flesh, his eyes full of terror and regret. That was a trap. They were let go on purpose. Lord Akamatsu, what are you saying? The Jonin winced in pain, confused. If it were only Shinrin and his few hundred Jonin. Akamatsu muttered incoherently, his face pale as paper. We could hold out for hours using the terrain, even if we couldn't win. In that situation, Lady Midori would bring reinforcements and would have a chance to turn the tide. That was the logical foundation for his earlier order to send out the word. When the battle reached a stalemate, reinforcements arriving would mean a counterkill. But now there are 2 clan leader levels. Akamatsu roared in despair. Under the full force pincer of 2 clan leaders, we can't hold for even dozens of minutes, let alone hours. And the intelligence we sent is false. If Lady Midori doesn't know there are 2 clan leaders here, thinking it's just Shinrin leading the team, she will definitely. Akamatsu's body turned ice cold. Looking at the impenetrable ring of Hyuga Shinobi, he saw a bloody maw waiting to devour the Kagaya vice leader, who was desperate to save them. What Lady Midori will face is not a weary Hyuga Schwanren, but the Hyuga with a net spread across heaven. Those messengers brought back not a cry for help, but a death warrant. False intelligence designed to lure the Kagaya clan's strongest into a trap. It's over. All over. Akamatsu's legs gave way, nearly sending him to his knees, but he sprang up again like a madman. We can't let them succeed. We must get the word out. Akamatsu screamed hoarsely. Everyone, no matter who, no matter how, get the message out. Even a fly must get out. Tell Lady Midori not to come. Never come. It's a trap. In that moment of despair, the Kagaya clan's ferocity was instead awakened. A cornered beast struggle. From a distance, Sashi snorted coldly and swung his palms in all directions. Gentle fist, Art 8 trigrams vacuum palm. Over a dozen nearly invisible high-pressure air projectiles blanketed the battlefield, instantly killing every Kaguya Shinobi attempting to break through his side. No. Watching the last hope of passing on the message ruthlessly snuffed out, Akamatsu let out a despairing wail. Kill. Hyuga Shinrin gazed at the utterly hopeless prey, showing not a shred of pity, and slowly uttered the icy, leave none alive. Since the bait had been cast, no variables were needed here anymore. Meanwhile, dozens of kilometers away in a silent, remote forest far from the battlefield. Huff. Huff. Several figures were wildly weaving through the woods using the body flicker technique without regard for any after effects or chakra consumption. Faster. Faster. A Kaguya Jonin shouted to his companion behind him. Zangu Ridge is just ahead. He looked back at the eerily quiet forest behind. No one was pursuing. Huff. That old Hyuga Shinrin must be too arrogant, the Kaguya Jonin thought thankfully. He probably thinks he can swallow us all with just the men he brought. In the Kaguya Jonin's mind, the battlefield behind was now locked in a bitter stalemate, with Lord Akamatsu leading the clan to hold out against Hyuga Zuanrin's assault. If I can just bring back the news. If Lady Midori arrives with reinforcements. The Kaguya Jonin's eyes blazed with the fire of hope. Yet no one noticed a pair of Sharingan eyes watching them from far in the distance. The north wind howled fiercely through the towering mountains, carrying thick snowflakes, creating a mournful sound. This is the border of the Hui clan, their proud war fortress. The entire fortress is built against the mountain, constructed from hard black rock and stark white bones. Inside the main hall of the fortress, the atmosphere was suffocatingly heavy. A massive bonfire roared in the central stone pit, occasionally bursting with sparks, yet failing to dispel the deep chill that penetrated to the bone. The deputy clan leader of the Hui clan, Hui, sat gracefully on a seat draped with bear fur. This female warrior, possessing strength at the level of a clan leader, did not have the wild and coarse appearance typical of Hui clan males. She had flowing white hair like a waterfall, and her skin was pale to the point of being sickly, yet there was a dangerous aura in her every movement. Haven't those little brats from the Hyuga and Uchiha moved yet? Hui Bis' voice was sharp and cold, echoing through the hall, causing the standing shinobi in front to be struck silent. Reporting, my lady. A Hui shinobi responsible for intelligence replied with difficulty, cold sweat trickling from his forehead. The snowstorm from the direction of Duanja City is too severe, causing a delay in intelligence transmission. The last report was 4 hours ago, and there has been no movement from the other side. Lord Chisong wishes to apply for direct engagement in Duanja City. Snowstorm. Delayed. Hui scoffed, expressing her dissatisfaction with such a perfunctory answer. This little snow has made you unwilling to act. Regardless of how you do it, you must report every 2 hours. This place is not far from Duanja Street. Even with the snowstorm, a shinobi can make a round trip in only an hour and a half. What are all these intelligence ninjas I've nurtured for? Just then a jarring scraping sound came from the heavy doors outside, followed by a dull thud. Bang! The door was not pushed open normally, but rather slammed open by several figures. Mixed with the snowstorm, a few Hui ninjas nearly exhausted of chakra stumbled in. After running a few steps, the leading ninja fell heavily to the ground, desperately crawling toward the main seat. My lady, urgent report. An urgent report from Duanja Street. Hui Bis' pupils constricted sharply as she activated the body flicker technique, appearing in front of the messenger in the next instant. What's the hurry? She barked sharply. Speak. What happened over in Duanja City? Have the Hyuga turtleheads finally made a move? Or did their reinforcements arrive? It's Hyuga Shinrin. The messenger gasped for breath, his eyes slightly dazed, yet still reflecting deep terror. Hyuga Shinrin is personally leading the team. I don't know what's gone mad, but he's coming straight at us with hundreds of Hyuga ninjas. Shinrin. Hui Bai's expression tightened, a ruthless glint flashing in her eyes. How many did he bring? Are there any other clan leaders? None. The messenger shook his head vigorously. Only him, but he's too strong. Lord Chisong is trying to hold the line with terrain and manpower advantages, but he can't stop the rampaging Shinrin. He can hold out for maybe a few more hours at most. A few hours. Hui Bis' expression instantly turned extremely grim, dark enough to drip water. Though the Hui clan is warlike, it is precisely because of this that their casualty rate remains high. Even with fertile lands, their population has never increased. This time they sent nearly half of their elite from this fortress to Duanja City, not to mention having a top expert like Chisong. If they were all lost in Duanja City, the coming years would be very difficult. Damn it, has Hyuga Shinrin really gone mad? Hui Bai paced rapidly in the hall, her footsteps urgent and heavy. For a daughter, he dares to personally lead a team to rampage in neutral territory. Does he think Hui Bai is dead? But you were the first to order the army to the neutral territory. The Hui shinobi standing to the side thought. Hui Bai naturally had no mind-reading skills. At this moment, she was swiftly weighing her options. If the Hyuga sent 2 clan leaders, she would never leave her stronghold and would certainly abandon these people without hesitation. But now the intelligence showed that only Shinran came. Since it's just you. Huibai licked her lips, a bloodthirsty light flashing in her eyes. Then don't blame me for being rude. Though she couldn't defeat Xuanren if she could reach the battlefield in time and coordinate with Qisong and the others for a pincer movement. It would be more than just saving someone. At the very least it would mean making that arrogant Hyuga clan leader shed a layer of skin. Huibai suddenly turned around, shouting decisively, her voice filled with determination and killing intent. Gather all elite shinobi and speedily support Duanja City. We're going to save them. My lady, a shinobi asked with some concern, what about the fortress? What if? No need to worry. Huibai scoffed, interrupting him. The Uchiha are currently being pinned down by the Senju on the front lines. I heard that brute Taijima has even personally gone to the front. They can't spare any hands at all. Saving lives is like fighting fires. If we delay, we can only go to collect Qisong's corpse. She didn't plan on bringing a large force, as that would slow down the march. Bringing a group of shinobi along would just take too long, and by then Qisong's bones would already be cold. Let's go. Approximately 5 kilometers from the outside of the Bone Burial Ridge, on a high ground with advantageous terrain overlooking the main gate of the Bone Burial Ridge Fortress and the road leading to Duanja City. The biting cold wind swept through the dense coniferous forest carrying snowflakes. Is there still no movement? Uchiha Zhuang's low voice reached Uchiha Ke's ears, his tone tinged with barely concealed impatience. Has the Hyuga made a move or not? If that crazy woman Huibai doesn't come out, our hundreds of people lying here are just a joke. The two had already occupied this high ground, taken out the Hui ninjas stationed there, and had been waiting for nearly half a day. Uchiha Ke appeared exceptionally calm at this moment, his Sharingan slowly rotating as he fixed his gaze on the distant black fortress that flickered in and out of sight amidst the snowstorm. Be patient, Zhuang, Ke replied coldly. Even though that brat is arrogant, his plans have never failed. Since he says he can do it, we should trust him. Just as the two were speaking in low voices, a figure suddenly appeared on a thick pine branch behind them. Who? The two elders instantly became alert, their years of battle instincts allowing them to react immediately. They turned sharply, their kunai and short swords drawn, their Sharingan locking onto that position. However, when they saw who it was, their tense muscles instantly relaxed, replaced by a look of speechlessness, and a black figure was sitting on the branch holding a half-eaten rice ball, looking relaxed and at ease as he watched them. Hey elders, good morning. Isn't the snow scene nice here? You're not freezing, right? Uchiha Ke casually greeted them while chewing on the rice ball. Ke. Uchiha Zhuang sheathed his kunai, lowering his voice as he scolded. Why are you so late? Did Hyuga Shinran agree to deploy? Of course. Ke popped the last bite of his rice ball into his mouth, brushed off the crumbs from his hands, and leaped down from the tree, landing silently in the snow beside the two. Not only did he agree, but the commotion he's making is even greater than we imagined. A mischievous smile appeared on Ke's face. Hyuga Shinran probably has never been this angry in his life. I think Huibai will soon feel this enthusiasm. Then why did you arrive only now? Uchiha Ke frowned and asked, logically speaking, with your flying thunder god technique, it shouldn't take this long to get here from the Hyuga clan. It's better to arrive at the right time than to arrive early. Ke's lips curled up in a playful arc as he pointed towards the winding mountain road leading to the fortress. On my way here, I happened to encounter several frantic Kagaya messengers. To ensure their safe return, I felt uneasy and specifically followed them, acting as an invisible bodyguard. Ke activated his Sharingan, his gaze piercing through the swirling snow, and wind, his tone turning chill. Just a few minutes ago, I watched them roll into the fortress gates. The sight of those guys could definitely infuriate that volatile woman Kagaya. Upon hearing this, the two elders exchanged glances, realizing that this kid could indeed persuade Hyuga Jinin to mobilize. They did not doubt that Uchiha Ke was lying, as such matters could be quickly verified, making lying pointless. So, Uchiha Zako looked towards the fortress, a hint of killing intent flickering in his eyes. Kagaya, I must be restless now, right? Definitely. Even I would be restless upon hearing that 800 clan members are about to perish. Ke sighed from the side. It seemed to validate his words. A loud explosion sounded from the fortress walls, and several pale figures leaped down. The leading figure crashed heavily into the snow, the terrifying impact instantly blasting the accumulated snow and frozen earth apart, creating a large crater several meters in diameter. As the dust settled, Kagaya, this sinister figure was revealed. She was clad in a bone-like armor of pure white. Her white hair danced wildly in the snowstorm, exuding a suffocating aura of brutality. She didn't even pause for a second. Leveraging her landing, she crushed the rocks beneath her feet and transformed into a streak of white light racing towards the direction of Shortbook City. Behind her, more than a dozen elite jonin followed closely, madly keeping pace with Kagaya. This assault team in pursuit of the fastest support speed carried no supplies and plunged headfirst into the vast blizzard. To think she brought so many elite jonin. Uchiha Zaku gazed at the disappearing figures, disbelief filling his eyes. Has she gone mad? Along with those in Short Book City, isn't she deploying all her elite jonin? Isn't she afraid of leaving the fortress vulnerable? She hasn't gone mad, she's just too greedy and overconfident. Ko coldly commented, she believes that few from Hyuga would dare to retaliate, and is confident that no third-party forces will intervene. This girl remains as always a muscle-brained fool. He turned to Ko beside him, a scrutinizing look in his gloomy eyes. Ko, when do you think we should set off? Ko smiled slightly, estimating Kagaya's pace. As a clan leader-level powerhouse with her current speed, 20 minutes should suffice for her to encounter Hyuga Jinin. Ko's voice sounded particularly calm amidst the cold wind, but the elite jonin behind her to conserve their fighting stamina and chakra will likely take 30 minutes, so we should wait 30 minutes before making our move. After all, we have already waited here for so long, though waiting a little longer does not matter. There's no rush as long as we can seize this bone burial ridge. This time is inconsequential. Just as I thought. Uchiha Zaku nodded in satisfaction. He gazed towards the vast snowfield in the direction where Kagaya had disappeared, his voice cold as iron. Let her run when ninja's patience is also a weapon. Thus the three of them remained quietly hidden in the snow, while the Uchiha elite behind them also concealed their presence without a sound. 1 minute. 5 minutes. 20 minutes. Time flowed slowly, and the snowstorm seemed to ease slightly. It's about time. Uchiha Ko, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them wide. His 3-demo Sharingan illuminated the dim forest, resembling two ghostly flames. All units listen up. Ko's low shout reached the ears of every Uchiha ninja. Target Bone Burial Ridge. Hold nothing back. Use your strongest ninjutsu to blast open that turtle shell. With the order given, the previously silent snowfield erupted in chaos. Hundreds of Uchiha elites simultaneously unleashed their chakra. White camouflage cloth flew away, revealing black battle uniforms adorned with the bright red Fan clan emblem on the back, like a black avalanche cascading down from the high slope, charging straight towards the distant fortress. At the Bone Burial Ridge Fortress, at the main gate tower, the Kagaya elite jonin left behind stood atop the city wall, flipping through the scroll in hand, feeling an inexplicable unease. He was one of the last 4 elite jonin remaining in the city. Lady Bai should be nearing Short Book City by now. He muttered to himself. Suddenly a nearby clan member screamed in terror, his voice pitched higher. Enemy attack. There is a massive amount of chakra ahead. It's Uchiha. What? The Kagaya elite jonin turned sharply, and at the end of his line of sight on the snowfield, countless shadows were rapidly approaching. Damn, how could Uchiha appear here? But being a battle-hardened veteran, he quickly reacted. Quickly activate the barrier highest level defense, he shouted hoarsely. Everyone to the city walls, we absolutely cannot let them break in. With his command, the entire Bone Burial Ridge fortress trembled violently, forming a massive translucent, white barrier above it. Watching the rising barrier, the busy ninjas let out a slight sigh of relief. As long as this barrier holds, if we can just hold on a little longer, Lady Bai will definitely sense the barrier's fluctuations, and... However, before he could finish speaking, he was stunned by the scene before him. For turtle shell. In the forefront, Uchiha Ko looked at the massive barrier, a hint of disdain curling. Zaku, let them witness what Uchiha's firepower is like. Understood. Uchiha Zaku excitedly licked his lips and turned to shout at the clan members behind him. Fire release team, prepare. Numerous Uchiha ninjas simultaneously formed, seals, their movements synchronized, swift as a blur. Fire release, Great Fire Dragon technique. 200 large fireballs erupted simultaneously, merging in midair, instantly transforming into a terrifying sea of flames that overshadowed the sky, turning the once gloomy sky a bright red, even evaporating the swirling snow in an instant. Such a scale of fire release. The Kagaya ninjas on the city wall turned pale, feeling as if their eyebrows were about to be scorched. But Uchiha Ko's assault was not over. As the clan leader-level powerhouse stood at the forefront, he did not use fire release. Instead, he formed a completely different seal chakra, within him swirling like a storm. It's not over yet. Uchiha Ko suddenly opened his mouth, aiming at the vast sea of flames. Wind release ultimate technique, airflow dance. A visible azure whirlwind surged from his mouth, carrying a tearing wail as it violently collided into the sea of flames. The wind fueled the flames, and the fire borrowed the wind's might. The already terrifying sea of flames underwent a qualitative transformation in that moment, the red flames instantly shifting to a heart-pounding dark golden hue, morphing into a fire dragon that spanned hundreds of meters, roaring towards the barrier ahead. A thunderous roar echoed through the heavens and earth. Under the impact of the world-destroying flames, the barrier that the Kagaya clan took pride in barely held for less than 10 seconds before emitting a mournful cry of being overburdened. The terrifying flaming dragon with undiminished momentum slammed violently against the fortress black iron gate and its walls. The hard black iron quickly melted and twisted under the intense heat, and the thick walls were torn open like paper, creating a massive breach. Several Huey ninjas guarding the gate evaporated into nothingness without even a chance to scream. The fortress gate was wide open. The barrier is shattered. Inside the fortress, the Huey ninjas who had been left behind relying on the barrier for protection stared at the Uchiha army with nothing but utter numbness and despair etched on their faces. Charge in. Yuzhibo Kong drew his long blade, the edge pointing straight into the heart of the fortress, his voice as cold as an underworld judge. Only kill the ninjas. Do not harm the civilians. If anyone blinded by bloodlust dares to touch a civilian, I will kill them. Yes. The Uchiha army poured through the blasted gap, like a flood bursting through a dam, inundating the fortress that had lost all its defenses. The slaughter began. Ke followed behind the two elders, not rushing to attack. He strode leisurely over the still-burning ruins of the gate, surveyed the hellish scene before him, the Huey ninjas weeping and fleeing under the Uchiha's blades, and shook his head gently. This is war. He lifted his gaze to the highest point of the fortress, where the banner of the Huey clan fluttered, and a cold smirk curled at the corner of his mouth. It seems the backbone of the Huey clan isn't as hard as they boasted. Suddenly, accompanied by a series of inhuman roars, over 100 remaining Huey ninjas burst out from every shadowy corner. They didn't form hand seals or use any ninja tools. The grating sound of bones cracking echoed across the battlefield. Ghastly white bone spurs tore through flesh from their elbows, knees, and spines, glinting with a chilling light under the dim fire. Several Uchiha Chunin at the front were caught off guard. Their weapons were severed by bone blades, and then a few sharp bone spears pierced through their chests. They fell into pools of blood with looks of utter reluctance. This was the Huey clan, the most crazed war machines of the ninja world. Don't panic. 3 men per team, spread out. At the critical moment, a sharp, stern voice rang out across the battlefield. Yuzhibo Zhua charged into the most dangerous fray, leading by example. He didn't use any flashy large-scale ninjutsu, because in this meat grinder where friend and foe were entangled, reckless use of fire style would only harm his clansmen. A bloodthirsty Huey Jonin roared as he lunged at Zhua, his right arm's bones swelling and shooting straight toward Zhua's face. The strike was heavy and ferocious, even tearing the air with a shrill whistle. Yet faced with this lethal blow, the 3 Scarlet Tomo in Zhua's eyes merely shifted slightly. Just as the bone spear was about to touch the tip of his nose, he sidestepped a hair's breadth to the left with an almost imperceptible motion. The sharp bone spear grazed his cheek, snapping a few strands of hair. In the fleeting moment they passed each other, Zhua moved. His right hand shot out like an iron clamp, precisely locking onto the Huey Jonin's wrist joint. A crisp crack of bone sounded, not from the Jonin drawing out his bones, but from his wrist being crushed in Zhua's grip. But this was not the end. Zhua pressed forward without pause, drew a short blade from his waist with his right hand, and thrust it straight into the opponent's heart. A single fatal blow. Without any hesitation, Zhua moved like lightning, instantly cutting into another group of Huey ninjas. Dodge, block, counterattack. His movements were fluid and seamless without any superfluous flourish. The seemingly bizarre and unpredictable bone attacks of the Huey clan before his Sharingan were as laughable as a child's scribbles. In less than 2.5 minutes, over a dozen Huey ninjas had fallen under his feet. The 4 elite Jonin left behind by the Huey clan finally made their move. Dead bone pulse dance of the wild pine. Countless sharp bone spurs instantly burst from every part of one of them, turning the man into a high-speed spinning hedgehog ball that charged into the Uchiha ranks, indiscriminate of friend or foe. Shriek! Shriek! 2 Uchiha Chunin, unable to dodge in time, were instantly riddled, like sieves, blood splattering everywhere. Everyone get back. The captain of an Uchiha elite Jonin roared, his hands forming seals rapidly. He blew out a massive fireball in an attempt to drive the opponent back, but the spinning bone spurs generated a whirlwind, forcibly cleaving the fireball apart. On the other side, a lean Huey elite pulled out his own spine, turning it into a bone whip as flexible as a snake. Dead bone pulse dance of the iron wire flower. The bone whip lashed out like a white venomous serpent, coiling tightly around an Uchiha clan member's neck, then yanking sharply. Cough. The Uchiha clansman struggled desperately, but the barbs on the bone whip sank deep into his flesh, and soon he fell silent. With the addition of these 4 elite Jonin relying on the high defense and lethal power of the dead bone pulse, they carved out a vacuum zone within the Uchiha encirclement. Troublesome bone racks. Yuzhibo Kong, who had been watching coldly from the city gate, finally moved, impatience flashing in his eyes. Looks like I have to clear the field for these little whelps. He clapped his hands together, and his chakra erupted in Earth-style Earth Flow River. The ground of the Barbican Square instantly liquefied, turning into a raging mudslide. The Hui Taijutsu unit about to launch another charge suddenly found their footing gone. Dozens of them lost balance and tumbled into the mud, their fierce assault formation collapsing instantly. Then Kong changed his hand seals. Lightning-style ground run. A dazzling bolt of lightning shot from his palm into the mudslide. The wet earth became the perfect conductor, and the wild electric current instantly transmitted to every Hui ninja who had fallen into the mud, sapping them of combat capability. Having cleared the ground, grunts, Kong slightly raised his head, his gaze locking onto the troublesome long-range ninjas on the towers on both sides. Now for you. He took a deep breath, his chest swelling high as he compressed chakra in his throat. Fire-style dragon flames singing art. Over a dozen giant flaming dragons roared forth. They didn't blindly spread out but seemed intelligent, spiraling precisely upward and charging straight into the tower's loopholes and the cover behind the corridors. Violent explosions rang out from above. Several towers instantly became burning torches, forcing the enemies occupying the high ground to jump down, where they were sliced to pieces by the Uchiha ninjas below. A clan leader's influence on the battlefield was displayed to its fullest. The Uchiha army, like a black tide, trampling over the corpses of their enemies, swiftly occupied every strategic point in the Barbican. Ke still did not participate in the slaughter. He stood atop the rubble of the shattered gate, looking down upon the entire battlefield from his vantage point. His three-tomo Sharingan slowly revolved, taking in every detail of the fight. This is the Uchiha clan. Ke murmured softly. In this era, aside from the Senju, no other clan can block the charge of these reedy fanatics on a frontal battlefield. The night was as thick as ink that could not be dissolved, smothering a wilderness called Duanjiyuan. The darkness before dawn was always the most haunting. This was the front line of the Uchiha and Senju standoff. The two army strongholds were separated by no more than 30 li, with a buffer zone strewn with corpses and traps lying between them. Inside the central command tent of the Uchiha camp, candlelight flickered, casting a long shadow of a figure upon the tent's fabric. Uchiha Taijima sat in the main seat, holding a frontline deployment map that had just arrived. However, his gaze was not on the map, but fixed to the east, the direction of the Senju camp, and also where the sun would rise. Clan leader. The tent flap was pushed aside, and Uchiha Ta walked in, clad in armor, and with furrowed brows that could not hide a trace of anxiety. Dew from the late night still clung to his armor. Any movement from the Senju. Taijima put down the scroll, his voice steady and forceful. Ta walked to the large map hanging on the wall, his finger tracing heavily across the middle ground between the two armies. That old fox Senju Butsuma has been probing more frequently. It seems he knows you've come to the front. He sent many intelligence ninjas to try and uncover our latest defense arrangements. But, TOS voice lowered. Even the few defensive holes we deliberately exposed didn't lure them in. They just kept circling outside. He's hesitating. Taijima sneered. The Kagaya clan's major move at Duanshuching can't escape his notice. The news of Hyuga Genin's strike has reached us, and it should have reached his ears by now. The shinobi world is about to boil over into chaos. Senju Butsuma won't dare to act rashly. Right now he must be wondering whether our Uchiha main force is waiting for him here, or has slipped away to feast on Kagaya's flesh. Butsuma is inherently suspicious. He won't make a move until he understands the situation. This is our opportunity. Ta nodded, but the worry on his brow did not dissipate. He paced back and forth inside the tent, his war boots thudding dully against the ground. To your two tents. Taijima slowly rose and stood at the tent entrance, hands clasped behind his back. His eyes held no fear, only the fervor and confidence of a gambler about to reveal his cards. As long as the two of us are here, Senju Butsuma won't launch a full-scale assault. Though he faces less pressure from other clans than we do, he can't possibly go all in at once. And besides, Taijima's gaze grew deep. Since we've chosen to gamble, we must have the nerve to place our bets. That boy's plan is perfectly sound. All we have to do now is intimidate Senju Butsuma and trust that they can take down Kagaya Yumi. He looked up at the morning star, the brightest in the sky before dawn. I have a feeling good news is coming. The same dawn within the Uchiha clan grounds. As the highest commander of the clan grounds, the elder Uchiha Jean stood alone on the topmost attic of his mansion, draped in a heavy black coat. From here, he could overlook the entire Uchiha territory and gaze upon the northern mountain ranges. The clan grounds were still asleep in the early morning, enveloped in silence. Huff. Jean exhaled a puff of white breath, watching it dissipate in the cold wind. His usually dignified and stern face now bore the worry that only surfaced in solitude. He was not worried about the clan's safety, for he trusted Taijima and to hold the front, and he trusted himself to guard the clan grounds. He was worried about his only child hundreds of kilometers away. Zanguling. That's a tiger's den the Kagaya clan has fortified for decades. Elder, A gentle voice sounded behind him, interrupting his thoughts. Jean turned to see the young maid Shay standing at the stairway holding a pot of hot tea. She wore a thin nightgown, a thick coat that was clearly too large draped over her shoulders, and her small face was pale from the cold wind. Dark circles ringed her eyes, and her fingers trembled slightly as she held the tray. Clearly she too had not slept a wink. Shay, so early. A rare gentleness appeared on Jean's dignified face. He had a fondness for this little girl he had picked up from the battlefield who had always taken care of his son. I couldn't sleep. Shay stepped forward and carefully poured Jean a cup of hot tea. Elder, is this mission more dangerous than any before? Any news? No news is the best news. Jean took the cup, warming his cold hands, and sighed softly as he gazed at the distant horizon. It's almost dawn. Aren't you worried? Shay mustered her courage to ask softly. Worried? Jean chuckled and took a sip of tea, his gaze returning to the distance now complex. I'm his father. How could I not be worried? His voice dropped low, carrying a father's guilt and pride, sounding especially clear in the silence. But Shay, as a man of the Uchiha clan, one must eventually spread his wings. Since he chose this path, he must bear the risks that come with it. Jean put down the cup and tightened his coat. Go back to sleep. I think we'll soon hear news of that brat's At that same moment, in Zanguling, the battle had entered its final stage. With the complete collapse of the outer defenses, the remaining Kagaya ninjas, under the command of only 2 elite jonin, retreated into the innermost fortress of the stronghold. Uchiha scum, come on in if you dare. Mad shouts came from within the gates. This is where we store explosive tags, tens of thousands of them. Take one step closer, and we'll blow it all to hell. We'll all die together. What a bunch of stubborn, rotten bones. Uchiha Shaku wiped the blood from his face and frowned at the sea. Kong, what do you think? If they actually blow it, the supplies here will be lost, and we'll need considerable effort to rebuild the fortress. Should we have Ke infiltrate using Flying Thunder God? Shaku asked. He turned to look for Ke, only to find the youth leaning against a broken stone pillar, his expression one of amused spectatorship. Infiltrate? Uchiha Kong sneered, a cruel and contemptuous smile curling at the corners of his mouth. His robe billowed in the cold wind, fully revealing the aura of a clan-level powerhouse. Shaku, when did you become so timid? Has managing the accounts in the clan grounds for too long made you lose sight of priorities? We only need this strategic height. The supplies here and the reconstruction materials are nothing. The Kagaya clan thinks they can negotiate with us by hiding in their turtle shell. How naively adorable. Uchiha Kong gazed coldly at the inner fortress, his eyes devoid of any regret for the supplies. Supplies? Let them be destroyed. Ores can be mined again, money can be earned anew. But his eyes were as cold as iron, his voice echoing across the entire battlefield. The prestige of the Uchiha shall never be challenged. The Kagaya clan must pay the price. Today I will make them fully understand the consequences of provoking the Uchiha. All troops fall back 50 meters. Kong issued the final command, then turned to look at Hikaru beside him. Hikaru, let's do it together. Hold nothing back. Use your strongest fire release. Uchiha Hikaru paused in surprise, then a ferocious, excited grin spread across his face. Excellent. This is the Uchiha Kong I know. The 2 clan leader level powerhouses formed hand seals simultaneously, completing them within 2 seconds. Fire release, Hihayahi sword. Wind release, great breakthrough. This attack was far more concentrated than the one that had shattered the outer barriers, striking the stone gate and walls of the inner fortress with overwhelming force. Colossal rocks and iron gates were as fragile as paper under such a level of firepower. As the explosive tags inside detonated, all the Kagaya ninjas within were instantly consumed by the scorching heat. As the smoke and dust cleared, the gruesome scene inside the inner fortress was revealed, a blazing inferno. Kill. Leave no one alive. Ke walked slowly into the ruins, hands in his pockets, stepping over rubble, still burning beams, and the bodies of Kagaya clansmen. He glanced at the charred supply crates and scrolls scattered on the ground, his face showing not a trace of regret, only indifference. As for the Kagaya's bloodline limit, neither he nor the other Uchiha had any interest in such self-mutilating jutsu. However, these corpses and the half-dead Kagaya members could perhaps be put to some use. The first rays of dawn finally pierced through the raging blizzard, illuminating the battered, yet still majestic fortress walls. The snow stopped, the wind died down, only the heavy stench of blood in the air told the story of the preceding hours of carnage. Uchiha Hikaru strode forward and swung his long sword down fiercely. The war banner bearing the white skeletal totem of the Kagaya clan was severed in a single stroke, kicked off the cliff like trash, and vanished into the boundless sea of clouds. Immediately after, several Uchiha clansmen raised a huge battle flag together. Against the pitch-black background, the blackened fan-shaped clan emblem stood out starkly, flapping loudly at the highest point of Bone Burial Ridge. The Uchiha army below erupted in thunderous cheers, the ecstasy of vengeance and the glory of conquest. The fang that had been lodged in the Uchiha's throat for decades had finally been pulled out. Ke stood alone at the very edge of the tower, letting the cold wind ruffle his hair. His black coat fluttered behind him as he gazed toward the distant city of Tenaseki, narrowing his eyes and curving his lips into a chilling smirk. If my calculations are right, that woman Kagaya Midori should still be fighting Hyuga Jinbu. I wonder what her expression will be when she finds out her home has been taken. But first she has to survive those two Hyuga. Huff huff. Several pale figures were fleeing desperately across the snowfield. Kagaya Midori led the charge, her breathing heavy and rapid, her long white hair plastered to her face by the snow and wind. Prolonged use of the body flicker technique for travel was an enormous drain, even for a clan leader. After all, the Jonin who had come from Tenaseki to deliver intelligence had nearly died on arrival at Bone Burial Ridge from using the technique all the way. But behind her, the four Kagaya elite Jonin were in even worse shape, barely keeping pace with Midori. Midori saw the silhouette of Tenaseki growing clearer in the distance, a flicker of anxiety and hope in her eyes. Once we reach the battlefield, we can. Just then, an inexplicable sense of dread suddenly gripped her heart. The barrier at the Bone Burial Ridge fortress. She had personally refined it earlier. In that instant, she felt that— Stop! Kagaya Midori skidded to a halt and barked. Lady Midori, what's wrong? Tenaseki is right ahead. One of the elite Jonin stopped, panting, and asked in confusion. Midori did not answer. Instead, she whirled around, her gaze locked on the direction they had come from, the direction of her home base, Bone Burial Ridge. Though dozens of kilometers of snow and mountains blocked the view, her heart was racing. The terrifying intuition that her home had been raided sent a chill through her entire body. Something's wrong. The fortress, something's wrong. Kagaya Midori's voice trembled. The barrier has been broken. What? The four Jonin's faces went pale. Could the Hyuga have taken the chance to strike? Impossible, another Jonin retorted. Hyuga Jinbu is here. Where would they get the extra troops to attack Bone Burial Ridge? Unless— He didn't finish the sentence. Everyone had already thought of the only possibility. Uchiha. Kagaya Midori ground out the name through clenched teeth, her eyes filled with hesitation. If the Uchiha really had attacked the fortress, then Bone Burial Ridge might already have fallen. In that case, it was better to forge ahead. Tenaseki was right ahead with over 1,000 clansmen, the hope of the Kagaya clan. Lady Midori, we can't turn back now. One of the Jonin shouted anxiously at the hesitating Midori. We've come this far. If we go back now and the fortress hasn't fallen, then Master Akamatsu and the others will die for nothing. If it has fallen, the few of us can't retake it anyway. This was the sunk cost trap Ko had set for her. Kagaya Midori gazed at the distant Tenaseki, took a deep breath, suppressed the growing unease in her heart, and a gambler's madness flickered in her eyes. You're right. We've come this far, there's no turning back. Maybe it's just my imagination or a minor glitch in the barrier, she consoled herself self-deceptively. As long as we capture Hyuga Jinbu and rescue Akamatsu, everything can still be salvaged. 10 minutes later, when Kagaya Midori burst out of the last stretch of forest and the view opened before her, she came to a halt. Yet what greeted her eyes was neither the tragic scene of Akamatsu's desperate last stand nor the impatience of Hyuga Jinbu failing to break through. Before her lay a silent plain. The ground was pockmarked with Jutsu traces, blood staining every inch of earth. Bodies clad in Kagaya attire lay in pools of blood. Over 800 people, not a single survivor. Kagaya Midori stared blankly, her mind a complete void. You arrived quite quickly, Deputy Clan Leader Kagaya. Just then a deep authoritative voice came from ahead. Countless figures emerged like ghosts from the surrounding woods. Hundreds of Hyuga ninjas encircling Midori and her group. Straight ahead, Hyuga Jinbu strode out in full battle attire. Beside him stood an old man with snow-white hair and beard, his Byakugan locked coldly onto Kagaya Midori. Two clan leader level combatants. Kagaya Midori's body began to tremble uncontrollably. Your Hyuga Jinbu looked at the prey that had delivered itself to his doorstep, a savage grin spreading across his face. Your clansmen have already gone ahead to wait for you below. Now it's your turn. The biting cold wind howled across the blood-soaked wasteland, carrying with it a nauseating stench. In the center of the battlefield, Hui Yibai knelt on one knee, propping herself up with her shattered bone blade, gasping for breath. Her body was covered in horrifying wounds, and her armor lay in tatters, exposing the rolling flesh and stark, white bones beneath. Surrounding her on the ground were several elite shinobi from Hui Yi who had raced alongside her, now all sprawled in pools of blood transformed into cold corpses. No reinforcements, no miracles. Before her stood the two clan leaders, Hinata Shinrin and Hinata Zo. Hui Yibai emitted a hoarse and mournful laugh, blood trickling down from the corner of her mouth. What a great scheme. Hinata Schwanren, I never expected you to have such resolve. She had lost. The moment the Hinata army surged from all directions, she knew that Hui Yi's future years, perhaps even decades, would be grim and that she and all her subordinates were destined to perish today. Huiyi Hinata, Shinrin slowly approached her, his white haori still pristine, his imposing white eyes coldly gazing at the vice clan leader devoid of any compassion. This is all self-inflicted. The moment you set your sights on my daughter, you should have prepared for how to die. Huiyi suddenly looked up, her bloodshot eyes bursting with a final demonic frenzy. You want my life? Then let your Hinata clan's blood pay for it. A terrifying surge of chakra erupted from her body, the last power extracted by sacrificing her life force. Corpse bone pulse, early fern dance. Crack, crack. Countless thick, sharp, pale bone spikes like spears erupted violently from beneath the frozen earth, without warning. They grew at a shocking speed, instantly transforming the area into a forest of deathly bones. The dozen or so Hinata shinobi maintaining the encirclement reacted quickly to defend, but faced with this desperate counterattack, they were brutally pierced through. Blood splattered as several Hinata ninjas were impaled through the chest and abdomen by the sharp-boned spears hanging in midair, letting out wretched screams. Seizing the moment of chaos, Huiyi gripped the strongest spear formed from her own spine and thrust it directly at Hinata Xuanren's heart. This was a strike that would end them both. However, stubborn and unyielding, the second elder Hinata Zongsho, who had been standing beside Xuanren, moved. 8 trigrams air palm. Without direct contact, the sharp gust of palm wind precisely struck Huiyi's body still in midair. Huiyi felt her body go numb. The chakra that had been flowing smoothly suddenly interrupted at several crucial points, causing her movements to freeze for a moment. And in the world of powerful adversaries, this moment of stillness was a death sentence. 8 trigrams, 128 palms. Hinata Xuanren's figure sliced through the air like a phantom, his palms becoming a flurry of afterimages fast enough to cause the air to explode with sound. 2 palms, 4 palms, 8 palms. 128 palms. Each strike carried the terrifying chakra capable of shattering gold and jade, violently imprinting on Huiyi's body. The bones that the Huiyi clan took pride in cracked under the overwhelming force of the soft fist technique. Her internal organs, meridians, and bones were all shattered in that instant. As Xuanren's final palm struck heavily against her chest, Huiyi flew backwards like a kite, with a severed string crashing through several of her own bone spikes and landing in the blood-soaked ground like a heap of mush. The battle was over. Huiyi lay on the ground, her entire body crushed, unable to move even a finger, her gaze gradually growing distant, yet still fixated on the direction of Zongu Ridge. Is the fortress still there? She murmured in a voice so faint it was barely audible. Hinata Shinrin approached her, looking down at this once mighty opponent with a cold gaze. Rest easy. Shinrin slowly drew his sword from his waist. By the time you die, the Uchiha flag should have already been planted there. Upon hearing this, an endless regret and despair surged in Huiyi's eyes. She didn't regret starting the war. She still felt there was nothing wrong with her plans. What she regretted was her miscalculation of the resolve of the Hinata and Uchiha, especially her misjudgment of the Uchiha. Even if Hinata's second elder hadn't come today, the duration of her battle with Shinrin alone would have been enough for the fortress to be taken 3 or 4 times. A flash of cold light. A head full of white hair rolled into the snow, eyes still wide open, unable to close even in death. Huiyi, a clan known for madness and slaughter during the Warring States period, officially withdrew from the ranks of the prominent families in the Land of Fire with the fall of this vice-clan leader. Clan leader, the battlefield has been cleared, reported a Hinata branch shinobi. Over 760 of Huiyi's 800 have died, and over 50 are severely wounded and captured, having lost their combat capability. Very good. Hinata Shinrin sheathed his sword, not even glancing at the headless corpse on the ground, turning to face the Hinata army behind him. Take the captives and set out target Zongu Ridge. At Zongu Ridge Fortress, the midday sun shone upon the ravaged fortress, melting the remaining snow. On the city walls, Uchiha Zhuang and Uchiha Kong looked down from above, their eyes filled with vigilance and pride. Below, Hinata Shinrin led the way, followed by hundreds of Hinata clansmen who had just experienced life-and-death battles. Uchiha Kong squinted, feeling the pressure from below, but a cold smile crept onto his lips. Shinrin and Zongsho, this time the Hinata clan has indeed placed a big bet. Xuanren's boldness even surprised Kong, who was quite familiar with him, though upon reflection, it was somewhat... In fact, this collaboration between Uchiha and Hinata was digging a pit for each other, that being Huiyi and the forces she left in Duansu City. If the Hinata had not wiped out these people this time, when Huiyi returned to her clan despite having contracted their defenses, the losses in high-end combat strength would not have been great. With Huiyi's grudges and madness, she would undoubtedly retaliate against Hinata and Uchiha, and the lands recently acquired by both clans would be the closest target for her revenge. Huiyi's choice of target could only be between the iron fortress repaired by Uchiha and and the Hinata territory on the vast plains, the answer to this choice was naturally self-evident. However, this time Shinrin took advantage of the momentum to completely crush Hui Yi, ensuring that for at least the next few years, they wouldn't have to worry about overt actions from the other side during her recovery. Open the gates. Uchiha Kong flicked his black robe and strode out with Uchiha Zhuang. The high-level members of the two clans formally convened amidst the freshly claimed ruins. Rishiang Shinrin strode at the forefront, his steps steady, each footfall on the broken stones producing a solid muffled thud. Even after enduring an intense confrontation, the patriarch of the Hyuga clan showed no trace of fatigue. With a casual wave of his hand, a clan retainer bowed and stepped forward bearing a wooden casket. The casket opened, revealing the unblinking head of Hui, by her face frozen in the terror of her final moments. Elder Yuzhibo Kong. Xuanren's voice was calm, echoing across the desolate ruins. The Hyuga have lured away that woman Hui Bai as promised, and this old man has even taken her life for you. His gaze struck like lightning, fixed upon Yuzhibo Kong before him, his tone carrying an undisguised interrogation. Has that which the Uchiha promised been prepared? Facing this suffocating pressure, Yuzhibo Kong remained remarkably composed, a well-placed smile curling at the corner of his lips as he bowed slightly, his movements graceful and poised. The Hyuga patriarch is truly divinely mighty. Kong's voice was hoarse yet magnetic. Rest assured, the Uchiha never deceive worthy allies. We have prepared everything awaiting your takeover. He turned sideways, his right hand gesturing gracefully in a welcoming motion. The main hall of the Bone Burial Ridge Fortress had once been Hui Bai's palace. Now the decorations on the walls had been violently torn down by Uchiha ninjas, and even the floorboards had been pried open to reveal all hidden compartments. In the center of the hall stood a temporary solid wood long table. On both sides of the negotiation table, Kong and Zhua sat side by side, while Shinrin and Zhongsho sat opposite them. Apart from the guards, only these four beings of the era's highest combat power remained in the room. Without unnecessary pleasantries, the most efficient communication at such a time was to lay all cards on the table. Yuzhibo Kong retrieved a thick stack of official documents, contracts, and a meticulously drawn map, spreading them flat across the table. These are the 3 major towns and 12 villages in the eastern plains of Hui, along with all relevant administrative documents. Kong pointed a finger at the vast region on the map. According to the Covenant, the jurisdiction over the mines, medicinal fields, grain production, and the registered 100,000 civilians here all belong to the Hyuga. He raised his head, his tone turning exceptionally grave. All Uchiha intelligence posts and covert outposts deployed there will be completely evacuated within 5 days. If you find any Uchiha still stationed there after 5 days, you may execute them on the spot. Rishiang Shinrin picked up the documents, flipping through them page by page. Upon confirming the detailed population census and accurate land boundary measurements, a satisfied expression crossed his face. 100,000 civilians and vast tracts of farmland. To the Hyuga clan, this was more precious than any ninja technique scroll. The Uchiha are indeed straightforward. Shinrin closed the documents and solemnly handed them to the second elder beside him. With the transfer of interests complete, the previously stagnant air in the hall finally eased. Just then Shinrin suddenly recalled the last batch of survivors he had captured outside Tanjo Castle. Each wounded, yet their eyes gleaming with a mad dog's light. What do you plan to do with those dozens of Hui remnants? Xuanren's tone was filled with disdain and disgust. To the Hyuga, a clan that valued order and discipline, the savage Hui were natural outcasts. Keeping such mad dogs waste food. In this old man's view, bury them directly as fertilizer. At least they'll contribute something to this land. Upon hearing this, Yuzhibo Kong recalled what that brat Ku had said while tugging his sleeve just tens of minutes ago. Elder Kong, the Hui are the most durable expendables. The Hyuga are too finicky and troublesome, they'll want to kill them. If you can remember to ask for them casually. They are born to toil to death in deep mines. Better to use these beasts than our own clansmen. Or with that thought, Yuzhibo Kong picked up his teacup and took a gentle sip. If the Hyuga patriarch finds it troublesome to dispose of this trash, why not leave it to the Uchiha? Kong set down his cup, pointing at the broken defensive structures outside the fortress. As you can see, the fortress is largely destroyed, requiring massive repairs. These hard-boned Hui ninjas are just the right labor. Hearing this, a twitch tugged at the corner of Xuanren's mouth. These Uchiha fellows really know how to squeeze every last drop out of even the bones. But he was also glad to be rid of the nuisance. Waving his hand dismissively, he said indifferently, since Elder Kong needs them, take these scraps. Thank you. Kong nodded slightly. On the fortress walls of Bone Burial Ridge, the cold wind howled fiercely at the heights. Yuzhibo Ke stood at the very edge, hands in his pockets. He let the wind tousle his jet-black short hair, his expression eerily calm. Beside him, Rishiang Qinxue stood silently, having changed into a pale yellow yukata that seemed somewhat out of place among the ruins, yet against her icy, peerless beauty, it evoked an indescribable artistic conception. Neither of them had participated in the adults' war of words. Their current strength and age did not grant them a seat at the negotiation table. In the square below, Uchiha ninjas were herding dozens of Huey captives like livestock toward the entrance of a temporary Earth-style prison camp erected in the darkness. Just a few days ago, they were the masters of this land. Qinxue spoke softly, a hint of desolate sympathy creeping into her voice. Now they are being weighed and measured as expendables. Ku, after seeing this often, don't you think the world is absurd? Absurd. Ku turned his head, his eyes devoid of any pity. No, this is the portrait of the times. The winner takes all. If we had lost today, it would be us and our clansmen being whipped right now. Qinxue fell silent, gazing at Ke's profile. She had long known that from the moment the plan was set in Tanjo Castle, this man had never intended to leave any path of survival for the Huey. Suddenly, Qinxue turned and stared into Ke's eyes. You should know that once news reaches the Senju clan, Shinsho Foxian will never let this go. The Huey patriarch will likely become even more frenzied. Frenzied? Ke let out a contemptuous laugh. Then let him go mad. It's time for the Huey to step off the stage of this era. If that Huey patriarch has any sense, he should choose to bide his time and accumulate strength. After all, their clan's home territory is a decent piece of land. As for Shinsho Foxian, Ke turned his head, his smile shifting from contempt to arrogance. Then let him come. In this era, the obstruction of information was only true for ordinary people. As for ninjas, especially the slightest movements among the great clans, they would always spread throughout the entire Huaji country within a few days. The morning of Duanzi City always carried a sense of decadence after a hangover, yet today the air was additionally infused with an intense, unshakable scent of rust. The unique odor of blood congealed in the cold wind. Footsteps shattered the thin frost on the bluestone slabs. The Rishiang clan's reinforcement unit, a 20-man elite squad led by the main family, had already stormed into the Rishiang stronghold located in the southern part of the city. Shansheng looked up upon hearing the sound, revealing an extremely peculiar smile. Survived, huh? Shansheng murmured. Let's return to the clan grounds. Huaji country is about to change. At almost the same time, the door of a dying workshop on Duanzi Street, also a Yuzhibo stronghold, was smashed open by another group of shadows. Are they all still alive? The jonin who came to receive them asked in a low voice. All four are still alive. The leading ANBU shinobi responded in a hushed tone. Without unnecessary words, he swiftly merged with the rescuer into the morning fog. The same sunlight fell upon the main family's bone fortress in the Huey clan grounds, yet it appeared gloomy and lifeless. In the central hall of the clan grounds, it was so quiet that even the sound of dust falling could be heard distinctly. The Huey clan leader was staring intently at the two urgent secret reports on the table. One was sent from Zongu Ridge when it was conquered, the other was brought by the assistant ninja from Duanzi City after he retreated upon seeing the unfavorable situation. A thunderous slap on the table rang out. The low wooden table made of solid wood before the Huey clan leader instantly split, with a crack extending to the corner under the heavy palm force, while wood shavings drifted silently in the air. Bai is dead. This waste even lost Zongu Ridge. His voice was low and hoarse, filled with disappointment toward the deputy clan leader. Still no one in the hall dared to respond. They understood all too well the significance behind this battle loss. The Huey clan would lose its voice in the competition for hegemony in the hinterlands of Huaji country for the next few years. Issue my order. When the Huey clan leader opened his eyes again, madness had been replaced by icy rationality. Abandon all settlements on the eastern plains. Don't bother with those civilians. Withdraw all remaining ninjas to the core area of the clan grounds. If they want that land, let them have it for now, or we will take it back later. This was a shameful retreat, and it proclaimed that the former arrogance of the Huey had been trampled underfoot by the two clans. At this moment within the Yuzhibo clan grounds, it was an entirely different scene. In the courtyard of the elder Yuzhibo, Jean the old man was sitting on the veranda holding a detailed battle report personally written by Ku. As expected of my son. Just as Jean was about to return to his room to study how to take over Zongu Ridge, a sound of footsteps came from the entrance. Yuzhibo Ban and Yuzhibo Chuanai, the two of them, pushed open the door under the attendant's service. Uncle Jean has Brother Ke's mission ended. Chuanai spoke, his tone full of admiration. It was a great victory. The elder Jean did not hesitate to hand the scroll to the two brothers. There was no classified intelligence in this battle report. With the permissions of these two, they could all learn about it. Zongu Ridge has been captured and Huey Bai has also been killed. Ban took the scroll, and Chuanai curiously leaned over. As they read, the expressions of the two youths became complex. Especially Ban. Although he was warlike and even a bit arrogant, he was not stupid. He understood all too well the interests represented behind that battle report. No way. Ben suddenly stood up, his eyes full of wildness. Since the obstacles on the Western Front have been cleared, the Qianzhou will probably be unable to sit still and launch a general offensive. Elder, I hope you can transfer me to the central battlefield. Not so fast. Jean gestured with his hand. Let's discuss and finalize the deployment of the battle lines first. Besides, everything must be decided by your father in the end. Inside the command tent of the Qianzhou clan, on the front line, Senju Fujian's face was so gloomy it seemed to drip water. He stared fiercely at the map, his gaze sweeping like a blade over the 2 points of Zanggu Ridge and Duanzi City. Beside him, several elite jonin showed troubled expressions, not daring to breathe heavily. They had just received news of Zanggu Ridge's fall. A notice about taking over the territory delivered flamboyantly by a member of the Rishiang clan, and the intelligence from their own information ninjas also confirmed its accuracy. Tiandao. Fujian's voice was extremely low and hurried. These past few days I've been wondering why you have always been hiding in the main camp, even though you have already completed the full mobilization on the front lines. Fujian finally saw through the truth completely. Tiando's actions on the front line were merely a ruse, not only to divert Hui's attention, but also to deceive him as well. Taking advantage of his suspicious nature, they bought the Yuzibo a few days' time difference, and it was precisely this time difference that allowed the Yuzibo and Rishiang to run wild at Zanggu Ridge without restraint. As the clan leader of a great clan, Fujian possessed top-tier military acumen. He knew that at this moment, he could no longer follow the original rhythm. Since the threat on the Eastern Front had been eliminated once the Yuzibo finished consolidating everything at Zanggu Ridge, these forces would be committed to the front line, and the Qianzhou would face greater pressure than in the last war. We must attack, taking advantage of the opportunity while Kong and Zhuo are still reorganizing on the Eastern Front. Fujian stood up, his voice exuding chillness. Since Tiandao played tricks, then I will use absolute strength to tell him that this little cleverness is useless. The battles between the Qianzhou and the Yuzibo were nothing new in these hundreds of years. But for the ninjas of all clans at present, this meant the brief period of peace had come to an end. In the central front line, the lantern light within the Uchiha command tent was not particularly bright. The oil lamp flickered on the rough wooden table, emitting a soft crackling sound as the grease burned. Uchiha Taijima's wild black hair cast a massive shadow in the firelight. His slender fingertips brushed lightly over the scroll that had just arrived, his eyes scanning the text. The words on the scroll caused the man who stood at the pinnacle of the current ninja world to sharply contract his pupils. Setting down the scroll, he slowly leaned back in his chair, a fleeting smile flashing in his eyes. Uchiha Tobi, who had been sitting nearby, put down the defensive line map. Moving closer to confirm the battle results, his rigid shoulders finally relaxed abruptly, and he let out a long-held breath of turbid air. They actually pulled it off. Tobi muttered to himself. Ko managed to make Xianren and Zhongshou personally lead the charge into the field. Since this intelligence has reached us, Butsuma must have received it too. Taijima's fingers tapped lightly on the table. Tobi, if you were Butsuma, what would you do now? The two exchanged glances, and the initial trace of joy was swiftly replaced by extreme vigilance. Butsuma has been probing the front line constantly over these past few days. Tobi stood up, pointing at the blank area on the map, analyzing rapidly. He was indecisive because he was guessing how many troops we had committed to the front. Now this battle report reveals our hand. He must have realized it. Kong and Zhuo's forces are still reorganizing. Digesting the legacy Kagaya left behind at Zanggu Ridge is impossible to accomplish in a short time. Taijima also stood up, taking over the conversation. This is our weakest moment. Although Butsuma is inherently suspicious, he is more decisive than anyone at critical junctures. He surely knows that if he doesn't strike now, once we consolidate the Eastern Front, their hard times will begin. Taijima walked to the tent entrance. To the east, the first pale blue dawn was tearing through the clouds. Send orders to the entire front line. Taijima's voice was devoid of emotion. From this moment on, everyone is to hold their positions steadfastly, without the slightest slack. Ke had returned to the clan compound for 2.5 days. After parting with Qianxue, he did not stay at Zanggu Ridge, nor did he wait for Kong and Zhuo. Instead, he used the Flying Thunder God technique to rush back overnight to savor the last moments before the war. At this moment, the Uchiha clan compound was still immersed in the lazy afternoon of winter. The sunlight, far from the raging flames of war, appeared exceptionally gentle, casting a serene texture over the ancient wooden buildings. The air was filled with a faint woody fragrance. In the center of the courtyard, a small man-made pond was crystal clear, with fish darting startledly through the water plants. Shea was currently focused on her training. Her feet, like meticulously carved white jade, stood steadily on the mirror-like surface of the pond. Ku opened one eye. He could see in that profound stillness clear droplets sliding down her jade-white insteps. Seems you've been practicing well these days. Ku's voice sounded softly. Oh, Startled, Shea's perfectly maintained chakra balance collapsed violently in an instant, and she fell into the water with a cry. Young master. Shea climbed back to the porch somewhat awkwardly. The hem of her clothes soaked through became extremely heavy, dragging a trail of dull water sounds. She rubbed her wet feet with a hint of embarrassment biting her lip and casting a surreptitious, reproachful glance at Ku. It's just that seeing you stay here for an entire afternoon is rare, so I wanted to practice a bit more and show you a better performance. As she meticulously wiped the gaps between her toes with a towel, she murmured quietly, using fire release to heat the water might be a bit extravagant, but the temperature in the water is really comfortable. Controlling chakra is a ninja's instinct. Ku picked up a cup of warm tea. But you've improved a lot. Hearing the praise, the girl's face flushed crimson to the roots of her ears, and her bare feet swayed anxiously on the porch edge. Yet this peace lasted barely a quarter of an hour. Suddenly, a violent rush of footsteps came from outside the courtyard. Bang! The wooden gate of the yard was pushed open with extreme force. Uchiha Long rushed in, his chest heaving. The clatter of his ninja tool pouch produced a sharp metallic sound from his running. Brother Ku. Has Butsuma issued the order for a general attack? Ku set down his teacup, his voice cold and devoid of any fluctuation. Yes. News came 3 hours ago. Long wiped the sweat from his forehead roughly. Senju Butsuma launched a full-scale assault across the entire front. Fortunately, Elder Toby and Father had set up the defenses in advance, and they are holding the line waiting for you. How is the battle going? I don't know the specifics, but Elder Kong left as soon as he returned yesterday, and even the Great Elder just departed. Long's expression was tinged with excitement. Uncle Joa has returned to the Central Command to handle all clan affairs. He just ordered all Chunin-level members of the new generation to gather in the main hall. He will assign us tasks. The young maid said nothing. The moment Long burst, and she knew that the tranquility of the past few days was nothing but a luxury illusion. Without a word, Ku patted Shea on the head and left the house with Long. When the two pushed open the large door, dozens of chakra signatures intertwined in the dimly lit hall. Ku stopped, his gaze sweeping across the room. Almost every face was familiar. At the very front naturally stood Uchiha Madara, arms crossed, silently waiting. By his side, Izuna was speaking in low tones with a few peers, his expression cold and stern. Behind them were about 50 young ninjas, the younger generation currently in the clan compound. Most were only 12 or 13 years old. The youngest were barely 8 or 9. In the normal course of history, many of these children would have perished during the infamous Hitaki night. But now, thanks to Ku's intervention, they had survived and grown rapidly. Ku swept his eyes over them. Besides himself and Madara, there were 2 or 3 other jonin among the younger ones, all about 14 or 15. The rest, even the youngest like 80-year-old Long and Izuna, had at least reached Chunin level. You're late, Ku. Madara's low voice cut through the noise precisely. Well, I just got the message to assemble, and silence. Uchiha was seated in the main seat of the hall, slowly walked to the large map. Behind him, picked up a pointer, and wore an expression of unprecedented seriousness. Since everyone is here, I won't beat around the bush. Senju Butsuma has gone mad. He has gathered over 7,000 ninjas from the entire Senju clan and launched a full-scale assault on our positions, trying to break through our defenses before the elites led by Kong and Joa can return. Joa's wooden pointer struck the map heavily at 3 points. 3 massive arrows marked in bright reds. The current battle situation is divided into 3 fronts. First, the central main battlefield. Joa pointed to the middle of the map. Clan leader Taijima and Elder Toby are personally stationed there. Senju Butsuma's main force is biting into that position like a mad dog. The pressure is greatest. Second, the left flank supply line. The pointer slid to the left. This is a defensive line covering our logistics. Elder Jean has gone to guard it personally. Joa paused, his gaze turning extremely grim, and pointed to the rightmost side of the map, a complex area connecting the river and dense forest. The trickiest part is here, the right flank river valley. The Senju are fighting for control of this area. Their intention is clear. Joa looked at the audience and spoke word by word. They want to penetrate from the right flank, bypass the main battlefield, and encircle us. If they succeed, either our home base will be destroyed or our main front will be attacked from the rear. Elder Kong went there yesterday. Now I need you to choose which battlefield you want to go to and which unit you want to join. Think it over carefully. Joa continued. You are all the young generation's talents, so I give you the autonomy to choose the defense line you wish to join and the enemies you wish to face. Will you clash head-in in the center, or will you take a risky route on the flanks? Those who wish to go to the left wing should stand to my right, those who wish to go to the right wing should stand to my left, and those who wish to go to the center should stand before me. The moment the words fell, the air in the hall seemed to freeze for a second, and a figure stepped forward first. It was Uchiha Madara. He walked straight towards the area representing the central battlefield. I want to go to the center. Madara's voice was not loud, but carried an air of superiority. The Senju Buddha is right there, and my father is there as well. Since I can choose for myself, I will choose the place that can sharpen me the most. Brother Madara, I want to go to the Central War Zone too. Almost as soon as Madara moved, Uchiha Ke followed closely behind. He glanced at Uchiha Izuna, who had not yet moved, and although a flicker of hesitation crossed his eyes, he ultimately stood firmly behind Madara. Madara turned to look at Take, a strange expression flashing in his eyes, but in the end he merely said coldly, I can't protect you when the time comes, are you sure? I am sure. Take's fighting spirit was ignited by Madara's words, and he raised his head to respond. With the two of them leading, more than 20 youths stepped forward from the crowd, choosing the places they wished to go. To Kira's surprise, Uchiha Izuna actually chose not to go to the central battlefield with his brother, but instead opted for the right wing. In the canyon, I wonder if Izuna will encounter his nemesis. If he does in a watery place, it could be troublesome, Kuro thought to himself. Soon only a handful of people remained in the hall who had not made their choice. Uchiha Kuro, hands in his pockets, remained silent, his gaze drifting across the map, finally settling on the location of the right wing canyon. Then I'll go to the right wing. Perhaps I can practice against that white-haired kid. With his mind made up, Kuro took a step forward, preparing to head toward the right wing where Izuna was. As Izuna saw Kuro approaching, a look of surprise flashed across his face, and just as he was about to say something, Uchiha, Kuro, don't choose yet. Uchiha's voice abruptly rang out, stopping him. Kira's foot hovered in the air, pausing slightly before retracting it. He turned somewhat confused to look at Joie, while the gazes of others in the hall instantly focused on Kuro. Madara furrowed his brow, seeming to want to say something, but ultimately remained silent. Others, proceed according to your choices, and gather at the training ground with your respective teams. Joie did not explain, directly waving his hand to issue an order to dismiss. The frontline battle is urgent. Everyone else is ready, and just waiting for you to set off immediately. Yes. The youths replied in unison, and amidst the chaotic sound of footsteps, 3 teams swiftly departed the hall, heading to their respective battlefields. In the blink of an eye, the large conference hall became empty, leaving only Kuro and Joie on the platform. Elder Joie, what does this mean? Kuro raised an eyebrow, a hint of confusion in his tone. Does the clan think I am unworthy to go to the front line? Joie slowly walked up to Kuro, looking at the boy who was only half a head shorter than himself, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. Kuro, your battlefield is not at the front lines. Joie pulled out a recently drafted appointment letter from his bosom and handed it to Kuro. This is a special decree left by Chief Taijima, and Elder Ko, and the Great Elder have also agreed. Kuro took the scroll and unfolded it, his gaze sweeping over the contents, and his pupils slightly. Hereby appoint Uchiha Kuro as the Deputy Commander of the Western Defense Line to immediately proceed to Suishingen City, to assume office, fully responsible for assisting the garrison officer Uchiha Tetsuka and overseeing all military and political affairs on the Western Front. Suishingen City, the Western Front. Joie walked to the other side of the map, pointing at the seemingly tranquil western region. Kagaya has gone. The Hyuga have allied with us, and there are no battles on the Eastern Front now, but the Western Front has never been peaceful. Although the alliance of the 13 clans is not very united, it still poses a significant threat. Previously Ko was suppressing them, but now only Tetsuka, a Quasiclan leader, remains. I worry he cannot handle it alone. Although the highest combat power of the 13 clans is also a Quasiclan leader, there are 3 of them. Moreover, that old fox Senjubuta, while launching a full-scale attack from the front, will never miss the opportunity to stab from behind. Our intelligence indicates that Sunja spies are frantically infiltrating the West, attempting to unite with them. Joie turned around, pressing both hands on Kira's shoulders with an extremely serious expression. So currently the one in charge of guarding Suishingen City is Tetsuka. You know, he is an old senior, his strength is unquestionable, but he only knows how to kill, and without Ko's command, he cannot manage the tricks of those small families. Kuro, I hope you do not just assist him, but act as his mind, figuring out how to defend Suishingen City while we are at a disadvantage in combat strength. That will be enough. Kuro fell silent. He looked at the familiar Suishingen City on the map, the place where he established his laboratory and the source of his first fame. Staying away from the meat grinder, holding down a place, and conveniently taking care of my laboratory. Kuro weighed the pros and cons in his mind. Although this meant he could not gain fame on the front lines in the short term, it precisely gave him what he needed most: time and resources. The Western Front, this seemingly marginal enclave, is actually the perfect place to develop and start. Understood. Kuro put away the appointment letter, a calm smile appearing on his lips. Since the clan trusts me so much, I will go back and help you guard this place, but I have some things I want. As the sun set, the remaining light bled red. In front of the tall main gate of the Uchiha clan, thousands of ninjas were ready for departure, the army about to set off, and the air was filled with the oppressive sense of parting and the tension before battle. Kuro exited the hall, catching up with the departing crowd at the entrance. Madara halted, turned to look at Kuro with a furrowed brow. Elder Joie won't let you go. It's not that I can't go, it's just that the destination is different. Kuro shrugged, looking relaxed as he pointed westward. I've been assigned to the Western Front as a deputy. Technically my position is higher than yours. The Western Front. Izuna was taken aback. Suishin City. Yes, that's the place. Kuro smiled, not explaining too much about the details of the political struggle. He walked in front of Taki, reaching out to help his younger brother adjust his clothing. Taki learned well from Madara. The central battlefield is very dangerous. Don't be reckless. Coming back alive is the most important thing. Yes, brother Kuro. Taki nodded vigorously, his eyes slightly red. Kuro then turned to Izuna, looking at this brother who was destined for tragedy, and couldn't help but lower his voice to remind him, be careful of that white-haired kid from the Senju family. He is very cunning. If something seems off, withdraw without hesitation. Although Izuna was somewhat surprised by Kura's wariness of Senju Tobarama, he still nodded earnestly. Don't worry, brother Kuro, I will be careful. Finally Kuro looked at Madara, their gazes meeting in the air, without much conversation. I thought you would come with me to kill Buddha. Madara said, lightly, a hint of mockery in his tone. There will be opportunities. Kuro smiled, but right now we wouldn't even be able to withstand a single strike from him. Madara's lips curled slightly upwards. Then wait for me to bring back Senju Buddha's head. Let's go. Madara waved his hand and turned to stride forward. The Grand Army split into three at the fork in the road, charging toward the battlefield with great momentum. The clamor gradually faded, dust swirling, and moments later only Kuro remained at the clan's gate. He watched the direction in which the other three teams had disappeared, tightened his cloak, and walked alone toward the